There's also court orders, around 80 court orders in our positions, and some of these buildings are not even complying in terms of human occupation. At any given time, anything can happen to these buildings. Hence, we are having a strong legal team that we have organized so that we are able to deal with such instances that are happening.
And what specific measures is the department putting in place to prevent reoccupation once buildings are secured? As you just mentioned, some buildings have been re-hijacked 5 times.
Yes, so we are embarked on a block-by-block, precinct-by-precinct operation. After we have reclaimed the buildings, we therefore are working with the relevant entities and departments to come on board and make sure that they intervene and in that regard, for example, with the Johannesburg property, so that immediately after that, those buildings, if they are rightfully for in terms of compliance, in terms of occupation, they may be rolled out and be re-given to the rightful owners, and those that there's no ownership or no one is coming on board in claiming them, they must be appropriated and they must be given to the city. The city can use them for rehabilitation centers, skills development centers. So we are going to make sure that we have police visibility in those buildings and make sure that these buildings don't get re-hijacked again.
I thank you so much and all the best of luck.
Thank you. It's not been easy. Thank you very much.
I can understand. The MMC for Public Safety and Security, new in the city of Johannesburg, Moshe Koma.
Elvis Preslin on SAfm.
Now, the city of Joburg is intensifying efforts to reclaim these hijacked and unsafe buildings in the inner city. This follows a court interdict linked to the illegal structures inside that marble towers, one of the now notorious buildings in the CBD. At the same time, law enforcement agencies launched a major operation targeting undocumented immigrants and criminal activity in the area. Nonhlanhla Chingela reports.
Marble Towers, once considered one of the Johannesburg iconic high-rise buildings, has over the years become symbolic of urban decay in the city. The City of Johannesburg Legal Counsel, Sekela Malahlela, says the Marble Towers building owes the city more than 10 million rand in unpaid bills for rates and taxes, electricity and water supply. City authorities undertook a by-law enforcement operation at the building located in the city centre this morning. However, the building owner approached the Johannesburg High Court to challenge the operation after the city announced that it was going to cut off water and electricity to the building.
They don't want us to demolish and remove the containers and the shacks they placed in and around Marble Towers and the High Court precinct. And the city is of the view that this illegality and unlawfulness must stop with immediate effect.
Numerous people were arrested, including the manager of this well-known butchery at the MTN taxi rank. It's alleged they employed undocumented immigrants. 5 employees ran into the back of the shop and attempted to evade police arrest. MMC for Human Settlement in the city of Johannesburg, Mlungisi Mabaso.
So these ones have been identified as undocumented. We are waiting for our colleagues from Home Affairs so that we are able to verify.
Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero wants to bring in the South African National Defence Force and the police to be part of the city's bylaws enforcement operations in the city centre.
We thought we need to reinforce the army, the police, and everyone else to help us to deal with this thing. We have communicated with the minister, and of course there are certain processes that she has to follow internally at the Defence Force before they could make a decision. So there's open communication between myself as the mayor and the minister.
The operation also comes in the wake of increased scrutiny over abandoned and hijacked buildings across Johannesburg. Judgment in the matter will be handed down on Wednesday at the Johannesburg High Court. Nonhlanhla Chingela for SABC News, Johannesburg.
Well, and that's why we ask you the question today in relation to the hijacked buildings, not just here in Johannesburg, but all over the country. Have you seen them? And what should be done? What should be done with the buildings that are still unsafe but still occupied in many cities in our country? That's where we got to leave it from the team this morning. Tracy Boomgaard and Marumo Kakana. Our junior producer Ronald Perry. Our technical producer Zelma Tibi. Our executive producer Vutsila Kota. I'm Elvis Preston. We'll see you in the morning. Same time, same place. Ciao for now. Arrivederci.
In our top stories, NPA probes Kwaggafontein prosecutor over taxi boss court no-show, and MK party suspends Leela's membership. Good morning. The National Prosecuting Authority has launched an internal probe into the Kwaggafontein state prosecutor, who was a no-show in a case involving taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and 3 others. The prosecutor was supposed to have led the state in Sibanyoni's extortion case on Monday, but was unavailable in court. The case was, as a result, struck off the roll. The prosecutor had allegedly cited safety issues as the reason behind his absence in court. NPA head advocate Andy Mutibi says the prosecutor is on suspension.
I said it's important that we collate and gather, credible information. We've got a division here that is called Office of Ethics and Accountability. It investigates internally on matters of this nature. So they are on instruction to investigate speedily. I need a report from them.
Mutibi says he has been assured by the security management at Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court that the court and officials are safe.
Last week, we had our management committee, and the security department was assuring me that we do act proactively on these high-profile cases. They've got a list of high-profile cases, and they provide security proactively.
The MK party has suspended the membership of its former spokesperson, Nhlamulo Leela. In a statement, the party says its president, Jacob Zuma, has taken the decision to suspend his membership with immediate effect, pending the outcome of an internal investigation. The party says this decision follows serious allegations relating to misconduct, sewing division within the organization, and conduct that has brought the party into disrepute. In a social media post, Leela has refuted allegations of sewing divisions within the party. Gauteng Kochta and Infrastructure Development MEC Jacob Mamabolo has raised concern over the escalating costs for the temporary supply of water through outsourced tanker services. Mamabolo says it's worrying that some municipalities have spent as much as 264 million rand over a 3-year period on water tanker services. He has called on municipalities to increase investment in procuring and maintaining their own water tanker fleets. The department's spokesperson Theo Konki.
While water tankering remains critical in ensuring water security, particularly in areas experiencing water shortages and within informal settlements, Mamabolo has urged municipalities to increase investments in procuring and maintaining their own water tanker fleets. He says that he is encouraged by the investments already existing in some municipalities who have already procured their own potable water tankers. While he welcomes the developments, he believes that more resources must be directed towards expanding these capacities.
The Eastern Cape Agriculture Department says it's closely monitoring a suspected outbreak affecting pigs in parts of the province. Veterinary teams have already been dispatched to conduct assessments and collect samples after dead pigs were discovered in Gqeberha. Farmers have been urged to remain vigilant and report any unusual livestock deaths. Provincial Agriculture Department spokesperson Atule Joka says while African swine fever remains a possibility, officials are still awaiting for confirmation.
Last week we have sent our veterinary officials to conduct assessment and collect samples. We are currently awaiting the results, but observing the mortality rate, there are possibilities of African swine fever. The disease is not known to infect humans and does not pose public health risk, but it can pose severely among pigs. Farmers are urged to report any sudden illness in pigs to our nearest offices immediately.
Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority has launched an internal probe into the Kwaggafontein State Prosecutor, who was a no-show in a case involving taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and 3 others. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
A very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, soccer action. Arsenal are the Premier League champions for the first time in 22 years. And this after Man City were held by Bournemouth last night. And we have tennis news. Carlos Alcaraz will not be playing at the French Open as well as Wimbledon. The details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very busy, congested Galuli's interchange to kick things off this morning. Overnight roadworks on the N3 South between Van Buren and Heldenays, pushing queues from Galuli's on that N3 as you come off multiple lanes into a single lane section that run through Bedford. Heavy N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni, jammed up into Galuli's to get into that N3 going south as well. Also a little crash before Linksfield on the N3 southbound. Traffic does seem to be moving better. And a collision on your way to Pretoria on the N14 between Diepsloot and the R55 Pretoria West exit. A truck and a BMW involved in that one. Durban, there is a little obstruction lying on the carriageway. N2 south to watch out for just past Queen Nundy Drive on your way down towards Inanda Road area. Peter Maritzburg on the N3 south, a breakdown after Hilton. The left lane is closed. Watch for trucks pulling out into the main carriageway there. And Cape Town, a collision on the N2 into town just by Spine Road. In fact, it's between Spine Road and Meway in front of Khayelitsha. That's pushed an early queue back as far as Baden-Powell Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, hello. John Carrick in for Kathy this morning. It's my first time doing this show since Kathy's taken over. Hello. Welcome to the show. Good to be along with you. You got 3 hours of busy stories today, and I'm really looking forward to getting my teeth into a couple of them. You've heard from Elvis, the big story of the day, and that's going to be our big story just after 7 o'clock today. What is happening in the city of Johannesburg? There have been accusations that the city of Johannesburg isn't following due process in Marble Towers, with the police dispersing migrants outside of Durban as well. Also, migrants organization calling for government intervention. These are foreign nationals that gathered outside the Durban Central Police Station. They were looking for shelter, and then there were rubber bullets shot at the migrants. So we're going to have a whole half hour today dedicated to that just after 7 o'clock. As always, we'll take your messages, your notes, your voice notes, calls. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. Up in the next half hour or so, we're going to talk about what is happening around the globe. A couple of topics that we're focusing on today is what is happening in Brazil. There might be changes in Brazil. Sweden is buying arms from France. What does this mean for NATO in particular, I think, and also what is happening up north there? So Russia's busy down in Ukraine with that war, and then there's also now the protection, I guess, happening from the Baltic states up north. And then a horrific shooting in San Diego in the States, a discovery of anti-Islamic writings when it came to the shooting in the States. So we're going to get an update a little bit more about what had happened at that San Diego mosque shooting. Later, business, finance, all those kind of things as well. And then we will focus on the Senzo Meyiwa Justice March that happened yesterday. This is the family of Bafana Captain Senzo Meyiwa, who led a march to the union buildings. They had a call for justice. So we're going to talk to the spokesperson for the Justice for Senzo Meyiwa, and we'll talk to him just before 7 o'clock today. And also the Constitutional Court.
How many days did it take for the Phala Phala matter? I think it was 500 and something, 550 odd days for that the Phala Phala matter to be decided by the Constitutional Court. But it's not just the court itself that is slow. There's a whole lot of other aspects around it about how the Constitutional Court's being used, their delayed judgments, the ability to safeguard the rule of law. And a new report by Freedom Under Law warns that the court is overwhelmed and that proposes major reforms, including stricter appeal controls and a host of other issues as well. So we will talk to a research consultant at Freedom Under Law, Chris Oxtoby, and find out exactly what they think the problem is with the Constitutional Court. That and plenty more coming up in the next 3 hours. Welcome to the show. John Gericke in for Kathy. It's the National Briefing.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
All right, good morning to you. Let's have a look, see what's making the news in the newspapers today. Let's start off with the business day for today. They're focusing on new steel tariffs, going to reshape trade ties. South Africa's imposed the steepest and broadest steel tariffs, the biggest protectionist move in 2 decades to shield the local industry from cheap imports. That's their headline news. They've also got a story on gems that warns that solvency ratio may slip further below limit. And one of the awards being handed out, the Order of Ikamanga on Trevor Jones, was handed to the president, is their front page picture. The Star today have got an interesting story, Madlanga versus Zondo, the two tales of action and inaction. Politicians implicated in state capture inquiry yet to face the music. So they've got a long story on that. They also have a story, if you're in Johannesburg, about the fact that the city will face power cuts. Eskom's warned that it may interrupt electricity supply to parts of Johannesburg from July. They've accused the city of Johannesburg and City Power of failing to comply with a court order. The debt is now 5.2 billion rand to Eskom. And they've also, their main picture today on the front page of the Star is the Justice for Senzo story. We're going to focus on that later. Citizen today, government loses another 71 million rand. Their front page picture is a beautiful one. It's the one of the gold and best exhibits by South Africa at the Chelsea Flower Show. They're lifed after fire. And it's just a host of Proteas and Fynbos and things. But the main article on the Citizen, government loses another 71 million rand. A report paints a dreary picture of ballooning losses at the compensation fund, exposing widespread rot of 71 million rand vanished in 2 years. So you can read more about that in the Citizen. Into the Cape we go. The Cape Times today has an article on the Western Cape farmers and their billion rand ruin after the storms. Pylons down, harvests wiped, cold chains at risk as province counts the cost. That's after the big storm that hit last week. Another story on Jooster's 475 million rand fine still unpaid. That's the administrative fine imposed on the former Steinhoff CEO. And their front page picture today is Palestinian children seen yesterday viewing a mural depicting Israel's interception of ships, anticipating in the global Sumut flotilla. That's their front page. And also, if you're a sports fan, Newlands Test tickets sell out in minutes as Cricket SA faces backlash. If you're a cricket fan, you'll know that that's a big issue at the moment. I was going to bring you a story from the Herald as well. There we go. Livingston staff should have kept their eyes on my son. This is from the Eastern Cape. The family of Tabeka teenagers demanding answers after his sudden death at Livingston Hospital, where he fell and hit his head while recovering from an appendectomy. And their front page picture is a picture of Gate McKenzie looking longingly on as President Cyril Ramaphosa bestows the Order of Ikamanga on Oscar Madlongwa Sports, Arts and Culture Minister Gayden McKenzie looking on there as well. That's their front page pictures. So that's some of the front pages of the newspapers. Hopefully you can share what your top stories are. 086 000 2032.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
Let's look at your weather this morning. We start with an impasse-based warning. Level 2, yellow level 2 warning of damaging coastal winds leading to difficulty in navigation at sea expected between Table Bay and Cape Agulhas. Pretoria today, partly cloudy, 12 to 18. Pretoria, 12 to 18. Is that all? Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 10 to 18. Vereeniging, 6 to 17, partly cloudy. Mbombela, partly cloudy, 10 to 22. Polokwane, partly cloudy, isolated showers and rain, 9 to 20. Mahikeng is partly cloudy, 9 to 21. Vryburg, partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunder showers, 7 to 22. Bloemfontein, partly cloudy, 8 to 20. Kimberley, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 9:21. Uppington, partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunder showers, 14 to 25. Cape Town, partly cloudy, a chance of morning showers and rain, a light to moderate southerly to southeasterly wind, 17 to 24. George is cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, a light and variable wind. It'll become light to moderate easterly to northeasterly this afternoon, 15 to 21. Gqeberha is cloudy with chances of morning rain and some rain showers, moderate to fresh moderate to fresh easterly wind, 15 to 20. East London, cloudy, chances of early morning rain and rain showers, a light to moderate northeasterly wind, 17 to 20. Durban is cloudy at times, otherwise partly cloudy. Isolated morning and evening showers and rain. A light southerly to southwesterly wind. It'll become moderate towards midday, 18 to 24. Richards Bay is cloudy at times, otherwise partly cloudy. Isolated showers and rain. A light southerly to southwesterly wind becoming moderate towards midday, 16 to 25. And Pietermaritzburg today is cloudy. Morning and evening fog, otherwise partly cloudy from 8 to a high of 23.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Zambia, Southern Africa. Africa Month, one continent, many wonders. This Africa Month, we stand with Zambia.
Home to one of the greatest natural wonders on earth, Mosiwa Tunya. The smoke that thunders, the mighty Zambezi River, a land where water speaks and the earth listens. A major producer of copper, power industries, shaping the economy.
Zambia gained independence in 1964 from colonial rule to a nation built on peace and unity. In a continent shaped by struggle, Zambia chose stability and it has held on to it. From Lusaka to the open plains, life moves with calm strength. People known for warmth, a nation known for peace.
Zambia doesn't shout, it stands. In every river, in every smile, in every step, there is unity. Zambia strives for peace, power, and pride.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. The Global Briefing on SAfm.
All right, good morning to you. Let's go to Sandile Mguni. He's a lecturer in political science and international relations within the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Sandile, good morning to you. Plenty international news to focus on. Let's start in Brazil there. How much of the recent shift in polling showing Lula leading by 7 points can be attributed to leaked audio messages linking Bolsonaro camp to the Mando master fraud scandal?
A very good morning to John and your listeners. And definitely, there's a lot that is happening in terms of international politics, starting with the situation in Latin America, specifically with Brazil. In terms of my analysis, I would say that just like with the other countries, mostly when you look at the developing world, it's the issue of how Brazilian politics seems to be revolving around the issues of credibility and the issue of how the elite has an influence when it comes to politics, and also issues around politics. Issues around corruption in politics, and how allegations can shape issues of credibility and have an impact in relation to the polling and the electoral momentum without these allegations being proven, without these allegations being tested legally.
43 respondents believe that, or 43% of respondents believe that Bolsonaro group's involved in banking fraud. Is everybody clean in Brazil? Is this now just a referendum on corruption?
I think it definitely revolves around those issues that sentiments and also perceptions in the public could be seen as also an indication of what is really happening. But also, on the other hand, it could be a case of just perceptions not really being proven. That is what I would say.
So it's almost as if that's the way of elections these days, right? It depends on perception more than the actual policies.
Exactly. I just throw that on your image, and then all of a sudden you have a crisis to deal with.
Is it now the Bolsonaro's responsibility to prove themselves innocent almost, or is the opposition to prove that they are guilty?
That's where now the problem comes in, because as I would say, as someone who has been DT'd upon, or whose image has been tampered with, then you are the one who will now be subjected to prove yourself if you are really innocent. Or also, the processes take time in terms of the legal system to test if these allegations are really valid. And sometimes it's just the issue of sometimes the media which has heard these allegations, or someone who's an instigator of these allegations, they just move on after the story dies down, and then you are the one who remains having to prove your credibility.
And the issue is 55% of voters, according to recent surveys, show that the leaks are legitimate investigations rather than political targeting. So it's that perception that you talk about that's so important here.
Yes. Then in that case, I think it becomes another case where it has been proven that there are actually allegations of corruption, and the relationship that exists between the elite and the politicians. If it has been proven that there are actually existing investigations that are taking place, then it becomes a different story altogether, because now there is existing instances of such corruption taking place.
What is
it's
this?
Just a matter of proof. Yes.
What does this kind of heated battle mean for BRICS and more specifically South Africa when it comes to Brazil?
I think it's also a change. There's somehow a change in the regime, because mostly when we look at the developing countries, they are sensitive to political changes, unlike with the so-called advanced economies. For the developing countries, such as in the regions of Latin America, with specific emphasis on Brazil, find that these countries are sensitive to regime changes and leadership changes, which has an impact. But in relation to BRICS, I don't see any significant changes, because mostly when it comes to international interactions of countries, you find that countries themselves find it a bit of a painstaking exercise to shift their engagement with other international actors. So with BRICS, I don't see a significant impact.
All right, let's go to the Baltic Sea now. Sweden strengthening security there. They've signed a multi-billion-dollar deal with France. Tell us why they're doing that.
I think it's the issue of how the region is also deemed as to be experiencing instances of instability. And it's also going back to the olden times where countries were engaging in protecting themselves and buying arms in order to ensure that they are protected from any external threat. So seemingly it seems as if we are now going back, and it's also a reinstatement of the fact that things are not well in that region because of the actions, because of the confrontations between Russia and Iran, and Ukraine. So this is an indication that things are not well, and like all other countries, Sweden is also engaged in protecting its own interest and ensuring that there is a stability in the region.
It's a long-term goal. This first delivery is only in 2030. So, but the Prime Minister in Sweden's asked for immediate security or promised immediate security. Is he going to be able to deliver?
That's where the problem will be, because it's not an easy thing to do just within a short space of time. Realistically, I don't see it being that quick. It's something that is going to take time. When it comes to building capacity in relation to issues of deterrence, it's something that takes a while. But then we will see how it goes as far as the operation is.
What does this mean for NATO? If Sweden and France are getting very, very tight, does that affect anything in the NATO organizations?
It really doesn't affect. What it does, it really doesn't have an impact, but it's also an indication that somehow NATO is being perceived as losing its strength than it was before. It seems as if its members are perceiving it as being weaker than it has been. They are of the view, specifically with Sweden and other countries in the region, they are of the view that NATO will not really provide any form of security or stability against the actions of Russia. And also, this is based on what has been happening in Ukraine. There's a perception that NATO didn't really bring about safety or security in the case of Ukraine against the actions of Russia.
All right, we've got 3 minutes, Sandile, to wrap up what happened in the United States. A deadly shooting at a San Diego mosque. It's a possible hate crime. They've discovered anti-Islamic writings there. Just tell us what's happened.
I think in terms of analysis, it still goes to the issue of how there's this polarization of religion, where you have developments of the so-called Islamophobia tendencies, and how places of worship, spaces that are deemed to be safer, are becoming a symbolic target by the extremists. And it also revolves around the issues of intolerance. And somehow these anti-Muslim incidents have been increasing over recent years. And as I said, it also revolves around the issue of high polarization of political environments. And I think also it has to do with what is happening in other regions in the Middle East, for instance, how certain religions have been associated or are deemed. It's also the issue of perceptions, are deemed or are perceived as to be associated with violence, and how they are seen as to be bordering on elements of violence, sometimes which is really not the case.
The big issue here is these are teenagers that were found with a firearm, Sandile.
Yes. Yeah, that's another issue. I think something that I didn't really focus on is in the analysis is the issue of the availability, the easy availability of guns in the United States, which is something that has become the culture, and it's even worsening if it's going to be made available to teenagers, because it also means that issues of how do you ensure that these guns are not landing into the wrong hands, as it is the case with teenagers? And historically, and in most recent years, this has been the case. Some of these guns have been used by teenagers, even in schools, and it's becoming a scary kind of a scenario, because it also means that no one is safe. As soon as these teenagers are feeling aggrieved on certain issues, and they can be easily influenced, which is another issue.
Yeah, radicalized youth are becoming an issue, right? Or even more so of an issue.
Yes, which it's also something that has been the case when you look at countries in Africa, for instance. But in the United States, it's even more scarier, because you would assume that such a nation hasn't had any issues of nation building. Normally, issues of radicalization, they normally exist in countries where there are questions of nationalism, where nation building, something that is still taking place or has had some difficulties. But for a country like the United States, it's becoming a very pertinent occurrence, which is likely to shape in relation to how the society is viewed.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Sandile Mnguni, thank you very much. Lecturer in Political Science and International Relations in the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Brings us to exactly 6:30.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, Acting Police Minister Professor Feroz Kachalia says the SAPS is reviewing disciplinary regulations to improve effectiveness. He was delivering his budget vote speech in Parliament yesterday. The National Prosecuting Authority has launched an internal probe into the Kwaggafontein State Prosecutor, who was a no-show in a case involving taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and 3 others. And Eskom has served the city of Johannesburg with a notice of intention to reduce or entirely terminate its electricity supply. The move comes as the city battles to meet its payment obligations, racking up a massive debt of over 5 billion rand over several years. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A very busy start on Joburg's highways. We've got the overrunning overnight roadworks to deal with. N3 South going down to Van Buren. It's heavy this morning. The N3 worth avoiding between Linksfield Road and Heldnace interchange. That runs south through Galuli's all badly backed up. Behind that, the N12 and R24 routes arriving into Galuli's from Ekurhuleni. Really under a bit of pressure on both of those routes as well. Also, a crash on the Migrant North at Ormonde, slowing traffic coming in from Uncle Charlie's off the N12, and a crash on the N1 North near Soweto Highway, causing a backlog as you pass Soweto on your way heading north this morning. Truck crash before you get to the Pretoria West exit on the N14, heading up to the R55. The left lane is closed there, and a tanker fire incident side of the M1 North at Garsfontein, although traffic moving past okay. The first of today's breakdowns, there's 2 of them stuck on Durban's N2 South before you get to Spaghetti Junction, so queue starting to build up through there. And Cape Town, a crash earlier this morning on the N2 inbound in front of Khayelitsha. It's happened between Spine Road and Meyiwa. It's pushing an N2 queue back as far as Baden-Powell Drive and holding up Spine Road either up from or down from Mfuleni, trying to get into the N2. Also the R102 Van Riebeeck Road around Blackheath, moving through Buttskop Road up towards Cales River. Quite a heavy backlog there as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Morning, Zai. Arsenal players are going to be, or Arsenal fans are going to be unplayable today.
I'm just thinking about, you remember our SAFM presenter Bongi Gwala?
Yeah.
I can just picture him somewhere smiling right now.
I work with Sakina Kamwenda in the afternoon. She said she's going to come in an Arsenal kit no matter what happened, but she's going to be wearing the socks today.
Well, at least we will not hear. We've always heard them say next season is our season.
Yeah,
so
finally,
they can, stop with those lines. But yes, in case you missed it, Arsenal have clinched their first English Premier League title in 22 years. After Manchester City were held to a 1-1 draw by Bournemouth last night, Mikel Arteta's side now sit 4 points clear, with 1 match remaining, officially ending their long wait for league glory. City's disappointment night was further overshadowed by reports suggesting that Pep Guardiola could step down at the end of the season. In another match, Tottenham Hotspur Premier League survival battle will go down to the final day after a 2-1 defeat to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Spurs needed victory to secure safety, but goals from Enzo Fernandez and Andre Santos handed Chelsea the win despite a late Richarlison strike. The result leaves Tottenham just 2 points above the relegation zone, heading into Sunday's decisive clash against Everton. Here's Spurs boss, De Zerbi.
We could score at the beginning of the game with Matistel. We consider a great goal of Enzo Fernandez, but I think we could do something better, especially in the second ball, long ball. And before to consider second goal, we could score with Richarlison with a big chance. Anyway, I think we played well. I would like we play Sunday like the last 20 minutes.
In the meantime, SABC Sport understands that Mamelodi Sundowns will only travel to Morocco today after complications with a landing permit delayed their departure from Ora Tambo International Airport. The Brazilians hold a slender 1-0 lead over Asfar Rabat heading into Sunday's CAF Champions League final second leg, but the delay has cost them valuable preparation time. Coach Miguel Cardoso had already stressed the importance of recovery following the physical first leg, with several players being carefully managed by the medical team. Now, despite the disruption, Sundowns remain confident as they chase a second CAF Champions League crown and the chance to become the first South African club to win the title twice since Orlando Pirates' their triumph back in 1995. SA Rugby President Mark Alexander has congratulated Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus after he received the National Order of Ikhamanga in gold from the presidency. The award recognizes Erasmus's inspirational leadership and contribution to South African unity through rugby following back-to-back Rugby World Cup triumphs with the Springboks. And finally, tennis two-time Wimbledon champion Carlos Alcaraz has withdrawn from both Roland Garros and Wimbledon as he continues recovery from a wrist injury. The 23-year-old Spaniard says he's feeling much better but still not ready to return to competition. Alcaraz picked up the injury during the Barcelona Open last month and has already missed tournaments in Madrid and Rome. His absence leaves the world number one Yannick Sinner as the favourite heading into the European Grand Slam season. That's your sport. We'll be back with the next set at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Morning, Ndauleng. I see SpaceX getting ready to launch at NASDAQ. Are you ready to put your shares into the NASDAQ market or not? Ndauleng, are you there? Right, we'll see if we can get Ndauleng on the line. Ndauleng, I'm sure you're there, but we'll see if we can get her on the line. And she's also going to talk about what's happening in the bond markets. Don't forget, coming up in a moment, we're going to find out what's happening with the Senzo Meyiwa march. They had their justice march yesterday to the union buildings, calling for justice. They requested attendance dress in their Bafana regalia. You remember, this has taken a long time. 2014 is when Meyiwa was murdered. It's been marred by delays, trials within a trial, the replacement of prestige judges, a whole host of other things as well. So we're going to talk about that in a moment. Let's get our market brief. Ndauleng Lechela, good morning to you. What's happening with SpaceX?
Good morning, John. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, go for it. 100%.
Lovely. Kicking things off with SpaceX. Now, reports suggest that the company is preparing to list on the NASDAQ early next month, bringing forward what is expected to be one of the biggest and most closely watched IPOs in years. Now, the accelerated timeline signals improving sentiment in equity markets after prolonged volatility driven by tariffs, geopolitical tensions, and economic uncertainty. Now, SpaceX operates across rocket manufacturing, satellite technology, and space transport, and is also the company behind Starlink. The listing could reignite momentum in the tech IPO market, particularly for AI intelligence firms. Now, companies such as Anthropic and ChatGPT parent OpenAI are increasingly viewed as future public market contenders as investor appetite for AI exposure grows. The broader trend highlights how private tech companies are becoming the latest battleground in the global AI race, with investors seeking early access to the sector's most influential players before they eventually go public. Now, attention when looking at markets as a whole has shifted to activity in the fixed income market, where investors have been rapidly selling government bonds, pushing yields higher as fears grow that inflation may remain stubbornly elevated for longer than expected. The key concern here is rising energy prices, which risk feeding through into broader inflation and forcing central banks such as the Fed to delay rate cuts or even consider further interest rate increases. At the same time, global rate pressures are reinforcing the move higher in yields across major bond markets. The bond market matters because it sets the foundation for borrowing costs across the economy, influencing everything from household mortgages and corporate loans to government funding conditions and overall economic growth expectations. Now, concerns in fixed income have spilled over to equity markets, with US stocks closing in the red overnight. And then taking a look at what's playing out in Asia this morning, stocks tracking peers over in the US and in negative territory as those bond jitters hit sentiment there as well. Bringing it back home, trade closed in the red yesterday, with the Resi 10 suffering on the back of lower precious metal prices. That in turn led to the all share closing 1.1% lower. Then over to currencies, the rand is on the back foot this morning on stagflation concerns, which has led to many flocking to the dollar. The local unit is at 16.70 to the greenback, 22.38 versus the pound, and 19.38 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more in business and market development.
Africa in Focus with advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Morning, Sipho. Good chatting to you again. Researcher at the Durban African School of Public and International Affairs. Plenty to talk about. And the one thing I'm worried about here, Sipho, is I see in Uganda they've banned handshakes. Please don't tell me we go back to the way we were.
Refreshing morning, John, and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, John, remember this week also with Katie, we did cover the Ebola emergency that came from DRC. Now it's going to Kampala. That Uganda Minister of Health announced a temporary ban of handshakes as well as hugs and unnecessary physical contact, noting that Ebola spreads through the direct contact with infected bodily fluids. Now, Uganda, as you know, they are looking towards Moscow now. Russia has sent some specialists to assist them on this issue. As you know, that even the AU has already pronounced this issue as a continental health emergency. This is worrying because we have spoken about Congo. It is affecting Uganda now, and it will also be affecting the South Sudan. So this is a serious crisis. Ebola is different from your COVID-19, John. We have spoken about it. It emerged 50 years ago in the late 70s. And that's how the government of Uganda, it is now taking these precaution measures about these forms of physical greetings.
What's happening in South Sudan? I see they're building an air management system with the help of China.
The South Sudan has been having challenge, but they are taking advantage of the 2016 agreement that they had with China, that President Salva Kiir announced that they have now introduced their own independent airspace management. They've been having crisis of crashes there. Last week, 14 people died on a small plane accident that happened in Juba. Now, the Minister of Transport, Risika Zakaria, says that this was a cooperation between the government of South Sudan and the Chinese government. You will recall that South Africa invested a lot on the South Sudan in terms of their capacity building, a lot. And that was done through University of South Africa, John, and even the government of South Africa. And I don't think we must lose our focus on assisting that troubled country of South Sudan.
This is an interesting story based on especially what we're going to be talking about after 7 o'clock today when it comes to foreign people in South Africa. I see Togo have gone completely the opposite direction.
Togo has removed the visa requirements for all citizens, of all African countries, up to 30 days. The Ministry of Security in Togo yesterday announced that the reason behind it is to deepen regional integration and boosting cross-border cooperation. Remember, Togo is not the first, John, to go through this. There are many African countries who have done it before. You have Rwanda, you have Ghana, you have Kenya, just for expanding visa-free access for African travelers and also part of Africa continental free trade. Yes, we might have the push and the pull factors of the migration, whether illegal or legal, but I think as the continent, we have to move on these issues of always being caged, because when you look at the European practice, they move around from country to country, but in Africa, we are still held up by the Berlin Conference borders. So it's very important, as the government of Togo says, that people can apply online 24 hours before they travel to Togo, Lome.
And also, not only eases up business, but also the cost of business. If you're paying visa fees every time you travel in and out of a country, things get expensive.
Absolutely, and I think that's where the government of Togo takes advantage of this, because Togo has been coming very clear in terms of its pan-African views on African integration. Remember, it's not only the free movement of people, as you said, it also includes the goods when people have to trade, whether it's in business, whether it's on cultural exchange. Now, that's why the government took that decision as part of what we call pan-African cooperation.
Historical archives today. What happened today?
We look at 45 years ago, in 1981, when the United Nations and the then OAU, now the African Union, took a stand against apartheid policy. This matter of apartheid, or as an international question or a continental question, has been sitting on the UN for many years, as early as the 50s, the 60s, after Sharpeville massacre. You'll recall Resolution 134 of the UN Security Council, also in the wake of Sharpeville massacre. So this is important, just to say the international community has been on the side of South Africa during those years of apartheid. Hence, we had to look back as we are on Africa Month, John, and we are looking also to look just at how the international community supported the liberation of this country. Asante sana, John, as we are still leading the Privatization, SAFM observing the Africa Month.
Thank you very much to Sipho Mantula, researcher at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at UNISA.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa? Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
SAFM. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy getting through Galulis. In fact, you might want to bypass this. Roadworks on the N3 South at Van Buren. The root cause of all this, they've left them in from overnight last night. Very heavy. The queue starts around Modderfontein, going south at Edenvale. On the N12, it starts around Jet Park. On the R24, from the airport, it starts halfway back to Barbara Road. All of those routes going into Galulis under real severe pressure this morning. Also, a crash the other side of town on the M1 before Soweto Highway. If you're coming up from Dipcliffe Interchange on your way past Soweto, that is the heavy queue. Durban, a couple of breakdowns already today on the N2 South before Spaghetti Junction. Queues back as far as Inunda Road, and heavy backlogs into Cape Town passing Khayelitsha. That's an earlier crash just past Spine Road. Queues from Baden-Powell, and two crash scenes on Baden-Powell, one at Islebe, and that's a big one. Another causing delays both ways at Witsand Road, so between sort of Khayelitsha and Strandfontein, Baden-Powell under extra pressure. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
11 minutes to 7, you're with SAFM. John Cherokee in for Kathy. Good morning to you. Let's get an update on what happened with the march yesterday to the union buildings. This is after the family of former Bafana captain Senzo Meyiwa had a march to the union buildings, requesting attendants to dress in the Bafana kit. And there's been these delays, including trials within the trials, replacement of judges. Let's find out a little bit more with Hubert Mapumulo. He is the spokesperson for the Justice for Senzo Meyiwa. Hubert, good morning to you. Why did you do this march to the union buildings?
Good morning, John, and good morning to your listeners of SAFM. We marched to the union building because of two cases that were opened. One by Sister Meyiwa, which is pertaining to defeating the ends of justice against the police and the prosecution. And the other was opened by Mr. Zungu to IPID, which relates to fraud. Now, we've been communicating with the Ministry of Police, SAPS, to request that they refer the matter to the Hawks because it's a high-profile matter, and they've been reluctant to do so. We then told them that we're going to send this to the president if they do not assist us, of which we then did. But the office of the president also decided to ignore us. Hence, we decided to march yesterday.
To what extent is this march a turning point for public trust? And you're now bypassing the courts to petition the union buildings.
No, hence, I said this pertains to two cases. Look, our march has nothing to do with the ongoing court case, actually. It is concerning the case that was opened, hence I said, by Sister Meyiwa, which the government or the Ministry of Police and the National Commissioner failed or refused to hand over, to refer the matter to the Hawks as a high-profile matter. So that had nothing to do with the court. It has to do with the government doing what they're supposed to do, which is fighting crime and acting on it without dragging their feet.
How were you received at the union buildings yesterday?
We were well received at the union building. Somebody was sent, a liaison officer was sent to receive our memorandum. It went fairly well, I should say.
This frustration, I mean, it's become palpable now. It's not just, as you say, not just the court case, the actual trial, but there's a whole host of it that goes around with it. How are the family handling this whole situation?
The family is not happy at all. Hence, Mr. Meyiwa, Sister Meyiwa, opened the case of fraud against the police. Maybe let me just give you a bit of a background. What does that case, what does it pertain? Excuse number two, when he got arrested, his phones were confiscated by the police. They then used his phones to connect him to people that he did not talk to at all, and then used those records in court to claim that he was, for example, they were fabricating evidence between him and Mr. Mchiako. Mr. Mchiako is an attorney who was sent to represent him against his will. Now, accused number two was tortured to confession. He was tortured and so hard that he had to confess. Now, they sent the lawyer to him so that they say that he confessed with the assistance of the lawyer. Hence, they had to fabricate a connection between him and the lawyer, which happened after they've confiscated his phone. That is the basis on which Sister Meyiwa opened the case of defeating the end of justice, because they were fabricating evidence.
So what's next now?
Good question. We've given the presidency 7 days to respond, failing which we shall continue marching and protesting throughout the country.
Are you looking for support from the public?
We are looking for support from the public. We are also intending to seek for international solidarity within the international football community. Because, I mean, Senzo Meyiwa was an astute football player and captain of Bafana Bafana, of course. So we will take it that far if need be.
Right, spokesperson for Justice for Senzo Meyiwa, Herbert Mapumulo. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Coming up after the news at 7 o'clock, we're going to have our big story of the day, what is happening in the city of Johannesburg. There's the Marble Towers issue. There's the Migrants organization calling for government intervention, and a host of stories around that. Your voice note so far on 0614 104 107. All right, we don't seem to have that voice note. Can we play from that side? We'll play your voice note.
Good morning, Craig. All these illegal foreigners, today, instead of going back to their countries and go and fight and hold their government responsible to give this and that, they are trying to fight to stay in South Africa, claiming they have now been long in South Africa for most over 20 years. They have built and they contributed so much to South Africa. They can't leave, and their children were born here. But remember, they never even have papers, and their children were born illegally in South Africa. What's so difficult to go back and hold your country responsible for yourself? I thank you.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
Well, we heard about the courts with Senzo Meyiwa. Let's talk about what's happening at the Constitutional Court as well. Mounting backlogs, delayed judgment, concerns over its ability to safeguard the rule of law. Chris Oxtoby is a research consultant at Freedom Under Law. Chris, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Does the Constitutional Court have a problem?
Morning, John. Thanks for having me on. Yes, unfortunately, it does. It's a problem of workload and capacity, where essentially the court is getting swamped with large numbers of applications for leave to appeal, which it's not really optimally set up to deal with. And this seems to be having a clear knock-on effect, which is affecting the time that it's taking for the court to get its judgments out.
Yeah.
There is a fundamental functioning problem that needs to be addressed.
It's this merger, right, between the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal. Is that working or not?
So that possible merger is one of the potential solutions that we suggested for the problem. The source of major source of the difficulty is that the court's jurisdiction got extended about 10 years ago, where it used to be, as the name suggests, a court that dealt purely with constitutional issues. It then got extended to give it a jurisdiction over general matters. But the problem being that it didn't get given the extra resources to deal with that increased workload, and it doesn't seem to have adjusted its internal practices to deal with that either. So it's now faced with far more applications coming in than it is set up to deal with.
Is it just a host of litigants taking things that shouldn't be at the Constitutional Court to the court, or is it a problem within the court itself that are slow to deliver their verdicts?
So I think there's elements of both of that. I mean, one of the criticisms we make in the report is that the way that the court has applied its test for whether it's going to grant leave to appeal is quite unclear. It's quite open-ended. It's been applied quite inconsistently. And so that is effectively encouraging litigants to take a chance and try and lodge an appeal, and that we strongly suspect that is contributing to the increased workload. But there are also things in the court's internal capacity, internal functioning, that are contributing to the problem. So, for example, we still have a holdover where the court is supposed to consider all these new applications are supposed to effectively be considered by the full complement of judges. Mm-hmm. Now, that might have worked in the days when it was a specialist constitutional court dealing with a smaller caseload. Now that it's got an expanded jurisdiction, we think that's simply becoming too cumbersome, and that ways need to be found to change that. So it's a mix of factors that are contributing to the problem.
Why hasn't there been an increase then in capacity and budget?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I suppose it's the age-old challenge of that budget and resources have a lot of competing demands on it. I think the court has maybe been a little slow to diagnose the problem itself. And I think, as our report sets out, there are a range of possible solutions that can be taken. Some are things that the court can do itself. Some are things, more long-term solutions are going to, require legislative intervention, possibly constitutional amendment. So I think I think what a large part of what we are trying to do with the report is to really encourage a serious analysis and discussion at policy-making levels about what actually needs to be done, and to clearly diagnose the correct solutions.
And quickly, if you can, Chris, there's this balance obvious for timeous judgment. You want the judges to give us their verdicts, but you also want them to deliberate and check the law and make sure that what they do is legit, 100% ready. How do the justices balance that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, I think this challenge of the caseload and the large number of applications that they are getting swamped with is hampering them from doing exactly that. We're seeing some very lengthy delays in judgments coming out, and a big part of that does seem to be the fact that the court is simply overwhelmed with this huge number of applications coming in.
Chris Oxtoby, thank you very much. Research consultant at Freedom Under Law. You with SAFM at 7 o'clock.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, SAPS set to boost internal accountability and NPA probes Kwaggafontein prosecutor over taxi boss court no-show. Good morning. Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says the South African Police Service is reviewing disciplinary regulations to improve effectiveness. Kachalia was delivering his budget vote speech in Parliament yesterday. He says disciplinary systems must be seen to be consistent, fair and efficient by police officers and the public.
My view is that where members are facing serious criminal charges, they should be removed from operational policing duties while due process unfolds. Those convicted of offences involving dishonesty, corruption or violent crime, including rape, must face mandatory dismissal from the organisation.
The National Prosecuting Authority has launched an internal probe into the Kwaggafontein State Prosecutor, who was a no-show in a case involving taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and 3 others. The prosecutor was supposed to have led the state in Sibanyoni's extortion case on Monday, but was unavailable in court. The case was, as a result, struck off the roll. The prosecutor had allegedly cited safety issues as the reason behind his absence in court. NPA head advocate Andy Mutibi says the prosecutor is on suspension.
I said it's important that we collate and gather, credible information. We've got a division here that is called Office of Ethics and Accountability. It investigates internally on matters of this nature. So they are on instruction to investigate speedily. I need a report from them.
The High Court in Johannesburg will deliver judgment today in the urgent application brought by the owner of Marble Towers building in the city centre. The building owner brought the interdict to stop the city of Johannesburg from demolishing illegally erected structures inside the building. The city also wanted to disconnect illegal water and electricity connections. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Murero led a by-law enforcement operation yesterday, which targeted the Marble Towers building. The mayor says the building owes the city over 14 million rand in unpaid rates in taxes, water and electricity supply. Eskom has served the city of Johannesburg with a notice of intention to reduce or entirely terminate its electricity supply. The move comes as the city battles to meet its payment obligations, racking up a massive debt of over 5 billion rand over several years. The city has until the 5th of June to pay an additional amount of 1.5 billion rand. Tsepo Mongai reports.
Eskom says the city has repeatedly failed to honor its electricity supply agreement. The utility argues that it is unacceptable for the metro to collect electricity revenue from residents but fail to pay Eskom its share. The power crisis adds to mounting pressure on the city. Last week, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana wrote a stern letter to the city, raising serious concern over the poor state of the metro's finances.
And finally, the Chinese President Xi Jinping is hosting his second superpower summit in a week. He's welcoming Russian President Vladimir Putin to the Great Hall of the People, 6 days after the US President Donald Trump left Beijing. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg reports.
This visit is important, first of all, for the optics. A little pomp and ceremony can go a long way in making you look like a global player and in reminding the world that you have powerful friends. So expect to hear a lot about the special relationship, the strategic partnership between Russia and China, although Russia does appear to be the junior partner in that right now. Yes, there are deals to be done, agreements to be signed, but Vladimir Putin knows that just a few days ago, Donald Trump was in Beijing, and he will be super keen to show that his relationship is bigger, better, shinier, more special than US-China.
Recapping the top story, Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says the South African Police Service is reviewing disciplinary regulations to improve effectiveness. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your gym was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 43-year-old Gloria an unbelievable 513 Rand on her 2024 Audi Q3. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. A licensed insurer and FSP's TCs and information online.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports headlines, soccer, Orlando Pirates have been told to focus on 3 key areas if they want to end their 14-year wait for the Betway Premiership title. And Cricket South Africa under fire after tickets for the sold-out New Year's test between the Proteas and England disappeared within minutes of release. We'll have details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Our advice this morning has been, if you're in Joburg, to avoid Galuli's interchange. Overnight roadworks well overrunning into this morning's peak hour. The restrictions there taking you to a single lane between Van Buren and Heldnace. Traffic pressure on all the way back to Modderfontein Road. So Edenvale to Jermison, absolutely jam-packed. N12 into that queues from as far as Jet Park. R24 almost back as far as Barber Road. The N3 South, the R24, N12 westbound routes are the ones to be avoiding at this stage. The Mike 1 heading up to Empire Road. Queues from Boysons. Crash opposite Soweto on the N1 North, just by Soweto Highway, causing some delays. And a truck crash still with us on the N14 between Diepsloop and the Pretoria West exit. If you're on your way to Pretoria, that is a slow go. SKM Pathlali into Marabastad, that's heavy this morning, coming off a very busy Mopani Highway. Durban, couple of breakdowns earlier at Spaghetti Junction. Traffic slow, but starting to move through. Crash on the N2 South after Queen Nutty Drive. Right lane is closed. Pressure on as you come down from the Komashu Highway side. And there's also a breakdown, a stationary vehicle just after Hammersdale. So queues there, Hammersdale through to Cliffdale. Cape Town, a big crash on Baden-Powell Drive at Witstrand Road. Delays both ways. And the N2 inbound, a crash after Spine Road. Still holding traffic passing Khayelitsha. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, good morning to you. John Cherokee in for Kathy this morning on the National Briefing. Coming up in the next half hour, we're going to speak about what is happening in 2 cities. focus on Johannesburg. That's the demolition process of marble towers. We're going to talk to the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa. They've accused the city of Johannesburg of demolishing structures without proper legal process. Then we're going to go to Durban there, where police opened fire with rubber bullets on foreign nationals marching in central Durban. We're also going to hear from a human rights activist about those foreign nationals that had gathered outside the police station. They were looking for shelter and protection after alleging they'd received threats from community members. So those stories all related, all together, and we're going to get an update on what is happening there. That's the next half hour. As always, I do value your input on these questions, on these stories. If you have questions or you have comments, 086 000 2032 is the phone number. You can also leave WhatsApps on 0614 104 107. In our reality check a little bit later on today, we're going to focus on economy and the investment and low economic growth in South Africa with the chief economist at the Development Bank of South Africa. And then much later, our briefing debate after 8 o'clock today is state-owned enterprises. There is this call for state-owned enterprises to be privatized, and I see even COSATU has lifted their apprehension about privatization. Eskom, Transnet, SAA remain in state hands. Is it a good idea? Is full privatization the option, or is it maybe just partial? We're seeing things like that happening in Eskom. That's our conversation after 8 o'clock.
Outsurance can't improve your couch coaching skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. When it comes to car insurance, you couldn't be in better hands. Outsurance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row. Beal to Reader's Choice Best Insurer 4 years in a row. And City Press Reader's Choice Best Insurer Award 3 years in a row. Clearly, they all feel they're getting something out. SMS right now to see if you can switch and save. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan. It's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care. But more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAFM.
Joining for Kathy, good morning to you. 12 minutes past 7 o'clock. Let's start in the city of Johannesburg today, where the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa has accused the city of demolishing structures without following proper legal processes. This is after the South Gauteng High Court's expected to deliver judgment in a matter concerning the planned demolition of illegal structures at the Marble Towers building. The SERI Executive Director is Nomzamo Zondo. Nomzamo, good morning to you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Good morning, John. Thank you for having me.
If these structures in Marble Towers are illegal, why should the city not get rid of them?
So the city's planning bylaws provides that firstly, they can, they must notify before they come and visit you to check if there's compliance. Where they find non-compliance, they must apply to a court for a court order to demolish. That's the City of Johannesburg's planning bylaw. So that's what they fail to comply with, because they've gone in and demolished without giving notice, without even approaching a court.
Okay, so if they now haven't followed that process, does that mean everything has to be stopped? They leave these illegal structures and they have to go through the court process?
That's what the planning bylaw provides.
If it's deemed unsafe, right, it's not safe for the residents. Why should there be the delay?
So, John, this is the challenge here, right? The city of Johannesburg, both the political heads and the officials, right, they govern the city in our interest, right? And we give them powers and we give them a framework on how to govern the city. And so as things stand now, the bylaw is the framework that they must follow in order to act in relation to contraventions around the planning bylaw. So similarly, in as much as we can say there's a delay, because here we're talking about structures that were put in outside a building within the yard of the building. And in fact, those structures have been there for years. And so it does not then make sense to say we're not going to follow the process. We're going to come one day and demolish everything, because today it's marble towers. Tomorrow it's all the fish and chips, the Kota shacks on Emin Drive. And we'd want to know that there's a process that the mayor is following. We'd want to know that the officials are guided by something. Otherwise, we'd all be in trouble.
How does this affect the city of Joburg's what they're calling high-impact service delivery mandate?
So the challenge is that what I've seen of that mandate is I've seen only on the media, and I've seen, of course, also the city's social media they've put out. I haven't seen any document that explains even why this is high-impact service delivery. Is it high-impact delivery for you to come inside the yard of a property owner and demolish structures? Is it high-impact delivery to shut down businesses that people are using on Small Street? So I can't really comment because I don't have the full framework of what this high-impact service delivery is. But for me, I would imagine that high-impact service delivery would be for us making sure that our public spaces are clean, that we have access to services, that our roads are not full of potholes. That would be high-impact service delivery. High-impact service delivery cannot be 500 people marching on the inner city of Durban.
Mzaba, what do you say to, and I'm sure we will get the WhatsApps and the messages to say that you're protecting people who are doing things illegally? And I realize you've made a point that the city might be doing things illegally as well, but the initial issue is that there are people who have built these structures illegally.
So this is the problem, John, is that I think as an organization, SERI, and I can say even as an individual, we believe in the country that we said we are building in 1994 and in 1996, which we expressed through our constitution. And that country, one, firstly, is built on the rule of law. That country, secondly, requires the equal protection of the law to everyone. And therefore, that insists on us following these frameworks. So I understand the accusation of, but you are protecting these people that are doing wrong things. And I'll give you an example. We had incidents in Johannesburg where taxi drivers would catcall women who were wearing short skirts. At that time, probably there were some people who believed that the women were wrong for wearing short skirts. But in those groups of taxi drivers, there was a taxi driver who had the conscience to say, this is not how we treat women. And that taxi driver spoke up. I imagine he would have been ostracized. I imagine that taxi driver probably would have to eat lunch alone. And that SERI is an organization that keeps reminding us, as people living in South Africa, what country we want to be. We are simply communicating that our humanity is not determined by who is on the other side. We are human because we'll do certain things, we'll act in a certain way. And similarly, we are a country that firstly has put in place frameworks to determine what must happen, and we abide by those frameworks. That's the best response I can give.
But Nomzamo, we don't want a city where there are just buildings being built in the middle of anywhere. We don't want dangerous structures. We don't want people living in squalor. We want these to be good. And if the city can clean up the city, isn't that a good thing?
So I think we can all agree that if the city can clean up, that's a good thing. But the difference is here that we're not just talking, because the reason you say clean up is because we're saying demolish all these structures, remove all these informal traders. And so in fact, in your cleaning up, you have no calculation of the human cost. You have no calculation of the economic impact, not only to the people who are running the businesses, but also to the people who rely on those businesses. So for instance, I'll give an example. Informal trade in this country is the best access to nutritional and healthy food for the poor. But when we go and you say we clean up the city, we remove all the informal traders who are selling those foods for 5 rand, for 10 rand. The city is clean, but people are hungry. On the other hand, businesses have died. And so it's not as simple as we are cleaning up a city. And again, I promise you, John, I would much rather live in a city where laws are complied with, where processes are followed, right, as a means to meet our agreed vision, as opposed to a city where whoever the mayor is decides. For instance, the mayor could wake up tomorrow and say, I want only people who earn 60,000 to live in Johannesburg. Would be uncomfortable with that. And the only reason we'd be able to challenge him is if we were able to say, you don't have power to do that, because your powers come from these bylaws, from these policies, from the constitution, from the legislation.
Nomzamo Zondo, Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South African Executive Director. Thanks very much.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
If your medical aids become too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 27-year-old Liam an awesome 640 Rand on his 2020 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. A licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Let's go to KwaZulu-Natal. The police opening fire with rubber bullets on foreign nationals marching in central Durban. The group called on authorities to intervene and protect them. They sought refuge at that police station. Colonel Robert Nechunda is KwaZulu-Natal police spokesperson. Colonel, thank you very much. Give us background. What happened? Colonel, are you there?
All right, it was a group of foreign nationals who gathered at the police station on Monday afternoon. There were about 30 of them on Monday. When police spoke to them, to their leaders negotiating, telling them that they cannot be accommodated at the police station, they regrouped on Tuesday morning, where the number grew up to over 200 people. Police continued to negotiate with their leaders, informing them that police do not have accommodation for them at a police station, and a police station is not a place where anybody resides. People come there for services, and because services were being disrupted with people not coming to the station, thinking that there was something going on at the police station, when they refused to leave, police had to disperse them.
Is there a strategy from the police to help or protect the thousands of migrants in Durban?
Police protect everybody who is in the country legally, because we police everybody who is in the country. And wherever they were staying, if there are any problems, they should report to the police, because they are coming to a police station to seek for safety as they stay, but they're not reporting any case. So how do police know that wherever they are, they are not safe? So we told them that because they're not coming from Durban, most of them, they come from other areas where there are police stations. They should go there, open cases, or even open cases here at Durban Central. Then police will investigate. But they can't come and camp at the police station.
All right, sorry, I just want to make sure what I heard you say something right, Colonel. You said police protects everybody in South Africa who are here legally. What about those who are here illegally? Will you arrest them?
Those who are in the country illegally, they need to be detained, taken through the process of Home Affairs, then they are deported.
And will the police do that?
Police do that every day. We arrest hundreds of illegal foreigners in the country because it is illegal to be in the country without papers.
So you say if these people who feel as if they are being threatened went to the police station and opened a case, whatever that case might be, that they are being threatened, would the police act on that?
Police act on any case that is reported. And when a case is reported, police do not look at who is reporting it, whether you are in the country as a citizen or as a foreigner who's here in the country legally. Police look at the case, elements of the crime, investigate, and arrest those who are responsible. If they are saying somebody is forcefully removing them from their houses or businesses, that is a case. They must report that case. The police will investigate, and whoever is found to be guilty will be arrested.
What is the police's view on what some people will call vigilantism, the march and march as they gain momentum? What is the police's view on the way they might be behaving?
Police denounce any form of violence, whether against locals or foreign nationals. We had a meeting with March and March over a week ago, trying to find a common ground, because we respect their right to march, their right to protest, as the law permits them to do so. But we have agreed with them that they will stage their marches and protests within the prescripts of the law. And they will inform the police that they are going to march. Then police will escort them, ensuring that the marchers are safe and those that they're marching against are also safe. It is the duty of the police, when informed of a march, to ensure that they've got a route that they use as they are marching, and they've got a specific area where they are going to camp and march. Police do that, and that's what is POP, to escort them, march with them, ensuring safety.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Colonel Robert Netjunda, thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal's police spokesperson.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Well, let's get a perspective from the other side. Malipo Mbalanga is a human rights activist, director of the African Refugee and Migrant Aid. Malipo, good morning to you. What were your views on what happened outside the Durban Central Police Station yesterday?
Good morning, and thank you for having us. First, let me correct what the colonel was saying, right? And it's very disappointing to hear an officer of the law making such statement. And I laugh because you again request him to answer the same question, or either they are allowed also to protect people that are illegally in the country. So when it comes to the issue of a crime does not have a nationality. So does not mean that if an illegal is a victim of crime, that the police cannot act when there's a victim of crime, even though it's illegal or legal in the country. So that's one point that we need to correct, right? And when it comes to what is happening in Durban, on the ground is very frustrating. And we, as the African Refugee and Migrant Aid, we are very much disappointed to see the action that the police took, because we're seeing the march and march movement protests that they've been leading around the towns of Durban, CBD, and the other area or other part of the country. Police officials, they're accompanying them, singing the same song, right? They're assaulting people on the street, closing people's businesses, and the police are there doing nothing. Now, these unarmed refugees that they went to seek for protection at a police station, and they are being brutally beaten, as we can see the videos. We provided to SAFM yesterday videos of how brutal or how police, they were targeting these refugees by hitting them, beating them, and also assaulting pregnant women. It's something that we are disappointed. Some people have been injured. They are saying that they were only using rubber bullets, but we have proof that there's a live ammunition that were used to people, because some people they've been injured, serious injured. And that is disappointing, and we are calling upon IPID to do the investigation, and we have escalated this to UN, to Geneva, so that Geneva can see and they can intervene, because we can understand that in the area where these things are happening, there are police officials, there are government officials that are involved in supporting this type of incident that is happening.
All right, Malipa,
and it's something that is unacceptable.
I want to go back to your first point, and I hear what you say about a crime as a crime, but the first crime is that the person is in the country illegally. Would you, as African Refugee and Migrant Aid, you must admit that if somebody is here illegally, they should be detained, as the Colonel said, and follow due process so that they become either legal or extradited?
That's indeed. We as the African Refugee and Migrant Aid, we do not support people to be here illegal, right? Hence, we always work to make sure that everyone in the country is documented. Everyone in the country is known who he is. Where does this person comes from? What is this person doing here? And that's our key goals, to make sure that everyone is documented.
Okay, and then the second one, the reason the police say they use the violence, and it might be overstepping the mark, but the people there were stopping the police from doing their duty, stopping the public from being able to access the police station, and were asked to move and they didn't.
My good sir, when it comes to safety, when a person is being chased or beaten from his own house, the only place to run to is at a police station, where he's going to find a peaceful and the protection that he's seeking for. And if they were going there is to seek for protections, police, they're supposed to know what to do because they are officials. And these things of saying that they're supposed to open cases where they are or in their residential areas is something that is not happening. There's nothing that's being done. Cases have been open. Since 2019, people have been assaulted. Xenophobia have been happening around. And people, when they're being assaulted and they report those cases, nothing's being done. And there's something that you cannot go and open a case and you know that no one is going to be arrested. And hence we are saying that the force that they use on refugees is something that need to be investigated because people were injured. Women, they were beaten.
All right.
Yes.
We're going to leave it there. Malipo Mbalanga, thank you very much. Human rights activist and director of the African Refugee and Migrant Aid. A big topic. It's not going to go away very quickly. What do you make? 086 000 2032 is the phone number. We're also going to take some WhatsApp voice notes later on 0614 104 107. After news headlines, sport, business, all those lovely things, we're going to talk about the economy in South Africa. All of these stories are related, right? The reason we have slow economic growth, the reason that jobs are being taken, the reason there are so few jobs is because of our stagnant economy. We're joined by an economist who will be speaking on low investment, low economic growth challenges in South Africa. It's coming up after news headlines and sport and business. It's 7:30.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, an application by the EFF challenging the Finance Minister's authority to determine and adjust the fuel levy will be heard in the Western Cape High Court this morning. The party has argued that only Parliament has the constitutional power to impose or amend taxes. Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalias says the South African Police Service is reviewing disciplinary regulations to improve effectiveness. He was delivering his budget vote speech in Parliament yesterday. And World Health Organization officials say they do not expect the current outbreak of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo to be over swiftly. One expert says the number of cases could reach 1,000 in the coming days. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're in Joburg, where possible, try and avoid Galuli's interchange. Traffic is an absolute mess. Overnight roadworks, just one lane open this morning. These roadworks have overrun well into this morning's drive time. The roadworks at Van Buren, one lane open going south from Galuli's. Traffic all the way back to Alex on the N3, back towards the airport on the R24, and back to Boksburg on the N12. Those highways absolutely jam-packed. You don't want to get yourself in that mix. Stay well away from Galuli's, trying to get through it and down towards the Germiston area. The Mike one this morning from Ormonde side, Gold Reef City, all the way through really to about Caller Drive is super heavy. Traffic on the M1 passing Soweto and then up through Randburg towards Fourways, up towards Winnie Mandela. That section of the M1 unusually busy today. Truck crash on the N14 before the Pretoria West exit. If you come up from Lanseria or Diepstad, some queuing pressure into a single lane there. Breakdown N1 North in Pretoria up through Rigel towards Castfontein, so that is quite slow today. Durban's N2 jam-packed between the M7 and Westwood Mall as you line up into the work section. M4 Southern Freeway approaching city centre, really busy through Congela. There's some delays around a breakdown between Hammersdale and Cliffdale on your way into Durban this morning. And Cape Town stays busy on the N2 inbound passing Khayelitsha. That's a crash as you swing off the N2 onto the R300 towards Delft. Baden-Powell at Witstrand, a crash there holding up traffic if you're trying to get from Khayelitsha through to Muizenberg. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zai, hello. Sorry, I'm supposed to introduce you again. I was still focusing on Arsenal. I'm sure there's other sports, but do we really care?
Yes, John. There's one game now, just one game left between Pirates, okay?
Pirates.
And that 14-year wait. It's going to end.
Why do football teams, South African football teams, make it so difficult on themselves?
Can it be a public holiday if they win?
That's an idea.
Anyway. Pirates, please do it. We need you to treat us with care, especially this weekend. 90 minutes is what's holding Pirates from ending that 14-year wait for the Betway Premiership title. The Buccaneers will face the relegation-threatened team Orbit College in Mbombela on Saturday, knowing that victory will help them leapfrog Mamelodi Sundowns and be crowned champions. Coach Abdusalam Wadu has urged his players to remain calm and focused after their costly draw against Durban City, while Orbit are fighting to avoid the relegation playoffs. In the meantime, Amazulu coach Arthur Zwane says Usutu know exactly what's at stake heading into their final Betway Premiership clash against Durban City. Amazulu can secure a top 4 finish with victory at Chatsworth Stadium on Saturday, and Zwane says his side must stay focused and disciplined.
We just have to go to the last hurdle, which is the game against Durban City, and it's going to be very, very tough. You know, because everyone wants to finish the season on a high, and they are not, an easy custom. You know, they're a very, very tough team, and they're playing very well. So we're going to have to dig deep in order for us to get maximum points just to secure. If we get maximum points, we definitely have secured the position 4. But if we play a draw, we lose, the chances are huge that we may end up in position 5.
More soccer. Bafana are set for a reunion with Benny McCarthy after South Africa were drawn against Kenya in the 2027 AFCON qualifiers. Benny McCarthy, Bafana's all-time leading goal scorer, is now coaching the Harambee Stars. South Africa were also drawn alongside Guinea and Eritrea in Group D, with Kenya already qualified as tournament co-hosts. Bafana are likely to battle Guinea for the remaining automatic qualification spot. Soccer. Arsenal clinching the first English Premier League title in 22 years after Manchester City were held to a 1-1 draw by Bournemouth last night. Mikel Arteta's side now sit 4 points clear with one match remaining, officially ending their long wait for league glory. The other match saw Tottenham Hotspur's Premier League survival battle go down to the final day after a 2-1 defeat to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. The result leaves Tottenham in just 2 points above the relegation zone, heading into Sunday's decisive clash against Everton. And finally, cricket. South Africa under pressure after tickets for the Proteas' New Year's test against England at Newlands sold out within minutes of going on sale. Many fans complained on social media that seats disappeared almost instantly, with reports suggesting large allocations were pre-sold to overseas tour groups. The Cape Town test remains one of the biggest attractions on the local sporting calendar.
I saw some tickets, somebody posted £300 to watch that match. £300.
I can't even do the conversion. It's
no, I can't.
It's unattainable. So maybe it's a good thing it's
yeah, but
either way.
It goes to this, and I'm sure we've brought it up when it comes to the Springbok tickets and things.
Yes.
It's not necessarily greed. I mean, they'll fill it up and people will be there, but do they have to charge that amount of money?
It's called the business of sport.
Yeah, it's balances. You got to balance the fans with the profits.
Are you new here? That's your sport. We'll be cashing in some more with more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndawleng Lechela on SAFM.
Darling, good morning to you. I know you're going to focus on Pick and Pay in a moment, but I'm also fascinated. I can't wait to find out about this flood damage. It's huge amounts of money. What's been happening in the markets there?
All right, let's kick things off with Pick and Pay then, right? Now, the retailer is selling down its stake in Boxer to fund its turnaround strategy. Just yesterday, it sold about 12.5% of its golden goose for 4.7 billion rands. The group, of course, using those proceeds to fund its restructuring plan and strengthen its balance sheet as it targets a return to break even by 2028. The move comes as pressure mounts on its core supermarket business, which continues to underperform in a weak consumer environment, alongside ongoing labor tensions affecting more than 20,000 workers. Now, while management insists the transaction is about flexibility rather than distress, investor sentiment remains cautious. Boxer continues to outperform and drive group value, but the widening gap between the two businesses has fueled doubts over whether the core Pick n Pay turnaround is progressing as planned. Now, investors were not convinced with the plan by Pick n Pay, which shares their closing over 3% lower in yesterday's session. Now, looking at more of a macroeconomic story targeting particularly the citrus industry, severe flooding in parts of the Western Cape and Eastern Cape has disrupted the citrus industry just months after it celebrated a record export season. The Citrus Growers Association says the worst hit area is in Kucha in the Eastern Cape, where orchards were flooded and some trees uprooted, affecting an estimated 10 to 12% of the local crop. Then over in the Western Cape, Citrusdal and Boland also experienced heavy rain, though infrastructure access and access routes remain largely intact, limiting wider disruption. The impact is expected to be most significant for soft citrus, as harvesting was beginning. While logistics improvements and strong global demand previously supported exports surpassing Spain last year, growers now face rising costs, weaker Middle East demand, and added uncertainty for the 2026 outlook. Now, looking at equity markets, sentiment really being driven by US-Iran developments, and more recently, Trump has warned of strikes if a deal is not reached in a matter of 2 to 3 days. Now, that'll likely negatively influence markets, and so expectations are for a softer start for the JSE. Traders back home are also eyeing inflation figures that print out at 10 a.m. today and will give insight into how inflationary the first round of higher fuel prices have been. Ahead of that print, the rand is on the back foot at 16.71 to the dollar, 22.38 to the pound, and 19.38 to the euro. In commodities, oil slipping slightly, but still at elevated levels, trading around $110 a barrel. Now, that's also keeping global stocks on edge, with both Asian markets and US futures in negative territory. Now, that's where I leave things with you today. Catch you bright and early tomorrow morning for the latest in business and economics news. I'm Ntauleng Lachela for the National Briefing.
Did you know the moonwalk was first performed in slippers? Now, we can't prove this fuzzy fact, but we can promise that when you show support for Slipper Day, you help fulfill dreams for children with life-threatening illnesses. And that's a fact. Do it for the dreamers and wear your slippers on Friday, 29 May. Visit reachforadream.org.za to find out more. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Leca 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
All right, let's look at the reality check. Reality check today is, why is South Africa's economic growth so slow? Let's challenge the assumptions, let's sharpen your thinking and ask some practical steps. How do we build this country? We're joined by Dr. Zef Nhleko, Chief Economist at the Development Bank of South Africa. The big challenge, Dr. Zef Nhleko, is why is there such low economic growth, and what's happening, and how do we fix it?
Indeed. Morning, John, and everybody else listening in. Yeah, we have defined the low investment, low growth challenge. We have made the argument that the response should pick a single point in the economy around which all other interventions would rally. We then left a question on the table yesterday, namely, do we have proven scalable interventions to explore in order to solve this challenge? Now, before I address this question, let me say this, because I think it becomes important as we move towards solutioning tomorrow and Friday. The GNU, John, was supposed, among other things, to help us strengthen issues of governance, implementation on the ground, and so on. But now, in my view, we're sitting with a new challenge in a coalition environment that now you find that government is organized and working along party politic lines. This is not helpful for addressing the low investment, low growth challenge, because what you have now is that different parts of government are now trying to solve this issue on their own, without the collective. And as we discussed, this challenge is deeply entrenched now, and its implications on socio-economic outcomes are far-reaching. And I repeat, solving unemployment is urgent. We are sitting on an 11.5 million unemployment time bomb. We do not have the luxury of, time to focus on experiments or, be distracted by cultural and political diversions. We need to deploy tried and tested programs and approaches. So what I'd like to do today is to suggest practical interventions that have been perfected by the DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, over time. But that does not mean that we forget about the skills gap, we forget about unleashing SMMEs. All that says is that pick a point in the economy, rally around that point. Everything else that you do must support that point. So that's what we are saying. Now, you might ask, but what qualifies the DBSA interventions and approaches to be the best? Let me give you the following comfort. First, the DBSA exists to create Africa's prosperity through infrastructure development and capacity building. So creating interventions is its bread and butter. Second, high performance and prudent governance is embedded in the way the DBSA operates. That means, John, the bank has been among the functional state-owned entities in this country for over 40 years now. And third, from an institutional positioning point of view, the DBSA is able to deploy its interventions because it operates across the full infrastructure development value chain. While other development finance institutions focus on early stage and, let's say, core financing, the DBSA has infrastructure delivery and maintenance capabilities over and above that. Did you know, for example, that the reason the Union building looks so neat and well kept is because the DBSA provides total facilities management? Did you know that the DBSA is the implementing agent for the two new mega hospitals that are being built in Limpopo, the Siloam Hospital and the Limpopo Academic? Are you aware, John, that the reason the SONA and the budget speech will be tabled in a brand new parliament chamber next year is because the DBSA is the development agent hard at work right now as we speak, rebuilding parliament since April last year. I'm simply raising these things to demonstrate that the bank understands, the entire infrastructure development value chain. And I want to now just highlight the three key proposals in my mind that should be scalable and that we should look at to solve this issue. So the first one is implementing a structured programmatic approach. This means we approach the challenge in a systemic way instead of a specific project. And this is based on our on our blueprint, when we set up the Independent Power Producer Office, which allowed private participation in the public projects, but also ensured that coordination and functionality in infrastructure development is in place. So there are various programs that have been set up or that can be set up along those lines. The first one is the Water Partnership Office, looking at non-revenue water, water reuse, wastewater treatment, and things like this, basically at municipal level. The second one is the transport sector, John, where the rail and logistics private sector participation is organized and hosted at the DBSA that is looking after that sector. The third one is the credit guarantee vehicle that seeks to support the independent transmission office. Remember, we've been complaining about the inability to evacuate the renewable energy from the Western Cape, Northern Cape, and so on. So that particular platform will now enable private sector to participate, take parts of the transmission network, finance it, operate it, and eventually transfer it back to government. The last one is on education, which is the student housing infrastructure program. We're sitting with a gap of 300,000 beds for students in this country. So this is a massive space that we should use. The second one is the infrastructure delivery and maintenance agent approach. This is now the uniqueness where we are saying, because we are capable, because the DBSA is capable of deploying these types of projects, use it more. Ensure that these things are done on the ground. We have, for example, at the moment, 36 government mandates.
Doc, I need to interrupt you. Yeah. I know we're going to continue this conversation tomorrow, so just put a little place marker there, and then we'll continue the conversation. Okay, good. I look forward to hearing a lot more about this. Dr. Stephan Kleko, thank you very much. Chief Economist at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We'll get a little bit more from him tomorrow in our reality check.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
All right, let's bring you a traffic update. SAFM traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum certified financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
No change in Giluli's interchange. It's got a lot worse than it was when we last even talked about this. It's overnight roadworks, if you like. The works that were being done down by Van Buren last night have stayed in this morning. It's only a single lane open. You got motorists using the emergency lane, so effectively two, but really, in reality, only one going through to Van Buren. So the backlog is really extreme, and you should be just trying anything you can to avoid Giluli's and avoid the associated side roads. It's absolutely gridlocking. N3 South queues from Limbro Park, the R24 queues from the airport. That's how bad it is. The N12 queues from Boksburg. So you'll have some delays on the N12 coming through Benoni to about Rondebolt Road, and then you'll hit a secondary queue of traffic, and that's the queue all the way through to Giluli. So just avoid all of those highways. Routes through Bedfordview, Eden Vale, those sort of areas, all heavily backed up as motorists try and get into the highways or struggle to get out of them in big volumes as well this morning. Very heavy backlogs going on through there. The Mike 1 Boyson's through to about Caller Drive this morning is the impact of the Mike 1 North, N1 North from Bayers up to Rivonia. Quite slow. Truck crash that happened much earlier this morning. N14 on your way to Pretoria just after the dip. Slodex is still causing a backlog. N14 Ben Skuma up to Eupheus Road on your way to Pretoria. There's quite a heavy backlog there today as well. Still with the breakdown at Cliffdale. So if you're on your way to Durban from Inchunga Hammersdale, it gets heavy as you slip into a single lane to get past that breakdown in all the construction works. Chaos on the N2 South with an obstruction and a crash scene going through to Inunda Road. So coming through from Queen Nandi Drive, that's all very heavy. Cape Town, a lot of pressure this morning around the N2 corridor passing Khayelitsha. The problem there is a crash as you come off the N2 and turn north to the R300 up towards Delft. The backlog N2 inbound is far back as Baden-Powell Drive. Baden-Powell Drive around the N2 and Esterreveer with all those traffic lights still out is a problem, and a crash on Baden-Powell heading to Muizenberg at Witstand Road still causing quite a heavy backlog. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
Some say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, Sometimes it gets the grease, sometimes it gets replaced. Generic guidance only fits a few situations. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Let's take some calls. We only got a few minutes, so let's make it short and sharp. Let's start with Smangele in Johannesburg. What do you want to say, Smangele?
Good morning. I just want to make a comment with regards to the gentleman that you interviewed this morning who's representing the migrants who decided to go and park outside and camp outside a police station in Durban. I just want to ask this guy, where is the same outrage with regards to these people when they come here illegally? Because he mentioned that he's disappointed in the police officer who said that he protects everyone who's in South Africa and who's in South Africa legally. He said he's disappointed in the law. But where is his disappointment in the law when his people and the rest of the African people that are coming to South Africa illegally, and we don't even know what else they are doing here illegally? Where is the outrage? Why are these people not going to park outside their embassies? Government to come and collect them and collect their goods and collect their stuff and their goods that they are selling and take them to their country. Why are they not going there? There's a Zimbabwe embassy. Why are they not going to camp there?
Right.
Why are they not going to camp in the Nigerian embassy and call out their government and say, protect us? Why is the South African government always taking a burden from these people? It's enough. Much and much. Please keep pressing. They need to go. They need to go. Keep pressing.
Smangele, thank you very much. Let's go to Lazarus in the Free State. Go ahead, Lazarus.
Thank you for taking my call, John. I'm going to be short, straight to the point. John, I'm on the issue of City of Joburg for these illegal structures. Again, illegal structures. I think you raised an important point to say to this lady from Syria. In the first instance, there are bylaws, and the bylaws do not allow illegal structures from the onset. And you asked this lady about that, and then she goes and talks about the miniskirts. For me, that really made me angry because you asked a very specific questions. We have bylaws. The bylaws do not allow anyone to put up posters or billboards. Even elections are coming right now. And everyone who has to put up a billboard has to go to the city and follow the bylaws. But now when you ask that question, the lady just goes and answers something that is completely different. And thank you for taking my call, John. I'm very angry with that.
All right, Lazarus, thank you very much. Part of the issue is that those bylaws weren't enforced at the beginning. If the bylaws weren't enforced, now they're trying to enforce them. It's all very muddy and dirty at the moment. Let's go to Matebe in Pretoria. Go ahead, Matebe.
Good morning, John. I would like to concur with the previous caller. You know, sometimes the educated people, they're getting educated in the wrong direction. They don't help the country with anything. That lady, I'm so disappointed in her. Maybe if you can tell her to give me her address, I come with my zinc, I erect a shack, she must provide water for me and electricity for me, so that we can see how she's going to feel. Because of now, Joburg want to demolish these illegal structures, so that they can have only legally structures that they can generate an income to the city. So now this lady from Sarah, she's educated but for nothing. Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you very much for your views. 086 000 2032. We've got one more. Ephraim is in Alexandria. Go ahead, Ephraim. Alexandria. Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, John. Let me go straight to the point. John, we are. I'm an e-hailer. We are very disturbed and harassed and humiliated by the Gauteng Department of Transport.
Mm-hmm.
The law enforcement down, they want the operating permits. The provincial department, they can't provide us with those permits. What must we do? National has outlined the regulations. They can't have a provincial regulations. Whose fault is that, John? Should we have impounded, or they must take accountability of giving us the formation of those operating permits so that we can apply? There is no e-hailing as we speak today, have the operating license. But hence we are impounded every day. Can someone help us on this issue? We can't impound it, but people can provide us with those permits. We want to apply. We are ready. But no regulations that are giving us those permits.
Just talk us through the process. So you have a PDP, you've got all the rules and regulations that the e-hailing services need from you. Then what happens?
We remember the national has outlined the national regulations. All the provincial transports must have their provincial regulations that are aligned to the national. So we don't have them in Gauteng. That can guide us to apply for the new operating license for e-hailers. Remember, we are using the meter taxi operating permits for temporary because we are not regulated. So now we don't have those mechanisms to have our own permits, but hence the law enforcement on the ground, they impound our cars, need those permits that
because you don't have the permit. So you can't get the permit, but you're being punished for not having a permit.
That's the correct summary.
Okay, we'll put it on a list of things to focus on. Ephraim in Alexandria. Vincent is in the Val. Go ahead, Vincent.
Good morning, John. How are you?
Lega, thanks.
Yep, man. I want to speak to you about this. What JMPD?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, I think it's time for junk may proceed department because I don't know these guys whether they know their mandate or they are cowards. Because I'm sitting with the taxi guys working on my gate, and I have gone to this Johannesburg Road Agency to request for a tax rank for my community because I wanted to get rid of these guys on my gate. Right. The tax rank is sitting there, Tomet is not working. These guys, they're turning a blind eye to these guys. My surroundings is appalling, and I'm someone who like outdoor person of your grass and cleaning. I can't do that. I am living my half life. John, I don't know. I've been complaining about this issue for many years. It's a will that makes a lot of noise, get attention, but in this matter, I don't know.
So hold on. We got 30 seconds. So the taxis that are using the street outside of your house illegally, you phone the police department and they're not doing anything about it.
I'm going to the municipalities. They call it corruption. This guy called Polani Fish. Let's good at what he's doing because he's hiding these guys. These guys are useless, man. This guy's GMTD. No, John. Thanks,
which area specifically?
Is this what 122? We are under this guy. They call Zungu. That guy. John. Don't know. Thanks, John.
All right. Thank you very much, Vincent in the Val. You were there, SAFM. We'll have time for more voice notes and calls. 086 000 2032. You know the number. It's 8:00.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, EFF challenged Godongwana's authority to adjust fuel levy and SAPS reviews disciplinary regulations. Good morning. An application by the EFF challenging Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's authority to determine and adjust the fuel levy will be heard in the Western Cape High Court this morning. The parties argued that only Parliament has the constitutional power to impose or amend taxes. However, Godongwana argues that parliamentary approval takes time because it requires public consultation. He says parliamentary involvement would make the process of adjusting the fuel levy far less flexible and current or immediate. In Johannesburg, the High Court will today deliver judgment in the urgent application brought by the owner of Marble Towers building in the city centre. The owner secured the interdict to stop the city of Johannesburg from demolishing illegally erected structures inside the building. The city also wanted to disconnect illegal water and electricity connections. Yesterday, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero led a bylaw enforcement operation targeting the Marble Towers building. Nonhlanhla Njingela reports.
Marble Towers, once considered one of the Johannesburg iconic high-rise buildings, has over the years become symbolic of urban decay in the city. The City of Johannesburg Legal Counsel, Sekela Malahlela, says the Marble Towers building owes the city more than 10 million rand in unpaid bills for rates and taxes, electricity and water supply. City authorities undertook a bylaw enforcement operation at the building located in the city centre. However, the building owner approached the Johannesburg High Court to challenge the operation after the city announced that it was going to cut off water and electricity to the building.
A 56-year-old church elder and ANC member accused of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old girl in Dobsonville, Soweto, is expected to appear in the Roodepoort Magistrates Court west of Johannesburg this morning. Tsepo Nzimane abandoned his bail application during his previous court appearance. Political parties, government officials and activists have since called for stronger action against gender-based violence and crimes against children. Leanda Danga reports.
Nzimane is accused of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old girl who lives in the same street as him in Dobsonville. Nzimane allegedly lured the child from her home to his house before sexually assaulting her. During his last court appearance, he abandoned his bail application and the case was postponed to allow police to finalize outstanding investigations, including a witness statement and a video footage. The ANC in Johannesburg has since suspended the accused from the party.
Acting Police Minister Feroz Kachalia says the South African Police Service is reviewing disciplinary regulations to improve effectiveness. He was delivering his budget vote speech in Parliament yesterday. Kachalia says disciplinary systems must be seen to be consistent, fair and efficient by police officers and the public.
My view is that where members are facing serious criminal charges, they should be removed from operational policing duties while due process unfolds. Those convicted of offences involving dishonesty, corruption or violent crime, including rape, must face mandatory dismissal from the organisation.
Eskom has served the city of Johannesburg with a notice of intention to reduce or entirely terminate its electricity supply. The move comes as the city battles to meet its payment obligations, racking up a massive debt of over 5 billion rand over several years. The city has until the 5th of June to pay up an additional amount of 1.5 billion rand. Eskom has offered to collect revenue on behalf of the municipality under the Distribution Agency Agreement. Tsepo Mongai reports.
Eskom says the city has repeatedly failed to honor its electricity supply agreement. The utility argues that it is unacceptable for the metro to collect electricity revenue from residents but fail to pay Eskom its share. The power crisis adds to mounting pressure on the city. Last week, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana wrote a stern letter to the city, raising serious concern over the poor state of the metro's finances.
And finally, the World Health Organization officials say they do not expect the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo to be over swiftly. One expert says the number of cases could reach 1,000 in the coming days. In his latest briefing, the Congolese Health Minister, Dr. Samuel Roger Kamba, said efforts are being stepped up to identify cases.
We have 69 patients who are in our treatment centres and have identified around 543 probable patients in the community. We continue to search for all cases, with specialist equipment helping so that the diagnosis can be done and the recognition of the virus identified as quickly as possible.
Recapping the top story, and application by the EFF challenging Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's authority to determine and adjust the fuel levy will be heard in the Western Cape High Court this morning. For SAFM News, I'm Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Packing lunch for work saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential car insurance made for older cars. 40-year-old Nombatandazo pays only 516 rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i20 and gets covered for full retail value if her car is stolen or hijacked. Get Outsurance Essential car insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, a licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, soccer, Bafana will face Benny McCarthy's Kenya in the 2027 AFCON qualifiers. And rugby, the Sharks' injury crisis back in focus, with questions being raised over whether the Durban side can truly compete. We'll have the details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Galuli's interchange is a big mess and it should be avoided. If you're that side of Joburg, stay off the N3 South, the R24 from the airport and the N12 in from Boksburg and Benoni. Those highways are absolutely gridlocked. You get into Galuli's, you head down to Van Buren and there's only a single lane open. Real lot of pressure on all of those highways. That's only half the story. The other half going on local routes through Edenvale and through Senderwood and through the Bedford area. Motorists really stuck in some very heavy localised congestion because of the trouble on all of those highways. Otherwise, got a heavy Mike 1 this morning from Boysons all the way through to Caller Drive. If you're on the stand, and it's a slow one this morning. N14 crashed before the R55 Pretoria West exit if you're on your way to Pretoria on the Krugersdorp Highway, and then the N14 Ben skimming up to Eupheus Road, looking quite slow as well today. Durban, a crash on the N2 South after the Queen Nandi Drive exit, just a little bit sluggish as you come past that scene. It's moving a lot better than it was earlier. The big trouble is Durban bound Hammersdale through Cliffdale with a breakdown, one lane open. Major delay alert there if you're coming down from the Nchanga side. Cape Town, a crash on Baden-Powell at Witstrand, still causing delays. Collision R300 north as you turn off the N2. That's having an impact on the N2 inbound as far back as Baden-Powell Drive. And the N1 this morning, fairly sluggish from Belleville all the way through to Coburg at a change. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Johnny in for Kathy, good morning to you. It's the National Briefing here on SAfm. Kathy's out tomorrow and Friday as well, so you're stuck with me, I'm afraid. Coming up in the next half hour, looking forward to this, it's the briefing debate. Should state-owned enterprises be privatized? Simple yes or no question, and then we will ask our guests why. Zanele Sebela is the COSATU spokesperson, and Leon Lowe is the founder and past president of the Free Market Foundation, CEO of the Freedom Foundation, and Iswe Lamy. We're going to ask them what they think. We'll take your calls, we'll take your voice notes as well. Should state-owned enterprises be privatized? We heard now from the Development Bank of South Africa saying just the good work that they are doing. Would they be able to do that work if they were privatized? And then later on, we will talk about artificial intelligence. And I'm looking forward to this conversation with Professor Vukosi Marivate, Professor of Computer Sciences at the University of Pretoria. He leads data science for social impact research. Looking forward to how they use that for social impact. That's all coming up. I see we've got plenty of voice notes, which we haven't got to yet. We'll squeeze those in. Lots on illegal migrants, lots on hijacked buildings. We'll take those as well in the show. It's 8:10.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Sozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC Plus.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 200-gram Dow Egberts coffee jar or 230-gram pouch, excluding decaf, for 179.99. Save 35 Rand. Or 450-gram Bacoma Wheat Picks, including 3 75-gram flavors, for 27.99. Save 8 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
Should state-owned enterprises be privatized? Struggling state-owned enterprises continue to place enormous pressure on the economy. This is what we're going to debate about. Bailouts, corruption, inefficiency, service delivery failures. But should entities like Eskom, Transnet, SAA remain in state hands or be fully privatized? Maybe is it a little partial privatization? Let's get some views. Let's start with Leon Lowe, founder and past president of the Free Market Foundation. Leon, good morning to you. Thanks very much for joining us. In a nutshell, should state-owned enterprises be privatized? I have a feeling I know which way you'll lean.
Well, good morning to you and the listeners and Kasatu. The answer is, should they be privatized? Well, they should either just be shut down, discontinued, which is what should happen to most, or privatized if anyone is willing to buy them, which is in most cases very unlikely. And the best thing to do with them is what's called people's privatization. In other words, just give them to the existing employees for free. Let them be self-owned enterprises, and then the incentives will change. When you work for government, your self-interest is to produce as little as possible and to be as inventive as possible, uncreative, whereas what you want them to be is as energetic and productive as possible. That they will be if they are the owners instead of the employees of an inefficient and corrupt government enterprise.
Zanele Sabela is the COSATU spokesperson. Zanele, COSATU has historically been staunchly anti-privatization. You've got a more pragmatic approach these days.
Morning, John. Morning, Leon. Obviously, we do not agree with privatization for state-owned enterprises because there's a reason why we have state-owned enterprises. For one, they are too big for any business to put up the capital to actually do what they do. Imagine if some private company owned Eskom, sitting where it is right now, and if it was to be passed on to the employees of Eskom with 111 billion debt that it currently carries only from municipalities. That is unworkable. There is a reason why they were formed to begin with, to provide those services, those public goods that we all require, and also to create jobs. But then we need those private services at an affordable price. The minute you privatize, you put them in private hands, then the prices will shoot up and none of us will be able to afford those services. So this is why they must stay where they are. What needs to happen is, like you said, there's corruption, inefficiencies. Those things need to be asked. In South Africa, we have this all or nothing mentality. And we don't seem to be willing to fix things that have gone wrong. This is what needs to happen with the SOEs.
Well, Leon, that's a good point. Pricing. Whenever free enterprise comes along, prices isn't going to go up, especially if they have a big monopoly. What's your argument to that?
Well, this is quite obviously, I can't be more polite about it to say obviously nonsense. You can see that private radio and TV stations are actually free, and that the price of airline tickets and travel has gone down as the SA Airways monopoly was ended, and essentially SA Airways was privatized by default by simply not being able to compete with private airlines. So the reality is quite the opposite. Government doesn't sell food and doesn't sell clothes for the obvious reason that were it to do so, nobody would want what it sells. They would continue to support private businesses, which are cheaper. And in fact, there's a good complaint constantly about the fact that private clothing imports, for example, from China, are too cheap. That's what people keep saying. It should be more expensive. And no. So it's very obvious that all of these state-owned enterprises that were privatized, the efficiency went up, the losses went down. And by the way, when you talk of the cost, for example, of electricity, it's not the cost to the consumer, it's the cost to the country that's the issue. That includes all the subsidies and the losses. If you take SA Airways, for example, you're talking about something like 60 billion rand. That's enough for 600,000 RDP houses. There would be no homelessness in South Africa if all the waste and losses that go into these failed state-owned enterprises, all of which, by the way, are apartheid dinosaurs. They're inherited from apartheid. They were created in order to defend and promote apartheid. and that they continue to exist 30 years after the apartheid is just laughable and crazy. But also, what is a state enterprise is itself a separate question. Many are things like libraries and regulatory agencies and so on. But those that are trying to be businesses, competing with what private people will do for themselves. Now, you mentioned, for example, Debera mentioned Eskom. Well, why was Eskom a statutory monopoly? If no private business could go in and sell for cheaper than Eskom, you wouldn't have needed to prohibit private competitors. The fact that private competition is now finally allowed, what we have is an explosion of rooftop solar and wind and private generation and so on. So it's quite obviously wrong to say that state-owned enterprises provide lower prices and private is higher. It's the other way around. State-owned enterprises are a gigantic waste of money. And when I say gigantic, you must look at, you're looking at the equivalent of something like 50,000 clinics or 100, 200,000, doubling the size of the police force. In other words, if you support state-owned enterprises and the roughly 500 billion rand that has gone into them in the last 10 years, you're saying you want more rapes. If you could have double number of police, would there be half as many rapes? There are 50,000 rapes every year. So if you want state-owned enterprises, what you're saying, we want more rape in South Africa. We want less spent on police, less spent on clinics, less spent on education, less spent on other things. All the money that goes into state-owned enterprises is at the expense of the poor, getting medical care, getting housing, getting police protection. So if you say you want money to go into South African Airways, what you should say is, I want more people being raped. That's what you should say. Because that's what it means.
Zanele, Leon makes a strong point. You got to come back to that?
Leon makes a crude point. He just mentioned the fact that food and clothes are not state-owned. And this is why in South Africa we have a lot of people who are actually going to bed very hungry. We have kids who are malnourished and are suffering from stunting purely because of that, purely because food is private owned. You know, the manufacturing of food is private owned. And so when he says that, what he's talking about the fact that currently the state-owned enterprises are not working efficiently. And this is what I mentioned, the fact that they need to be fixed. And how you do that, you can look at SARS as an example, how SARS was actually fixed. SARS was fixed by getting rid of the corrupt elements, putting in place competent management, putting systems in place that work, and making sure that you are managing this whole thing and looking forward, putting technology into place. And this is what needs to be happening. And we have seen how in the last year, Eskom actually hasn't reported one day of load shedding. We still have a problem with load reduction, but that also will need to be fixed, because currently what government is planning to roll out smart meters so that people actually pay for their electricity usage upfront, and that way then Eskom won't be running around trying to supplement its cash flows by putting up those tariffs, double-digit tariffs every year. So there is that what needs to happen is they need to be fixed. SAA that he talks about hasn't done so badly. There is an issue currently with their accounting, but it has shown that, it can go from bad and into better. It can be fixed, and this is what needs to be happening currently. Transnet and Metro Rail transports people, 10 million people to work, and it used to during COVID. It was vandalized during COVID, but that doesn't mean now we throw up our hands in the air and leave something that we know very well used to work for the working class, people who actually could get on a train and go to work and come back at a relatively cheap price because it is subsidized, as opposed to people now are complaining what with the petrol price and the Middle East situation, people having to pay ridiculous prices just to get into a taxi to go to work. And so it is important that those things are fixed, and we can't definitely just throw them out just because, now things are looking bleak. We need to be fixing them.
Yeah, Leon Lowe, the point is, are we making state-owned enterprises or the state ownership a scapegoat for crime and criminality?
Yeah, well, no, not at all. That's in fact what they generate. You are rewarded if you are criminal and corrupt, if you run a state-owned enterprise. Let's take South African Airways. It's basically dead. It's finished. It's died. Why? Because private airlines were around. Now, let's understand, 60 billion rand. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of houses, thousands of clinics, thousands of police preventing rape and crime, which we have instead this idiotic airline that owns no aeroplanes. It's got 2 aeroplanes. The private airlines have between 10 and 40 each and are cheaper and run better lines. Now, the rich fly, not the poor. The poor don't fly, so you take money from the poor and you subsidize the rich. These state-owned enterprises are a direct subsidy of the rich by the poor. The rich who fly and the poor who are therefore without houses, without police protection, without food. Now, the point is the government doesn't make computers, cars, phones, clothing, food, printers, whatever. Why? Because it would be inefficient and the private sector is better. So what the government does is it buys computer from private producers, buys cars from private producers, phones, etc. It doesn't try and produce them itself. So where the market can and does produce stuff, the government should get out. And it should get out by simply handing over the SOE, the state-owned enterprise, to the workers, to COSATU's members. COSATU should welcome this. COSATU should be completely on our side. They should say, turn over state-owned enterprises which are useless and failures and will stay that way indefinitely because the incentive system is negative. Turn them over to the workers, to COSATU members. COSATU should be the leading protagonist of privatizing failed apartheid-era state-owned enterprises. COSATU should not be in the business of perpetuating apartheid.
Zanele, that's the issue you raised, right, is the loss of jobs. But surely this people's privatization sounds like a good idea?
Oh, privatization. When you bring in jobs and privatization, John, you know that we are forever talking about retrenchments. And that's the problem with private companies is even if there's a slight drop in their profits, what they do, the next thing they do, it's a knee-jerk reaction. They don't even look at other solutions. The first thing that they do is they want to retrench. And that's the problem. That's the problem with privately owned companies, is that our members that he talks about now will find themselves out in the streets without jobs. And this is why state-owned enterprises, and Leon who knows that they were formed because the apartheid government wanted to do affirmative action for Afrikaners. And it worked. It worked for the longest time.
So why isn't it working now?
Why isn't it working now is we did have that 10 years of state capture. The truth of the matter is we did have that. We need to be fixing what has gone wrong. We cannot at any point be giving away. We can't. I mean, imagine how big Eskom is. Now we turn it over, we give it away. What is it that he says our members will all of a sudden turn into business strategies that they will run Eskom more efficiently than it is being run right now. Eskom is on the way to recovery. Eskom has done well. So Transnet is also on the way to recovery. So is Metro Rail. And those three are critical and important and we do need to see this reforms through, to see the other side of it.
Leon, you made a point that state-owned enterprises are apartheid legacies, but despite that, they did create jobs, they did create infrastructure in South Africa, they created great industries that employed many, many people, despite them only certain people of the country. Why is that not a good thing that we do that today?
Well, firstly, let's understand the reason those enterprises which you mentioned are improving is because of privatization. Thanks to privatization, the railways will function again. Thanks to privatization, we have airlines functioning. And you must understand that the full employment exists in countries with fewer state-owned enterprises, not more. So they are the opposite of the solution. Now, how did it work under apartheid? Under apartheid, it was creating jobs for 10% of the population. And then of those 10%, three-quarters were in the private sector anyway. In other words, you're talking about 2 or 3 or 4% of the population were employed in these gigantic state-owned apartheid dinosaurs. And they are not going to create any significant quantity of jobs. They do not create any significant quantity of jobs now. And all they do is they take money away from people who would have had other jobs, who would have had other... Every cent spent by the government, by the way, on these SOEs is a cent taken away from private people who produce wealth. People who would have had a job, who would have had a house, who would have had a clinic, who would have been... And I really want to drive this home. That if you want these state-owned enterprises, you want more rape. You don't understand that. You want more people being raped because you want to take money away from protection and policing and housing and education and clinics and healthcare in order to put it into these failed apartheid dinosaurs. And they are completely useless failures that should have died with apartheid. To have them 30 years later still hanging around our necks, still draining our money, still causing corruption, still causing jobs for pals, which is what they did under apartheid, as you quite correctly say, for a tiny number of people. This is the point. Huge activity, massive waste of money for the benefit of a small handful of people. That is something COSATU should fight. COSATU should be the number one protagonist of people's privatization. Hand these over to the members of COSATU, the workers of COSATU. Let them be the owners of their own enterprises. That would liberate South Africans from this apartheid dinosaur that hangs around our neck.
All right, Leon, I'm going to give Zanele the last word. Zanele, what is the ultimate goal of an SOE?
The ultimate goal of an SOE is to provide that public good at an affordable price. And that needs to keep happening, to create jobs, to actually give those economies of scale, because they are too big. They're too big to fail. And they are able to, when they're working efficiently, to actually provide that service at a cheaper rate, because they do have those economies of scale. There is no private business. I mean, Leon can talk like this. And by the way, this is fear-mongering to say that if you allow them to go on, then you're talking about more rape. It is ridiculous. He must stop saying that. It's just fear-mongering. If we're not nervous and scared, then, we can't think properly. We can't do it that way. He says this because at this point they are already there. If a private business were to now start its own, and we have seen it with the PPPs, with the private power producers, that for the longest time we were told they were the silver bullet to our where are they? What power have they actually produced and actually supplied to us as a public? They haven't. And that's the thing. Is he says now that they are there, they exist, now we can hand them over. But if they were to start from scratch, from the beginning, no private business would be able to amass that amount of capital.
All right, Zanele, we need to leave it there. Thank you very much. Zanele Sabela is the COSATU spokesperson. Earlier you heard Leon Lowe, founder and past president of the Free Market Foundation, CEO of the Freedom Foundation in Israel. You're with SAfm, 29 minutes to 9.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, an application by the EFF challenging Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's authority to determine and adjust the fuel levy will be heard in the Western Cape High Court this morning. The party has argued that only Parliament has the constitutional power to impose or amend taxes. Action SA has condemned the exoneration of 2 senior police officers during internal disciplinary proceedings over the Phala matter. The party says the outcome of the disciplinary hearings contradicts the Independent Police Investigative Directorate's findings that recommended action for serious misconduct against the 2 officers. And Britain has become the latest country to water down sanctions on Russian oil in response to soaring fuel costs as a result of the war on Iran. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news at last in terms of Joburg's N3 South. The overnight overrunning roadworks at Van Buren have been lifted. All lanes open. Traffic is starting to flow a lot better. A little bit of pressure still on the N12. And especially the R24, those routes coming in from the Ekurhuleni side into Galilees remain heavily backed up. It's a volume to clear after the earlier roadworks, but there's also a breakdown just before Galilees as well. Allendale Road, heads up. You might want to avoid this. We'll give yourself a ton of time to get through between Tembisa and Carstenoff Clinic. Some really big delays. Allendale heading to Midrand today. Winnie Mandela down to Santa Drive, coming through from Bryson. That's quite slow through Hurlingham. A crash on the M1 South before Allendale, slowing traffic through from Olifantsfontein, and that truck crash just north of Diepsloot on the N14, still holding you up if you are heading towards Pretoria. The N3 at Hammersdale all cleared up. There was a breakdown this morning causing major delay. Hammersdale to Cliffdale on your way to Durban, but that's out of the way now. Spaghetti Junction and Mgeni Road looking fine both ways on that section of the N2. That's good for this time of morning. And Cape Town, the N2 inbound, sitting from around about Langa through to Hospital Bend, the M3 from Wynberg Hill through to UCT, quite heavy. And a lot of traffic on the N1. We saw this yesterday. Seeing it again this morning. It'll probably just extend the rush hour volumes, I would think, into a little bit later this morning. Still lots of pressure from Belleville right through to the city centre and the elevated freeway. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, Benny's in the 18-yard area.
Hey, Benny versus Bafana. Or is it Bafana versus Benny? I don't know what's going to happen, because I cannot imagine Benny knocking out Bafana. We're not emotionally ready for that. We're not. But yeah, it's going to happen. Bafana have been drawn against Benny McCarthy's Kenya. That's at the 2026 AFCON qualifiers. South Africa will also face Guinea and Eritrea in Group D, with qualifying starting in September. With Kenya automatically qualified as tournament co-host, Bafana are expected to battle Guinea for the remaining qualification place. The draw also sets up a fascinating reunion for Bafana legend Benny McCarthy, now coach of the Harambee Stars. Let's go to the Amazulu coach now, Arthur Zwane, saying Usutu, no, the job is simple. Finish strong and stay in the top four. After losing momentum in recent weeks, Zwane admits consistency will be key in their final league match against Durban City.
We had our ups and downs, and just like today's game, there's many other games that we could have easily collected maximum points, but it wasn't to be. But we can still be proud of ourselves, more especially the boys. Leave me out of this. Mine is my job and the technical team to unearth the talent and also give opportunities to these players, more especially if they give their utmost best all the time from training. And
let's go now to Arsenal. Their decade-long wait over. Or is it decades-long wait over? Mikel Arteta's team crowned Premier League champions for the first time since 2004 after Manchester City drew 1-1 with Bournemouth. City needed to win at Bournemouth to take it down to the final game of the campaign on Sunday. But the draw left Arsenal with an unassailable 4-point lead at the top, ending its 22-year wait for the title. Here's the Arsenal fans still celebrating.
Words can't describe it. We've been waiting 22 years for this. It's unbelievable. When they scored, never in doubt. Bournemouth did us a massive favour today. They played so well, and we deserve champions. So, happy days.
We deserved it. We deserved it. After all these years, 3-4 years of pushing, we bloody deserve it.
The last time we won the Premier League, I was 9, and I've never seen it in real life. I'm so happy, honestly. We're waiting for years for this. Buzzy, come on! Come on!
Let's go to South African rugby teams now. They will have a lighter overseas travel load in next season's United Rugby Championship after organisers adjusted the fixture schedule following complaints from local franchises. The new campaign kicks off in September with the Stormers opening away to Connacht and the Lions hosting Leinster. The Sharks will face the Ospreys in Durban and the Bulls travelling to Zebre in Italy. URC organisers say the revised format gives South African teams more balanced its touring blocks across the season. And finally, cricket. The Indian teenager Vaibhav Suryavanshi lit up the IPL with a breathtaking 93 of just 38 balls as the Rajasthan Royals beat the Lucknow Super Giants by 7 wickets overnight. The 15-year-old smashed 10 sixes in a sensational innings that pushed the Royals back into the playoff race. The Royals now sit fourth on the table and can seal a knockout place with victory over the Mumbai Indians in their final league match. That's your sport on the National Briefing. You can swing back for more with John Henniker around 12:30. I'm Sai Khan.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're the SAFM. I'm saying goodbye to Zai. Cheers, Zai. Thank you very much. I'll see you. Zai. You're not here tomorrow. Well, you're kind of in, but not. Kind of. It's all very confusing. The joys of radio. It's lekker. More sport with Zai again tomorrow. I'll be back with more sports at 12:30. Let's go to the calls. 086 000 2032. My mouse isn't working again, so can we get Vusi Wekaya on the line? Vusi Wekaya, good morning. What's happening?
It's folly and dramatically false to claim SOEs under government ownership and control are not working. The guy who are from that Mashaba Foundation, I forgot his name, is deliberately misinforming South Africans and listeners. If you come to the SOEs in other parts of the country, those that were not plundered by the state capture people. By the way, state capture was not only government failure, it was not only African people, it was private hands. There were private people from private business that were plundering illegally state resources, and they're paying that money back. So the issue that we're focusing on with these SOEs under public control and ownership is that they transform the economy. In the Eastern Cape, we've got Kucha and East London IDZ, and they are growing in other parts of the country as well, where manufacturing is taking place. Government has expanded manufacturing base in the places that are owned by government, bringing in private sector to plug and play and manufacture and do whatever they do. So let's focus on the fact that corruption is happening in the private sector. In the companies that are listed in the stock exchange and in those that are not listed, there is corruption there. So let's not claim that corruption is a government thing only. Private companies are involved. It's a human problem. We need to deal with that human problem of corruption because it starts with people being greedy to have more money than others.
All right, Mvusi Wakaya. Let's go to Zindela in Durban. Zindela, go ahead.
Yes, morning, John. No, I just wanted to comment as well with regards to the migration issue.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be logical and apply our minds here on this matter. Practically, I mean, John, you are a head of your household. You've got a house, you've got borders or what you call a fence around you. Will you allow anybody you don't know where they come from to come and camp on your lawn, put up a tent and stay there? Just on a practical level. And then if that's the case, you will not allow that within your space that you control. The country is just like that. When you cannot and you do not know who is within your country, you risk security, your children are under threat, your resources are under threat. So let's just use, logic, simple logic, practical. And number two, if it happens that your family suffers or there's someone here loitering within your vicinity or within your space, you as the head, you are responsible for the security. So maybe it's high time we also put pressure on the president, Cyril Ramaphosa. He is responsible for this mess. We are not going to be looking far away. He is the head, as it were, the father of the country. So when there is a mess, he must be held responsible. And we also blame you, the media. You protect them too much. You don't.
On that note, I just want to ask you a question. Using your using your analogy of somebody coming into your garden, do you get your neighbors to come and pick them up and throw them out on the street, or do you phone the police to come and do it?
I get them out. I have the authority. It's my space. I get them out. I don't even have to tell the police.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to. My space is my space. I'm responsible. I pay for this house.
Yeah.
And therefore, I have all the right and the
you can
authority.
pick them up and move them. All right, Zandela, thank you very much. Let's go to Tabo in Germiston. Tabo, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, John. How are you?
Lekker, thanks. Quickly.
Good man. John, listen quickly. We are, as South Africans, and this is not about hate. We are sick and tired of having to explain ourselves to the foreigners, illegal ones in particular. That South Africa has laws that must be abided by. South Africa has laws that must be respected. We are sick and tired of having to do that. I think it's high time that you, John, and the media must actually involve these guys' governments, because now those governments are quiet. They are sitting nicely, and all what they are now good at is to accuse the South African government, it's accuse South Africans of being xenophobic and what, all the nonsense. That's all what they're good at. But instead of them having to take accountability, to be involved, to come and assist the South African government, to take there are people who are illegal in the country back to their own country. They are not doing that, and they're not prepared to do that. It's a problem. It's high time that they get involved.
The individual country governments.
Sorry, yes.
The country.
Yes.
Okay.
It's high time the media, engage our government to make sure that so that it doesn't become John. Now they are sitting there and criticizing South Africans and our government, not taking accountability of anything, and yet are the ones that allowed them to leave those countries illegally and come here.
Okay,
so
Tabo.
It's high time that happens, John.
All right, Tabo, we'll get it on the list. My mouse will stop working again. Tabo in Germiston. Let's go to May in Benoni. There we go. May, what do you have to say?
Hello, John. How are you?
Lekker, thanks.
I'm all right. John, I like to talk about the foreigners protesting in this country. South Africans, they don't hate foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
Those are our brothers and sisters. We've been living with them for a long time, for decades. Now the problem is now the foreigners, they are crossing a line. I don't know whether I'm using a right word or a harsh word. They are crossing a line. How can you protest to be in this country illegally? That is wrong. What they must do, South Africans now at this point in time, it's overpopulated. The bread that we used to share amongst us is no longer enough for us. So how about to invite foreigners to share that bread which is not enough?
Okay.
So,
May. All right, mate.
so
I think
very bad.
your point is made.
Very bad. What they must do, they must go back to their countries and fix their countries. That's all.
All right, May and Benoni, thank you very much. Not enough bread to go around. Opa in Welkom, go ahead. Opa.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Lekker, thanks. Go quickly.
I second motion. This okay, I mean, we South Africans, we are overcrowding at the moment. Why? The border gates, the gates are open. Day before democracy, it wasn't just like this. It was only a couple of laws that doesn't allow us where and there. See, now it's time now we must look out of this democratic government. You see, it's a demon system. Everything which is negative is right. So positive things are gone. Like now, when you can put the DA, you must control the border gate. I think, let's say, etc. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Opa. Let's go to Godfrey in Midrand. Go ahead, Godfrey.
Hey, John. Very quick. Good morning. Good show. Leon Lowe, I don't know who the candle brief for him, but I think my friend from the Eastern Cape, my brother from the Eastern Cape, is unfair because definitely the SOEs and government structures, including the ECDC and all those structures that were state-owned, supposed to be run operations in the Eastern Cape, whether you're talking the Magua, T, or whatever companies that had actually been built by the Transkei, had been decimated by these SOEs. Yeah, so this Kucha, yes, everybody can rant and rave about it the way he does, essentially because certain people from that are ANC connected would benefit. But surely there is a case for strong privatization as propounded by Leon Foundation, free market foundation, in a manner that empowers the people. What's wrong with the workers being shareholders?
All right, Godfrey Midrand supporting privatization. We're going to squeeze one more voice. We squeeze a voice note in. We've skipped over the voice notes today, so let's squeeze a couple in before 10:02.
Morning, John. Prince in Durban. John, we cannot privatize our state enterprises. It just makes no sense, John. It doesn't matter what problems we have, but we cannot see it as a solution to take a product or a service that is needed by all citizens inclusively and then give it to the hands of a businessman. This is like selling our state assets, liquidating them, selling our country. No different than making state capture officially. So it can't happen, John.
We've got plenty of voice notes to get through. We'll take some more calls as well. You was with SAFM. It's 11 minutes to 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Galuli's going south on the N3 down to Germiston. It's all normalised after the overnight roadworks were lifted. They did cause major problems, though. The whole area came under a lot of pressure. It is all starting to ease up. The only real exception is the N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni. They stay busy because of a breakdown near the Boeing Road Bridge area. Plus, it's a backlog that's still trying to clear through there after the earlier roadwork disruption. Mike 1, Boysons through to Empire Road, still very heavy on the northbound. The N1 north to William Mandela, queuing from Malabongwe Drive. Crash on the N1 south just past New Road towards Allendale, so delays there. Allendale Road itself coming out of Tembisa, still big queues towards Midrand. Going to sit in heavy traffic this morning towards that Carstenoff Clinic area, just be aware of that. Durban, Umgeda Road, Spaghetti Junction cleared up, all flowing nicely. A little bit of a tap on the brakes going north through the interchange, but southbound is breakdown free, so that's flowing nicely. Petermaritzburg, Ashburn's been a problem lately, but it looks all right at this stage as well. Driving the Cape Town, saw it yesterday, seeing it again today, very busy N1, probably take a while to get this traffic through to the city centre. It's queuing up from the Belleville-Durban Road area all the way inbound with a breakdown at Woodstock, not helping matters either. Marine Drive, unusual for this time of morning, still queuing Bayside through to Sunset Beach, and the M3 inbound from Wynberg Hill, slow up to UCT and into Hospital Bend as well. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Let's focus on another person building in Mzansi. Professor Vukosi Marivate is a professor of computer science at the University of Pretoria, and just recently, Professor, you got the National Order of Mapungubwe in silver. Congratulations.
Oh, hi. Thank you, and great to be here.
What does a merit or an order like that mean to you who put so much effort in changing the country?
Yeah, it's a lot. I think, especially not for me, but for our ecosystem. And as I said, our little village that's been growing and working on AI over the last decade, especially to represent Africans.
Okay, so let's understand a little bit more. You use data science for social impact, right? So you've been working on how to bridge that gap between, we've got all this lovely technology, but how do you put that into real world, specifically focusing on African language technologies? Tell us the thinking behind that.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm at the University of Pretoria as a professor of computer science and the director of the African Institute for Data Science and AI. And I do also, I'm a co-founder of a company called AI. But at the university, the thing that our lab does, Data Science for Social Impact, is look at how does data science interact with society? There's the computational and mathematical issues that you have to deal with. We are in a low resource settings. You might not have as much energy, power, compute, researchers to do the work, but then how then do you deal with that? And then on the other side, which is the bigger part, is how do we then get AI to work with our languages, which, we have 2,000 plus languages on the continent. So how do we make sure, as we do this development, as many of these languages get, to become part of these huge revolutions that are going on and representing us, our values in these spaces. So for a lot of people, they take it for granted, because I can interact in English, these systems actually understand nuances about us. So even when using South African English, it could be that the responses are completely inadequate and wrong.
How do you convince what are now some of the richest companies ever on the planet to focus on the continent?
I think it's a very important thing, not just we do have a large amount of support that is coming in from outside the continent in terms of other resources or networks that have been built up over the years to work to build up AI capacity. Some of that has come through their support of movements like the Deep Learning Indaba, which is now the largest kind of gathering and conference on the continent. This year, for example, will be in Lagos in Nigeria. In August, and it started here in South Africa in 2017, and being at Wits 2018, being at Stellenbosch University, and then has now gone across the continent. The other has been the support of Masakane Research Foundation, which is a distributed foundation working on natural language processing or AI for African languages. So that's been one. But I think the big thing and my call for action has been on how do especially the private sector in South Africa and many others start increasing their support for R&D in general, not just for AI. We are only spending about 0.61% of our GDP in South Africa on R&D. Our benchmark, as per the National Development Plan, is about 1.5. The benchmark for African Union for all African countries is supposed to be 1, and no African country meets that. That shows you that if you keep on going that direction, you are always going to be a consumer. We'll always be going like, we're late and we are just having to buy the technologies. But by doing that, it's actually going to be, in one way, a disaster, because the most vulnerable are going to still be actually not catered for, and they're likely going to be a continued bias and oppression of these systems that don't actually cater for most of the population.
I mean, since the internet started, there's been this digital divide. Is that gap being closed in South Africa?
No. In a short, it's my opinion here. There are some things where, obviously, with mobile technologies, access to the internet has become more widespread. But then, in the same way, I think at last week's budget vote for DSTI, there was this question about, when we were designing, one of the audience member asked and said, hey, when we were designing a system for farmers and agriculture, one of the things we hadn't actually factored in is that for a lot of people, they ration their access to the internet on their mobile devices. So they might connect once a day. So they might wake up in the morning, switch on their phone, get some messages in, do some checking also, and then they switch off for the rest of the day, because for them, it's very expensive. So some person, yes, you might be living in Johannesburg or in Pretoria in a metropolitan area, and you're like, I can get gigs and gigs. I can get free Wi-Fi at work or in public spaces. But for people in more remote areas, that is not something that they might be thinking about, and it might be actually prohibitively expensive to have an always-on mobile connection. So this shows you that we kind of make all of these assumptions. So just imagine now about AI. I think there was a survey that came out last year from one of the centers based at UCT, and they showed that, on their one, 70%, they estimated that 70% of South Africans hadn't heard of the term artificial intelligence, and that's 2025. So most of the noise, yes, is made by us in these more privileged positions. But how then do we make sure that we still develop good policy and then at the same time allow innovation to grow?
And sometimes it feels as if that innovation might be stifled. And I'm thinking specifically of Starlink here, but there are other options. Are we finding African solutions to African problems?
It's very interesting. I'm not a one for intellectual honesty. I do not work in broadband and how internet gets connected in. But one of the things that has been interesting is how you unlock multiple ways of people being connected. One might be thinking about municipalities and what dark fiber they might have. Should they be thinking about providing last mile services? Yes, that are charged maybe, but then but in other ways that, how do you enable a local ecosystem across even the African countries? One is like, you cross into Botswana and you then go in and say you check how much internet costs in different places. So these are things that require us to be thinking about, yes, developmentally, how do we build up our own infrastructures, but then having that sovereignty of these then have to represent what values the public is expecting. I think we shouldn't talk down on people because we believe, they don't understand these things. It's to have those conversations that say, they will tell you like, for me, this is what the internet means for me. I would like it to mean A, B, or C. And this is how then I would like these sectors to develop.
Where do you see the future? If I was to talk to you in 5 years' time, Prof, but I think the way your business runs, it's in 6 months, things will be so different. So if I was to speak to you in 2 years' time, what would you see? Would that divide be closed? How would you see South Africans using AI and technology?
It's hard to say it will be closed, but I think the optimism I have is that more and more young people are working in more R&D in these areas. And as such, in some ways, I can't even imagine what they'll be able to do. For me, it's always betting on our young people in the future. And I look forward to seeing what comes out. At the same time, yes, computing continues getting cheaper and cheaper. Maybe we're done with the era of cheap data to train machine learning. So these then bring in new possibilities about new things about IP, copyright, and also licensing that is going to come in that might then be connected to new economic activity opportunities for many, many people across the continent, that they can also play a part in the AI ecosystem as well.
And when you see the young students coming in, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, are you excited about the future?
I am. Always. We try on both sides, as I said, at the university with our lab, Data Science for Social Impact. And we actually have our openings for 2027 positions. People can go to our website, sfsi.co.za, and see. So we'll be recruiting honors, masters, PhD students for 2027 and beyond. And at the same time, also at Leela AI, we're as a company, we're trying to make sure that these, as much of these types of technologies are available in African languages and available for much of the private sector and businesses to be able to connect with their customers or stakeholders in their language.
And Prof, where's your order of Mapungubwe now?
It's sitting at home. The kids yesterday.
You don't wear it like Medal Monday. You're not prancing around the university with your medal.
Not today. Not today. Maybe that day will come. We're back to work.
Well done, Professor Vukosi Marivate. Thank you very much, Professor of Computer Sciences at the University of Pretoria. It's a bright, bright future when it comes to AI. Just need everybody to jump on board. Joanne Joseph's next. Thank you very much to the team for putting the show together. I'll be back again tomorrow. It's 9 o'clock.
In our top stories, 3 kidnapping suspects killed in KwaZulu-Natal and EFF challenge Godongwana's authority to adjust fuel levy. Good morning. 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Police say officers acted on intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the suspects. They were wanted in connection with a kidnapping and fraud case in Greenwood Park. Police spokesperson Robert Nechihunda says officers approached the suspects where an exchange of gunfire ensued.
Police spotted suspects driving along Milky Way Road and attempted to stop their vehicle. The suspects defied police orders and sped off. Police gave chase, and during the operation, a shootout ensued. The suspect's vehicle lost control and hit a tree. 3 suspects were shot and fatally wounded during the shootout, and no police officer was injured. The suspects were found in possession of 2 firearms and several rounds of ammunition.
An application by the EFF challenging Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's authority to determine and adjust the fuel levy will be heard in the Western Cape High Court this morning. The parties argued that only Parliament has the constitutional power to impose or amend taxes. However, Godongwana argues that parliamentary approval takes time because it requires public consultation. He says parliamentary involvement would make the process of adjusting the fuel levy far less flexible and current or immediate. Action SA has condemned the exoneration of 2 senior police officers during internal disciplinary proceedings over the Phala matter. The party says the outcome of the disciplinary hearings contradicts the Independent Police Investigative Directorate's findings that recommended action for serious misconduct against the 2 officers. Action SA spokesperson Leela Ngobeni says the party will today file a Promotion of Access to Information Act application to obtain the full record of the proceedings. She says SAPS internal processes are failing to ensure accountability.
We know that these police officers had refused to participate with the IP investigation, for one. We know that they involved themselves in an unlawful investigation without opening a docket. We know that there's a case to be answered with regards to falsified documents. We know that there was irregular expenditure that was incurred. The IP investigation illuminated that they had interrogated suspects without informing them of their constitutional rights. These things require full answers. And so, we are not convinced that the SAP's outcome is the correct outcome at all.
DA officials in Gauteng have submitted a petition signed by over 16,000 residents to the Provincial Education Portfolio Committee. They are calling for the reversal of the 64% budget cuts to quintile 5 fee-paying public schools. The DA launched the petition in January after visiting several schools across the province. DA Gauteng education spokesperson Michael Waters says the schools are struggling to pay for electricity, municipal services, infrastructure maintenance and learner support programs. Waters says principals have warned that the growing financial burden is increasingly being shifted onto parents and local communities.
In the petition, the DA is calling for the GDE and the Gauteng provincial government to immediately reverse the 64% cuts to schools, protect school funding from further reductions, prioritise frontline education spending over wasteful expenditure, and engage meaningfully with schools, parents and communities regarding the financial crisis facing schools across the province.
And finally, Britain has become the latest country to water down sanctions on Russian oil in response to soaring fuel costs as a result of the war on Iran. The British government has lifted a ban on the import of Russian diesel and jet fuel refined in third countries. The BBC's James Landale reports.
For years, the UK's led international efforts to put economic pressure on Russia for its war on Ukraine. Yet last night, the Department for Trade and Business slipped out a formal notice announcing some sanctions were being watered down. Since October, the UK had banned the import of diesel and jet fuel refined from Russian crude oil in third countries. That ban will from today be lifted indefinitely. Some sanctions on the transport of Russian gas were also lifted. Both measures reflect growing concerns about the rising price of fuel following Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
Recapping the top story, 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.2 FM in Thohoyandou.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome back. This is your Wednesday edition of the Daily Discourse. Great to be with you. I'm Joanne Joseph. We are just about halfway through the working week and it has been such a busy news one. It's been lovely to be having conversations with you over the course of the week. Keep those phone calls coming. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short and keep them as audible as possible. Please, we want to play as many of your thoughts on the big stories of the day as possible. Now, one of the stories that we are actually following and we'd love to chat to you about today. Are swathes of Johannesburg going to be in the dark if Eskom cuts power to the city over unpaid bills? Eskom says the city of Joburg is in arrears of more than 5.25 billion rand. Right, the next bill is due on the 5th of June. So that 5.2 excludes the amount that is due on the 5th of June, and that amount due in June is 1.58 billion. So, I mean, I really wonder what is going to happen if the bills are not paid, and where is the city of Joburg going to get that money from? We were discussing this earlier, and all the kind of permutations that go with it. And what often happens is that the electricity expenditure is estimated, and only at a later stage are the readings caught up with, and consequently the amounts are offset at a later stage once you've paid what the city has estimated you owe. Having said that, it really is going to put residents in an awful position if City Power is not able to pay this bill. Eskom is playing hardball right now. And I'd love to hear from you what you think the solution is to this matter. I mean, the letter that the Finance Minister, Enoch Godongwana, sent through to the Mayor, Dada Marero, a few weeks ago, suggests that the city is bankrupt, right? It's all but bankrupt. And where is the money supposed to come from if it's just not there, and if the city is literally just keeping its head above water based on what it is earning from residents from month to month? How on earth do we solve a problem like this? Where does the city get the money from to be able to pay Eskom? So I'd love to hear from you on that story. And then another big story that we're following, it actually is from a number of years ago. King David High School in Linksfield has come out saying there's been a case of historical sexual abuse that it found out in the last few weeks unfolded at the school in the early 1980s. Now, the school has, from the look of it, been very good in supporting the survivor. My sources tell me off the record that this case came up a couple of months ago, and that the school immediately decided to take action. You know, the school is run by a central body, the South African Board of Jewish Educators. And in fact, all the King David schools fall under that general umbrella body. And so they're the ones who really have to act when something like this happens. And my understanding is that they were very supportive of the survivor who came out to speak about this abuse. We understand that the person was living in a boarding house at King David in the 1980s, and that this abuse allegedly took place in the early 80s. And this person has named two figures who were presumably teachers at the school or figures at the school who were perhaps looking after the children in the boarding house. And essentially what we understand is that the school has flown this person out, the survivor. They've flown this person out from the United Kingdom, and they have assisted the person to lay a criminal charge because it happened in Johannesburg. That is where the charges had to be laid. So it doesn't matter that the person lives overseas now. All of this from a policing point of view has got to be done in South Africa. So this is being investigated right now, as we understand, and it'll be very interesting to see exactly how the school manages this, what kind of support the survivor is given, and importantly, whether other people will come forward, because it seems to me that the survivor has intimated there were other children living at the school's boarding house in the 1980s who may similarly have been affected by the abuse. And I really hope it's not a huge number of children who would now be adults, right? We're talking 40 years on. But it opens up the whole discussion around the issue of late disclosure. It is so hard for people, for many people, to come forward at the time of their abuse. And, perhaps you've been through this yourself. Perhaps you know of someone who has been through this. There's a reason that people don't come forward, or there's a reason children in particular don't come forward at the time. Many of them don't feel they'll be believed. Many of them feel the perpetrator is a very powerful individual whose word will be taken over theirs. And so they don't come forward, and they carry this pain and trauma for decades. So we're going to have that conversation a little bit later on. We're actually going to speak to, hopefully speak to Rabbi Ricky Seif, who's in charge of the Jewish educators body. And he's going to talk to us about what they've done and how they've managed this from a school point of view, because no doubt, it's a shock to children and to teachers to find out that this happened within your walls, even if it did happen 40 years ago. These things come back to haunt schools many years later, or any other institution, in fact, that's been affected by historical abuse. We'll also speak to Women and Men Against Child Abuse to just find out how they handle late disclosure cases. It is their speciality. They've gone to court before. They've had the statute changed so that no matter how long ago it happened, you can now go before the courts in South Africa and you can say it happened to me 50 years ago, if needs be. If that was what happened to you. But the courts will hear you out, and you will have the same fair hearing that a contemporary victim of sexual abuse has, because the courts now allow for it. So this is important work we're doing in our society in terms of healing the wounds of the past, and hopefully bringing to justice perpetrators. Doesn't matter how old they are. They committed a crime, and they need to answer for it. And perhaps you want to share a story that you know of someone with a late disclosure case, and maybe it is a sensitive issue and you don't want to reveal identities and so forth. You're welcome not to do that, but these cases are still important in the present day. So we're talking about that later on. And then one of our listeners, in a separate story, asked a question about how to get their criminal record expunged. And apparently we've had a few listeners calling in or sending voice notes and asking the same question. There may be crimes, these were not serious crimes that were committed when people were younger. They are now older. Those crimes, the statute on them has expired. And so these are individuals who are trying to get their records expunged. But it's not proving to be a very easy process for them. Many of them have found that they can't get in touch with the authorities, or that they've got the process going and they've not been able to access any kind of update on what's actually happened in regard to their cases. So we are trying to help them to find out what the process is to get those questions answered and to get their records expunged. We'll have that conversation a little bit later on, and we're of course taking your calls right now. It is the open line as always at this time of the morning, 9:15. It is almost on the Daily Discourse. That WhatsApp line again, 0614 104 107. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Janusz is on the line to us. You want to talk about Eskom. Good morning to you, Janusz.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Eskom people who are actually on the top are very often taking advantages and telling us that actually Eskom managed to restore the electricity to the country, no more load shedding. Yeah, we got it. Maybe sometimes after with a different name, but it's not because of Eskom, because of the private people who are actually install their own private supply, like solar panels, wind generators, everything like that. And Eskom telling that no, because of us, because of our ability and so on. So it's not true. Many of us got the solar panels, got batteries, and many companies are relying only on their own supply. Yes. And even if you've got own supply, even Eskom trying to charge you so high amount of money because from time to time you have to recharge your batteries. So it's not fair to say that Eskom is winning. They don't win. They are winning because we, private people, installed our own, and then also billions of rands going to the Eskom, top guys for the bonuses. This money should be put into the reduced electricity prices. Before I know that maybe I'm going to talk about previous section. Eskom was running by the government during the apartheid by the government, and we had one of the cheapest price of the electricity in the world. Now I think there's a time to reduce the price of the electricity. What do you think?
Janusz, thank you so much. I wish we could see that happen, but I don't know if you saw the article on the weekend. The price of electricity has actually gone up by almost 1,000% in the last just over 10 years, I think. So it's horrifying. But Janusz, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And can I tell you why? It's because people who have gone out and found alternatives like solar power and wind power and all the rest of it have created a kind of deficit caused by Eskom itself, where they were not able to provide the power that the entire country required. They then forced people to go off and find alternatives, and now they've got more power than they can sell, and that's the problem. They have too much power right now. And, they may have put in place other measures to be able to blow their own trumpets and say, well, we've done so well and we've kept the lights on for 365 days. But actually, one of the main reasons for that is that we're not using as much of their power as we were in the first place. So an interesting call. Thank you so much for that. Major Shabangu is on the line to us from Kwatema. Good morning to you, Major Shabangu.
Morning, Joanne. Morning, South Africa. I just want to weigh in on the blockage of the flotilla which was heading to Gaza, carrying objects intrinsically linked to human survival to the people of Gaza. As we know that Gaza, as we speak, is under blockade. Nothing goes in. Water has been obliterated, electricity, hospitals. They are blocking. First, they're violating the freedom of navigation in international waters, and there are no consequences for that.
Yeah, no, you're
Secondly,
right. You're right. Yes?
60% of Gaza has been taken out. It's now under the Israeli control.
Yes.
40% remains to the people of Gaza, which means Israel is the only country in the world which doesn't have borders. It keeps on expanding, and there are no consequences. It keeps on expanding. In Syria, in Lebanon, in the Jordanian Valley, it keeps on expanding. And there are no consequences about it.
Yeah.
So they're using the issue that God gave them the land. Fine, it might have been so. But God has become an estate agent, which gives people land according to their genealogy. I think, and to implement that, they have to obliterate those who are living in that land, and for which is wrong. There are no consequences.
Yeah,
I think people of the world must rise up and protect humanity, irrespective whether a Jew or a Palestinian. Respect and protect the continuation of humanity. It is not within our right to take other people's lives. Let's coexist. I think the biggest problem also is the Zionist project, not the Jews. The Jews are lovely people. It's the Zionist project which wants to expand at the expense of other people.
Yeah.
If Israel has the right to exist, I think also must accord the same right to others, especially the Palestinians, to exist.
Thank you so much for that, Major Shabangu. I mean, I think to me, what is very interesting to me is how the Zionist project has suddenly become a religious project, given the fact that it was started by atheists, right? And a lot of those people seem to now espouse the idea that this was given to us in a religious book, in our Torah. Therefore, the land was given to us by God. But the original Zionists did not believe in God. They were atheists. There's no indication that Benjamin Netanyahu himself is a religious figure of any kind. And how do you use that as a justification when you don't believe in Judaism? You're not a practicing Jew. So I find that a contradiction. Let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll take more of your calls.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Zozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC+.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
22 minutes past 9, it is on the Daily Discourse, and you may be aware that the team and I were travelling last week, and this conversation came about through the mishandling of some of our baggage. Mine wasn't too badly damaged, but one of my SAFM colleagues had a bag cracked open down the centre. In fact, it was so badly damaged, the next airline she was flying back on refused to put her baggage in the hold as if it was her fault that it was broken when it had happened at the airport. On the weekend, a family member of mine first had items stolen out of his luggage, then he found his bag broken open when we landed back in Johannesburg. So it was quite a process for everyone whose bags were damaged to go through the rigmarole of laying a complaint. So we asked consumer rights attorney Trudy Brookman to please explain the rights of airline travellers to us in this regard. Good morning to you, Ms. Brookman. Thanks for your time. What's the first port of call when you collect your baggage and see it's been broken?
Hi, Joanne. I assume the first port of call would be to contact the airline. So the focus for the consumer needs to be on getting your money, your compensation from the airline itself. We have two legal rules, essentially, or set legal rules that apply to damage, delayed luggage, etc., stolen where items are stolen out of your luggage or the entire item of luggage is stolen. And the first legal rule that we apply is the Montreal Convention of 1999, and that we generally apply those to international flights. Since this is a low, and there you can get compensation of up to, it's about 23,000, 24,000 rand, if you can demonstrate that your luggage was worth that. However, this is a local flight, so let's focus on the Consumer Protection Act. The Consumer Protection Act says, and that's Section 65 of the Act, that where you hand over possession of your property, in other words, you check your luggage, to a supplier, then that supplier must, in the handling and the safeguarding of your property, must exercise the degree of care, skill, and diligence that can reasonably be expected of a person responsible for managing property belonging to another person. And that the airline then is liable to the owner of the property, to the consumer, for any loss resulting from a failure to comply with this. And this rule overrules the contract terms of the airline, which is very important because I've read the airline, it's SAfmRadio contract terms. They're trying to limit their liability in all kinds of ways, trying to push the obligation on the consumer to prove that the airline was negligent. I think that we must work on the basis that an airline was self-evidently negligent with your luggage if you check it in and you receive it back broken open, badly damaged. If there's a dent or a scratch on it, I think regular travelers have gotten used to that. We know that our luggage is thrown about by the baggage handlers, and that you get it back with dents and scratches on the outside. That's probably not a very easy claim to prove and to get compensation with, and it's specifically excluded by the terms and conditions of SAfmRadio. But as soon as your luggage is broken open, aspects are stolen, or it's delayed for a substantial time, you can definitely claim your damages. So your damages would be the cost of replacing that or repairing if it's possible, but generally a broken piece of luggage you'd have to replace.
Right. I mean, it seems to me that the airlines are trying to pay as little as possible. Is there a maximum that an airline will pay you in compensation, either for stolen items or a broken bag?
There is a maximum in terms of the Montreal Convention. That's the 24,000 rand that I spoke about.
Yes.
FlySAF Air tries to limit their liability to about $2,000 US. So that's about 40,000 South African rands. And they say that they will not be liable for fragile or perishable items or items with special value, such as money or jewelry or precious metals or computers, electronic devices, share certificates, passports, etc., if that's in your checked luggage. So it's best to travel with those in your hand luggage, but nevertheless, the Consumer Protection Act will overrule all of these exclusions. And if your goods actually have been damaged, stolen, lost, delayed by the airline, you're entitled to your full damages in terms of Section 65.
Right.
Now, it's very hard to get them.
I see that.
And I know how distressing it is for consumers when your luggage is damaged or lost or delayed, especially if it involves medication. So once again, I'd recommend travel with your medication in your hand luggage. That's probably safer. So that if your luggage is delayed or goes missing, that at least you have your meds with you. Then in order to get your money back, speaking on radio is a very good way because FlySAF Air inclines to respond to media and social media. I've previously had a claim myself with BA, and the only way I could ever get my lost delayed luggage back from them, it was a flight to London 2 years back, was to complain bitterly on X and Facebook. So I recommend that you tag the airline and you put a complaint on one of their posts. Either tag them on your own post or complain on one of their posts so that they notice it. Give the reference number of your complaint to them. One has to make a complaint to their call center. It's a very painful process, but then get a reference number and insist on getting your reference number.
Yes.
And then you quote your reference number in the social media, and that generally will get you joy in terms of getting your luggage back. Getting money out of them is very difficult, very difficult even for a consumer lawyer.
Yes.
I have managed it, but I recommend that you really work the social media, send them a proper letter of demand with proof of the replacement cost that you claiming. Don't bother to claim for your emotional response or your emotional damage. That's not really a proper claim in law. But and then, Joanne, you spoke about the new airline, the second airline refusing to take the damaged luggage.
Yes.
Obviously, one often flies on more than one airline on a trip.
Quite right.
And that is a real disaster for one if the new airline won't take your goods. What I recommend is that if you see your luggage is damaged, have it wrapped in that, plastic wrap, so that the damage is concealed, number one, and also contained, and then check in your luggage and see whether that doesn't work better.
All right. Such good advice. Thank you, Trudy Brookman, for taking the time to talk us through that. I hope that's been useful to you. Trudy Brookman, consumer rights attorney, talking to you about what happens if your bags are damaged, which appears to be occurring more and more frequently these days. All right, it is 9:30 here on SAFM. Let's get your latest news headlines with Anne Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Migrant community activist Tato Molusankwe has reportedly been shot dead at his home. The incident happened in the early hours of this morning. And Eskom has denied claims of collective punishment following its threat to cut power to the city of Johannesburg over unpaid bills. The power utility has issued a formal notice of its intention to reduce, interrupt or terminate electricity supply to parts of the city as unpaid debt owed by the Metro and City Power continues to escalate. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:31 here on the Daily Discourse, and I'm taking your calls on that studio line 086 000 2032. Lynn in Kimberley is on the line to us. Lynn, good morning. You want to talk about Gaza?
Yes. Good morning, Joanne.
Hi there.
I was just wondering where you got your facts from about Zionism.
From reading,
Lynn.
From reading.
Well,
yes.
I'm not sure what you're reading, but that is not
historical books usually.
No. Well, if Zionism was begun by Theodor Herzl.
Yes.
And
was he atheist? Was he an atheist?
He was Jewish.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you there.
He was Jewish.
Yes, he was culturally Jewish, but religiously, was he an atheist or
not?
No, he wasn't.
He was a Jew.
I see.
That's the one thing. The other thing, I'm not quite sure if that gentleman who phoned in about Gaza has actually been to the Middle East to know what's going on. The Gazans would definitely not have survived this long without electricity and water. So that's not true, that it's been cut off. And the fact that you agreed with him means that you obviously don't really know the facts of what's going on. I don't know if you're getting the news coverage from Al Jazeera. It sounds like it. But I think,
Lynn, I subscribe to a wide variety of news sources in order to get a balanced opinion of what's going on. So please don't make assumptions about what I consume and what I don't. All right.
I also read a large amount from pro-Israel and pro-Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to agree with everything, you need to know that Israel is not a colonizer. They are not trying to go into Jordan. They are not trying to go into Syria. And they are not trying to go into Lebanon. They are fighting Hezbollah and Hamas. It has nothing to do with taking over any of the lands that man mentioned.
So the expansion into Gaza and the war that occurred on Gaza in order to move people out of there, has that not happened? Have we imagined that?
No, you haven't imagined it. It was in response to October 7th, as you know.
As you know, there's a history that precedes October 7th.
Correct.
So October 7th was
also
a horrific event, absolutely, yes. And the loss of life there was absolutely tragic, and it should not have happened. There is no way anyone with a conscience would justify that.
Correct.
Having said that, there is a history that precedes October 7th that seems to be ignored by certain people who have strong opinions on this issue.
And if you ever read, Yasser Arafat was offered a two-state solution, which he refused. He didn't want a two-state solution. They wanted to wipe out the Jews. They wanted to get Israel off the map. He would not. They've been offered a two-state solution on more than one occasion, which they did not accept. So as long as there are terrorists that operate in Gaza, unfortunately the Israelis are going to have to protect themselves.
And I mean, do you consume any of the content that has come out of the United Nations reporting, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all of these international bodies that have said there is a genocide happening on the ground? Have you seen any of that material? How do you understand it when you read it?
If Israel wanted to wipe out Gaza, they could have done it in 2 days. There is no genocide.
There was no genocide. So you're denying that what all the reporters have said on the ground, the journalists...
100%.
The journalists... So has that been made up, Lynn? Do you think people have made that up?
Yeah, but the genocide is if they want to wipe out a whole nation. If Israel wanted to wipe out Gaza, they have enough war power to have done it in 2 days. There are more people now than before the war. I'm not
Lynn,
quite sure
I really think the sources that you're reading from are misinforming you. Please go and read. And you know what? Forget the pro-Palestinian forget the pro-Israeli outlets. Just go and read something neutral like the United Nations rapporteur's work on this. Francesca Albanese and others.
I beg your pardon?
I said, please go and read that. Please go and read that and inform yourself about what has gone on there.
Francesca Albanese has just been kicked out because of her Jew hatred. She's just been kicked out of United Nations. United Nations, who supports UNRWA, is not a neutral body, Joanne. They are not a neutral body. It's the only place that ever gets any mention more than 15 seconds is Israel. They're the only nation that is held to account during a war. So I'm not saying to you that I only read one side. I read a lot of stuff. I listen to a lot of stuff. And a large amount of what that gentleman said was not true.
Lynn, I think I must let it go there because factually, I just cannot agree with you. I have read too much news-related stuff. We have journalists on the ground telling us, feeding information back to us. And they are neutral journalists who just go about reporting on what is going on in the world. Many of them, of course, been killed by Israel during this war, in addition to all the Palestinians who've been killed. But I'm sorry to say, I cannot accept, based on what I have read from the neutral sources on the ground, that you are correct. But thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Keep those calls coming. 086 000 2032.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Benin, West Africa. West Africa's historic crossroads, bordered by Togo, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Niger, with a coastline stretching along the Atlantic Ocean, a land deeply connected to African history and spirituality. The birthplace of the Vodun tradition, a belief system that shaped cultures across the world. French is the official language. Fon, Yoruba, and many local languages carry culture through generations.
Benin gained independence in 1960, a nation shaped by kingdoms, trade, and transformation. Agriculture, trade, and cotton drive the economy. The port of Cotonou connects the country to regional commerce. But challenges remain. Poverty, unemployment, and security threats spread throughout the Sahel region. Still, Benin continues to preserve its heritage while building towards growth.
Benin honors its past while moving forward. In every rhythm, in every tradition, in every voice, there is legacy. Benin, historic, cultural, enduring.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Nearly 20 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. And yesterday, of course, I mentioned earlier, we received a voice note from a listener who'd said he'd committed a minor offence when he was young, but now he's experiencing trouble having it expunged from his record. You can well imagine, especially in the current climate, how difficult it must be to transact normally or even get a job if your record isn't clean. And it's even harder to know whether your record's been sorted out if you can't get through to the authorities to find out. So let's get a bit of feedback for our listener from the officer who is working on this particular issue. Liana Nivote is Director of Legal Process at the Justice Department. Good morning to you, Ms. Nivote. Thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. What process do you have to go through to get your record expunged for a minor offence?
Good morning, listeners, and good morning to you, and thanks for having us. Maybe I can just start. The process is actually very simple, and as you mentioned, the caller specifically mentioned a minor offence. So the expungement of criminal records is specifically a process that regulates the expungements of minor offences. So if we talk about a minor offence, that is typically an offence for which you did not serve a period of direct imprisonment and for which you just got a suspended sentence or you paid a fine, for example, and also provided that you did not commit a sexual offence against a child or a mentally disabled person. So that process is specifically there to assist those people. So the process is actually fairly simple. We have a standard application form that is available on the department's website that can be accessed, and you complete the application form. You apply for your clearance certificate or your criminal record in layman's terms at the South African Police Service. And once you've got all the documents together, you submit it to the Department of Justice, where it will then be processed to see if it qualifies in terms of law. If it does, we issue a certificate of expungement, and that document then gets sent to the Criminal Record Centre of the South African Police Service. The reason why it's a two-departmental process is because the SAPS Criminal Record Centre is the custodians of all criminal records. So they keep and they update the records. So the role of the department from our side is to check if it complies with the legalities, and then the actual clearing of the criminal record is then done by the Criminal Record Centre of the SAPS, which will then inform the applicant as soon as the process is done on their side. So that is the process in short.
All right. So what can we advise our listener, or perhaps there's more than one listener, to do in terms of contacting the relevant official to ensure the process has been completed and he has actual proof of that? The thing is, the Department of Justice actually do have a service delivery help desk. The telephone number is available on the website also. You can contact those people, or they can be in contact with me directly as well. Like I say, it's a two-departmental process, and with specific reference to the specific applicant, maybe we can be in touch offline after the session, because what I can say about that specific application is that it has been finalized from the department side. And the certificate of expungement has been issued, and it was sent to the Criminal Record Centre. So I can be in contact with him after this conversation, and then I can just refer him to the relevant officials at the Criminal Record Centre, who then can confirm that it has been done on their side as well. But for normal applicants, they can just phone our service delivery help desk telephone number available, or they can gladly just send me an email, and I will just check and refer them to the right officials. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure our listener would appreciate that. Tell me, on average, Ms. Nivo, how long does the process of expungement take?
Currently, on the department side, it takes about 3 months. Unfortunately, at this moment, it is an administrative process that is not done automatically. What I can maybe say in that regard is that the South African Law Reform Commission has embarked on a process where they are re-looking or looking into the process of expungement of criminal records as currently legislated, to see if we cannot shorten the periods and also make the process a little bit more easier for applicants. But that process, I don't foresee, will be done within the next year, but that is something that is happening at this moment. But for now, it takes about 3 months from the department side to finalize the process.
And how long after an offence has been committed can you apply for expungement?
After 10 years has lapsed, you can apply for an expungement. That is what the current legislation stipulates. After 10 years has lapsed, provided that within that 10 years, you have not committed a further offence for which you were then sentenced to direct imprisonment. So, for example, if you've got 3 or 4 convictions without going to imprisonment and the 10-year period has elapsed, you will qualify for an expungement. But if within that 10-year period you were sentenced to direct imprisonment, unfortunately the expungement process is not available to you. Mm-hmm. And then also what is very important to note is that you cannot qualify if you were fined to a sentence exceeding 20,000 Rand. And obviously, if your name is entered to the National Register for Sex Offenders, that is when you committed a sexual crime against a child or a person that is mentally disabled. Then you are also automatically disqualified.
All right, that's good to know. Thank you very much for putting us in the picture there, Liana Nivote, Director of Legal Process at the Justice Department.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Just after 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, taking your voice notes at this hour, some of you speaking about the issue of electricity generation.
Got more power than they can sell.
Morning. I think the solar power and the wind power is definitely a waste of money. The solar power and the wind power is definitely a waste of money. Nuclear energy is actually very safe now. They found that nuclear energy is very safe. And I think we need to make the investment there. But the problem is the corruption. Is the corruption around securing these nuclear companies that can bring nuclear energy to South Africa, that the corruption is there. And that is why they're holding back. And once nuclear energy is established in maybe every province, then we can see a huge reduction in energy price. But there should be no fear in bringing nuclear energy to South Africa. If you think about it, there are submarines that run on nuclear energy. Vince Cape Town.
Joanne, it's Chris in Pietermaritzburg. You know, the crisis in most municipalities like eThekwini, like Johannesburg, Sundowns, and many others are not really a fiscal problem. Those are leadership crises that are created by people who are reckless, who are away from government and abdicated their fiducial duties. How do you plan on money that you know you do not have? And really, it's high time that government and most organizations hold these leaders accountable for their recklessness and their putting the lives of ordinary citizens in danger. I think that's the only time people will begin to take their job seriously.
Morning, Joan. You know, the issue of Eskom and Joburg, it's all about, people that have connected electricity illegally and the people that are having multiple, rooms in one room, that it's a lot. Actually, it's a lot. I don't know if you still remember back in 2008, Robert Mugabe actually introduced something called Operation Marambatswena. Actually, he was dismantling and disconnecting all these illegal connections in Bulawa and other major cities in Zimbabwe.
All right, so keep those voice notes coming. Some of you are also speaking about the migrant situation that spilt over in Durban yesterday.
Morning, Joanne and the listeners. This is Magdalene from Bloom. Joanne, I think this is a most perfect time for the foreign nationals to be deported back to their countries, especially whilst they're busy gathering there in Durban. They're giving SAPS, SANDF, and Home Affairs a perfect time to deport them back to their countries. And that's where South Africans will regain their resources such as jobs, mining industry. No more talking about zamazamas. No more fighting of foreign nationals against the South Africans in South African country. This is Magdalene from Bloom. Thank you.
Magdalene, thank you so much for your message. We'll keep taking more of those messages from you. Do make use of that WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. In a short while, we're also going to be talking about the plight of mining communities. This is a very worrying story. I don't know if you live in a mining community, and you know there are particular stresses, and they are major stresses on your community if you are living in that area. There is, of course, the issue of the mine itself, what resources are being drawn from the area. area in terms of natural resources, how areas like that are rehabilitated, how people in those areas are looked after by the mine, and how the area is left after the mine has essentially exited it. And so we're going to have a conversation with someone who oversees this for mining communities on behalf of them, and they are saying that government is not listening to them, that they need certain interventions in their community that are very distinct to their particular communities, but they're not being heard at this point. Let's take a call from Crispin in Durban. Good morning to you, Crispin. What's on your mind?
Good morning. Yeah, it's these events at the Durban Central Police Station. If I feel that I'm under attack of some kind, if my life is in any way being threatened, I expect to be able to go to a police station and seek refuge there. And it applies to me whether I've, gone through a traffic light on my red traffic light on my way to the police station or not. It's nothing to do with my legal status. It's to do with me being a human being. So when the police we had to drive these people out. They're not meant to be there. Well, in reality, we know there have been physical attacks and threats against people in the streets. This issue of illegality is completely bogus. And I say that because I have actually witnessed foreigners who have complete documentation legally present being denied access to facilities. This is not about illegality. We tolerate all kinds of illegality. I mean, for example, look at an informal settlement. Those people, primarily South Africans, are living illegally on that land. They're not illegal people. They're human beings who they're driven by force of circumstances, and we need to understand how that developed, not punish people for being so-called illegal. I mean, I took an undocumented person to Addington because it was a medical emergency. Some guy there, illegally, as it happens, says I must produce an ID. My response was robust, let me say. But that it is so offensive to me that the person I'm taking there who needs medical help is subject to being looked at suspiciously. Now, fortunately, because I intervened, they didn't have a chance to ask him for his documentation. I don't know what they would have done when they realized he had no documentation on him.
I guess they wouldn't have been able to help him, Crispin, or they would have taken a stand and said, sorry, we're not going to help you. That has happened in other hospitals. I know of situations where that has happened. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And how do you feel about that? Crispin has made a very interesting inference there. He's linked the idea of people living in informal settlements who are desperate, right? Don't have homes, don't have a means to be able to build their own homes, perhaps are unemployed and so forth. You know, all the factors that drive people to build in areas where they ought not to be legally. But as he says, and I think he's right on this, these are human beings and they have needs and they have to live. How does one balance that with the issue of legality in the country and wanting to have anyone who comes into the country documented so that we know they are there legally? Talk to me on the WhatsApp line and the studio line. All right, we're going through to our next story at 7 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Communities living in mining areas saying there are a number of social problems they're facing as a result of mining in their surroundings. And although they've asked government to help them, they're basically being ignored. The group Mining Affected Communities United in Action says community members, civil society, all of them have written to Parliament about their problems, but they just seem to be hitting a brick wall. Let's find out what's going on. Meyiwa National Coordinator Sabelo Mnguni joins us. Mr. Mnguni, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Please just talk us through the difficulties mining communities are facing in areas like Kganala in particular.
Good morning to you, Joy, and the listeners, and thank you for having us. No, thanks. What is happening in Kganala is that it is a krill colliery operation, which was previously owned by Anglo. And then through restructuring and this investment, Anglo sold its operations to Seriti. Then Seriti, there was a residential area that is housing mine workers that were working at Anglo. There was an agreement between the workers and Anglo then that they will continue to operate to use the residential area or to live in those houses.
All right.
And then they will be handed over to them. And then when Seriti bought the operations, it demolished and evicted about 50 households. So those communities now are left stranded since November 2025, last year.
So
they are left stranded.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Mnguni, I was just going to ask, sorry to interrupt, did that community not go to court to try and get an interdict to stop those demolitions from happening in advance?
Yes, they did. They did approach the courts, but then they were not assisted in that to that extent because the evictions continued. And what is more concerning is that during the process, the community was not meaningfully consulted. There were no proper engagement between the community and the Seriti in regards to. So, amongst other things that appeared in court, is that some of these agreements were made a long time ago, more than 40 years. So there are documents that are missing. So it's very difficult for the residents to prove or to show Seriti some type of ownership, whereas Anglo didn't even bother to intervene or to be part of the applicants or the respondent in that court process. So it was the community versus the Seriti, where, as you know, as communities, they're still even now struggling in terms of proper legal representation. So it's one of those struggles. So they're left stranded without any intervention from the parliament, any intervention from the municipality. We know the law says before you evict someone, you must have an alternative accommodation, especially from the municipal side. The municipality says they don't have any alternative accommodation. So therefore, it does mean that the process should have been dealt with in a way that it preserve the dignity of those communities. It preserve their rights to land and their right to housing. But all those systems were ignored. The demolitions continued. Even now, that they are still stranded as we speak.
You know, I was going to suggest to you that you actually go to Parliament, but you've done that already because we interviewed Parliament a few weeks ago and they said they do go out into communities. They do deal with issues like this where communities on the ground are affected and they do site visits and so on. Can you possibly go to the Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources to see if they will assist you with this?
Yes, we have returned to the Speaker and the Portfolio Committee for them to conduct oversight conduct oversight in the community, and also for them to ensure that there is an accountability where they call the mining companies, they call all the municipalities, all the institutions that are involved in this humanitarian crisis, for them to be held accountable. We submitted a petition to Parliament last year in November again. When you look at the first term and the second term programs of the Portfolio Committee, it doesn't appear where they are going to be discussing what is happening in Khanala. So we wrote again, making a follow-up with the Portfolio Committee. Hopefully, we are still waiting for the response for them to shoot a parliamentary process where there will be an accountability taking place between every affected stakeholder.
All right. So I mean, I'm very disappointed to hear that you haven't had any sort of result, Mr. Mnguni. What I'm going to try to do is put you in contact with the gentleman we spoke to a few weeks ago on this program. He spoke about the parliamentary oversight visits and what they're doing to actually intervene in issues like this. And he sounded like someone who was really committed to ensuring that that ordinary citizens' plights are heard and are seen to. So I'm going to put you back on the line to my producers now, and I'm going to ask them to put you in contact with that gentleman, because I think you have a greater chance of actually going through him. And it's a pity that you haven't heard from Parliament yet. I mean, they're obviously busy with a lot of different things going on as well, but they should have at least written back to you by now and said, this is the case. We're not able to deal with it right now, or we're going to start looking into it, and it's going to take us X amount of time. So we're going to try and do that for you, Mr. Mnguni, and I hope you get a result from that. Please keep us updated if you have if you make any progress in regard to that. He is the Makua National Coordinator, Sabelo Mnguni, telling us that in the area of Khanala, they have been evicted from their homes. They had a deal with Anglo-American, or Anglo, I should say, that owned the mine in that area, that they could continue living in that area. A new miner comes along, Seriti, that doesn't have an agreement with them, demolishes the houses that they were living in, and it goes to court, but they don't have the documents in their possession. And this is what sometimes concerns me about the fact that, the law sometimes is just so stringent in the way it's applied. And it has to be, of course it has to be. But sometimes it leaves communities like this in a dilemma. This is not necessarily a community that would have paid attention to keeping those documents safe, right? And because those documents went amiss, they now feel like they have no rights because there's no proof that they had any right to stay there. How do we solve these types of dilemmas in our country where the informal and the formal collide all the time? Talk to me about what a possible solution to that might be. 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Anne Musa, who has your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, 3 kidnapping suspects killed in Durban, and Eskom denies collective punishment claims following Johannesburg warning. Good morning. 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Police say officers acted on intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the suspects. They were wanted in connection with a kidnapping and fraud case in Greenwood Park. Police spokesperson Robert Nechihunda says officers approached the suspects where an exchange of gunfire ensued.
Police spotted suspects driving along Milky Way Road and attempted to stop their vehicle. The suspects defied police orders and sped off. Police gave chase, and during the operation, a shootout ensued. The suspect's vehicle lost control and hit a tree. 3 suspects were shot and fatally wounded during the shootout, and no police officer was injured. The suspects were found in possession of 2 firearms and several rounds of ammunition.
Mahikeng community activist Tato Molosankwe has reportedly been shot dead at his home. The incident happened in the early hours of this morning. Police are at the scene and are still gathering information behind the killing. Police in Mpumalanga are investigating an arson case following a fire at Ramushidi Technical High School. A report from the Provincial Education Department states the school block, which includes 1 classroom, a staff room and a storeroom, was destroyed by the fire. The department spokesperson Gerald Sambo says the school will use 2 vacant classrooms to accommodate pupils whose classes were damaged. He has urged anyone with information that could help solve the case to come forward.
The department appeals to any person who may have information relating to the circumstances surrounding the incident to report such information to the police. Officials from the department remain on site to assess the extent of the damage and to support the school management team during this period. Measures are also being explored to ensure that affected learners and educators continue to receive the necessary support. The department will continue to monitor the situation closely, and further updates will be communicated as more information becomes available.
Eskom has denied claims of collective punishment following its threat to cut power to the city of Johannesburg over unpaid bills. The power utility has issued a formal notice of its intention to reduce, interrupt or terminate electricity supply to parts of the city as unpaid debt owed by the Metro and City Power continues to escalate. In a statement released yesterday, Eskom said that the city of Johannesburg and City Power owe more than 5.2 billion rand in arrears, excluding a further 1.5 billion rand current account payment due on the 5th of June. Eskom's acting group executive for distribution, Agnes Mlambo.
It is unfortunate that this action comes across as punishing the customers or the residents of the city, but it is important to make sure that what is paid to the city also passes it on. That is why we are notifying the customers of the city of this action, because we are aware that some of them are paying the city, but for some reason the city is not passing on those payments to Eskom. So what this then means is that the residents or the customers of the city of Johannesburg, they need to resolve this matter with the city.
And finally, Britain has become the latest country to water down sanctions on Russian oil in response to soaring fuel costs as a result of the war on Iran. The British government has lifted a ban on the import of Russian diesel and jet fuel refined in third countries. The BBC's James Landale reports.
For years, the UK's led international efforts to put economic pressure on Russia for its war on Ukraine. Yet last night, the Department for Trade and Business slipped out a formal notice announcing some sanctions were being watered down. Since October, the UK had banned the import of diesel and jet fuel refined from Russian crude oil in third countries. That ban will from today be lifted indefinitely. Some sanctions on the transport of Russian gas were also lifted. Both measures reflect growing concerns about the rising price of fuel following Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
Recapping the top story, 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Somalia, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's coastal nation, bordered by Djibouti, Ethiopia and Kenya, with Africa's longest mainland coastline along the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden, a land shaped by trade, poetry and movement. For centuries, Somalia merchants connected Africa to Arabia and Asia. Somali and Arabic are widely spoken, a culture deeply rooted in oral tradition, faith, and community.
Somalia gained independence in 1960, but decades of civil conflict and instability followed. Agriculture, livestock, trade, and telecommunications support the economy. Despite immense hardship, entrepreneurship continues to thrive. Challenges remain: insecurity, drought, displacement, and rebuilding state institutions. Still, the Somali spirit endures, resourceful, resilient, and unbroken.
Somalia survives and continues to rebuild. In every coastline, in every story, in every generation, there is perseverance. Somalia, resilient, enduring, rebuilding.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.3 FM in Uppington. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into our second hour. Thank you for joining me, Joanne Joseph, and the team as we talk you through all the big stories of the day. And one of the issues that we're going to be tackling in this hour is the ad hoc committee's work. It's just asked for another extension for the report into undue influence in the police. So this is, of course, about it's been running, or it had run alongside the Madlanga Commission, and they were looking into much the same thing: how the police force has been corrupted by outside forces. And so, at first, on the face of it, I thought to myself, gosh, another extension. Maybe it'll be sixth time lucky for them. But I see that the reason that they're asking for all these extensions is there is a lot going on that they need to do. Before they commit to a draft report, they've actually got to interview people. They've got to re-interview people who are put on the stand and get their right of reply. There's such a process that they have to go through. And so they are asking for another extension. So we're hoping to speak to Dereline James a little bit later on. She's the Action SA member of the ad hoc committee. And she right now is tied up. She was supposed to speak to us now, but she's asked us for a little bit of grace. and she's going to catch up with us a little bit later on. Another issue that we're going to be talking about in this hour is the case of historical sexual abuse that's been reported at King David High School, and hopefully we're going to be able to speak to Women and Men Against Child Abuse a little bit later on, to get a sense of why people make late disclosures and how we manage those when people are making these disclosures so many years after they have occurred. We'll take some calls from you on our studio line throughout this hour, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Many of you touching on various different issues on the WhatsApp line this morning. I can see there's a lot of different stuff on your minds. Let's listen first of all to this one on the suspension of the MK MP Nhlamulo Ndlela.
Good morning, Joanne. Pule here. I'm so happy Nhlamulo Ndlela has been dismissed from his post. That guy was so arrogant and disrespectful, man. I'm not a member of the MKP, but I'm so happy because now he was doing injustice to the party, the way he was supposed to convey the messages of the party. He was not doing that. He was always emotional. So bon voyage.
That's very unsentimental and unceremonious to send him off in that way. But interesting to see whether he's actually going to remain in the party at all, because I see that has come up. It's not just that he's lost that position as the spokesperson, as an MP. He may actually be kicked out of the party. So he definitely has a lot to lose there. Some of you talking about Joburg electricity woes. Let's listen into those.
Good morning, Miss JJ. It's kind of strange. The richest city in South Africa, suddenly they can't pay electricity. How sad. Can you imagine us in Cape Town having such a problem? Never, never, never. Pastor, Cape Town.
Pastor, you guys in the mother city like to gloat, don't you? and you do it at our expense. But yes, no, you're quite right. Things in Johannesburg are pretty tough now, and there's no running away from that.
Morning, Joanne. Sbu here from Newcastle. Johan, with the surplus electricity that you've just spoken about, I would like to differ. When you look at the market forces, the more surplus that you have, the prices go down so that you attract more customers to buy your goods. So it's very contradictory to say that Eskom has more power to sell. That's why they're pushing the prices up. It's actually the opposite. Eskom should put the prices down so that it should attract more customers. That is the market forces, demand and supply. Thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you so much for the show. Joanne, sorry.
No problems. Thank you. Thank you so much for that message. You'd think that's how it works, right? But now they can't sell as much of their product as they were doing before. And so I suspect they're going to use that as a means, as an excuse to push prices up. Let's take a call from Prince in Durban. You also want to talk about Eskom, Prince. Good morning.
Joanne. Yeah, man, since you mentioned that Eskom has too much power now, then why are they not reducing the prices then, so that they make sure that affordability is guaranteed for all citizens? I mean, that's the mandate of Eskom. To supply electricity inclusively, because it's needed by everyone, isn't it so? So now that there's too much power, it must be reduced, definitely. So that we shouldn't have illegal connections anymore. Now that we have too much power, isn't it? So it's a state-owned entity.
Yes, in theory. But the question is, they've got to keep. They've got these thousands of employees, Prince, and I think that's what makes it a difficult question. How will they keep all of those people in work, including their senior managers who are earning quite handsomely, I might add?
Yes, that's their problem. That's their problem. They must fix that problem. But the mandate of Eskom as a state-owned entity is to supply electricity inclusively to all citizens. Yes. And we know how our country is at the moment. Too many poor people. A lot of people can't afford this electricity. So now that there's too much power, it must be reduced. I mean, it's a state-owned entity. It's a product that is or service that is protected by our constitution, and our constitution is demanding that So it must happen. It doesn't matter whatsoever, but the supply must happen inclusively.
Yeah, I wish, Prince, I agree with you. I mean, I also agree that people do need to pay for electricity. It can't be a free service to everybody, because then entity would not be Eskom would not be a going concern, right? But I'm also wondering, what is NERSA doing? How is NERSA allowing increases of the kind we have seen over the past 10, 12 years without really forensically saying to Eskom, you've got to justify this. You've got to justify this in more detail, because I don't think things are as they seem. And I don't want to be unfair to NERSA, because they do hold hearings and all that kind of thing, but I'm wondering whether those hearings are forensic enough. That's my question. Thank you, Prince, for that call. Faisal is in the Eastern Cape. Faisal or Faisal, is it? You want to talk about March and March?
Morning, Joanne. How are you?
Morning, Faisal. I'm well, thanks. Is it Faisal or Faisal?
Yes, Faisal, Joanne.
Faisal, thank you. Thank you. Go for it,
Joanne,
Faisal.
you know what? I was in Indonesia for 1 month. When my coming back to South Africa, I was not feeling well. I'm from South Africa.
Yes.
I married an Indonesian woman.
Right.
But to come here, too much dramas. Every day is a problem. Everyone does what surprised me, Joanne. This much and much. I was shocked. Indonesian people are asking about these things. When I look at YouTube, it is there in the Bahasa language. And then the many people, they're asking me, Africa Selatan, what is happening? Is Africa Selatan, you're killing the people, hitting the people, your crime is so high. Now, what I'm saying, Joanne, my concern is this. Why is this government letting these thugs roam freely and do as they please? Who is Ngizwe Mchunu? Who is this Jacinta Zuma woman? What are they? And another thug. They're only using the poor people. It's a government. Who are you? There are many things I don't like about foreigners myself also. Like I tell you, I see many bottle stores. All of a sudden, Ethiopians are opening a bottle store. I'm wondering, how come? Because South Africa, I know the law to open a bottle store is not an easy law. But I can't go and take the stick in when I feel and the mass people, they must go close the door. I'm not the government. My question, why is the government letting these people carry on like this? What is the purpose? What is going to serve? It's causing more chaotic. The country is falling down. They're adding. Why? I'm wondering, who is behind these people? I'm not talking about the poor people just following, just jumping. They call names, Grigamba, Kwere. Which black person can call a fellow black people like that? I don't agree with also what foreigners are. For me, my view is this. Any person from other country, and I come from Malawi, he come from Nigeria, he come from Zimbabwe, he come from South America, if he's got a paper, should he commit a crime in South Africa, this person, they must deport him.
Absolutely.
I don't even worry about that.
Absolutely.
I'm not supporting it.
No, thank you for that, Faisal. And you know what I think happens is, I think you ask about where these civil society groups come from. Civil society groups are important in society. They do serve a purpose, because they actually act as watchdogs. But their behavior cannot spill over into vigilantism, right? They cannot be guilty of lawlessness themselves or breaking laws themselves, as the case may be. And that is what concerns me. And I have a theory, and I could be completely wrong, and I'm happy to be called out on this. If you disagree with me, tell me why. But I have a feeling that government has allowed these types of groups to proliferate, knowing that they are overstepping the mark in certain instances, because it takes the attention of governments not being able to provide the services to its people that it ought to. So the moment you have people saying, and you know people are desperate, right? So you're using that as a kind of lever. And the moment you hear people saying, okay, the undocumented migrants or the migrants are responsible for the situation in which we find ourselves. They are the reason we can't get access to healthcare. They're the ones who are taking all our jobs. They are the ones who are cluttering our schools so that our children are not able to get in there. You know, once you hear that narrative, once government hears that narrative, it can almost sit back and say, well, we are not being fingered as the people who don't provide, right? this responsibility is now being put on the shoulders of migrants who've come into the country. Therefore, it takes the attention off us, and it takes the stress and the pressure off us to provide. That to me seems to be the reason why. I could be absolutely wrong about it, and I'm happy to be disagreed with on this, but I think it actually suits some of our officials who are not providing what they ought to our citizens. I have a feeling that they sit back and they actually, in some perverse way, benefit from this kind of thing, and that's why it's been allowed to get out of hand. Marcus in Lesfontein is on the line to us. You want to talk about nuclear electricity, Marcus? Good morning.
How are you? Good morning.
So well, thanks. Go for it.
You know, that nuclear chemical, it is needing a serious care when you come into nuclear. If that chemical is mixed with water and people consume that water or drink that water, it's going to cause death. People are going to die. People are going to die. Many people are going to die in a very, very high number. They are going to lose their lives because of the water is contaminated with nuclear.
I'm just trying to think of the place in Japan where during the tsunami, there was a spill. And that water, they had to try and contain it and cool those areas, Marcus. The name just doesn't come to me. It starts with F. It'll come to me in just a moment. It's buried somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind. But I remember doing that story, and I remember the nuclear reactors and how that got out of control and how they had to evacuate the towns around the nuclear reactor. There are some of those concerns that come with it. From what I've read, I'm seeing part of the argument saying that nuclear electricity is very safe and it's being used in lots of parts of the world. On the other hand, I'm also reading the kind of thing that you are saying here, the opinion that is, well, if we're going to involve nuclear energy in our mix, we need to be very clear about how the reactors are taken care of and whether we as a country have the ability to be able to look after a facility like that. Sometimes I wonder, with the lack of competence that exists in our country, whether it would be possible to take the necessary measures to ensure that our population is safe if we go that route. It was Fukushima. Thank you very much, getting aware. It was the Fukushima Daiichi reactors after that major earthquake. Remember that 15-meter tsunami disabled the nuclear power station, and the cooling of the 3 Fukushima Daiichi reactors was the thing that caused the nuclear accident, and that was on the 11th of March 2011. Thank you for reminding me of that. It's so useful to have efficient producers. When you have a brain lapse for a moment, they're there to remind you of exactly what happened. Khotso in Migrant is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Khotso. You want to talk about developments around migration?
Yes, morning, Ms. J. Look, to answer and to help the fellow who just called here, who claimed that he went to, or who said he went to Indonesia, blah blah, woman and everything. So that when he returned back to there, he must tell his in-laws that in South Africa currently what's happening is a mini revolution. A real revolution is coming because the deadline says 30 June. All illegal foreigners are supposed to have left the country. Number one, let me take him through quickly.
Sorry, Khotso, can I just ask who has set that deadline?
It's the March and March. The March and March to Dula and other, yes.
Government hasn't set that deadline.
Can
we treat that deadline as being serious if government hasn't set it?
No. The initiative, it has nothing to do with government. Civil society, civilians have took it on their own to make sure that they don't want to see lawlessness. They don't want to see drug peddlers, more especially which is being peddled by your Nigerian, Tanzanian, Zimbabwean and other foreigners, illegal foreigners. They don't want to see our young ladies being trafficked. Human trafficking is pervasive. Crime and rape is pervasive at the hands of these illegal foreigners. So to help that fellow who went to his in-laws there, he must, when he returned back, because in my culture, Joanne, you are not allowed to follow a woman, but because it's an embarrassment, let it be embarrassment to his own.
Okay, let's leave it there. Khutso, thanks very much for that. In his culture, he's not allowed to follow women. I'm not sure what culture he subscribes to. It's first I've heard of that. But the man has a wife from a different country. There's nothing wrong with marrying someone from a different country. So let's be very, very careful. Bringing ideologies of the way you choose to live your life to a forum like this is fine, but respect what other people choose to do. If he chooses to marry someone from somewhere else and he happens to go to that country and people ask him questions, he has to be able to answer those questions. But the bottom line is the man can marry who he likes. And the thing of in my culture we don't follow a woman. We've also got a constitution in this country, hey, that says everybody is equal. If a man wants to follow a woman and a woman wants to follow a man, or any of those variations in between, it's quite permissible in the law. Frank and Peter Maritzburg, what's on your mind, Frank?
I'm fine. I just want to ask regarding the application of waiver, the spouse visa.
Yes.
Right? I'd like to know. Also, if you might get one of the immigration law experts, especially for application of waiver. Does a person who have a waiver receipt that has applied through the VFS, is that person needs to have a valid passport? He has to go to the border and stamp in for 30 days and come in, or he has to stay in. If he wants to go out by the border, let's say Bed Bridge, you carry the receipt and they stamp you out, and if you want to come back, you come in again.
All right. Frank, I just want a little bit more context to understand what you're talking about. So presumably, you're talking about somebody who comes into the country on their own,
yes.
And they've got a waiver from where? From Home Affairs, or where?
Yes.
They've got a waiver from Home Affairs.
They say I've been working for a certain company, right?
Yes.
So you have to apply for a general work permit.
Yes.
So what they said, you have to apply for a waiver application.
Yes.
So my question is, if a person has a waiver and the police stop you and find that the date of you entered in this country has expired,
yeah,
but you have a Home Affairs, VFS application center, the receipt which shows that you applied for a permit, it's on pending, does that person need to have a valid entry dates of the entry point of the border?
Oh, I see. I think I see what you're asking here. Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to find that out. We'll try and get clarity on that for you, because it is a bit confusing. And I think you're talking about the people who apply month to month. So they go to the border at the end of every month or whenever they came in, and they say, please renew this, and then it gets renewed. They come back into the country and they keep that going. But in the meantime, they've applied for a waiver and been given that. Okay, we'll find out. Thanks for that question,
Yes.
Frank.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm going to have to cut you off there because I just want to take some voice notes, Frank. Let's just listen to what's coming in on the issue of using hospitals in South Africa if you are undocumented.
Morning, Joy and the listeners. I am going to disagree with you completely with your narrative. As somebody who travels through Africa, I have never seen what is happening in South Africa happen in any African country. You cannot go to Botswana, Nigeria, Ghana, Mali, and get into the government hospital for free. It does not happen. It does not happen. In West Africa, you go there, you have your own medical insurance. They only have one private hospital in Bamako, American hospital. You cannot go into a public hospital, Joanne. So sometimes don't deflect the realities. Anonymous.
So you're talking about two different things. Firstly, you've said you cannot go to those countries, to a hospital in those countries free of charge. So is your contention that you can go to those hospitals, but you'd have to pay? Or that, you if you have medical insurance, you can go to a private hospital? I'm not really sure what you're trying to say because you're conflating a couple of things there. Let's listen to this voice note on the NPA prosecutor who didn't show up for the Joe Sibanyoni hearing on Monday.
Good morning, Joanne. I would like to make a comment on the Sibanyoni prosecutor case. Now that he has come forward allegedly and told the NPA that the reason he absconded is because he feared for his safety.
I think at times, as people who are watching the news on TV and listening through the radio, we are quick to judge without so much as trying to understand all the dynamics that are at play in a particular situation. Like, for instance, if you live anywhere in Mpumalanga, then you will know that the person that is accused or the prosecutor is supposed to prosecute is the same person that whenever there is taxi violence around Mpumalanga, especially in the Gamhlanga area, witnesses die like fly. Sometimes you find that 3 or 5 individuals are killed on a daily basis. So it's only fair that we hear the prosecutor out and also try to understand this from his perspective. That is, in as much as he might be doing his job, but his life might be at risk. I'll be anonymous. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is some merit to that. I do think he should have communicated that to the NPA, and I don't think we're going to hear from him directly. The NPA will not give him permission to speak. The NPA always speaks through a spokesperson unless they've given a member of their staff permission to speak. And I think that what you're talking about is real. I do think at some point one needs to go to one's boss at the NPA and say, listen, I know that I took this case on. I thought I would be able to fight this case at the beginning. But you're going to have to put someone else on this case because I think I'm risking my life here and I'm not prepared to do it. And I think that honest conversation has to be had. All right, 10:30 on the Daily Discourse. Time for your latest news headlines. Ondela Mbana is standing by.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, 3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Marion Hill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Migrant community activist Tato Mulusangwe has reportedly been shot dead at his home in Lomanyaneng village, and shipping data indicates that 2 Chinese tankers laden with 4 million barrels of oil have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
10:31. It is on the Daily Discourse. Taking your calls on our studio line 086 000 2032. Patrick in Witbank is on the line to us. Patrick, good morning.
How are you, Joanne?
I'm well, thanks, Patrick. Go ahead.
Fine. You know, I'm a permanent listener of SAFM since the time of the team Modises and until today.
Right. Yeah,
Joanne, you know, some of us are no longer calling on this radio because there is this thing about the presenters coming on this radio. In this case, you know what? The reason I'm calling, my call is prompted by the guy who just sent a voice note now, the anonymous.
Yes.
He put it clearly that you can play that voice note to the public again.
Yeah.
That in other countries, he mentioned them. You cannot go to a public hospital for free as a foreigner unless you have an insurance that you need to bring to that particular country, and you have to go to a private hospital. He said it clearly. In your response, you said he's conflating 2 issues.
Yes.
Me, as a person who's not working for the media, I understood that. You having working for the media for such a long time, it is not for the first time we see you on SAFM. You have done so many good what is this thing, presentation actually on different radios. You are actually working on TV as well. You guys, can you please, guys, most of you love foreigners so much. As our SABC is being led by foreigners mostly now. Can you please stop defending foreigners on our behalf, please? Can you do that? Please, guys. You know what? We are having it tough in our country. We don't have anywhere else to go. You guys, you are speaking from a position of comfortability. You are doing so many jobs. Our brothers and sisters in South Africa are not working. Not even one of you guys is protecting them. How much must we suffer? Really, man. Come on, please.
All right. Patrick, I can hear you very emotional about this, and I understand why, because life is tough on the ground. But I think we're also saying things to you that you don't want to hear, and that's what makes you uncomfortable. And right now, there are certain groups in the country that have turned the attention entirely onto migrants in the country. And those people, like you are doing, are blaming migrants entirely for the situation in the country. And it's just not accurate. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to tell you. But factually, it's not accurate. And I cannot sit here as someone who works in a business, the core of which is facts and accuracy and honesty and information as opposed to disinformation and misinformation. I cannot feed you what you want to hear, right? I can only feed you what you want to hear in terms of the issues we discuss. But if you call in and you say something that is factually incorrect, I cannot side with you because I feel sorry for your situation or because I'm sympathetic towards what I believe I understand you are suffering on the ground. I cannot empathize with it. I can sympathize with it. But I can't say to you, yes, you're right. All foreigners are committing crimes in this country. All foreigners are... I can't do that. The figures show me otherwise. And in order to do the job I need to do, I have to be in a position where I can bring you research-based content every day. The fact that people in this country have turned everything on one group of people, right, doesn't mean that it's actually factually true. You still have a government here that were you to wave a magic wand today and every migrant in this country would disappear, right, you would still not have the services that you need because you have a government that's not delivering those services to you. And the fact that migrants have entirely been made the scapegoat for that, or are entirely being made the scapegoat for that, is just factually incorrect. And I'm sorry, I cannot help you by trying to underline that position of yours if it is not factually correct. All right. So let's get on to our next story. Parliament's ad hoc committee looking into serious allegations of corruption in the criminal justice system, asking for a sixth extension to finish its work. National Assembly Speaker Togodidiza has granted that request, meaning it now has until the 12th of June to hand in its draft report. Committee member Deraline James joins us now. Ms. James, good morning to you. Thank you for making the time to speak to us. 6 extensions are quite a lot to have requested. Why did you need yet another extension for this draft report?
I think one could have anticipated the request for another extension. I think the first delay, obviously, the evidence leaders and the councils have other cases that they are also dealing with. So I think after the first extension, they probably thought that their work would end on a certain date. It obviously didn't. This then affects the other matters that they are dealing with, and I think this is where we find ourselves at. We have forecasted this as members of the ad hoc committee. It is really unfortunate. As Action SA, we've always said from the beginning that, you know what, South Africans are waiting for an outcome. They're waiting for findings. You know, we need to sort of settle South Africans in terms of, you know, what's the way forward. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. We are now waiting on that report. And once we receive that report, we obviously still have to make our own submissions. And I can just imagine there'll be deliberations that will have to happen amongst the MPs. So yeah, that's where we're at.
All right. And I understand you also have to give certain people who've been interviewed before the committee right of reply. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. You know, before we can actually publish and take our final report to the speaker, there's a lot that we're going to have to work through. Obviously, the senior counsel comes with a more legal perspective in terms of, you know, I think that there might be implications when it comes to our terms of reference. As Parliament, you know, we are there to exercise our oversight duty. And, you know, the Madlanga Commission is there to sort of recommend cases and that needs to be investigated. So I think there's a little bit of an overlap and a confusion when it comes to the senior council and actually the expectation from Parliament, you know, the members of the ad hoc committee. So we are waiting for this report. And once we have it, we will then make input as various political parties and then go into deliberations, which I'm not even sure if will be done by the 12th of June.
Wow. So my understanding is also that the various departments' budgets are being debated at the same time. Do you think this latest extension will give you enough time to wrap up if these budgets also need debating?
You know what? I've just looked at the parliamentary calendar earlier on, and there's literally no space for anything. Remember, we have the upcoming local government elections. Parliament goes on recess. There's a lot happening. But because this is priority, the Speaker will have to find time to actually place this on the order paper. So irrespective of how jam-packed the calendar is, we need to find time, as this is extremely important.
All right. Do you know what date's been set for the final version of your ad hoc committee report to be handed in, Ms. James?
We don't have that date as yet. Right now, we are just trying to meet the final deadline of the 12th of June. So we are really pushing to meet that deadline. That's where we're at.
All right. Well, we wish you well with that. Thank you very much for speaking to us. That is the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee Action SA member, Daryline James, telling us they're doing their best to rush towards that deadline of the 12th of June for the draft report, having asked for a further extension, but they're not even sure they're going to be able to make it because of all the parliamentary demands that are on the go. We'll keep a close eye on that for you.
Have you recently migrated to the new TV licenses payment website? Make sure your account stays active by registering again or resetting your password. Don't miss out on all the fantastic new features our brand new website offers. Get registered today and stay connected with us. With the new website, get your payments done quickly and hassle-free with a wide range of services. So make sure you register to take advantage of all the great client features. Visit www.tvlic.co.za today. TV licenses. Do it for the things that matter.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
20 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us and thank you for all your messages that are coming in right now. One of you is responding to Crispin earlier. You might not have had that phone call or heard that phone call if you called in or if you tuned in a little bit later. Crispin was saying that he took a migrant to a hospital in Durban and he was undocumented, and because Crispin insisted that he receive service, he did actually receive service at the hospital. But some of you are disagreeing with that. Let's listen to what you had to say.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Temba here. I totally disagree with Crispin. He's making an inference in two different things. The scenarios that he's giving, they are not the same. And a person that is desperate and who is a legal South African staying in an illegal or staying illegally in a place cannot be, compared to an illegal person or a person of foreign descent and then who came here illegally. And for him also to say that he took an illegal person or a person without documents to a hospital or whatever, he's actually one of the people that are also, should I say, perpetrating, or and he knows that is also against the law. Now he wants to blame the police, or he wants to blame the state institutions that they cannot take care of other people because of their illegal. They are illegal. Simple as that.
Thank you very much for that voice note. Carol Mohlala is on the line to us. Carol, good morning to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Good morning. No, I just wanted to jump into the previous conversation. I do understand what you're trying to say that we can't blame entirely our exploitations that we are facing as a country on migrants. And I don't think majority of us South Africans want to do that. However, the reality of the situation is in that voice note to say, when we are in other African countries, we are not given the same benefits that is expected from us as South Africa. And perhaps the conversation should then start shifting to say, if we are then saying that we are able to offer health care and stabilize somebody that is not documented, be given the same opportunity when in a foreign African country. That is very important. Also, we cannot move away and condone the issue of people that are undocumented in our country, and also then ensuring that there is law and order in our country. Be documented. We do not have a problem. We are willing to coexist. However, there are realities on the ground. When we were talking about this, I was thinking of an example of what I experienced when I went to Rahim Musa, I think in 2013, to give birth.
Yes.
I was the only South African there, and I was fine with it. People were there, they were documented, they were there to give birth. One of the people there was even giving my son a Shona name. We are happy to coexist with the people, but be documented. Respect the rules of this country.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
We cannot promote lawlessness in our country.
No, you're 100% right on that. 100% right on that, Carol. The only thing that we, I mean, our law cannot be drawn up in relation to other people's laws in their countries. So our courts can't say, well, because Carol, you're not allowed to use a hospital in neighboring Namibia, we're going to change our law accordingly and not allow you not allow a migrant into this country to use our services. That's not the way it works. In fact, what complicates the situation even more is that the Constitutional Court has actually said that pregnant women, lactating women, and children under 6, or children 6 and under, I should say, are allowed, whether they're documented or not, to actually enter that system. And so, you may feel deeply perturbed by the fact that somebody lying in a hospital bed next to you is undocumented, but has access to that hospital. But it may be for the very reason that the court has actually allowed that. So there is a lawful reason for that person to be there. 10:45 here on the Daily Discourse. And yesterday, King David High School in Linksfield, Johannesburg, spoke publicly for the first time about a sexual abuse case which occurred on its premises in the early 1980s. The adult, a former student who complained, apparently accused 2 former King David High School teachers of abusing him when he was a boarder at the school 40 years ago. Let's find out more now. Rabbi Ricky Seif was very willing to speak to us, but unavailable today. So we thought we'd have a more general conversation with Miranda Jordan from rights organisation Women and Men Against Child Abuse, because they specialise in these late disclosure cases. And Miranda, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time on the programme. Late disclosure cases. These late disclosure cases are really complicated. But why is it important that these cases do come to light, no matter how many years ago they actually occurred?
Thank you, Joe. I think what we must remember is that when we're talking about cases that are 25, 30, 40 years, or even 50 years ago, child abuse, and particularly child sexual abuse, was not discussed in society, and it was certainly not discussed in schools. And the fact that we are now 20, 30 years later talking about it because the subject is out in the open means that a lot of people, tens of thousands of people and hundreds of thousands all over the world, have not had any sort of justice because it wasn't discussed. There was no language for it. And a very important thing to remember is that with abuse, the power is in the secret. And so when children are faced with somebody in authority, we have 2 aspects here. First of all, we're talking about the fear of disclosing. When somebody in authority abuses you, not only didn't you have the language, but you also had the fear of some serious repercussions. And one of the fears, of course, was also not being believed. Then you have the aspects of shame. Again, not spoken about in these years at all. And perhaps this is even bigger than fear, was that even though you had nothing to do with the abuse, you still feel in some way blamed for what happened to you. And if we look at it, Joe, it was only 8 years ago that the door was opened really to speak about and to prosecute to the level that we could with the Sidney Frankel 8, which we could look at what was happening by the fact that even the law didn't believe that we could prosecute a case older than 20 years, yes. And we had to take this to the Constitutional Court. So literally only 8 years ago did we believe that children who had suffered abuse and had these long-term ramifications of aspects that not only stole their childhood, but also greatly affected and in a way stole the trajectory of their adulthood. did we feel was severe enough that we had to start looking back and believing and opening the door for these kinds of prosecutions. And a very interesting statistic, Joe, came from Child USA, one of their studies, that the average age of disclosing childhood sexual abuse was around 52, with the median of 47, 48. And in fact, this is when a lot of adults start realizing the impact of what happened and having a voice. You know, another thing is that there's a lot of misunderstanding. Children do not actually understand that this is a criminal thing that is happening to them.
Yeah.
So absolutely, this is where we are seeing as an organization, and obviously it started with Bob Hewitt. That was a real test case in our country, and then the Sydney Frankel. We've had Salvation Army. We've had some high profile, but also some well-known school cases that are going to be on trial as in July, August with St. John's. And again, you get this throughout all the, so you know, I think you and I worked on the Catholic school one, a Catholic case. We are now looking at some cases involving the Anglican Church. And so, you know, it's these people who are in authority, whether they are school teachers, or whether they are people in religious authority. But of course, this also happens very much within people's own families. But it does take an extremely long time, and the ramifications are forever. And I'm very pleased I did read the letter from King David, and the way they are looking to handle this is incredibly positive for people who do want to come out and speak.
Yes, I think that's really important. Thank you very much for giving us the background to that and why these cases remain so important to solve in our society. Miranda Jordan, she is the director and founder of Women and Men Against Child Abuse. And tell me, are you a part of the King David community? Are you a parent there? Are you a past pupil there? Do you belong to one of the organizations affiliated with the school, because it has a number of these affiliates and these links? How do you feel about the way the school is handling it? How do you feel as a past pupil, if you are, about the possibility that this might have occurred even when you were in the school and you had no knowledge of it? What do we need to do in the present to reach back into the past and ensure that people who were hurt by trauma like this do actually receive the justice that they deserve? We'll take a short break and I'll take your calls on that in just a while.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, listening in to your voice notes in just a moment. But do remember as well, from 11 o'clock, we're going to be speaking to financial advisor Brian Hirsch. Brian is in once a week. He sits with us for half an hour and he talks us through some aspect of finance that we hope can benefit you, your knowledge, all the way you choose to invest and look after your money. And this week we're talking about the issue of relative wealth with him. I actually wasn't familiar with this until a little while ago, but it is quite an important thing economists use to measure how people are performing in society money-wise. So we'll have that conversation with him in just a short while. One of you is commenting on the demolition of properties that occurred in the Khanala area, the mining area that was flagged earlier with us. Let's listen to that.
Good morning, this is Joanne and your guest. Yeah, on regarding of this issue of demolition of properties, we have the same problem here in Taung in the northwest, my sister. But here we are living on a communal land, but our chief is really treating us very bad. because he's not assisting us with anything. He's only listening to those who are greasing his pockets. So we are sitting with a court judgment, but we have appealed it so that our house cannot be demolished. Truly speaking, this thing, my sister, of demolishing other people's houses, it's very, very painful, and we cannot allow such to happen while people sometimes are treating others bad. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you so much for that. I quite agree with you there. One of you is responding to an earlier call I took from Lynn, who was speaking about the Middle East situation, and she was talking about, she first of all said, we were talking about the history of Israel, and I raised the question, about Zionism being at the root of certain aspects of that war on Gaza, and I was saying I thought it was really strange that that Zionists, whose ideology was based on an atheist philosophy, were using the Torah as a basis for their ideology. Lynn denied that Theodor Herzl, who actually originated Zionism, was an atheist. She was adamant that he wasn't, but of course I've looked it up again, and he definitely was. She went on to say certain other things, including the fact that the United Nations and other organizations that have observed the killings on the ground are not correct.
A very good morning to SAFM listeners, and happy African Month. This is Nanwabana. I'm very shocked to this lady that at this point in time there are still other people who can talk supporting the atrocities that Israel is doing. I'm very shocked, completely shocked. I can't understand it. And you, presenter, you are very patient. Thank you for that.
Thanks very much for that. Just to clarify something that I said, I looked it up because I want to be sure that I am giving you factual information. And I went onto the London School of Economics website where they'd been writing about this. There was an article on this, and it confirms the roots of Zionism were similarly secular. It says, while religious forms of the ideology existed from the early days of its emergence in the late 19th century, the mainstream movement was inspired far more by post-Enlightenment notions of secular nationalism than any religious text. Zionist forefather Theodor Herzl was an atheist, as was his close colleague Max Nordau, and goes on to speak about others. So that to me, I find that contradiction interesting. But if you'd like to discuss that more, you're more than welcome to call in. One more response to Crispin's call about undocumented migrants at hospitals.
Hi, Joanne. Morning, Joanne. Joanne, we need to be careful with people like Crispin. Crispin himself, and he campaigned for criminality. And when you're illegal in a country, you're illegal. It doesn't matter how we sugarcoat it and how we brush it. Crispin has been going on with this rhetoric for so long. He is a legal citizen. He's called himself out so many times. When did he move to South Africa from Europe? He's legally here now, but he wants to campaign for illegality. And where does he stand on? The law is the law. When you're illegal in a country, you cannot come demand for resources. You cannot want to go to a hospital. You know you are illegal, but you want to demand the rights. Who's paying these taxes? We work so hard for this country. And our kids cannot even go to schools because we need to accommodate people like this. No, man, Crispin really need to check it. Now, you need to watch what he's saying on the radio. It's so disheartening to listen to people like Crispin. They just take our country backwards, man.
All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Peter in Middelburg is on the line to us. Peter, you want to talk about the Constitution? Hi, Peter, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, ma'am. Thanks.
Yes, go for it, please, Peter.
Thank you very much for taking my call. My problem with this golden document, they say it's a constitution. It seems nobody understands it. That's why it needs a full bench of judges. And also they themselves, they have to vote with different ideas in interpreting this document. Even Ramaphosa is claimed to say that he was part of the drafting of the document. He does not even understand it. Parliament, who are the lawmakers, they don't understand it. But why can't we review this document? For it seems we are in this trouble because of this document. Everybody is claiming rights in South Africa because of this constitution. Every time they refer their matters to the constitution, I don't know, this document, there was no referendum, there was no consultation, it was drafted. in the dark times, and we're in this problem because of this document. Thank you very much, Joanne.
Thank you, Peter. Look, I don't know. On the one hand, I mean, I think it's not fair to say that Ramaphosa doesn't know the document and Parliament doesn't know the document. Cyril Ramaphosa was the head of the Constitutional Assembly. He's a lawyer, first of all, so he clearly did understand the document that he put together, as did the other members of the Constitutional Assembly. We've interviewed other people. We had an advocate in Cholo online the other day on the anniversary of the Constitution's adoption, and she spoke about the work of the Constitutional Assembly. So you had very high-level people. You had people who understand law drafting the Constitution, right? And people who are not lawyers by trade also involved in that process. So you had a consensus of a lot of different opinions. And they put their opinions together and they put the Constitution together. And they used the Bill of Rights as a basis. They used the articles from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which they also absorbed into it. So it hasn't just been put together arbitrarily. And what would a referendum have done in terms of decide what we were going to put into the Constitution? That's not really how one puts a Constitution together. And actually, they were put together in the dark times in the sense that we were emerging from apartheid. But those dark times informed what kind of society we wanted to live in. We came out of a horrifically lawless society, in the sense that laws had been drafted based on a deviation from human rights. And we didn't want to live in a country like that. And a constitutional review is possible. It happens on a yearly basis, remember. So we need to just write to Parliament. We need to be very strong about what we feel needs to be changed in the Constitution. But we can't sit with our arms folded and say, we don't like this Constitution, change it, without actually making specific recommendations to Parliament as to what needs to change and on what grounds we want to see that changed. But we've got to be active citizens in that regard. But I agree when our caller says that more education needs to take place. We don't know the Constitution well enough. That is very true. 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana is standing by. Let's get your latest news.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, a suspect shot and wounded in a shootout with police in Pretoria and Chinese oil tankers exit Hormuz. For SAfm News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. A suspect has been shot and wounded following a shootout with police in Centurion, Pretoria. Police intercepted a vehicle with 4 heavily armed suspects. 3 suspects fled the scene. It is alleged the suspects were en route to commit crime in the area. Gauteng Police spokesperson Tintswalo Sibeko says they have recovered 1 AK-47 firearm, 2 rifles, a revolver and ammunition inside the suspect's vehicle.
Members attached to the highway patrol arrested 1 suspect and recovered 3 firearms, 1 R5, 1 AK-47 and 1 pistol and ammunition.
3 suspected kidnappers have been shot dead during a shootout with police in Mariannhill, west of Durban, in the early hours of this morning. Police say officers acted on intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the suspects who were wanted in connection with a kidnapping and fraud case in Greenwood Park. Police spokesperson Colonel Robert Nechunda says officers approached the suspects where an exchange of gunfire ensued. He says investigations into the incident are continuing.
Police spotted suspects driving along Milky Way Road and attempted to stop their vehicle. The suspects defied police orders and sped off. Police gave chase, and during the operation, a shootout ensued. The suspect's vehicle lost control and hit a tree. 3 suspects were shot and fatally wounded during the shootout, and no police officer was injured. The suspects were found in possession of 2 firearms and several rounds of ammunition.
Mahigeng community activist Tato Molusangwe has reportedly been shot dead at his home in Lomanyaneng village. The incident happened in the early hours of this morning. Police are on the scene and are still gathering information behind the killing. Eskom has given the city of Johannesburg until the 8th of July to pay its outstanding debt of over 5 billion rand or face power cuts across the city. The power utility yesterday issued a notice of its intention to reduce, interrupt or terminate electricity supply to parts of the city should the municipality fail to honour its electricity supply agreement with Eskom. The power utility says the COJ and City Power owe more than 5.2 billion rand in arrears, excluding a further 1.5 billion billion rand current account payment due on the 5th of June. Eskom's acting Group Executive Distribution, Agnes Mlambo, elaborates on the power cuts.
It is not absolute blackout. It is similar to load shedding at certain parts of the city at certain times of the day, but it will be progressive. So initially, it will be few hours in a day, but as we do not find the resolution to the payment, the hours will increase, the coverage will increase, it will be progressive, but I'm hoping that we will not get to that situation.
A memorial service for cultural icon and multimedia practitioner Meyiwa will be held at the Market Theatre in Johannesburg today. McCloy died on Tuesday last week at the Millpark Hospital in Johannesburg following a heart failure. McCloy was widely known for her work as a DJ, fashion designer, publicist and creative writer, playing a significant role in shaping urban youth culture in South Africa. Shipping data indicates that 2 Chinese tankers laden with 4 million barrels of oil have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Only a handful of vessels have transited the waterway in recent days, but together with more dovish noises from the White House, the successful passage has encouraged a slight fall in oil prices. U.S. President Donald Trump yesterday insisted a peace deal with Iran was close, though he stressed that any agreement would prohibit Iran acquiring nuclear weapons. The BBC's Peter Bowes has more details.
Quite a lot has been happening over the last 24 hours, really since that moment that President Trump decided that he would hold back on carrying out another attack on Iran, revealing in the last few hours that he made that decision just 1 hour before future strikes were due to take place. But he has also insisted that this may be quite a small window of opportunity for those negotiations to ultimately result in a deal, because he said there could be an attack, he said, perhaps in 2 or 3 days' time, Friday, Saturday or Sunday.
Recapping the top story, a suspect has been shot and wounded following a shootout with police in Centurion, Pretoria. Police intercepted a vehicle with 4 heavily armed suspects. I'm Undulambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Rwanda, East Africa. The land of 1,000 hills, a small nation with a powerful story of recovery and transformation. Bordered by Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kenya, Rwanda, English, and French shape the nation's voice, a culture rooted in unity, discipline, and renewal.
Rwanda gained independence in 1962, but the nation was forever changed by the 1994 genocide against Tutsi, a tragedy that shocked the world. Since then, Rwanda has rebuilt with remarkable speed. Technology, tourism, and services drive a fast-growing economy.
Kigali stands as one of Africa's cleanest and most organized capitals. Yet challenges remain: political freedoms, regional tension, and economic pressures. Still, Rwanda continues to move forward with vision and determination. Rwanda turned pain into purpose. In every hill, in every innovation, in every generation, there is renewal. Rwanda, resilient, visionary, rising.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.1 FM in Bombela. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 11, heading for 9 past 11 actually here on the Daily Discourse. And of course, it is that time of the week when we catch up with financial advisor Brian Hirsch. Your financial health is, of course, important to us. So ask those questions, because this is why we have Brian on the program. We love to take your voice notes, your calls, and remember the studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I see some of your messages for Brian coming in already. He is, of course, from the Brian Hirsch Colley and Associates firm. And this week we're talking about the issue of relative wealth. Morning to you, Brian. Let's get stuck in. What exactly is relative wealth?
Well, you must understand, relative wealth means building and maintaining a financial position that allows you to live better relative to your needs, goals, responsibilities, and the people around you, rather than simply chasing absolute amounts of money. And in simple terms, it doesn't mean how much millions do you have. Relative wealth asks, am I financially secure, independent, and able to maintain the lifestyle and freedom that matters to me most? So it's also important. It's everyone's dream to create assets so they can never need to worry about money again and are afforded the opportunities offered by financial security. So what can we do to set the realization of this dream in motion and achieve this goal? For some people, it's simple, matter of luck. Others inherit from parents. But the majority have to work hard to achieve any extra funds that they may be set aside for investment. What characteristics separates the good investor from the bads? And those are the mistakes they made. So for a person earning, I'm going to give you a big number, 80,000 Rand per month, with large debts, expensive habits, and constant financial pressure, appear wealthy, but they may not have relative wealth. And then you've got another person earning far less, but living within their means, owning assets, and then investing consistently and having financial freedom, maybe wealthier in relative terms. So how do you go about this? Firstly, you need to live below your means. I mean, Charles Dickens, in one of his statements, said, "Man who earns a pound and spends 19 and sixpence," and most people don't relate what a pound and 19 and sixpence means. It means there was sixpence left over. They will live relatively well. And a man who earns a pound and spends a guinea, and a pound used to be 20 shillings, and a guinea was 21 shillings, that means they're spending 1 shilling more than they earn, is a very poor man. But there are things that people need to understand. There is the word I like to use, growth, Growth, and you want to take a piece of paper, write the word down, and then the W in that word stands for what I call relative wealth, because everyone's got a different understanding. The G stands for grow. The R stands for, if you want to grow, you need to take on some risk. That means you can't just put money in the bank and let earn interest, because after tax and after inflation, you won't even beat inflation. So the word risk, the word T is time, you need time, and the word H means you need to hold through the bad times. And that's the difference between fear and greed. People are greedy and they watch things going up, and people were buying gold last year and having a euphoric time, and gold hasn't done very much since last year. It's actually come down from a high of $5,000-$7,000 to a low currently around about $4,500, $4,600. So again, greed came in. And then fear. Suddenly you see your investments drop. So what do? You get fearful and you sell, not understanding what you're doing. And then you may wonder what the O stands for. Well, take the O and put some eyes into it, put your nose and mouth and your ears, and that's you. So that word is very, very important, because no growth asset, whether it be property or equities, goes up all the time. Companies send out statements every month. Some send out quarterly. It's very unsettling to be even looking at those statements because markets always will be affected and property markets will be affected. The characteristics of both investments are long-term. And if you buy a property, you know it's long-term. And if you go into any investment, if you go into any funds, whether it be Allen Gray, Coronation, Investing, Anchor, whatever the case may be, any of those funds, there are risks associated. 2022 was a shocking year. 23, 24, 25, good years. This year's been all over the place. It all depends what Trump's decided. And on the news, I see he's giving another day or two. So I don't think the man knows what he's doing himself. But anyway, having said that, anyone who tells me they know what's going on in the world, I always say, if you're confused, you're thinking straight. So just to understand between greed and fear in terms of any investment you make. Understand the most important thing is when you make a sound investment, what you need to understand, it is long-term. Don't think short-term. Look at the value between property and equity, and even more critical, understand market timing. Don't try and time the market. It's a mug's game. And then lastly, diversification. Diversification out of your own business, diversification in currency, both rand and dollar, because there are lots of offshore opportunities, and I think offshore's got greater opportunities to South Africa. And people say, well, South African companies are doing well. But understand, most of those South African companies are not even operating in South Africa. The platinum mines, the gold mines, the NASBAs and Process, all those companies are international companies. So offshore and is very, very critical. And then I always say, seeking expert advice. Don't try and do it on your own for the simple reason that you need someone to hold your hand when times are bad. And every single year, there is something that brings down the value of your investments. And people get a bit paranoid and want to sell. That's when the fear comes in. Let someone hold your hand. It's well worth paying someone to hold your hand. People are happy to go to psychologists and pay money. Let your financial advisor be your psychologist, particularly when it comes to investments.
All right. Brian, I want to take a message from one of our listeners. It's Mrs. Govender. She says, please, can you ask Brian if someone paid 400 Rand a month for an endowment policy for 26 years at Old Mutual and that was ceased, the Ombudsman agreed to the policy being ceased. I need your help. Is it clear to you what she's asking there?
Well, I don't know. She's saying if I paid 400 Rand, obviously she's saying that I'm not happy with the performance. And I don't know why. She would have to make contact with me, but yes. I've just done a quick calculation. If you paid 400 Rand a month into an endowment for 26 years at an 8% return, you should have got back 420,000 Rand.
Okay.
So let me also make the comment. There's a very big difference to what we call time-weighted returns and money-weighted returns. Time-weighted returns is where you put 100 Rand away today, and in 20 years' time, you look at that 100 Rand's worth, or 10,000 Rand. Money-weighted is where you put money in monthly. So every month, an lump sum up front that may be invested for 5 or 10 or 20 years will have no future contributions coming in. So it'll have all that time to grow. But money coming in on a monthly basis, the first 1,000 that you put in on an investment for, let's say, the first year will have 12 months, and the second 1,000 will only have 11 months. So you need to understand there's a difference between a lump sum investment and what the value will be and monthly. But in this particular case, 400 Rand flat, not increasing at all, at 8% would have given 420,000 Rand. If that helps the caller, we do give my numbers out, and the caller is most welcome to let us have a look at their case.
All right. Thanks, Brian. One of our listeners asks, please ask Brian if buying SA retail bonds is a good idea, and are you able to put a lump sum of money and add on to that amount monthly or not? Are South African retail bonds a good starting point?
Well, firstly, if you're looking for interest, understand the difference between growth and income. If you're looking for interest, I think government retail bonds are a wonderful way. I think they're pretty secure because remember, banks don't bail out governments. Governments bail out banks. And we saw that in 2008 when we had the meltdown in America where many, many banks nearly went to the wall if the government hadn't come to their rescue. So government retail bonds now, I look at the 5-year government retail bond, which is currently paying around about 9.25%. I think that's a fantastic return, although there's a bit of fear now that maybe interest rates are starting to rise again. A year ago, government retail bonds were paying 11.25 for 5 years. They came down. But it's for someone, let me repeat this, someone who's looking for income and also doesn't pay a lot of tax. Because remember, I've always said this on nearly every program, the gross interest you get is not the net interest. It's gross. Let's say you get 9.25. What tax are you going to pay, and what are you getting net? So you always need to look at that equation to determine. But for someone who doesn't have a high tax bracket and someone who's looking for income and wants security, you can't pay monthly into government retail bonds, and you can't add to your government retail bond. You've got it each time you want to put more money in. You've got to take out another retail bond. They do 2, 3, and 5-year retail bonds. My opinion. Great place, not to invest. It's a place where you save and get an income. Big difference between saving and investments. Savings, you take no risk. Investments, you certainly take on risk, and it's much more long-term.
All right, I hope that answers your question. Brian, please just remind us of your contact details in case any of our listeners want to get hold of you.
Yeah, it's www.bhca.co.za. I also have a radio line. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we check it regularly. 011 880 4888. You can put your questions there. Please put all your numbers in, because it's very frustrating if we try and get hold of you and we can't. We're inundated with calls, people asking for advice and help. So www.bhca.co.za and or 011 880 4888. I'll tell you why I say that. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke about a life file, about documenting for your family everything that you need to know. We've got a file, a document on file that we're quite happy to help our viewers. It's a most important document because at the date of death, the problem of winding up estates, it takes months and sometimes years because you can't find information. And today, everything has become so much more secretive with pass numbers and word numbers and where are your title deeds and where are your policies and where are your investments. So if you want one of those booklets, we'd gladly send it to you. It'll take you through. It's a 10-page document that guides you of all the documents you need to keep in one place so that something does happen to you, your family can get moving and start to get the estate wound up. Because remember, money does not come out of banks while your estate's been wound up. So you need to make sure that your families have some liquidity while your estate's been wound up.
All right. Brian, I'm going to read out one more message that is coming through on our WhatsApp line. One of our listeners says, "Hi, JJ, please ask Brian. I would like to buy shares of Time Bank. They're now called Go Time." So I presume he's asking whether that would be a good investment.
I must tell you, not knowing every counter, I don't know. Look, let me put it this way. 15 years ago, people were saying, should I buy back shares in Capitec Bank? And no one knew who Capitec Bank was. But look how successful they've been. I've never heard of Time Bank. I mean, I've heard of the name, but I don't know if it's a listed company. I will check up on it for you, and I will give a report. I won't give a report whether you should buy shares, but I want to see if it's a listed counter, because I have never seen it listed, but that doesn't mean I watch every single share. I mean, I know the Standard Banks, the ABSA, the FNBs, and Nedbank, and Investec, and RMB, and those, but I'll check up on that for you.
Thanks, Brian. I see Mr. Monetti is on the line to us from Kimberley. Good morning to you, Mr. Monetti. What's your question for Brian?
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go ahead with your question, sir.
I'm well, ma'am. I'd just like to find out from Mr. Brian, is it possible to borrow from your investment and life insurance if you are in a financial crisis?
Monetti, there are two types of policies. There's one that does not have any cash values or surrender value or loan value, and there are others that you may have built up a loan value in the policy. So you need to find out from the insurance company, is there a loan value? Let me explain to you how that comes about. A company will sell pure life cover, like you're buying motor insurance. You don't have a claim, you don't get paid. Life policy, only on death will you get paid. There's no savings element. There are other policies that have an element of saving, which means possibly the premium was higher to start with because part of that premium is going to savings. So I don't know what type of policy you got, but what company is it with?
Momentum.
Yeah, I think you need to check with Momentum, contact their, and I know it's a frustrating thing, I'm sorry to say that, contact their call center, Joanne. I don't know what you've heard me talk about call centers. I have a thing about call centers. I always believe every chief executive should be forced to phone his call center at least once a month just to experience what goes on in his call center. He needs to phone them on an anonymous basis. Let him find out what the public go through.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The second question, is it advisable to take this early retirement that the government introduced?
Well, I must tell you, up to last week, I was saying no. But one of my colleagues, Sandy van der Zanden, came to me this morning with someone that had called us this last week and said they'd been made such a phenomenal offer to take early retirement. And this particular, I couldn't believe. They're earning 53,000. They're 59 years old. If they take early retirement, their pension will be 53,000 rands, and they're going to get a lump sum of 3 million rands. So so we're investigating further, but up to yesterday, up to this morning, I would say don't take early retirement, because you take early retirement, you're going to live that much longer, and your money's got to last longer, and you haven't saved long enough. So, but I'm going to deal with this. Next week is our question time, when I deal with questions that have come in during the month of a similar nature, and I would imagine everyone likes answers to those type of questions. I will deal with it about early retirement. Up to now, I've said don't even think about early retirement unless you have to. But thank you for that question.
Okay,
one last question. You need to understand also, if you do have a loan value on your Momentum policy, may I suggest that if you get that number, you phone me, because there are different ways that insurance company expects you to pay back that loan, and they're also depending what interest are they going to charge you, or is it based on investment value. So there are lots of questions. It's not just a number, it's understanding the number and how that number is going to impact if you take a loan. On an investment policy, it's not a problem, but on a life policy, it is, because it could affect your life cover.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monetti. And then we've got a response, Brian, from a customer who's actually invested with Time Bank. Let's listen to that.
This is 007 from Karua. I bank with GoTime, and I've been there right from the very start, and I've never had any problems with that bank. They give the best interest rates, and all their bank is in the cloud. They don't have branches. Very clever. Patrice Motsepe is one of the cleverest guys in the country. He's also married to Cyril Ramaphosa's sister. That also helps.
So, Brian, some good feedback there on Time Bank.
Yeah, no, but thank you for that caller from 007. So I've got to be careful how I answer this question, because he's got license to kill. But having said that, Joanne, one needs to understand, the question I thought I got was, should I put money into Time Bank and earn interest like a deposit account? Here, I thought they were asking, should I invest? And I was assuming they wanted to invest as they would if you invested money in buying Standard Bank shares or Nedbank shares or Capitec shares or any other company shares. I thought that was the question, and that's when I said I didn't even know that Time Bank was listed, and that's the question I was going to come back to. But as Time Bank, I'm certainly not commenting whether they're a quality bank, because the 007 says they are a quality bank. I can't comment. I can't. When they pay higher rates of interest, they don't have all the branches. You've got to make that investigation and make that call yourself.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for that. And I must just remind you of Brian's details again. Remember, next week when he comes to us, we're not talking about any specific topic. You'll be able to put all your questions to him, and he will be able to give you feedback on whatever you've asked over the course of the week. So go to his website. It is www.bhca.co.za. That is www.bhca.co.za. The number on which you can leave a question and your details, he wants all your details, 011 880 4888, 011 880 4888. Brian Hirsch, thank you very much for another interesting week. Right, Brian will do it all again next week. 28 minutes past 11 here, and we're going to go to your news bulletin shortly. But first, let's just listen in to some of your voice notes. One of you commenting on the issue of the NPA process. Oh, in fact, no, we've done that. The ad hoc committee's work.
Hi, JJ. Great show, as always. I'm not surprised that the ad hoc committee has had no report yet. I mean, Madlanga started later, and they've already had the first report out, and they're on their second report, whereas the ad hoc committee, angry people, emotional people, I don't think they have anything to report on, because it was all a circus. I don't think they found anything, so I'm not surprised they have nothing to report on, and asking for time is just a waste of money. Those people were just like kids in a kindergarten.
All right, thanks for that feedback on the ad hoc committee. And then one of you speaking about the Constitution being an issue in terms of the laws of this country.
Good morning, Joanna and SAFM listeners. The problem in South Africa is the Constitution. The Constitution of South Africa is really need to be looked at again, because it's a free for all. The prisoners kill the people, and then they've got rights. What about the right of leave, of the right of living, or the right of life? I mean to say, you've taken the right, but you still demand rights. Anonymous, Cape Town.
Thanks very much. Keep those messages coming in. That brings us to 11:30 on the programme, which means Ondela standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the cost of living in South Africa is edged higher, with annual headline inflation climbing to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. Mahigeng community activist Tato Molusangwe's family says they're saddened by his brutal killing. Molusangwe was shot and killed in the early hours of this morning at his home in Lomananyeng village outside Mahigeng, and a suspect has been shot and wounded following a shootout with police in Centurion, Pretoria. Police intercepted a vehicle with 4 heavily armed suspects. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. Our studio line 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 0614 104 107. Listening to some of your voice notes next, and keep those calls coming.
Joanne, Prince in Durban. Joanne, maybe that caller is right. Our president doesn't really understand our constitution in this country, even though he claims to be the architect. I mean, our constitution is talking about the right to human life in this country for all citizens, which is equivalent to the cost of living, the minimum wage. So now my question is, why are we then expected to work in order to attain these rights to life? Who said we must work, get a job in order to attain minimum wage, in order to enjoy these rights to life?
Right. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking there, but I think how does money come in, and how do you support yourself if you're not working? The right to life means something different. It means the right to be alive, essentially. But yes, I mean, I don't understand, because of the way the economy is structured, there isn't a way of making a living without some form of gainful employment, something that brings money into the household. So that that's a difficult question to understand, but yes, my feeling is that you're saying that the implication of what you're saying is that things are hard and unemployment is rife in this country, and that makes it difficult to live.
Morning, Joanne. My name is Q from Durban. I don't know, When the people are gonna realize that the ANC has failed, the government needs to go. 30 years is a long time. That's a very long time. And I'm gonna be honest, black leaders can't lead. They only enrich themselves and they don't give a damn about their people. Thank you.
Good morning, Johan. It's anonymous here. South Africa should adopt the way the Americans do when they vote. We should start voting mayors straight and premiers. Because here in South Africa, when you become a mayor or a premier, they push you. You don't know that person. What is intention for the people? They should start campaigning so that we can vote for that person straight. Even the president, we should vote that president straight from office, not from parliament. That's why they're giving us the useless people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, I feel that there's a shift towards it. And I was speaking to an analyst last week who also felt the same way. They felt that, we've reached the place in our country, a time in our country, when people are tired of voting for a political party because they can't trust that party to put in place people who will represent both the party and the people the way they ought to. And because it's a kind of free for all, it depends on who's in favor and who's not in favor with the party. And then, just based on that, on a whim, you may get leaders who do nothing for you. Once they've been elected, you may elect leaders who stand only for their party values or for their faction within their party, and that does nothing for you and your rights as a citizen. So I have a feeling that this conversation is going to gain momentum, where we start talking about our right as citizens to vote directly for the people we put in power. And I think South Africans are going to, in time, start demanding that en masse because, everyone just feels so let down by the people who are selected by parties once they are voted into power.
Good morning, Joanne and your team. This is Sakilin Tsogwin from Montlabelingan. Joanne, foreign nationals never cease to amaze me. They are brave enough to face hostilities in a foreign country, yet they are not brave enough to go to their countries and face their governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let's take a call on the same topic from Ali in Pretoria. Ali, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that, Joanne. I do agree with that. These people must go back to their own country and fix their own problems instead of coming here without being properly undocumented. So they must go back to their country and fix their problems. Because we have a high volume of people who are not working here in South Africa.
Yes, quite right.
Yes. So I really concur with the last caller. They must go back to their country. We don't have a problem with those who come to our country being properly documented.
Yes.
That's my take.
Yeah. No, I agree with that because it induces a state of lawlessness, right? If everybody moving around in your country is, or I shouldn't say everybody, but large numbers of people moving around in your country are undocumented.
Yeah, thanks so very much.
Thank you very much for that call, Ali. How do you maintain law and order? We cannot fall into a state of lawlessness with people who have no documentation whatsoever entering the country. And the fact that our border officials are allowing this. I mean, that story about the buses that were stopped. Why does it have to get to the point where police stop those buses? They enter the province, right? They enter Limpopo. Police are stopping those buses. Then they get onto the buses. They ask for people's credentials. And only then is it realized that a good number of people on those buses are sitting there without papers. So they came across a border post where they should have been stopped, where their papers should have been checked as it works in any normal country in the world. And then they should have actually, those who were not documented should have been sent back, should have been deported to their countries. And those who had the correct documentation to be in the country should have been allowed to be on their way. But explain to me how that can happen, how such large numbers of people can come through the border post, not be checked properly, and just be, allowed to go into the country without any kind of checks and balances in place. We just cannot allow this situation where our borders remain as porous as they are. And that's not to say that I'm unsympathetic to people fleeing violence in their countries or conflict of some kind, or economic oppression or political oppression. These are real things on our continent, right? And beyond our continent. But the question remains to leaders of those countries as well. What are you doing as leaders to create an environment that is conducive for your own citizens to thrive in your country? Why have you created situations by remaining in power for 100 years or enriching yourself and your family and your cronies while everyone else goes hungry in the country? Why are you allowed to get away, and how are you allowed to get away with this, so that people feel the need to leave their country and to come to another country that is also battling with resources at this point in time? Give us a call on that, 086 000 2032.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
20 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse, taking your calls on our line here. Nkunzi in Newcastle is on the line to us. Nkunzi, good morning to you. What's on your mind?
Hello, Joel. Well, it always starts with illegal foreigners. Let me be clear, we are all against illegal immigration. There is no South African who's condoning illegal immigrants.
Yes.
But now the debate shifts. If you can listen to what the other caller said, he said, you guys at SABC are managed by foreigners.
Sorry, what did he say? We're what by foreigners?
He said you at SABC, he said the SABC is led or managed by
Oh,
foreigners.
yes.
Something like that.
Yes, he did.
And you know, if you listen carefully there, so it's not all about illegal immigration. Even the foreigners who are here contributing to the society, contributing to the economy, creating jobs, there will be a problem in the near future. So we cannot use a sledgehammer to solve the complex societal problems.
Yes.
We need a multifaceted approach that talks to the issues of border management, approach that talks to issues that are pushing factors from the countries of foreigners. So this thing of just saying, oh, we are tired of foreigners, let's just dump them in the trucks and then we ship them to their countries. It won't work in the 21st century. The 21st century warrants that people move. There's a lot of movement.
True.
And you can't just solve the problem by deporting people. It's very complex than that. So I don't understand people who are, I think, short-sighted for me. As much as we are against illegal immigration, but it must be handled by those in power. Government, please help. Not the vigilantes who are coming and demanding documents and all of that from people, civilians, demanding documents, documentation. That's not right.
No, thank you. Thank you for that, Ali. I think that was a very sober comment on your part. Because also, I mean, people imagine, you phone into a show, you say SABC is led by foreigners. Who are you speaking of? Who exactly are you talking about, and on what grounds are you making that unfounded statement? There are, of course, people from all over the world who work for the corporation because it's a massive public broadcaster, right? But having said that, you don't just get to come onto a radio station and just say whatever comes to your mind. We've got to have this conversation at a different level. This is not social media where you get to hide behind an avatar and phone into a radio station and make inaccurate comments. You can put your argument forward and you can justify it, right? Without having to make stuff up and imagine things that are not true and go out onto a public forum and actually say this and not feel embarrassed about it when you're wrong. Oh, Herman Mashaba, Action SA leader, is on the line to us. Mr. Mashaba, hello. I haven't spoken to you for a long time.
Yes, good, John. Good evening and morning, and wonderful for you to really be back. We're really excited to really have you back on our
Thank
airwaves.
you. I appreciate
Just
that.
listening to one of the callers earlier on, someone who's mentally damaged, to say that black people cannot lead. I take very serious exception to this from the day I was born, because I think I grew up in a family of people who can lead, who can run families. And for someone to think that they can get away, just come out with such a general statement that blacks cannot lead, I think I find it totally insulting and unacceptable that they can expect us not to really keep quiet, because we know our history as to why we are poor, why we are uneducated. It is not because of our intention. We are poor because of our historical context. So I want that person to know that if he believes he can't lead, he must not obviously think that he represents all of us as black people.
All right, thank you for that. Herman Mashaba, the Action SA leader. I'm not quite sure. I didn't hear that voice note. It might have been on a previous show. But did you hear that? Did you hear that comment that was made, that black people can't lead? I mean, who in this day and age even thinks to phone into a radio station to say something so ridiculous? Well, people do. So at least we've got some clarity on that from Herman Mashaba on his stance on that. What are your thoughts as well on these on the various other issues that are breaking today? I'm watching these marches right now on SABC News. March and March is on the go. It is walking through the streets of Durban right now. It looks to be a very peaceful protest so far. And they've done a split screen, which is interesting because on the one hand they've got Jadely Paulser, who's their reporter, who is following the protesters, and she's speaking to them intermittently. And on the right hand side of the screen, there is a group of what looks to be migrants that are gathering, and they're seeking refuge apparently, because we know what happened in Durban yesterday. And this was in regard to a group of migrants who went to a police station and said, "Please protect us. People are after us." And the police said to them, "No, we're not in a position to protect you." And I wonder how you feel about that. Was it within the rights of police to say, "No, we can't protect you," or "We want to know if you're documented first before we offer you any kind of protection"? Or was it a case of saying, well, it's unfortunate that they're asking police to do this because police don't have the means to do this at a police station. It just doesn't, it's not practical to take in a group of 200 people. What happens in that situation? And what do police do in that situation? And are they equipped to be able to deal with a large group of people if the people feel they are under attack or they are the victims of vigilantism? How exactly do they deal with that? All right, we are actually running out of time, unfortunately. I see we're heading for just about 10 minutes to 12 here on the program. I want to thank you once again for the conversations we've had over the course of today. Let's do it again tomorrow. Let's do it with respect. Let's do it with humanity. And let's do it on a factual basis. That is something that really, it's that sensitivity towards facts and towards other human beings that helps us take the nation forward. So let's keep having constructive conversations here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to the team that keeps us on air every day and works so hard to make this a good show. And we'll do it all again tomorrow between 9 and 12. See you then. Take care. Bye-bye.
In case you missed it.
Should we look at these as some sort of light at the end of the tunnel?
What is happening currently in the SAPS compared to the ocean? So I think the SAPS is in that position as well, that it's cleansing itself. All that is unbecoming of good police officers is being thrown out of the SAPS. I think it's a good thing.
Crime and policing expert Dr. Mkolisi Matebula.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 104.3 FM in Rustenburg.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Hereafter, Tekisane regularly continued playing golf at the Warmer Bantu golf course within the Warmer Township. Later, he and his friends also started playing illegally at Humid Golf Club, where caddies were allowed to play at the club on Fridays. Tekisane and his friends did this by playing at holes which were far away from where they could be spotted by the security personnel of the course. They scaled the security fence to get in. As fate would have it, fortune was again to favor Tekisane, as he would later become probably the first black person to play the full 18 holes at Humid. However, this happened illegally. A white member of the club had asked him to play with him in the morning before other members of the club arrived to play at their normal starting times. This occurred regularly on Saturdays. This led him perfecting his game just like any other white members of the club. Due to this, he had no problem playing on white courses and returning under par scores. With time and good practice under his belt, Tekisane soon played in tournaments around the Cape Province. He rarely played outside his province. He said his best performances were in tournaments at Uitenhage, a small town a few kilometers west of his home city, Port Elizabeth. Occasionally, he also made forage to the Transvaal, where he played in the SA Non-White Open, a tournament that was held over 2 courses at Ohenemuri and Benoni Country Club. At Ohenemuri, the tournament was granted permission to play for only 1 day. After finishing playing there, the players hurried left for Benoni, where they had to find overnight accommodation, which was something difficult to get. Using my knowledge and connections within South African golfing circles, I stepped in and arranged accommodation for them. Tekisane points out that while white courses were made available for black tournaments, the players were, however, not allowed to use the clubhouse. Tekisane was also later to play in the open international tournaments that were initiated by the government in order to facilitate for black players to take part in major tournaments along with other invited players of color from outside the country. Tekisane played reasonably well in these tournaments. According to Tekisane, black golf players often struggle largely due to lack of resources and proper management. His view is that there was a need for black golfers to have agencies to look after their affairs. Interestingly, along with some of his achievements, Tekisane also has the rare distinction of having been kicked out of a golf course for alleged truancy and against which he bowled and simply ignored. Apparently, he recalls, this happened at the Warmer Country Club where he had been a caddy during his youth. A resident professional golfer instructed him to leave because he had abused the privilege. Well, as a non-resident professional, he could only play 1 free game a month, and Tekisane had exceeded this quota. It is a matter of historical record that, by his account, efforts to get him to leave the course were ignored. Another Eastern Province player of note, Solomon Dondashe. Together with Kekisane, Solomon Dondashe was one of the top players to emerge from the Eastern Cape, which is renowned more for rugby than golf. Dondashe started playing golf with other caddies. His claim of having been the best among them stands unproven. It has also not been contradicted. These aspirant golfers used to play in open spaces in the townships of New Brighton. They played with one golf club amongst themselves. This would involve them throwing the club amongst themselves to whoever it was his turn to play. The alternative to throw the club was walking to fetch it. According to Dondashe, he eventually had his set of clubs which he bought from a white fellow. Like Kekisane, he also played illegally at the white golf course. Together with other caddies, they scaled over the fence and regularly played the 5 holes which were out of sight of security of the golf course. Through this illegal method, they had a head start over other black golfers in playing at white golf courses. To them, playing out of a bunker and putting on grass greens was not a problem. Besides the truancy of occasionally sneaking into white golf courses, Dondashe still played regularly at the township fell golf courses, and over time, he had acquitted himself well playing in the conditions of the fell courses, developing to become one of the top golfers from the Eastern Cape province. He claims he was amongst the top 10 golfers in South Africa's black circuit, even though he kept dropping down the pecking order when youngsters joined the circuit. Dondashe bemoans the lack of proper golf courses near where most blacks live in townships. He advocates for the formation of academies where youngsters could be identified and given regular golf lessons. Moving to the Free State, Jabu Ketelo. Jabu Ketelo is one of the top professional golfers to emerge from Bloemfontein. Yet another typical black caddy during his youth, Ketelo first took interest in golf at the fell courses in the Mangaung township, where he was a caddy. He said he caddied for the Grootmane, older males. This was his first encounter with the game of golf. According to him, he liked what he saw. He was instantly attracted to the game. He used to travel with golfers when they played out of town. One of their popular destinations was Kimberley. He singles out Ntatepala as the best of that era. From the township golf courses, Ketelo went to caddy for white golfers in Bloemfontein town, and it was there that he began to swing a club. Here, he would occasionally swing a club from the bag he was caddying, and which action got him into trouble, as caddies were not allowed to engage in this exercise. Ketelo states in earnest to gather courage to swing a club occasionally. Ketelo states that with the golf game bug having caught up with him, he started playing with other youths on fell courses with clubs given to them by white golfers. Only later would they graduate to playing with proper set of clubs, and Ketelo, with his skill now much improved, he had started also playing with the Grootmane. During this period, black tournaments were still being played at the fell courses. Ketelo says his stolen time at white golf courses helped a lot in honing his skills, such that when he eventually played formally at these tournaments, they had to do with the little that they had. Most common problems included that their golfing equipment was inferior to that of their white counterparts, and the green fees were above their means. In addition, when playing in tournaments away from home, they used public transport as they had no cars. This was not an ideal situation for a golfer who needs to be relaxed when going to play. He should not be distracted by problems outside of golf. He should approach the game in a relaxed mood, Ketelo reckoned. Into another player in the Western Cape, Noel Mart. Noel Mart started out as caddy at the King David Golf Course in Cape Town. This is where a passion for the game was acquired. He and other caddies would sneak into white courses to play illegally. He claims to have had one proper golf club, with the rest being makeshift ones. This one club would be used from tee to green. It was at Athlone Golf Course where he established himself as a prospective good golfer as he returned good scores. King David Golf Course initiated a tournament for caddies. Mart and other caddies participated. The success of these events led to them being hosted regularly. These activities assisted him in honing his skills in these prestigious settings. He was improving and establishing himself as a force to be reckoned with. After dominating these caddy events, he started to play in the amateur tournaments in the Western Cape. Once more, he excelled at amateur level. Mart avers that playing golf as a black person was not easy. Major challenges included that when playing away from home, they had no accommodation and nowhere to sleep. In some instances, they had to sleep with the caddies, at a farmhouse or with a caddy master. They also lacked transport to travel to venues where the tournaments were being played.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simphiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simphiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.6 FM in Mangaung.
It's 12 o'clock, Wednesday, 20th May 2026. Very warm welcome to Update at noon here on SAfm, leading conversations move us. My name is Ngivazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
Paramedics are on the way. Indeed, when they arrived, they left after 10 minutes, and that was a confirmation to me that indeed Tato may have passed on.
Mahigang community activist Tato Musalangwe has been shot dead at his home in Lumanyaneng village. And
kwenza ukuthi amabhizinisi ithola ukuthi they get their time wasted njengoba sizomasha emgwaqweni khona ama-vehicles angeke azakwazi ukuhamba kulowo mgwaqo.
Civil organizations, political parties and lobby groups are today leading an anti-illegal foreign nationals march in Pinetown, west of Durban. Hello, John.
I'm obviously going to focus on what Arsenal did or didn't do last night. It's embarrassing winning the league when somebody else draws.
So embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. But anyway, we'll talk about what Arsenal did. There's also the Europa League final happening tonight, some cycling and tennis news as well.
And there's a question I have for you a little later on. So, all these and more coming up. But share your views, 41391. SMS charged at 150 086 0002032. Send your voice note 082 692 3909. Post your comments on X as well at SABC News_radio. Reach us using the hashtag update at noon. All these and more coming up in the next hour. But first, though, Ondelambana is on standby with the latest news.
Is higher in April and a suspect wounded in a shootout with police in Pretoria. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana and a very good day. The cost of living in South Africa has edged higher, with annual headline inflation climbing to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. New data from Statistics South Africa shows the consumer price index rose by 1.1% month on month. The jump in the headline number was mainly driven by sharp fuel price increases. Nothando Magudulela reports.
Stats SA says this is the highest jump in the inflation number since August 2024, when the headline rate was 4.4%. The index for fuel rose by 18.2% from March, with the price for inland 93-octane petrol reaching 23.25 rand per litre in April. Motorists using diesel were dealt with the highest jump, averaging between 21.28 cents to 28.80 cents.
Migrant community activist Tado Mulusangwe's family says they are saddened by his brutal killing. Mulusangwe was shot and killed in the early hours of this morning at his home in Lomanayaneng village outside Mahigeng. His brother Levecticus Mulusangwe says the activist was shot multiple times.
When I arrived there, I found the police already cordoned off the area, and we were told paramedics are on the way. Indeed, when they arrived, they left after 10 minutes, and that was a confirmation to me that indeed Tato may have passed on. We heard that there were 12 bullets that have shot him, but as we have seen his face, the bullet did not hit his upper body.
The case against a Soweto church elder accused of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old girl in Dobsonville has been postponed to the 1st of July. 56-year-old Tsepo Nzimane appeared in the Roteport Magistrates Court west of Johannesburg. He is charged with rape and kidnapping. The postponement is to allow authorities to finalize outstanding evidence, including DNA results, toxicology reports and video footage. Nzimane has been remanded in custody after abandoning his bail application. Ruben Dlamini is the grandfather of the 12-year-old girl. He says the family welcomes the court process.
We welcome the procedures of the court and the outstanding information. Reports are still needed, but we are happy. It must continue this way. The law must take its course. We will be patient entirely with the justice system of the country. We cannot complain about the time delays.
With the court entirely.
A suspect has been shot and wounded following a shootout with police in Centurion, Pretoria. Police intercepted a vehicle with 4 heavily armed suspects. 3 suspects fled the scene. It is alleged the suspects were en route to commit crime in the area. Gauteng police spokesperson Tintswalo Sibeko says they have recovered 1 AK-47 firearm, 2 rifles and a revolver and ammunition inside the suspect's vehicle.
Members attached to the highway patrol arrested 1 suspect and recovered 3 firearms, 1 R5, 1 AK-47 and 1 pistol and ammunition.
Anti-migrant pressure group Operation Dudula says although it understands that some businesses could be affected by the planned march against illegal foreign nationals in Pinetown, west of Durban, the group believes it is an important message to convey. The organization's KwaZulu-Natal Deputy Coordinator Sikhulile Blose says the group remains resolute in its call for undocumented immigrants to leave the country.
We have a point to prove, we have a message to send.
Recapping the top story, the cost of living in South Africa has edged higher, with annual headline inflation climbing to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. I'm Ondelambala for SAFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thank you very much, Ondela. We'll catch up with you when you bring us the news headlines. But truly, that story that's leading the headlines right now, right? So South Africans once again feeling that squeeze, after the annual consumer inflation climbing sharply to 4% in April. And this is from 3.1% in March. And this is according to the figures that have been released by Statistics South Africa. It's a very worrying situation already. When you think about a number of, South Africans who are, just simply not even able to breathe a sigh of relief, one can even say, when it comes to just, things that are happening, especially we think about food prices, fuel hikes, and, those who are using taxis are impacted because when there's a fuel price hike, we're going to see at some point taxis hiking the prices. And Santako saying that while they do not want to do that, they're forced to have to then do that. So It's one of the stories that we will be looking at here on the show today. And also the civil organizations, various political parties and lobby group March and March are leading yet another protest or march in Pinetown. This is west of Durban. They've been speaking to our colleagues throughout the morning and speaking about just how they will continue to intensify these efforts. We do have Lumusa, our reporter, who is on standby, who will be speaking to us about the very latest and where they are and what are some of the protesters saying. And then you would have seen hundreds of foreign nationals outside the Durban Central Police Station yesterday, and then they later moved to the Diaconia Centre. And they were saying that they want to get shelter. They do not feel safe of where they are. And they are wanting the UN to also get involved in their particular matter as well. And when you listen to some of the leaders there, they say that they're actually going to remain there until they are assisted. And yesterday, you'd remember during the protests, around 3 people were reportedly injured when police fired rubber bullets during that particular confrontation. So we'll bring you that and also look at this issue around the coat of arms. And what exactly is going on there, because now the minister, that is Sports, Arts and Culture Minister Gayton McKenzie, has asked for an investigation.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
To this now, the acting National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Buleng Dimpane, has ordered maximum resources in the hunt for those behind the killing of Mahikeng crime activist and traditional healer Thato Mulusankwe. Police say Mulusankwe was shot multiple times at his Lumanyaneng home in the early hours of today. The Northwest Acting Provincial Commissioner also has been tasked to lead the investigation. Let's just try to understand what is believed to have happened here. We speak to the Northwest Community Safety MEC Vessels Murweng. MEC, good day to you and thank you so much for your time. It is a very tragic story. What exactly happened?
Indeed, it's a tragic story. It's a sad day for the people of Mahikeng. The social activist, well-known Thato Mulusankwe, was shot around the early hours. The report I'm getting from the police, they're indicating that the incident might have happened around 5 or 6 o'clock, between 5, 6 o'clock and 6:30. 3 men entered his yard and gunned him down with 10 bullets. So that's really what has transpired. The scene is still active. The police are processing the scene, but we applaud the swift response, especially by the acting National Commissioner, General Dimpane, for indicating or ordering a maximum police in as far as this case is concerned. But I'm confident that the police will get the perpetrators of this heinous crime.
And from where you are, MEC, I know you say that right now, details, are still, of course, all over, and our reporters still telling us as well that they're still trying to piece together what could have happened here. What are you hearing? Were there any witnesses that could link this to anything? Was he working on something? What could be behind this, you suspect?
That was an activist. He never kept quiet about any other thing. Even to us as government, he was critical. Even to my department, he was critical to all other departments. Where we're doing good, he will tell us. I've got a recent message that he sent. I think it's yesterday when I went to address the taxi strike. He commended me of how I dealt with the situation. When we are doing wrong, he will be very critical to us as government, as people in general. He was engaged in various activities. Recently, he was part of the March on March issue that has erupted across the country. He had joined it. He was advocating against the foreign nationals in our country. Many other issues. So that is why I even said to the police they need to be meticulous in their quest to discharge the duty, so that we don't miss any other thing that might assist us, that will assist us as the police, so that at the end of the day we come with a credible case that can stand the prosecution. situation. So like I'm indicating to you that there are a number of factors that must be considered. But what we know is that Tato never kept quiet about any other issue that affects the society, be it criticizing government, be it criticizing business, be it standing for the community. He was fearless in his nature. So a person of that nature, he was bound to have enemies, especially those who do not want to see progress, especially those who continue to subject the people towards injustice in our society.
And when you think about now, the role that he would have played, especially because if, a lot of us who would have covered a lot of stories in the Northwest would know him, and we've seen him speaking out as far as the issues of the communities are concerned. What becomes the impact on activism in the province now, given what has happened?
Of course, this poses a serious threat, and the people of this nature who are regressive in their nature, they always want to silence any other voice in the community. So I think it will obviously affect the activism. But what these people forget is that Tato multiplied. He had an impact. Just a few hours or a few minutes after the news traveled of his unfortunate demise, the people of Lomanya and the people of Maf, even now as I'm speaking with you, it is still packed at Tato's home. That shows that there are many Tato Molosankwes that he has gave birth to through his activism. Of course, that will have an effect. But what we must do as the authority, we need to inculcate confidence into the people so that we restore the situation and make sure that in few days, if not few hours, we bring these people to book so that people will regain confidence on the SAPS, people will regain confidence on the authorities. But importantly, for us, if we can move swiftly, we'll be able to deal with any possibility of any other thing that might erupt, because the community is very angry, more than angry. I addressed them in the morning. I called for calm so that they don't take law into their own hands. Community intelligence, of course, it is important. We've been interacting with a few community members, others indicating that they might have saw them because, like I've said to you, it happened around 6 in the morning and all those things. I told them that any other information, no matter how minute the information is, it is very important to the police. Let them bring it forth, and then we work together and bring those perpetrators to the book.
As a final one then to you, have there been any cases of targeted attacks when it comes to some of the activists? And if not, are you worried that this might be a trend that could be starting to emerge? And what do you plan to do about it?
Of course, I'm worried. Because in a democratic country like us, any voice is important. We live in a very democratic country. We, especially ourselves as leaders, we are open to criticism. So we can't afford our people being silenced, primarily because they differ with any other person. The dissenting views must be tolerated in our country. It's part of democracy. It's part of nurturing and making sure our democracy matures from the way it is, for it to grow better and better. So we really need to move swiftly and arrest these people so that we create a conducive environment for any other person, as per the dictates of our constitution, to raise his or her view without fear, without fearing for his life, for his or her life. So we can't afford that to prevail. Our democracy is not the type of democracy where people they feel suppressed either by government or by businesses or any other people in the society. We need to create a conducive environment where people will speak and criticize government. When we are criticized, whether we are business, whether we are government, we will be able to understand what really our people want. So Tato was very important to us. He will call me, give me community intelligence. He will call me, give me unresolved cases that I need to attend to. The recent case, there was a murder case in the area of Meyiwa. The person was released. The community did not understand how that person was released. I contacted the police to understand what's happening. Immediately, I ordered an rearrest of that person. The person was rearrested. So that was not just anybody in the society. He was very important, even to us as government. Myself in particular, as the MEC who responsible for safety, working with police, he was extremely important. There are many cases that me and him we have resolved as a result of his involvement.
Sure. And as you say, hopefully those that did this are found as soon as possible. Appreciate your time, MEC, and condolences to you and the family. Northwest MEC of Community Safety Vessels, Morweng.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m. As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Seychelles, East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, northeast of Madagascar, scattered across turquoise waters and coral islands, a country of breathtaking beauty, white sand beaches, granite cliffs, and rich marine life known across the world. Creole, English, and French shape the nation's identity, a blend of African, European, and Asian heritage woven into island life.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy, one of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain: climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism. Still, Seychelles protects its natural environment with pride and purpose.
Seychelles guards a paradise for generations to come. In every island, in every reef, in every breeze, there is beauty. Seychelles, peaceful, pristine, unforgettable.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
All right, let's go to this now. Civil organizations, political parties and lobby groups are today leading an anti-illegal foreign nationals march in Pinetown, west of Durban, calling for stricter enforcement of immigration laws and border control. Organizers say the demonstration aims to highlight community concerns over service pressure and safety. Our reporter, Celumusa Zulu, is on standby and tracking the protesters for us. Celumusa, good day to you and thank you so much for your time. Where are you?
Greetings to you, Bongi, and the listeners at home.
Celumusa, if you're able to hear us, where exactly are you now with the marchers?
Bongi, where we are in the CPD of the Pinetown, where operations from many businesses have been brought to a standstill. But I do have a guest with me who is a representative for the March and March organization. I see you are part of the march today. Can you tell us this March and March? Why are you part of this march? And do you think these marches that you are embarking on are making a difference?
Yes, they are going to make a difference because our slogan as much is that until we win. So until we don't have a challenge of illegal foreigners in our society, then we're not going to stop. Because we are mandated as a registered organization by our own constitution to ensure that we deal with the scourge of illegal immigration in our society, because we have a clear understanding on the implications of illegal immigration in our society. There are industries or sectors of the industry which has been entirely overhauled by foreign nationals. We are speaking, we have from the parking industry, from different parts of the economy. This particular sector of the economy is dominated by foreign nationals, and we can't allow this. Not only the parking, you go to salons, it's dominated by foreign nationals. You go to sponsor shops, it's dominated by foreign nationals. So what kind of society is that whereby we have sectors of the economy whereby are dominated predominantly by foreign nationals and illegal foreigners to that mess?
Okay. Siyabonga, maybe we saw yesterday that a group of illegal foreigners that were camped outside the Durban Central Police Station who were expressing fear that they're being evicted or being terrorized by some civic organization groups. Maybe in that case, because they are saying they are documented. What do you have to say to that?
No, if they are documented, it means that they have went through a process whereby they have an understanding of how South African jurisprudence or authority operates, which means that there will be a formal complaint that is laid with a registered case number if it's necessary,
But if you are a foreign national that is documented, you have an understanding because you are trained to have an understanding of how the law of this country operates. So now, if you don't have an understanding of how the law operates, you will just go to the police station anyhow and do and say anything that you please because you don't have an understanding of how things are operating in South Africa. But if there was a genuine concern with genuine complaints, we will have case numbers right now and we'll be having evidence at our disposal on how they are mistreated. Because as an organization, we are a registered organization, we are doing things in terms of the legalities value to us as an organization in the order to us to conduct such protests.
Thank you so much. Bongiwe, that was Siyabonga, one of the legal representatives for the civic organization March in March.
All right, Tselumosa there, our reporter, live for us covering that March and March protest there in Pinetown, west of Durban. They're telling us now that they are exactly at the CBD and they are still marching and will continue then to bring you updates on this particular story as they happen. But we stay in Durban, in fact, and you would have remembered from yesterday that there is a group of foreign nationals who've spent the night outside a refugee center in the city center, and they were dispersed from the Durban Central Police Station. You saw what happened yesterday, and this, of course, they're saying they're facing harassment, intimidation and victimization from some local community members amid escalating tensions. And let's speak now to Reverend Raphael Bahebwa, who's the president of the Congolese Solidarity Campaign. Reverend, good day to you and thank you so much for your time. What exactly is the latest, especially with regards to, I know one of the things that we were listening to some of those you are with there asking for is assistance from the UN. Have you been able to get an audience with them, and how are you planning to resolve your matters?
Thank you so much and welcome your viewers. Thank you, my sister. What I would love to say, the update on the issue, after police dumped us yesterday here at Daconia Center, there is no alternative up to now because people, they just tell police that they cannot leave the place because they asking to be safe. That's the first thing. That's the first thing, and the clear. And then when they dump us here, they call us as the leaders to meet with other leaders inside, and we find there were members of Council of Churches of Durban, or South African Council of Churches. We met with RSS, which is Refugee Social Services, Yasmin. We met with Lawyers for Human Rights Delegation, and we met with the local councillor. And local councillor in front of police delegation, they just tell us that they want people to disperse from this area, they must go. And then we ask everyone, yes.
Reverend, pardon me for coming in there. So these meetings that you've had, did they yield any result at all?
Up to now, there's no result. We have like dialogues now, but what they said, after yesterday meeting, other meeting we had today, 8 o'clock to 10, I think 10 minutes past 10, we had a meeting. It's just like dialogue to just see actually what will be the way forward. And we're still here, we're still waiting because up to now, our people, we told them that we've been in a meeting, but there's nothing which has come as a concrete solution on their problem, but they must be patient and waiting.
So
but
how
the
long?
decision is that
How long are you planning to wait, therefore? Because it sounds to me like maybe you're not making headway, and one would worry that there could be another night of people sleeping outside the center. So how long is this wait likely to be?
They are coming from my area. Can you listen to me?
Yes, we can hear you. We
there?
hear you. We hear you, Reverend. Go ahead.
People, they say that they're not worried to sleep anyway.
Reverend Bahebwa? Reverend?
Yes.
Oh, yes,
I'm
you're
saying
back now.
Someone is calling. What I'm saying, they say that they are not afraid to sleep where they are next to police, and they wait for any solution to just say this is a place where you're going to be safe. So they put everything into South African leadership because they are here legally, and they say they're waiting to hear.
So, I suppose then, given, the worry with this particular situation and how there could be people in this cold that would be sleeping outside, I wonder, have those who are outside the Diakonia Center now, have they made any contact with their embassies to try and see if there could be any assistance that they can get from their embassies at all?
This is what we tell people that they are confusing. Refugees, they are people who ran their country and asylum seekers because their country, they never provide enough security for them. That's why they run.
Yeah.
They are not allowed to contact their embassies. Either than people who are doing here, like migrants who are doing business, those they can contact their embassy. But these people, that is where their vulnerability is coming, because they are not allowed to contact their embassy on
Reverend,
which basis.
Wait, Reverend, I'm a bit confused because some of those that were speaking to our reporter yesterday, one of the ladies, for example, Princess, was telling our reporter that she has a business and her business is a hair salon. And there are a few other people who've got businesses there as well. And she says that she has an ID document and she's got her papers, she has everything. And she wasn't talking about not being able to not contact her ambassador, because she said that, in fact, she does have a business and so are other people there. So that is a bit confusing.
No, for me, I may say that maybe your questions also are going to confuse our people, because you are well trained as a journalist, but our people, they don't have much knowledge about what you are talking to them. Because refugees who are here, they were living through their saloons, barber carts, and this is where they were having their income for daily living. But when their intimidation of coming and beating them, taking their stuff, that is how they lose, because the same lady, she fainted, I think, last week in the salon, hearing that their people are coming to attack. So they can contact the embassy, and no one who do support them. But when they go back now, they are not safe, and no one who's going to open them gate to enter because they don't pay rent.
Okay.
This is a scenario, Martin.
All
Yes.
right. Reverend, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And we'll try to reach out to the different ambassadors just to get a sense from them as to what do they say about what is currently happening. And is it the case that they cannot then contact them and just get some clarity there. But appreciate your time, Reverend. That's Reverend Raphael Bahebwa, President of the Congolese Solidarity Campaign. It's 12:30. Time for us to check in with the news headlines. Ondela's on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, Eastern Cape police are investigating a triple murder case following a shooting incident at Duncan Village in Gugombo. Former Northwest Premier and struggle stalwart Bushima Bey has been accorded a special provincial official funeral category 1 by President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the cost of living in South Africa has edged higher, with annual headline inflation climbing to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, let's get to the very latest now. This comes with just the bad news, right? That we started off with the annual consumer inflation. And Henry Brink, investment strategist at Absa Investments, joined us. Henry, it's not good news, is it?
It's not good news. No, good afternoon. So just starting off with the economics today, we did see local inflation rising to 4% in April, coming in 0.9 percentage points higher than the prior month's print. Uptick there largely coming from that expected jump in fuel prices. So those were up 11.4%, owing to the US-Iran war, which is continuing. And we're expecting this trend, to persist because we're still seeing Brent crude prices continuing to oscillate above that $100 per barrel mark. Core inflation also coming in a bit higher, up to about 3.6% on a year-on-year basis from 3.2% in the prior month. That mostly being driven by a slight uptick in housing and utilities, also seeing health insurance costs rising over the month of April, but seeing some positive in some of the other categories where the basket was mostly contained, and then the likes of food and restaurants and accommodation seeing a moderate easing in price pressures. This does, of course, feed through into the monetary policy decision that is coming up next week. So the local MPC meeting then next week, and forward rate agreement markets pricing in a 25 basis point rate hike after we have seen holds during the first two meetings of the year. Just in terms of market performance, seeing local equity markets bouncing back from yesterday's losses, all share up around 0.7%, and that largely coming from a recovery in resources and financials, but industrials remaining in the red. Year to date, however, performance remaining slightly in negative territory, particularly being driven by those ongoing geopolitical tensions. In terms of currency movement, Rand also continues to be quite volatile, but strengthening slightly today to trade around 16 Rand 62 cents to the dollar. And then just on the global front, seeing US equities closing lower in yesterday's session, Asian equities also remaining under pressure, but European markets are trading moderately higher.
All right, Henry, thank you so much for speaking to us. Henry Brink, the investment strategist at Absa Investments.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
So, John?
Yes.
Do you want the question now or later?
Later.
Okay.
No, ask it now, then give me time to think.
Does it feel like we are in World Cup fever?
No. I was thinking that exact same thought earlier. Because I saw Scotland have just done a whole promotional video and they've got Ewan McGregor involved and they're doing a whole thing about Scotland. I feel as if we don't have a song yet. We don't have the dance. I don't know what's going on.
What does it mean?
I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe you and I must come up with something.
We'll do. I was thinking of doing like an AI song, but then that would just break everything.
No, you and I will work on something.
Okay, we'll do. Please make a song. We don't want to sing. Let's talk about singing and songs. Players of Arsenal were pictured outside the Emirates Stadium at 5 o'clock in the morning this morning. They were still partying after being crowned Premier League champions for the first time in 22 years. Etsy was there outside the stadium. Reece, Saka, Timber, they were all partying. Fans had gathered outside the stadium and nearby pubs while City played Bournemouth, needing a win to keep the title race alive. In the end, they could only draw, confirming Arsenal as the champions for the first time in more than 2 decades. Guardiola was the first to congratulate the Gunners on their win.
In difficult circumstances until the end, and we were close to arrive and tell us moment, and just, of course, on behalf of all Man City, my team, congratulate Arsenal, Mikel, staff, backroom staff, all the players, fans for this Premier League, and they deserve.
Well, here's a question for you. Who was the manager of Arsenal when they last won the league?
You did it. Champions go on when others stop. This is your time. Now, go on and enjoy every moment.
Arsene Wenger. That's him pouring a bottle of wine. It pours a nice little glass of wine. It looks good as well. And finally, the fans. Yeah, half the people are unplayable in the studio today. But let's move on. Europa League final happening tonight, 9 o'clock, Freiburg against Aston Villa. It's at the Besiktas Stadium in Istanbul. Here's Villa captain John McGinn.
Yeah, I've pictured it because that's the dream at the start of the season, to get to the final. We were in the Conference League 2 seasons ago. The dream was to get to the final. We didn't achieve it. Champions League last season, the dream was to get to the final. We didn't achieve it. But this season we managed to deal with each game and each round with the same respect that we will treat Freiburg with. They deserve to be in the final, but the final message I'll have to our players is play the same way that we have done as a group over the years to be in this position, and that's what I'll say.
We've got a conclusion almost to Spygate. Southampton will stay in the Championship next season. They were expelled from the playoffs following their admission that they spied on 3 league rivals this season. They'll also start on -4 points. The Football League charged them with watching training sessions of Oxford United and Ipswich Town, in addition to filming Middlesbrough as they prepared for the first leg of their playoff semi-finals on the 7th of May. The Saints have appealed, with the hearing being heard today. Roland Garros qualifying today. It's Andrea Pellegrino against South Africa's Lloyd Harris. We'll keep a close eye on that. If he wins this, he still has the third round of qualifying before the main draw. Meanwhile, two-time champion Carlos Alcaraz is out of Wimbledon because of that wrist injury. He withdrew from last month's Barcelona Open after sustaining the injury in his right wrist in the first round. He's also pulled out of Roland Garros. Here's Dr. Adrian Poziks explaining the injury.
It's just inflammation to that tendon. It's irritated, it's swollen, it's having a hard time gliding. So I'm sure range of motion is reduced, strength is reduced. There's often a sharp pain associated with this.
Second test is finished between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Bangladesh winning by 78 runs. Pakistan set a target of 437, all out for 358. So Bangladesh secure the short series 2-0. That's 7 consecutive defeats for Pakistan in tests played away from home. In the Giro cycling, after yesterday's time trial, Elalio still retains the lead. It's down to just 27 seconds now. Jonas Vingegaard is in second place. Tiemann Arensman is 1 minute and 57 back. Today is stage 11, 195 kilometres, demanding stage. Second part really has the big hills. And can we just talk about cricket tests for a moment? So Full House sign was put up just minutes after tickets went on sale for the Newlands New Year's test between South Africa and England. Cricket South Africa say that those were, quote, a limited number of general access tickets. But I want you to remember that CSA, in partnership with Tourvest Destination Management, have launched South Africa Cricket Travel. They did that in December of 2025. They say 12% of all general access tickets were allocated to international travel packages, 27% allocated to domestic travel packages. So these are still packages that you can't just buy tickets like at the ground. In 2020, when England played the New Year's test last at Newlands, the ticket allocation was 50-50 for local and international fans. And back then, Proteas captain Faf du Plessis spoke about the issue, saying, next time, hopefully, we can put a block on the amount of tickets we give away, because he felt that there were too many English fans. And now, so there's a whole scandal saying that CSA are aiming for the British pound and how much money they're making from the pounds and how much money they're making.
Yeah, it sounds like a scandal. Because why wouldn't you resolve it by now?
Yeah, so they sent out this press release giving these numbers. Doesn't really answer very many questions. So they're being pressured. They say there will be more tickets available once they've worked out. There'll also be box seats and VIP seating, but that's expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that.
I still say prepare the AI stuff.
We'll do something for the World Cup.
We're doing something
22 days, eh?
It's the 22.
It's something like that. It's just around the corner.
It doesn't feel like it's around the corner.
I'm not feeling it. It's not here. Okay, bye.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, consumer inflation rose to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March, according to Statistics South Africa. This marks the highest level in 18 months and driven by sharp increases in housing, utilities and transport, as well as fuel costs. Let me speak to SABC reporter Nothando Makudulela, who's been tracking the story for us. Nothando, this is not good news, hey? Let's talk about the factors that are causing this sharp jump.
Good afternoon to you and to our listeners. Yeah. It's definitely not good news as the cost of living has edged higher, with the annual inflation climbing to a 4% increase from 3.1%. Well, this will mean that the Reserve Bank might have to also increase our interest rates. Remember, in their last MPC meeting, they kept the repo rate unchanged, but this might have to change as the US-Iran conflict continues, which is pushing our fuel prices to go up. And because of the fuel prices, the consumer inflation price is also being pushed up, making it more difficult for consumers to make ends meet. However, there is a bit of good news on the food inflation side, as we see that meat declined in April. We see that because
of the oversupply of cattle, red meat. There's ongoing slaughtering of cattle, and because of the foot and mouth disease, the meat cannot be exported as there is a temporary ban on it. So we have an oversupply, and that pushed down the inflation on meat prices. So we see that at least we have some good news on that side. But for petrol and diesel fuel motorists, it's not much of a good news, as we see that petrol prices keep on rising. And yeah, definitely not good news for motorists right now.
And it certainly isn't. And then one wonders then, so when it comes to how the Reserve Bank could be reading or viewing this, what could be the potential implications?
If we could see a second round of inflation pressure, that will prompt the Reserve Bank to increase interest rates. For now, CPI is at 4%. It is still within their target. But if it jumps 4% in next month when we get the readings for May, that will push the MPC or the Reserve Bank to push the interest rates higher.
Okay. Nothanda Mokutulula, thank you so much for that update. The consumer inflation rising to 4% in April. This is up from 3.1% in March. Certainly not good news, and we can only hope that we do not see another round of this.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, has requested a formal investigation into the alleged unauthorized use of the coat of arms by the Somali Association of South Africa. The department saying that it has noted what appears to be the coat of arms or a reproduction thereof being incorporated into the association's logo as well as branding material. So, let's just get to understand exactly what happened here. National Director of the Somali Association of South Africa, Abdikadir Mohammed, joins us now. Good day to you, Mr. Mohammed, and thank you so much for your time. Now, firstly, did you use the coat of arms or did you not?
Good afternoon, Bongiwe, and good afternoon to the listeners. To answer your question directly, the coat of arms was included in our logo as a symbol of unity and friendship between the people of South Africa and Somalia. This was an intentional error, and we were not aware of the specific legal restrictions regarding the use of national symbols without prior authorization from the relevant government departments.
So there was no ill intent on your part?
There was no ill intent on our part. We were just symbolizing the relationship between the two different countries that we are representing in terms of the Somali community and the Somalia itself that we came from. At the same time, the country that hosts our community right now, which is South Africa, and we were just showing a sign of unity between the two countries, and we were not fully aware of the use of those symbols as not being allowed and strictly prohibited.
So what happens now? Because the minister is unhappy. He's threatening full sanctions and some compliance orders, and he's ordered an investigation here.
Okay, first of all, we welcome the notification from the Minister and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as we were not really aware of the use of the coat of arms and its implications. However, upon being notified by the Government Communication and Information System, GCIS, through an email, we immediately issued an apology and we removed the imagery. And this corrective action was taken promptly, coinciding with the statement released by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
So have you then, I know you say you've spoken to the GCIS, but are you making maybe means to reach out to the minister to speak to him about this?
As the minister has made a statement and indicated that he has asked the head of the department director to do an investigation and give him a report, we haven't reached out to the minister yet. And in case the minister's department or even the Herald Act department contacts us, we are fully willing to collaborate and be able to say the side of the story. From our side.
Also, you're saying you are willing to cooperate with this investigation?
Yes, if there is any investigation instituted, we are willing to cooperate with government. We are not an organization that was formed yesterday. We are an organization that exists for 30 years now. And we are a non-profit organization, and we always respect the rule of law and the Constitution of South Africa and abide by it. This was an intentional error and a mistake, and we have really acted on it. We have totally removed from our social media platforms, our website, and everywhere else in terms of our communication materials. And we also apologize in terms of the mistake that has caused this statement to be sent out initially in the beginning. And anybody else that really felt bad about it, it was not intentional. It was a mistake.
Mr. Mohammed, appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us. That was Abdikadir Mohammed, the National Director of the Somali Association of South Africa, apologizing for using the coat of arms. Remember, this stems from that statement that was sent out by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, that's Gayton McKenzie, who had some really strong words as far as the use of the coat of arms is concerned. So now they're saying they're willing to cooperate with the investigation. So I suppose the next step with the team would be maybe tomorrow, the day after, we find the minister to see if he's willing to accept this apology.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
To another developing story, Eskom has served the city of Johannesburg with a notice of intention to reduce or entirely terminate its electricity supply. Now, the move comes as the city battles to meet its payment obligations, racking up a massive debt. This is a debt of over 5 billion rand over several years. And the city has until the 5th of June to pay up an additional amount of 1.5 billion rand. So Eskom, really unhappy with this particular decision. So let's speak about this, because this is likely to impact residents who already are paying for services. So what happens here, and how do you begin to have a conversation to structure such a debt? We speak to independent energy analyst Clyde Mallinson. Clyde, good day to you, and thank you so much for your time. So the debt appears to have ballooned over several years.
That's what happens with debt, Bungi. You don't pay, the interest accrues, and if you can't pay your current account, your debt just climbs, I'm afraid. So it's a desperate situation.
And it's desperate indeed, because one would ask, why was it allowed to go on for so long? Because surely, as a city or even a city power, when you're sitting and you're going through your books, you know who you owe.
Yeah, look, I think city power is dysfunctional. That's the beginning of the problem. Their ability to actually bill people properly, never mind whether people pay them or not, is questionable. I remember when I left Johannesburg, I had to put a deposit of 72,000 for city power. Otherwise, they wouldn't give me a clearance certificate to sell my home. And it wasn't that I owed them money, and they've never paid me that full amount back. So the whole thing is just dysfunctional. You know, they owe me money, never mind Eskom. So it's a bad situation, and it's been allowed to creep. You know, non-payment by municipalities to Eskom has been a subject we've been talking about for however many years. I can't even remember. And it doesn't really seem to have been sorted anywhere. And what happens is the municipalities can't collect the money that's owed to them. So it's a double debt whammy, if you like. The municipalities themselves are probably owed more than 5 billion from people who are using or misusing electricity, to use a euphemism. So it's a desperate situation, but happily there are some solutions.
And perhaps we start there. We talk about these solutions because, Clyde, this is going to impact some of the residents who are paying diligently and they may find themselves without power for a long time. So what becomes the solution here?
I'm not sure that Eskom will be able to cut off power to residents who have been paying. I suspect it'll be contested. Now the problem is if it gets contested in court, we know what happens there. It gets hung up, So I can empathise with Eskom, but I can also sympathise with the municipalities who are just not coping with collecting their debt. So there needs to be a clean out at city power, for want of a better word. They need to just get that in order. The fact that a municipality as large as the city of Johannesburg can't orchestrate its debt, and not its debt, its collection and metering in this day and age is not tenable. There used to be people coming around reading your meters. In this digital age, you can have digital meter reading, and many people have got smart meters, but I don't think City Power even bill them according to the smart meters. I've got a colleague who's got a smart meter, and he says he just keeps getting billed on what he used 3 years ago, like a monthly amount. And since then, he's put solar on his roof, and he still gets billed as if they're not reading the meter. So it's dysfunctional. Now, and until we sort out that payment, or what do you call it, the actual monitoring and measuring of electricity usage, it's going to continue like this. But this,
Pardon me, Clyde. And it's happening against an escalating cost of electricity, by the way. So now Eskom is saying that it's advocating for what it calls distribution agency agreements to take over billing and revenue collection from defaulting municipalities. And I wonder, how viable is this?
Well, my solution would look. Eskom's got the same problem, because you must know that Eskom supplies Soweto with electricity, and it's long been known that the residents of Soweto owe Eskom billions of rand for non-payment. There was, I think, probably during Apartheid years, a policy of non-payment, almost as a form of advocacy for stopping apartheid. And then, if you haven't been paying an electricity bill for 5 years and a new dispensation comes in, you don't feel inclined to start paying. So Eskom themselves have got collection problems in areas that they already supply. So I don't think just switching it to Eskom will necessarily solve it immediately. But I've been busy with some studies on all of the big metros, Johannesburg included, and this is an interesting one. If Johannesburg did behind the meter solar and storage, you know what I'm talking about by behind the meter, not necessarily at houses, but inside the Johannesburg distribution grid, they can produce up to 60% of their own electricity behind the meter inside their distribution grid, and they can do so at a massive discount to what they currently pay Eskom. So I calculate that the city of Joburg, if it did that, could save up to 4 billion rand a year on their so-called wholesale purchases of electricity from Eskom. The problem is that Eskom wouldn't like it if they did that, but maybe the beginnings of a solution can be seen here, where you say, look, you're moaning because we haven't paid you. If you allow us to do behind-the-meter solar and batteries at the scale that we can, we will be in a position to pay you in future. Which would you prefer? Are you going to stop us from finding our own solution, or are you going to just say, no, we're going to increase electricity prices and you must just keep paying? So that's the interesting dynamic at the moment.
It's a dynamic indeed, and quite an interesting one.
Yeah, and what I really get excited about is the possibility that people who currently are below the energy poverty line, I don't know if you realize these 12 million households in South Africa who are below the energy poverty. My model calls for those 12 million households to actually effectively own the new solar and storage. And when I say effectively own, they would take loans from commercial banks, buy a preference share in those facilities, and the dividend that would come from their share of that facility would be bigger than the loan they had to pay back. So it would be like renting, if you like, buying a property with 100% bond and renting it on a guaranteed rental where your rental is bigger than what you have to pay back on your bond. And that's what I call the just energy transition.
And that would work. And that would work if and it works if a municipality, for example, is able to keep a proper indigent register, which is another thing that the minister is crying about. Oh, Clyde, you and I need the whole day. Thank you.
Absolutely right. Thanks so much. Nice chatting as always.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
bye.
Thanks, Clyde. That's Clyde Mallinson there, an independent energy analyst. And some of these things, ne? Some of these things. One wonders, some of these things. But anyhow, let me quickly take your voice notes.
Afternoon, Bondi. There is a say that these Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, these people's ancestors came from KZN and were chased by Chaga's wars. So, can you please, somebody, tell us the right story? And the people are making this country to be ungovernable, showing that the human bodies are cut to be sold in butcheries by foreigners. But who chopped his girlfriend and put in a suitcase? Is it a foreigner? Who killed Winen in a post office and touched her? Is it a foreigner? There is this party that is making this country ungovernable so that it can rule. Thank you, Bongi.
Good day, Sis Mabongi, Mbongo Sondi Sambuisa. Yes, Sis Bongi, I don't know what is the problem like with these illegal immigrants. People, you know, the way they cry when they are asked to go home, they didn't see in Durban. They just throw themselves on the streets crying. What is so painful about going home? These people, you ask yourself, do they really have homes back in their like countries? Man, it's so embarrassing. South Africa is in trouble,
Good afternoon, Sister Bonga Wadizaki. Immigration issues in this country, it becoming a crisis. Time bomb is ticking faster now. And the parliament is quiet. They don't even debate about the immigration issue. People are not working while foreigners are working. We can see it very clearly. You go to Uber, you find the drivers are foreigners. You go to trucking, foreigners. Private security industry, foreigners. What must South African do while the parliament is keeping mum? Good afternoon.
Without borders, we are not a country. We need to have borders and we need to have them patrolled. And to do that is simple. We simply collapse the Navy, the Air Force and the Army. And we take all the permanent force members and they patrol our borders. That's all they have to do. We haven't got an Air Force, nothing flies. We haven't got a Navy, nothing floats. But we have got men. And let's train them up as border patrol guards and we can secure our country and start from there. Mike Newlands.
Mike, we're still waiting for answers on that break-in at the military base. And lots of answers we need as a country. But anyhow, let me thank you all for your time and certainly for listening because, there's a lot of developing stories throughout the course of the afternoon and the team will be taking you through some of the developments throughout the day. But for now, it's 1 o'clock. It's time for the news. Ondela is on standby. See you again tomorrow. Have yourselves a blessed afternoon. Bridget Masinga will be coming up next.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, police in the Eastern Cape investigate a triple murder case and inflation nudges higher in April. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good day. Eastern Cape Police are investigating a triple murder case following a shooting incident at Duncan Village in Gugombo. Police spokesperson Brigadier Nobuntu Gandana says when the police responded to the incident last night, they found spent cartridges outside a shack and recovered 3 bodies with multiple gunshot wounds. Gandana says police are investigating circumstances surrounding the incident.
According to preliminary statement from a witness, the 3 deceased had gone to this particular shack. Finding it locked, they forced entry. The witness was instructed to remain outside and alert the others if the owner returned. While standing watch, 4 unknown males approached and opened fire on the victims inside the shack. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown and no arrests have been made yet.
Hundreds of foreign nationals seeking refuge at the Diakonia Centre in the Durban CBD say they will not move until they are addressed by government officials. The group spent the night outside the centre after being dispersed from the Durban Central Police Station. They say they had gathered there seeking protection amid fears linked to anti-illegal foreign attentions and a planned March and March protest underway in Pinetown, west of the city. The foreign nationals say they hold asylum status and are legally allowed to remain in the country.
I'm a refugee with a status. I got refugee status. I'm not illegal. I'm a refugee status. Yeah.
We need protection only because we see they embarrass us everywhere at work, where you're sleeping. Now we are here to get protection. We don't have anything. We never come to fighting. We need protection. For our side, we still not safe. Like now, they can come to embarrass us. We don't know what we're going to do. Nobody can help us now.
We need a peace. We don't need anything. What we need is a peace. Children are suffering. Ourselves, we are suffering. We are not selling. We are not working. How are we going to pay rent? How are we going to eat? We are refugees in this country. What we need is peace.
Former Northwest Premier and struggle stalwart Bushi Mabe has been accorded a special provincial official funeral Category 1 by President Cyril Ramaphosa. He died last weekend after a short illness at the age of 68 in Johannesburg. He will be buried in Vryburg this Saturday. Mabe was the Premier of the province from 2021 until 2024 after taking over from Professor Job Mokgoro. Ramaphosa has since instructed that flags fly at half-mast from this Friday. Silo Data is the Northwest Premier Lazarus Mokhosi's spokesperson.
Premier Mokhosi says that the former Premier was a true servant of the people, as he was a committed patriot who dedicated his entire life to the struggle for a democratic and prosperous country. He maintains Remape epitomized selflessness and servitude in the execution of the country's liberation cause. He insists former Premier Mape was ethical and incorruptible and was relentless in his advocacy for good governance practices which put people first.
The cost of living in South Africa has edged higher, with annual headline inflation climbing to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. New data from Statistics South Africa shows the consumer price index rose by 1.1% month on month. The jump in the headline number was mainly driven by sharp fuel price increases. Nothando Magudulela reports.
Stats SA says this is the highest jump in the inflation number since August 2024, when the headline rate was 4.4%. The index for fuel rose by 18.2% from March, with the price for inland 93-octane petrol reaching 23.25 rand per litre in April. Motorists using diesel were dealt with the highest jump, averaging between 21.28 rand to 28.80 rand.
Russia and China have failed to reach an agreement on a multi-billion-dollar gas pipeline during President Vladimir Putin's visit to China. The Kremlin said Putin had achieved a basic understanding over the project in his talks with Xi Jinping, including on the route and how it would be built, but it said there was no clear timeline. Despite that, the BBC's Steve Lai says the two leaders signed a raft of other agreements.
In the last few hours, Xi and Putin have held a signing ceremony as they look to further cement a relationship that has become something of a diplomatic lifeline for Moscow during its war with Ukraine. The first document signed was a joint statement on further strengthening comprehensive strategic coordination and deepening good neighbourly and friendly cooperation. That was followed by 20 other documents signed on trade, technology, food exports, scientific research, among others.
Recapping the top story, Eastern Cape police are investigating a triple murder case following a shooting incident at Duncan Village in Kukombo. I am Ondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Mauritius, East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, east of Madagascar, connected to Africa through trade, culture, and history. Known for white beaches, coral reefs, and volcanic landscapes. But beyond tourism lies one of Africa's strongest economies. English and French are widely used. Creole, Indian, African, Chinese, and European influences shape a truly multicultural society.
Mauritius gained independence in 1968, a small island that transformed itself through vision and stability. Finance, tourism, technology, and manufacturing power the economy, often recognized for strong governance and economic growth. Yet challenges remain: rising living costs, climate risk, and economic inequality. Still, Mauritius continues to evolve with confidence and innovation.
Mauritius proves that size does not limit ambition. In every shoreline, in every culture, in every success, there is possibility. Mauritius, diverse, modern, and thriving.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105 FM in Mokopane. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Essentially, it is a tribute to the legendary Nigerian Afrobeat pioneer and political activist Fela Kuti. This one coming from Simpiwe Dana's third studio album, Culture Noir, which came out around about 2010, if I'm not mistaken, probably around about winter 2010. Beautiful, powerful vocals there from the multi-celebrated South African powerhouse, Simpiwe Dana. It's fast approaching 1:15 on this fine Wednesday afternoon, hoping that you are having a good start to the day. Of course, today we are bidding farewell as the creative and cultural sector to one of our very own, Maria McCloy. That tribute memorial currently happening at the Joburg Theatre, where friends and family and industry colleagues have all convened to share in the life, the beautiful life that was, a lover of beautiful things, especially earrings and rings. I heard one of her friends say that the other day. Of course, she will be missed. She will be missed by everybody that she's worked with, everybody that she has held conversation and space for, and everybody that she has platformed and connected, including this very show of ours, from myself and my producers, sending our love and hugs to everybody that is holding space and holding prayer at the Joburg Theatre. Whilst we on the creative and cultural side of things, that's how we kick off the show today. We're going to be in conversation with Dr. Alistair Meredith, who is a foremost thought leader and scholar of fine arts. He's a senior art specialist and director and head of art development at Strauss and Co. And for moments in time this week, we're looking at the life and work of Gerald Segota, perhaps one of the most important artists of our times in a time gone by, because his work still continues till today to find resonance with art collectors and art lovers worldwide. We're also going to be in a conversation for stages, pages, screens and more with Josie Amuse Festival, and this is a museum festival. We'll find out more from the organizer around what that entails. And coming up on the other side of 2 o'clock, Nigerian focus for 2026 for the R&B Latitudes Art Fair, which kicks off later this week at Shipston Gardens, opening up on Friday with vernissage and then opening up to the general public during the course of the weekend. So we'll be in conversation with the curator there, as well as the representative from the National Arts Council. We'll tell you what else is coming up on the show as it unfolds, but we are on 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086 000 2032 is the number that you can call us on. And as per usual, we are also live streaming.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
A historically important Gerald Segota painting depicting Sophiatown, a multicultural suburb of Johannesburg, leads a consignment of works by groundbreaking black artists in Strauss & Co.'s flagship live virtual evening sale of modern and contemporary art in Johannesburg, which is happening on Tuesday, the 26th of May, and that is next week. And today we thought we'd reflect on the life and work of the artist and musician Gerald Segota, recognized as a pioneer of South African black modernism, with Dr. Alistair Meredith, who is a senior arts specialist and director and head of art department at Strauss & Co. How are you doing this afternoon, Dr. Alistair?
Yeah, fine, thank you. It's Great to be chatting. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for making the time. Always appreciated. Before we get to the importance of his work, just for the moment in time, let's paint a picture for our listeners as to who was Gerald Sikota, born, bred, and of course influenced by what and which communities.
Yes, well, very difficult to summarize his life very quickly. Gerald Sikota is one of the country's great modernist artists. In fact, he's one of the continent's great mid-century modernist artists. He painted in South Africa really from the late 1930s until he went into self-imposed exile in 1947. And he lived the rest of his life in Paris. But the work he produced both in South Africa and in Paris helped define, I suppose, South Africa's art history over that period. He was a beautiful painter. He produced sort of gorgeous, often sort of luxurious canvases. But he also, of course, I suppose, defined the huge issues faced by black artists during that period. So an enormously collectible artist, an artist of great museum importance too. And we're very, very lucky that we have two of his works coming up for auction next week.
Yeah. Before we even delve into the works and the importance of them, just in trying to also unpack the history of the man, you mentioned that he went into a self-imposed exile in the late 40s. Is there any documentation around his thinking? We obviously know the historical context of what was happening in South Africa at the time, but any documentation as to what preempted his decision to go into exile? Was he perhaps in contention with the powers that be?
Yes. The short answer is his decision was very much political. He had spent time in Johannesburg, in Cape Town, in Pretoria. He had seen the huge hardship, essentially, of his people at the time, and he very specifically wanted to work in a more liberal environment. That was very much the main reason. I think there is also a pure artistic element to his relocation. Even as a young man, as a young art student, he was always very, very keen to study abroad, to be exposed to the amazing avant-gardes in Europe specifically. He was a close friend of Ernst Mangloba in the 1930s, and both of those artists, Sikota and Mangloba, were very keen to be exposed to the European avant-garde. So I suppose there were two broad reasons, but the main reason was very definitely political.
And during that time in Paris, it's also documented that whilst he was there, it was actually a challenging time before he established himself within the international art scene.
Yes, absolutely. And he faced similar discrimination in Paris as he did in his home in South Africa. We handled an amazing gouache that Sikota did in an auction last year, which showed black figures in Paris being questioned by the police on the pavement. Another sort of deeply political sort of commentary piece. And I suppose it was dripping with irony, the idea that this black artist was in exile in Paris and seeing black Parisians being stopped on the streets by the police while white Parisians sort of went about their ordinary day. So, yes, he did struggle. He was never a wealthy man. He always had to sort of supplement his art career with his music. He was a fantastic musician, and he sort of played in the jazz bars and clubs in Paris. during his decades there. But yes, he certainly never had it easy, and he certainly wasn't enormously famous in his lifetime. You know, it's terribly sad that whilst he was still in South Africa, he was really on the verge of becoming an enormously well-known and important artist here in South Africa. Yet, you know, in Paris, being a very sort of small fish in a big pond, he never really gained any enormous recognition. It was only towards the end of his life, and I suppose posthumously, that his legend grew to what it is today. You know, there were major retrospectives of his career, but yes, never got the recognition he deserved during his lifetime.
Yeah, and I wonder, very little is known about Gerald Sekoto as a musician. Paint us a picture around that love and that passion. And it's so funny because we were speaking to Ubabsem Hlengetwa here around about December. And obviously his love for music is very evident in his work. You see his portrayal and his depiction of jazz and jazz icons and jazz environments. And he too talking about how, he was not only a lover of music, but an aspirant jazz artist who unfortunately didn't have the talents to pursue music. And so the canvas and the paintbrush led to a more successful, sustained career.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I suppose, Sam's love of music is seen in his wonderful record collection. I'll be honest, I wish I knew more about Gerald Sekoto's musicianship. Of course, he did compose songs. He did play multiple instruments. Jazz is not really my field, but it is important to bear in mind that jazz was very much a resistance art medium in Black South African communities, really from the from I suppose interwar periods, and so many great South African modernists had very close associations to music and to jazz specifically. If you think of Sekoto being the obvious one, but also a little bit later, an artist like Migrant, always representing musicians in his work, George Pember as well, later on. And then you're going to contemporary artists like Sam, who you've just mentioned. It's not just a gentle, happy-go-lucky subject. Many important jazz musicians also went into exile sort of during the hard years in South Africa. And I suppose, as I said, it's very much wrapped up in the idea of artistic resistance in the mid-decades.
Yeah. Let's also talk, Dr. Alistair, about the significance of his time settling in Sophiatown, and this came before his self-imposed exile in 1947. A vibrant multicultural community that was, and how does that begin to shape Sekoto's narrative and his artistic perspective?
Yes, I suppose it's worth bearing in mind that he really did come from a sort of a rural setting. He was born near Middelburg. He trained near sort of present day, or what was then Petersburg. He only really comes to the city, comes to Johannesburg in 1938. So there was this new sense of urban excitement on his arrival. Before he goes into exile, he had really three very important phases. Those are the years he spent in Sophiatown, which was sort of the 1938 to about 1942. He then moved to District 6 in Cape Town, where he was between 42 and 45. And then between 1945 and 1947, he lived with some of his family in Eastwood on the outskirts of Pretoria. Those three phases define his pre-exile work. And the painting we have coming up for auction is from that first phase, from that Sophiatown moment. It's a beautiful painting in its own right, but it also exists as a remarkable visual archive. It is a snapshot of what Sophiatown, this very vibrant community, would have looked like in 1939. As the Second World War breaks out around the world, the idea of a young Sokoto settling and living in Sophia Town and painting in Sophia Town in this moment is very evocative and enormously interesting.
I want to ask you about, and I think this was information I either extracted from yourself a few years back, or I came across reading some art article after some milestone sale about Gerald Sikoto's sort of depiction of, the mundanity and the humdrumness of life. But let's hold that thought. We'll come back and explore that on the other side of the news headlines. It's fast approaching 1:30. Ondelambane standing by with the news headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Eastern Cape Police are investigating a triple murder case following a shooting incident at Duncan Village in Kugombo. Former Northwest Premier and struggle stalwart Bushimabe has been accorded a special provincial official funeral Category 1 by President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the head of the World Health Organization says the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is now believed to have killed 179 people, with 600 suspected cases. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Like a bing bong ball down a mountain stream, like paper riding in the breeze, like strolling in the dark through streets people can feel freezes, people being what they please, people being easy, letting go, letting go. Back of the moon, boys, back of the moon, boys. Top she been in Joburg is the back of the moon. Top of the rest, boys, moon is the best, boys. Right in front is the back of the moon. Though bows may bend in driving rain, they spring right up when it's clear again. Don't snap or cry when you're feeling low. The back of the moon is where the folks let go. Back of the moon, boys, back of the moon, boys. Right in front is the back of the moon. Back of the moon, boys, back of the moon, boys. Right behind the shanties is the back of the moon. Behind all the shacks, boys, they built for the blacks, boys. Right behind is the back of the moon. Though the floor starts shaking when the place gets packed, chairs are breaking and glass is cracked. The night is in front, the day's left behind. The back of the moon is where the folks unwind. Back of the moon, boys, back of the moon, boys. Behind their shades is the back of the moon. Come on, Lucky.
All right, and this particular song is the contribution of my guest, Dr. Alistair Meredith. It is the original cast of King Kong performing Back of the Moon with the young Miriam Makeba on the vocals there. And this one written by musician Todd Machigiza. When I asked my producers, Dr. Alistair, to, clue me in as to why you chose this particular song, obviously I can guess how it ties into our conversation, but perhaps from your lips.
Yes, well, I'll be honest, I had a little bit of help from some of my colleagues that know that era of music a little better than I do. But yes, I suppose it was chosen, simply to, I suppose, match that mid-century moment in and around Sophia Town. So yes, a nice little supplement to the Sokotos.
Absolutely. And as we were going into the break, we were just getting into Gerald Sikoto's
his perspective as depicted on canvas. And one of the things that I've sort of always clung on to is, information that I'd come across around his depiction of what I call the African existence in a time of, turmoil and upheaval and conflict, and a fair amount of his paintings were really just depicting ordinary, what I say would be humdrum life as lived in black and colored communities.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and that's one of the many reasons why his pictures, particularly pre-exile, are so very special. He wasn't trying to paint any grand, symbolic, massive canvases to make sort of big statements. His work is still very personal and very intimate, but very, very immediate. So yes, you talk about the humdrum, but in his depiction of his brother, for instance, sort of lounging on a chair or nodding off to sleep, you get a real sense of how his family members were living every day, what clothes they were wearing, the exact environments, the rooms they were in, the way the light sort of moved through the windows into their spaces. You get a real sense of being there with them. Interestingly, I think that real sense of immediacy maybe changes a little bit when he's painting in Paris. He leaves, of course, in 1947, but he never returns to his homeland again until he dies in 1993. He never sets foot in South Africa again.
Wow.
So all the work he painted later in Paris has a different quality. It's maybe tinged with nostalgia. He's maybe thinking about what his friends and family might be up to at that moment, but he's not there. He's not looking at them. He's not with them and painting them as he sees them right in front of him. That's why if you look at the depictions of the clothing, for instance, of his subjects pre-1947, you get a real sense of a particular jumper or a pair of corduroys or one of his friend's belts that's sort of tied tightly around his waist. There's nothing generic about the pictures pre-exile, and that does change a bit naturally when he's in Paris, and it does give the later works a different sense of nostalgia, but also a very serious historical weight, and emphasizes again that he's not there, he's not with his people, he's not painting them as he sees them. In terms of the other sort of humdrum scenes, yes, you often see sort of washerwomen sort of walking through sort of dappled light on the outskirts of town. You see workers sort of peddling into work, peddling into the city. You see what they were wearing to go to work. You see what they were wearing after they changed to return. All these wonderful little details that you wouldn't necessarily read about in history books are brought to life by his painting, certainly pre-1947.
So important is his work, as you say, it sits in some respected private collections, but also sits as part of museum collections. He was the first black artist to be acquired by the Johannesburg Art Gallery. They themselves this year also celebrating a significant milestone with that exhibition that's currently on at the Standard Bank Art Gallery, with the homecoming, with the return of that collection of the Johannesburg Art Gallery.
Yes, I mean you're absolutely right. I think Jag purchased one of his works in as early as 1940. So sort of amazingly forward thinking of the acquisition body. I think the reality is there aren't nearly enough works by Sokoto in state museums. There aren't nearly enough Sokotos available to the public to be seen any day of the week. And I wish more of our museums had his work on show, because I would always encourage South Africans to go and view it, because a lot of the work remains in private hands. But to stand face to face with a pre-exile Sokoto is very, very special, and we don't get the chance in South Africa as much as we should To put that into context, Sokoto has been shown widely around the world over the last few years. He's very much the flavor of the month internationally. A gorgeous self-portrait that he painted in 1947, probably in London whilst en route to Paris. Went on show at the Venice Biennale 2 years ago. It then went straight to the Centre Pompidou in Paris, where it was the cover image, the image on the front of the catalogue of a major show called Paris Noir, Black Paris, focusing on black artists living in Paris between 1950 and 2000. So in some ways, the international art-loving community, has been much more obviously exposed to Sokoto's work recently. But we always encourage and wish that our state museums show his work, which is also why it's extra special when we get a pre-exile picture by Sokoto on auction. And we're very, very lucky in our local art ecosystem to be able to handle and sell museum-grade pictures and to have them on show and on the market. And very quickly, I need to emphasize that the two Sokotos we have on sale are in our galleries, on show, open to the public. Anybody can come see them in our Houghton galleries. And we do encourage as many people as possible to come and see.
We're going to take a quick break, Dr. Alistair. We'll come back and we'll get into those two works that you've got going under the hammer, alongside some other very noted names, Gerald Bengu and George Pemba, as well as, included in this, and David Golwani and Alfred Toba as well. And that sale's happening on Tuesday, the 26th of May. But let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Zozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC Plus.
In case you missed it.
Should we look at these as some sort of light at the end of the tunnel?
What is happening currently in the SAPS compared to the ocean? So I think the SAPS is in that position as well, that it's cleansing itself. All that is unbecoming of good police officers is being thrown out of the SAPS. I think it's a good thing.
Crime and policing expert Dr. Mkolisi Matebula.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Of course, this year we introduced a new segment to the show called Moments in Time, where we look at the life, the work, the legacy of significant individuals within the context of South African and African history, but also looking at events that shaped who we are and places that gave us room to become. And today we are focusing on Gerald Sokoto ahead of that landmark sale coming up at Strauss and Co. next Tuesday, the 26th of May. And I think, Dr. Alistair, I'm getting my tongue all in a twist now because, you know, as a lover of fine art and a little bit of a very junior, inferior scholar, I would, in my wildest dreams, would love to hold and to covet and to perhaps own my own small Gerald Sokoto. But even selling my left kidney would not help me at this point in time. Let's talk about what is going under the hammer come Tuesday, because you do have a very significant representation of South African modernism artists.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We have a wonderful selection of South African works, the earliest of which was painted in 1896, going up to a picture that was completed last year. So nearly 130 years of art making in South Africa, showing the enormous range of works from across the country. They are all on show in our galleries in Johannesburg, and I always like to say that these shows are the best cross-section of South African art you might see anywhere in the world this coming week. So we do encourage people to come have a look. You mentioned some artists before the break, Gerard Bengu being one of them. He's another enormously important black mid-century modernist. The work we have on show and on auction is a relatively early watercolor, probably from the 1930s or 1940s, and it shows this big fire scene at night, probably in sort of southern KwaZulu-Natal. If you can try and imagine painting fire at night in watercolor, I think you'd all maybe admit how difficult that is. But if you see this work, it's a small-scale work. You get a sense of the enormous technical ability that Bengu had. All these works also give us so many clues about the sort of socio-political realities of our artists. You know, the fact that Bengu was working at the same time as Sokoto in South Africa in the 30s and 40s, but working on paper, also shows that he simply couldn't afford large format canvases and fancy oil paints and things like that. There's always an economic element to the careers of particularly black modernist artists at the time. We've spoken a bit about the Sapphire Town painting by Sokoto. We have another slightly later work by Sokoto, probably from the early 1950s. It's a lovely, gentle portrait of the sort of moon-faced figure with this white headscarf. The whole composition is sort of dominated by these russet reds and purples and oranges. We also have two incredibly important sculptures in our auction by Sidney Khumalo and Ezra Mlechai. I think maybe I've spoken about them on your show in the past. These are some of the continent's greatest sculptors. And we have two works from key periods, early periods in their career. The work by Sidney Khumalo was conceived in 1959. It shows a seated woman, very sort of stylized. And the one by Ezra Mlechai is from 1966. It's called Lamenting Woman. And again, these are bronze sculptures that are deeply political. The Mlechai, to me, is especially dynamic and shows just how fabulous a modernist sculptor Mlechai was. So we have really a range of spectacular works coming up for auction. And as I keep saying, please come and have a look.
Absolutely. Dr. Alistair, we appreciate the time and the education. That was Dr. Alistair Meredith, Senior Art Specialist and Director and Head of Art Department for Strauss & Co. And they are located, if you happen to be in Johannesburg, they are located in Houghton, is where you can find them easily Googleable. And you can just literally walk in through the door into their space and have a look at the artwork before it goes up on the hammer by the 26th of May at 7 p.m. because after that it gets packaged and then it gets housed in its new homes far away from our eyes to appreciate. So if you can get an opportunity to go and have a look, please do so. We're going to take a quick break and then we come back on the other side. We get into stages, pages, screens and more.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio. Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle. Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, our next guest, Khaisang Satege, joins us now, and we're talking Jozi Amuse Festival, and Khaisang is the curator of this festival. It is International Museum Week, which is coming up the first week of June. As we gear up for that in Johannesburg, the Jozi Amuse Festival is taking place this week as a precursor. How are you doing this afternoon, Khaisang?
Hello, Bridget. Thank you for having me. And under the circumstances,
Yes.
we are hanging in there. Yeah.
Right? I can imagine that today, I mean, it's just a few. Today kicks off actually the 4 days festival, but also because you are in the artistic space in Johannesburg, I know that your heart is also at the memorial for Maria Troy.
I am actually physically here at the memorial service, so I had to just step out for the interview.
We appreciate that. We appreciate it indeed. Let's talk about the festival. Firstly, let's talk about the genesis and the creation of this festival and the kind of gap as well that it seeks to plug in the market.
Yes, Bridget. So Jozi Amuse Festival of Museums is our 3-day festival program, which is aligned with International Museum Day, which was just a few days ago on the 18th of May. And the festival is aimed at celebrating museum culture, celebrating the rich stories, heritage and our culture, of which our museums and galleries are custodians of. So the objective is to bring museums and galleries to life, to ignite them, to go beyond being stagnant or static spaces that speak to history and leave history there behind. It's all about bringing museum spaces to life. It's all about creating spaces that are interactive, meaningfully engaging, spaces that are also exciting for young people because, as we know, there's a declining engagement amongst young people to get up and learn more about history and heritage and culture because they see these museum spaces as static repositories of history. So, young people are constantly telling their own stories, curating culture, and we want to use contemporary culture. We want to use things that get young people excited. We want to take that and integrate it into the way we program our museums, the way we present our collections to our communities. So this festival is all about celebrating the museums and galleries in a collaborative initiative that is Jozi Amuse Festival of Museums.
And it's so important what you say about reigniting, the engagement and the passion around museums, because whether we are talking about gallery spaces, whether we are talking about historical museums and other such institutions, they play a significant role as custodians and archivers of history, but also because history is consistently fluid and evolving, they continue to receive and they continue to partake in the history of the now. So if we do not engage in them, they almost become obsolete. It almost becomes like the encyclopedia you never pick up.
And that is exactly what we are trying not to do. We are trying to ensure that museums also lean in to current stories. They lean into contemporary culture. So the festival is all about, intersecting archival memory with a contemporary culture, with what is happening right now, with what matters today right now. So it's all about intersecting the past and the present. And through this 3-day festival program, we aim to take people on an exciting, curated journey of the city through a very important partnership that we have with the City Sightseeing Bus. So on each day, our patrons will arrive at Constitution Hill in the morning, get onto the bus on a full day curated experience of various museums. So on each day, there's a specific theme. Because as you said, you know, I'm working with different museums. Certain museums focus on preserving history and telling the stories of our past, like Constitution Hill. Then we've got art museums and art galleries. Then we've got museums that focus on heritage, like Museum Africa. So on each day is carefully curated and themed, and we kickstart tomorrow with Roots of Resistance, the Soweto experience. So that's the first leg of the festival, where guests will get to experience the museums of Soweto, the Hector Peterson Museum, the June 16 Memorial Acre on the 1952 London bus. And then the leg 2 of tomorrow's program kickstarts with the City Sightseeing Bus from Constitution Hill, and we focus on history, memory, and justice, and we get to explore museums that speak to that. So that's Constitution Hill, the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center, the Military History Museum, and other spaces that are aligned to that. And then on the 22nd, we then the theme is heritage and living memory, and we get to, it's a very exciting day. We go to the Hip Hop Museum, get to spin some vinyls with Osmic. We go to the Vis Anglo-American Digital Dome to watch a show called Passport to the Universe, and also the Origin Center and other museums on the day. And on the last day of the festival, which is the 23rd of May, we get to explore art. So it's all about art and contemporary culture. We go to the Johannesburg Art Gallery, Standard Bank Art Gallery, the Vis Art Museum. So each and every single one of these museums have a special activity planned for the day. So guests will arrive, like I said, they might do a vinyl spinning workshop, watch a film, sit down for a storytelling session, get to do an art activity. So I'm very excited. It's a jam-packed program full of activities that really bring our museums alive and make them spaces that are meaningful and engaging, and not just, like you said, you know, not just stories talking to us about the past, but also zooming into the now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a jam-packed program, Khaisang, and also one that touches on different spaces and different themes. My only wish, I would have wished for you to try and straddle the entire weekend, and I'll tell you why. Just the importance of making this an almost family planned occasion, where children can get to experience, you know, these landmark institutions. And the Saturday and the Sunday would have provided that kind of opportunity for them to, you know, outside of school hours. But there's always next year. There's always next year.
Well, they can always come through on Saturday. So Saturday is open. So there are two options, the full day. So there's an option to go on the full day curated tour via the City Sightseeing. And then there's the option to self-drive, to look at the program and say, okay, we can join them midway. You know, I can imagine people have a lot of things to attend to on weekends. So people are always welcome to look at the program and join us. Self-drive, use e-hailing services, and join us wherever we are on the program. It is definitely a family-oriented event, so we expect families to come out, parents with their children, friends, and loved ones.
Absolutely. By way of reservations and ticketing, what are those logistics?
So the Josie Amuse Festival of Museums is absolutely free, and that's the exciting part about it. But you are required to go online to register to get your free tickets. And we have a link on Instagram. Head over to the Arts Alive Joburg page and go to the link and click on the link that is specific to you if you want to go on the City Sightseeing experience, which is unfortunately has reached full capacity, so there's no longer space on the bus, but there's the self-drive option, so the tickets are still available for that. So it's the Arts Alive Joburg page on Instagram and Facebook. And for the self-drive, you can also just head directly to Quicket and type in Josie Amis Festival of Museums, and it will take you to the landing page, and then you can get your tickets there.
Wonderful stuff. Khaisang, thank you so much for the time. We won't take up any more of it, as we know that Maria's memorial is set to be wrapping soon, and you probably want to get in the room for those final moments. That was Khaisang Satecha, who is the Josie Amuse Festival curator. And as you heard, they're going to be on the road as of today until Saturday the 23rd. And you can go to the Arts Alive Joburg social media pages on Instagram and Facebook. Follow the simple link there, and you'll be able to reserve your free ticket for yourself and your family and your kids. And as she said, you can always take up the self-drive option, where you just map the stops that they are going to be at and meet them there, whether you're e-hailing or driving, and meet them there, and then get the full immersion of the program for you to enjoy. This is a beautiful one, a wonderful way to keep museum spaces alive and consistently evolving to engage and meet the needs of the current demographic. That is, of course, ahead of International Museum Week, which is coming up the first week of June. 2 o'clock, Ondela is standing by with the top of the hour news, and then we'll come back on the other side of that, and we'll look at a finance conversation. We're looking at emergency funds, how to realistically build, maintain, and grow these in the current tough financial times. I don't know if any of us are managing to do that. I know it's always the intention for us to do that, but do we actually manage to do that is a different story.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, SHRC launches inquiry into Gauteng water crisis, and 179 people believed to have been killed by Ebola in the DRC. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Gauteng municipal managers are facing tough questions over corruption and poor governance linked to the province's worsening water crisis. The Gauteng Provincial Office of the South African Human Rights Commission is holding a 3-day inquiry into water challenges affecting communities. The commission has heard that nearly 79 million rand has been spent on water tankers. Commissioner Hank Boshoff asked why the Umfuleni local municipality prioritized tanker contracts instead of fixing the water infrastructure.
Human Rights Commission now to also consider litigation against your municipality to enforce certain processes. Why are you not complying with the norms set by National Treasury? Where's your money going to? Why can't you budget 8% for maintenance, 10% for capex? Where's your money going to? I'm very interested in understanding where is your money actually going to.
Eastern Cape Police are investigating a triple murder case following a shooting incident at Duncan Village in Kukombo. Police spokesperson Brigadier Nobuntu Gandana says when the police responded to the incident last night, they found spent cartridges outside a shack and recovered 3 bodies with multiple gunshot wounds. Gandana says police are investigating circumstances surrounding the incident.
According to preliminary statement from a witness, the 3 deceased had gone to this particular shack. Finding it locked, they forced entry. The witness was instructed to remain outside and alert the others if the owner returned. While standing watch, 4 unknown males approached and opened fire on the victims inside the shack. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown, and no arrests have been made yet.
A teenager has been sentenced to 4 years imprisonment in the Beaufort West Magistrate Court for the murder of a 23-year-old police officer last year. He will first serve 4 years compulsory residence at a youth centre. The second murder accused, Siamtanda Mafata, has been sentenced to 12 months direct imprisonment after entering a plea bargain with the state. Mafata's 12-month sentence has been wholly suspended for 3 years. Hawks spokesperson Zinziani says the two stabbed Codlin Leke at an entertainment venue. Ali says they fled the scene but were arrested on the same day. Former Northwest Premier and struggle stalwart Bushi Mabe has been accorded a special provincial official funeral Category 1 by President Cyril Ramaphosa. He died last weekend after a short illness at the age of 68 in Johannesburg. He will be buried in Vryburg this Saturday. Mabe was the Premier of the province from 2021 until 2024. After taking over from Professor Job Mokgoro, Ramaphosa has since instructed that flags fly at half-mast from this Friday. Silo Dadai is the Northwest Premier Lazarus Mokhosi spokesperson.
Premier Mokhosi says Mr. Mabe led an exemplary life centered on selflessness and service to the people of South Africa. He maintains the decision by the president befits the stature, character and the sacrifices made by the late struggle veteran in pursuit of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous state.
The head of the World Health Organization says the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is now believed to have killed 179 people with 600 suspected cases. Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus said there was a further risk of transmission because of significant population movement in the outbreak zone where thousands have been displaced by the conflict. Ghebreyesus also said the global risk remains low.
WHO assesses the risk of the epidemic as the high at the national and regional levels and low at the global level. So far, 51 cases have been confirmed in the DRC, in the northern provinces of Ituri and North Kivu, including in the cities of Bunia and Goma. Although we know the scale of the epidemic in DRC is much larger.
Recapping the top story, Gauteng municipal managers are facing tough questions over corruption and poor governance linked to the province's worsening water crisis. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.2 FM in Table Mountain.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
When lost, did you go to Bacchanalia? He seems to have seen you there. You know the one who puts me in hysteria and makes me behave like a cur. You know the one who will shame me in matters of the line and make me believe that I've been alone in some hopeless void. You know the one. Come on, you know the one.
almost want to say the spirit of Michelle lives on. Anytime we play Nakane, I always think of Michelle Constant, who was on the stage paying tribute to Maria McCloy just a moment ago. Another show which Michelle worked with, or rather which Maria worked with very, very closely with Michelle on this particular station, and of course in other sectors where Michelle Constant has a profound arts and culture footprint. Right now we are, that was Nakane, by the way. Nakane Interlooper is the name of that particular track, and we play it because he's also somebody who was a friend and an industry colleague to Maria McCloy. It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock. We are going to focus on things financial now, and we're looking at emergency funds, how to realistically build, maintain, and grow these, particularly in the current tough financial times. So we know that the economic times at the moment are particularly challenging. We're looking at increasing fuel prices on the one hand. We are looking at food prices on the other hand. Inflation, we are told, is up by 4%, which will have a ripple effect on a whole host of things. Before the end of the year is over, we'll be paying a little bit more for everything that we're already paying so much more for now. So when all of this is continuing, saving and having emergency funds can actually feel particularly difficult. How do we get that done? This is why we thought we would catch up with Terence Tobin, certified financial planner and, of course, director of Rich Ideas, which is a financial planning organization. How are you doing this afternoon, Terence?
I am doing very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. You know, when it comes to a financial conversation, I think a lot of us South Africans, we have good intentions. Every single year we have good intentions, and we thought that this will be the year where we finally get a break on the back of the finance minister's policy changes and implementations for 2026. But then everything else in the world went upside down, and now we are finding ourselves in what almost seems like a far worse situation than we were in last year.
It definitely does feel that way, and it is true. As you just said, Stats South Africa put out inflation today has gone up to 4% from 3.1. Fuel prices are ramping up, diesel prices. So the consumer is being stretched and pulled in every which way, and yet salaries stay constant and don't keep up with that cost of living. So to try and now navigate this emergency fund or safety net does feel a bit overwhelming for a lot of people.
Absolutely. And when we talk about, a safety net, is this a realistic goal for South Africans, given what we've just said about our cost of living constantly rising?
Bridget, I think it is, and it should be, even if it is starting out with something small. And the point of this emergency fund or safety net or get out of trouble money is that when something does go wrong, and I've had these things where there might not be life-threatening emergencies, but there's an expense that pops up. And if you don't have a bit of money saved up somewhere, you're either going to go to family, or worse off, you're going to now incur debt at significantly high interest rates, which would then take months or years to repay, and maybe another emergency happens, and so on and so on. So it does feel like a massive elephant to eat, but let's do it one bite at a time.
How do we do that? How do we do it one bite at a time when we've got no bites?
Yeah. So the starting point, therefore, is always to look at cash flow and budget. And a good recommendation is take the last 3 months' bank statements that you have and see what you are spending your money on. And are there areas where you could redirect 100 Rand, 200 Rand, whatever the number might be, into a savings account that is for this purpose? And once we can do that with intentionality, once we know, right, we earn X, our food costs this, transport costs that, telecommunications, blah, 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 school fees, we are left with a bit of disposable income, hopefully, and we redirect a small portion of it. What I have found, though, often is because it's a small portion, many don't do it because they feel it's insignificant. But if we do it consistently, you'll be quite surprised a year or two down the line to be like, oh, I've got 5,000 Rand now, or 10,000 Rand, or whatever number we're going for, to protect us when, life happens, and we need to navigate these financial situations.
And the truth is, you see this conversation happening on social media quite regularly, right? The truth is, we all do understand that 8-9 times out of 10, one of the main reasons why we get into an immediate financial hole is because of an immediate emergency that needs our attention right now. Someone dies, you don't have funeral cover, or it's inadequate, or you require more. Something happens with your car, you have to suddenly fix it. It's out of warranty, and so forth and so on. Additional medical expenses, all these things. And you're saying to us, because I'm now putting it in the back of my mind, because I like sage advice, when you say even as little as 100 Rand, 200 Rand, if you can find it somewhere, if you can make that sacrifice, if you can dig it up from someplace, it will add up.
It definitely will add up. The magic and power of compounding is time is on our side, and as long as we are consistent. And it's all those scenarios that you've said. And, I was consulting with a client last week, and she said, but I've never had an emergency, so why do I need this thing? And I said, you're very lucky you haven't had an emergency yet. Because they will happen. And maybe it's not, the name emergency fund might sound so, and that's what I say, life and death situation. But exactly as you've alluded to, Joburg potholes. You hit a pothole, you need 3,000 Rand for a new tire. If you don't have that money, it's now credit cards, overdrafts, loans, just to get you mobile again. So it's definitely to do that with intentionality, and then it's to automate, and that's the secret sauce, the magic recipe. Because if you have to trust yourself to transfer 200 Rand every month, it won't happen. I wouldn't do it myself. I'd forget. So we need to, on our internet banking or our app or whatever we use, schedule a transfer from our salary receiving account to a savings account that we do not touch. And we know that is the money to save our backside when life happens.
Let's take a quick pause here, Terence. We'll come back on the other side and continue this conversation around how do we save that mad money, or as Terence calls it, the get out of trouble money. How do we begin to save that, and where should we perhaps be saving that? It's fast approaching 20 past 2 o'clock on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Uganda, East Africa. East Africa's pearl, a nation rich in lakes, forests, and fertile land, bordered by Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Home to the source of the Nile River, one of the world's greatest waterways. Over 40 languages are spoken. English and Swahili connect a nation of diverse cultures and traditions.
Uganda gained independence in 1962, a country shaped by both turbulence and renewal. Agriculture remains central to the economy. Coffee is one of its biggest exports, alongside growing sectors in energy and technology. But challenges continue. Youth unemployment, infrastructure gaps, and political tensions. Still, Uganda moves with energy and ambition. A youthful nation looking toward the future.
Uganda carries the rhythm of possibility. In every river, in every heartbeat, in every dream, there is life. Uganda, vibrant, youthful, rising.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
We're talking mad money, aka emergency funds, with Terence Tobin, who is the director of financial planning house Rich Ideas and certified financial planner. How do we gear ourselves up and ensure that we begin starting to pile away some money for that rainy day? Because the rainy day will inevitably come in one way, shape, form, or another. And I think this was the takeaway for a lot of people as well, Terence, during COVID. Some of us have had this drilled into our heads since we started working in this creative sector that you've got to have 3 months worth of a salary. You've got to have 3 months worth of a salary because you never know when your next check is coming, or you never know when, SABC decides to make a strategic decision and you are left holding, the door. So you've got to have 3 months. But I think what COVID taught, and particularly creatives, is that 3 months needed to be doubled to 6 months. 6 months became the golden period of you've got to have that buffer for 6 months.
Yeah, the number does float around, the rule of thumb number. For me, it's what's going to give you peace of mind and that you'll sleep well. For most of us, it's 3 to 6 months. For those that have exceptionally variable income in the creative space, MC work, self-employed, we could even push that to 12 months. And it might not necessarily be salary, but it's your essential living expenses. Because if you were shown the door and it takes a while to get another door opened for you, you potentially won't go out and have meals out, you're going to eat at home. So your entertainment costs will reduce. You might travel less, although going for interviews. So what is that safety net that when life happens, you're okay? Starting off, I would say, depending again on, and this is the magic about financial planning, is it's all personal. And it's situation to situation. But we need to have a goal of at least X amount of money. Now, for most South Africans, I would like us to peg somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 rand, because that is the geyser $3,000 for the plumber, or tires, or you've got to take an animal to the vet, or like I had to go to see a doctor, and they're not contracted to medical aid. That's 2,900 rand. Those aren't necessarily emergencies, but they're unexpected expenses that you can budget. You don't always have money for it. And I'd rather take out of my emergency fund and pay that back over 3 or 4 months than now use my credit card at 20-25% interest rates.
Absolutely. The other catch to this conversation, and my team and I were chatting in between the break, is so the setting aside the money. Let's say, okay, we get that done as per Terence's advice. We put aside those debit orders, 200, 300, 500, whatever you can afford. But where do we keep this money where it's not readily accessible to us? One of my team members has 2 bank accounts, and I'm sharing her information now. And the one app, she always goes, it's when I open that app, it just says, come take your money. And so I just take the money.
Yeah. It's, that's the self-control problem. So, Bridget, you need the money available, because I've heard people go, well, I'll put that in my 30-day account at the bank. Okay, so what emergency waits 30 days? An emergency means it's like now. You need this safety right now. And this is the self-control problem, is we see it often. You need to put the funds in a savings account that is accessible, but you need to have that strong mind not to access it. And potentially that means having some money in an immediately accessible account at your bank, because it's the least friction, it's the easiest to set up, to schedule these payments. And once you've got an amount, and let's use 10,000 Rand as the number, future savings we can now put into something else that maybe has a slightly longer term to it. But it's, again, comfort zones. So, I, for instance, only have 1 month of emergency money in a bank savings account, and my other 4 months is in a 7-day notice account.
Yeah.
And it's not for interest rates because it's really minimal here. And when we're building these emergency funds, interest rates, trying to find the biggest interest rate really isn't the point. The point here is you're self-insuring. You're protecting yourself from going, whether you earn 6 or 6.5%, and you work that out on the money you've got, it's going to be cents or a few rands. It's nothing of significance. But going into a credit card or a personal loan, which is north of 20%, that's the problem.
I mean, it's such good advice. It really is. And as you're talking, I'm thinking maybe we just do it the way our grandmothers used to do it. Find a cheap little affordable account. So many banks have that where you pay minimal. Put your money aside, whatever minimal money you can put aside. Take that little bank account card, go freeze it in your deep freeze. Freeze it in your deep freeze and keep it there. Have no app, no nothing that's digital for this account because technically it's a shadow account.
That's what it is. It mustn't exist. It must just be there for the one day. And maybe we never have this situation. And, one day it's now your 50th birthday or 60th birthday. You've now got extra retirement money or you've now got lifestyle money. But have the option, have that safety net. And I think pretty much every bank has a little savings pocket or saving something that's generally free. And that's the one to start with. And it's to do this habit. And the thing that, Bridget, will hurt is the first month or two.
Yeah.
And thereafter, you'll be like, okay, 200 went off, 500 went off, and your life carries on. It's not there to be, it's the 20th of the month, we haven't been paid, I need money to buy food. I get that, but that's a budgeting problem. That's not an emergency problem.
Shoo. Okay. Really being wrecked over the knuckles this afternoon. As we wind down the conversation in our last 2-3 minutes, how do we, as couples and families, how do we work together maybe to build this emergency fund? Is there also a smart way maybe that we can club together, maybe as siblings club together and get an emergency fund?
I love it. Almost like a mini stokvel, a mini savings account for the family. Yes. So absolutely. The catch often is it's going to be in one person's name, which you've got to then make sure everyone's comfortable in the family. Again, I like to make sure everyone protects themselves. Have a 1 or 2 page document, an agreement, because if you're all putting in 200 Rand a month, who gets access to that money and when? What do we classify as emergencies? And who's then going to release that money? So it's maybe easier if everyone's under the same roof, like a couple, and you build it up as a family unit in the same home. Because, like the example you said, if it was a funeral expense or education expense, something that is unforeseen that's detrimental, we have access to that capital and keep growing it. And the other one, if we're in the fortunate position each year, if we get salary increases, increase the contribution to the emergency fund. So that it keeps up with your 3-month goal or 6-month goal.
Yeah. We have 1 minute left, Terence. What if we listened to anything that you told us today, our first 1-2 steps maybe?
Review your 3 months bank statements to see what you're spending your money on. For most of us, payroll is next week. Start with as little as a 200 or 300 Rand contribution to a savings account.
Got you. Terence Tobin, thank you so much for the time. Certified financial planner and Rich Ideas Director. It is fast approaching 2:30. We're going to get into the headline news. Someone said if we stop consuming and cell phone data and chocolates and cool drinks and alcohol, then we'd be saving plenty of money. And that's the truth. That is, one less beverage every week, and you might save yourself 100 Rand somewhere. Oh, my team looks at me like I'm asking 10 bon. It's one less beverage. The headline news is coming up with Ondela, and then we're going to get into our kids' programming after that.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, former police officer Rosemary Ndlovu and her co-accused Nomsa Mudau have been convicted by the Kempton Park Magistrates Court on charges of incitement to commit murder. The conviction relates to a 2018 plot to kill Mudau's husband. Gauteng municipal managers are facing tough questions over corruption and poor governance linked to the province's worsening water crisis. And the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has welcomed South Africa's $2.5 million contribution to bolster Ebola response efforts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Wednesday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Today we're talking about something important: apologizing. When was the last time you apologized to someone? Is it hard for you to apologize sometimes? Do you think there's a difference between a good apology and a bad apology? What makes an apology sincere? How do you feel when someone apologizes to you properly? And why is saying I'm sorry important when we hurt someone's feelings or make a mistake? Alright, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
The last time I said I am sorry was last week. It was when I left my toys strewn all over the sitting room. I know my mom loves a clean and tidy place, but I just left everything rushing to go and play outside. My mom was not happy and I had to apologize to her. I find it easy to say I am sorry because I don't like it when people are unhappy because of me. I like it when we are all happy and laughing, so I beg the people I have wronged to forgive me. In fact, I follow them around and annoy them until I get forgiven.
My name and surname is Pelvi Shempembe. Apologizing can be a bit hard for me sometimes, especially if I feel really embarrassed. Yes, I had to apologize to my little brother once. I accidentally broke his toy while playing. I felt really bad because I didn't mean to hurt his feelings. It's important to apologize because it shows that we care about how others feel. It helps repair the relationship and makes things better between us. I think the best way to show that your apology is real is both by saying sorry and changing how I acted. Saying sorry is important by showing that you really mean it. It's by changing how you act is even more important. It shows you're serious about making things right. Thank you.
I agree that you should apologize whenever you do something wrong to someone. And there's something as a bad apology and a good apology. A good apology is when you mean what you're saying and you're truly sorry for what you've done. And a bad apology is when you're just saying, sorry, and you don't care. And I think you shouldn't be choosing who you apologize to, because whenever you do something wrong to someone, you should always apologize. Even if they have done something wrong to you, always apologize to them. People say that they don't apologize to kids, and I think this is wrong, because just because someone's younger than you doesn't mean you shouldn't apologize to them, because apologizing helps fix the problem, and the child might learn not to apologize when something happens, and people think apologizing doesn't do anything. While it does, it makes the situation better, and it helps sort things out between the two people who are arguing. I think it's very important for people to apologize, because once you've done something wrong to someone and they've done something wrong to you, an apology can help fix it. And if you don't apologize, there'll always be tension and a grudge between you two. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. Apologizing isn't always easy. Sometimes it feels hard to admit when you've done something wrong. I remember once I said something hurtful to a friend without meaning to, and I had to apologize. It took courage, but after I said sorry and explained how I felt, we both felt so much better. I think saying sorry is important because it shows you care about the other person's feelings and that you respect them. A real apology isn't about saying the words, it's about showing what you've learned from it and changing how you act afterwards. When someone forgives you, it also brings peace and helps rebuild trust, which makes relationships even stronger.
My name is Apele Pembe. Sometimes it's hard for me to apologize, especially if I feel really embarrassed about what I did. Yes, I had to apologize to my big sister Piwo because I accidentally knocked over her game. I felt really bad because I didn't mean to ruin her fun. It's important to apologize because it shows that we care about other people's feelings. Saying sorry helps to make the things better and keeps our friendship stronger. The best way to show my apology is truly to say sorry and and then also change my actions. I need to be careful so I won't make the same mistakes again. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Levandi Singwane. It is not difficult for me to apologize. It is one of the easiest things for me, usually. I do know how to take accountability and I do know how to say sorry. I think the best way to show that you're actually sorry is with actions. Because like we say, actions speak louder than words. And a lot of people use the word sorry very, very loosely. Someone will apologize today, but do the same thing next week. So I think the best way to show that you're actually sorry is to... It obviously depends on what you've done, but I'll just make an example. If, for example, you apologize for always snapping at people, you have to improve that and you have to make sure to manage your anger properly. You know, you can't keep apologizing for snapping at people, but then you're not changing it. You get what I mean? So the best way to show that you're actually sorry is putting in the work and showing the person that you're actually sorry by the actions that you do and changing your act.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Apologizing is an important part of growing, learning, and building healthy relationships with others. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, whether it's saying something hurtful, breaking a promise, or upsetting someone without meaning to. Saying I'm sorry shows that you recognize your mistake and care about the other person's feelings. For many people, apologizing can sometimes feel difficult because it means admitting that we were wrong. Some children may feel embarrassed, shy, or worried that the other person will stay upset with them. However, being able to apologize shows maturity, honesty, and courage. It is a sign of strength, not weakness. There is definitely a difference between a good apology and a bad apology. A sincere apology means you truly understand what you did wrong and genuinely want to make things better. A bad apology, on the other hand, may sound rushed, forced, or disrespectful. For example, saying sorry without meaning it or continuing the same behavior afterward. When someone apologizes properly, it can make the other person feel heard, respected, and valued. Saying I'm sorry is important because mistakes and misunderstandings happen in everyday life. If we never apologize when we hurt someone, problems can grow bigger and relationships can become damaged. Apologizing helps people communicate, forgive, and move forward in a healthier way. Learning to apologize also teaches important life skills such as empathy, accountability, emotional intelligence, and respect. It also helps us understand that everyone makes mistakes, but what matters most is how we respond to them. A sincere apology is more than just words. It is about taking responsibility, showing kindness, and making an effort to do better. Simple words like "I'm sorry" can help repair relationships, bring peace, and remind others that their feelings matter. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Malawi, East Africa. Malawi, Southern Africa's warm heart, bordered by Tanzania, Zambia, and Mozambique. A nation shaped by water, Lake Malawi stretches across much of the country, one of Africa's largest and most biodiverse lakes. English and Chichewa unite communities across the nation. Culture lives through hospitality, music, and shared tradition.
Malawi gained independence in 1964, a peaceful nation built on resilience and community. Agriculture remains the backbone of the economy. Tobacco, tea, and farming support millions of livelihoods.
But challenges remain: poverty, food insecurity, and climate-related disasters. Still, Malawi moves forward with optimism and unity. Malawi carries warmth through every challenge. In every lake, in every village, in every smile, there is hope. Malawi, warm, resilient, united.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, getting into a conversation now with Boitumelo Makosu, who is the curator of Latitudes Art Fair. And the fair is taking place this coming weekend from the 22nd to the 24th of May. And it places Nigeria at the center of its 2026 International Focus Program, spotlighting one of the continent's most dynamic art scenes while deepening cultural and market connections across Africa. How are you doing this afternoon, Boitumelo?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the time. Appreciated. So good to catch up with you. I mean, let's talk, firstly, some context for some of my listeners around Latitudes Art Fair and the importance of this particular fair in the art calendar.
Sure. I mean, this is the fair of the year. I would like to say and believe that this is also it's a space that allows you to think broader, to engage more with works, but also really stay connected with what's happening within the art scene within South Africa. Mm-hmm. And I think the Nigeria focus happening this year is also a way to to build a bridge with two strong, powerful regions in Africa, and really bringing together the cultural practices, but also really building a bridge. And we're so excited to see how it will all unravel here at the R&D Latitudes Fair.
Let's talk, Boitumelo, around, just the importance, I think, also on the emerging artists, the younger artists that tend to exhibit at Latitude's art fair. Earlier on, we were talking to Strauss and Co. and, focused a lot on those pioneering South African black modernist artists.
Yes.
But Latitudes has a beautiful way of introducing us to newer voices as well. Those established and those still emerging, and how important is it to build that space for them, and to also introduce them to market and connect them with potential buyers and collectors?
It's quite important. I always see artists emerging as also vessels of knowledge, what's happening right now in our contemporary world, and also what's happening in the present in terms of geopolitics, politics, intimate moments. And I think emerging artists are really open, but they're also very straightforward thinking and straightforward talkers, and they tell it like it is. And I think their voices are quite important to also introduce to these markets, because they are also shaping the future of what the art creative economy also would look like in the near future. And I think them coming on board and us also being able to really work with them through this journey, I think it's quite important.
When we look at that creative economy in the future, the two markets that are in conversation for the 2026 installment, being South Africa and Nigeria, how have they fared in growing a new market space, in sort of carving, I guess, a new pathway for themselves, whether it's in established markets, whether it's creating new markets, and in particular Nigeria as well. I know very little about the art scene there, but I know that there is, for instance, an ArtX Lagos, which has galvanized audiences for the last recent years, and there seems to be an uptake in the appetite for in particular visual arts.
The appetite, as you're also saying, it is there, it exists, and I think it's just waiting for us to really engage with it. And in that, I think, even with R&B Latitudes, that's where a new audience has developed, and also being able to have the Nigeria focus also gives us surveillance as to what's happening in Lagos, what's happening in Nigeria. And as you mentioned, ArtX Lagos is an amazing fair where we also get to engage with modern collectors, but also new collectors. And having that coming together, I think there's really something powerful that we are also trying to see how can South Africa, Nigeria come together to build an even way more powerful audience in terms of collection, but also the creative economy. And I think it's the appetite is there, and it's exactly what we are intending to show here at the fair.
You've partnered on this collaboration with, is it Yenwa Gallery? Presuming that they're Nigeria-based?
They are Nigeria-based organization led by Ogona Ibe, who has been our collaborator introducing us to the market, which has been excellent.
Let's take a quick pause, Boitumelo. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Outsurance can't improve your golf handicap, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
We're in conversation with Latitude's Art Fair curator, Boitumelo Makusu, and she's responsible with the team for curating the 2026 edition, which sees South Africa and Nigeria in conversation for this international focus program. And you were saying that this comes together in partnership with Yenwa Gallery. And talk to us about the selection of contemporary Nigerian artists who will be represented at the fair.
To go through over 500 applications allowed so much taste, so much. It was literally going through like a whole master fair that could happen one day. And it was such a privilege to be able to see the amount of talent, the amount of artists emerging from Lagos. And through the help of Yenwa Gallery, we were able to pull a very cool selection of artists that will be showing throughout the whole weekend at the fair. And it is really a palate cleanser with really showing the traditional aspects of Nigerian art and where it comes from, and also the contemporary young artists being in dialogue with what is happening in the country, where artistically the art movement is going towards. And one thing that was a big challenge, to be honest, even when I had the launch in Lagos, was it's go big or go home. And it's faces, powerful black faces that tell you that I am here, and there's no way, and you're going to accept the figurative work, and you will know what Lagos brings. And it has been phenomenal to be able to engage with the artists, and they're the kindest people ever, and very great to work with. And it will be an honor to really show good presentation of their works at the fair.
Yeah, it's always interesting, Boitumelo. I think, there are times where artists go through a particular period as a collective. And I think in part it's also responsive to the market demands and the market pressures on them.
Indeed.
And then there are times when, there's a lot of sort of individualism that is shown and that is highlighted. I wonder, where is Nigeria now from the artists that are showcasing at your fair this year? Is there a golden thread that's coming across from a vast majority of them?
Yes, of course. And I think the use of the like really engaging with technical methods of engaging with the work, and especially working with fabric, traditional dyeing techniques, and portraiture. But portraiture now is very archival, and they're really diving deep into their identity and understanding how one works with the spiritual world, but the physical world, and brings that all together in one piece. And it's such an honor and privilege to be able to understand where they are at with their process making and the works, and really just the end product of what they are showcasing.
Well, one of the highlights of Latitudes is the Index exhibition for independent artists. Just touch on that a bit. We did have a far more in-depth conversation with the National Arts Council, but
Yes.
if you can just give us the crux of the matter where that is concerned.
Index is the future, the future of artists coming together, but also I think really the project on its own really supports independent artists, that independent artists can also have representation independently. And the platform has really, just thinking of how when it started back in 2023, it has been a platform where independent artists are really shaping the future for what fairs would look like. And I think the collaboration with NAC being supporters of the booth, but also the project has divine alignment, and supporting artists, and especially as they are coming through as funders, and also bringing artists, independent artists that has went through their programs. I think there's a beautiful connection as MAC has its own platform, and then Latitude Online has its own platform, and R&B Latitude has its own platform. This is 3 role players within the creative and cultural industry coming together. And I think it ties it quite beautifully. And the booth itself, the public opening, people should really be excited to see what it looks like, because it looks phenomenal. And the curators have done quite well, but more so the artists' works really embody and shapes where independent practices are going moving forward.
In 2024, you had a highlight work by Ernestine. And last year, unfortunately, I didn't come to the exhibition because I was highly pregnant. What is there's always a highlight work or the must-see, coveted showstopper for the year. Are you featuring any such artists or any such works this year?
Of course, there's plenty. There's, for Index particularly, I think there's Nwabisa, very talented young artist, very layered also with her practices are very diverse. It has an incorporation of design, it also has some ceramics, it also has sculpture and textile works. And when I'm thinking of Nigeria, I'm thinking of artists like Ayola, Samuel, and Aziz Salami. Dara Kanyiso is also part of the artists in our special projects with R&D that is also highlighted. I think there's several projects that are happening at the fair that have big moments, and it's quite exciting, and I hope guests will be able to appreciate how the overall fair intentionally has been curated.
Absolutely. Boitumelo, we appreciate the time. That was Boitumelo Makusu, curator of the Latitudes Art Fair, and it's happening here in Johannesburg from the 22nd until the 24th of May at Shepstone Gardens. It sells out very quickly, but you might be fortunate that you might be able to snatch yourself, sort of the late bird tickets between now and tomorrow. So do check it out. It's a beautiful space, and if you have children who are interested in the visual arts as well, the physical space where the fair is hosted is a wonderful just experience on its own, let alone the collection of works by galleries and independent artists, as well as international houses that are showing. Hopefully we'll see you there. That's where we leave it for today. Ashraf is coming through. He's going to pick up the conversations that move the nation on the National Pulse between 3 and 6 p.m. No doubt there's going to be a lot on the agenda. We see you on social media. Apparently, I don't cast my eye enough on X, and so I will try. We got some tweets. Is it at Mheshu or at Himshu? Hey, I could be in Tombel. Mbeshu. That's not Mbeshu. Mheshu. Okay, so I was right the first time. Mheshu. It says the full circles hashtag moments in time. Thanks for the discussion about Gerald Sikoto. I remember 1998 at Medunsa Library reading a riveting biography about Sikoto, showing his paintings written by the late Professor Chabani Mangani, and telling about how he played piano for audiences in Paris. Also, Metari in GP, who's a regular listener of the show, saying empowering show. We have a family of 6 obligatory investment accounts. We live separately, 3 households, and this account is for maintenance of our properties and holidays. Oh, I like that. And part of this account is also for emergencies for any of us, but it's a loan. Joint holidays are 1 to 2 weeks of bonding in December, and we're more than 10 years in, and this has been rewarding. How awesome is that? Please teach us your ways. We like to learn more. That's where we leave it. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again tomorrow. Have a great day.
Thank you, Bridget. And the team on the top stories. Rosemary Ndlovu, co-accused, convicted of incitement to commit murder, and SAHRC launches inquiry into Gauteng water crisis. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Former police officer Rosemary Ndlovu and her co-accused Nomsa Mudau have been convicted by the Kempton Park Magistrates Court on charges of incitement to commit murder. The conviction relates to a 2018 plot to kill Mudau's husband. The court heard that Ndlovu contacted hitmen to assist in arranging the murder. Investigations later revealed that Mudau allegedly engaged directly with the hitman and promised payment after claiming insurance money following her husband's death. The hitman later reported the alleged plot to the intended victim, leading to a criminal case being opened and the subsequent arrest of both accused. The matter has now been postponed to the 15th of July for the compilation of pre-sentence reports and sentencing proceedings. The NPA's Mahaboke Mutlatlule.
The NPA welcomes the conviction of former police officers Rosemary Ndlovu and Nomsa Mudau for incitement to commit murder. The conviction comes after the court found that Ndlovu arranged hitmen to assist Mudau in plotting the murder of her husband in 2018. The hitman later reported the plot to the intended victim, leading to the arrest of both accused. Ndlovu is already serving 6 life sentences for the murders of 5 family members. The matter has been postponed to 15 July 2026 for pre-sentencing reports and sentencing proceedings.
Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi says he's encouraged by the progress being made in the revamp project of the George Gore hostels on the outskirts of the Johannesburg CBD. Lesufi today visited the hostels owned by the Provincial Department of Human Settlements. The year-on-year phased project, which cost the Gauteng government about 120 million rand so far, accommodates over 6,000 people, mostly from rural KwaZulu-Natal. Lesufi says a lot needs to be done to improve accommodation at several hostels.
These are hostels that are owned by the provincial government. We can do with them, but if you go outside, there are other hostels that are owned by municipalities that people are still living in those conditions. So I'm relieved, I must be honest. It's a work in progress. At least we have restored the dignity of our people, and to me that's what matters. I can't be a public figure or a public representative when majority of people were staying in the condition that they were in. So I'm a little bit relieved. And also to develop an area when people are sitting or staying in that area, it's extremely difficult. But to have it the way it is, I mean, I've seen the before and after photos. It's heartwarming. It's encouraging.
Gauteng municipal managers are facing tough questions over corruption and poor governance linked to the province's worsening water crisis. The Gauteng Provincial Office of the South African Human Rights Commission is holding a 3-day inquiry into water challenges affecting communities. The commission has heard that nearly 79 million rand has been spent on water tankers. Commissioner Henk Boshoff asked why the Mfuleni local municipality prioritized tanker contracts instead of fixing the water infrastructure.
Human Rights Commission now to also consider litigation against your municipality to enforce certain processes. Why are you not complying with the norms set by National Treasury? Where is your money going to? Why can't you budget 8% for maintenance, 10% for capex? Where is your money going to? I'm very interested in understanding where is your money actually going to.
The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has welcomed South Africa's $2.5 million contribution to bolster Ebola response efforts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. The funding, channeled through the Africa Epidemics Fund, will support surveillance, laboratory systems, rapid response teams and cross-border preparedness. Africa CDC praised President Cyril Ramaphosa, the people and government of South Africa, saying the contribution sends a strong message of continental solidarity as Africa confronts growing public health threats. The agency is urging other African states, donors and private partners to follow South Africa's lead. A report by climate change experts in Britain has warned that more than 90% of homes could become impossible to live in by 2050. The Climate Change Committee suggests increasingly extreme heat waves, droughts and floods were threatening the British way of life. The BBC's Justin Rowlett reports.
The advisory body's central message is that the UK can deal with the impacts of climate change,
but only with investment. It is urging ministers to adopt clear targets, including preventing additional heat-related deaths by 2050 and keeping the number of homes at risk of flooding at or below current levels. The government said it was acting to protect people and places and would consider the body's recommendations.
Recapping the top story, former police officer Rosemary Ndlovu and her co-accused Nomsamu Dau have been convicted by the Kempton Park Magistrate Court on charges of incitement to commit murder. I'm Mondela for SAfm News headlines at 3:30.
In sports, the Sour Sundowns finally leave for Morocco and CAF final after landing issues. Sharks extend hooker contract and Garcia to face Ben in Las Vegas. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
And a warm welcome to you. Thanks, Bridget, for your show. Certainly listened very much so as I got to studios here today. Thanks for that. But my name is Ashraf Garda, and you are so connected here to the umbilical cord that is the National Pulse, because that's what gets your pulse race racing, and you can feel whatever it is that the nation feels right now by listening in to the conversations we have and then being a participant yourself, because being part of the Pulse community, when you engage via WhatsApp, text or voice note, when you engage via calling in or to post on the particularly X platform or Facebook too, then you are very switched on and a part of the broader National Pulse show itself. And that's very, very appreciated. Now, as I talk to you, the Joburg mayor is reflecting on the state of the city in Joburg, and there are big issues in Durban as well, with foreign nationals now seeking refuge in that city. And the South African Human Rights Council has issued a statement about concerns around attacks and violence against foreign nationals. But that's not all. There's the story of a Northwest crime activist being shot dead in his home, and that is not all too. There's more than that too. If you've been following the story of the MK party, their spokesperson in Lamulo and Leela, first of all removed as the spokesperson, and then now we suspended from the party itself. Sure, there's so much to talk about. Welcome to the show.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Have you discovered the TV license WhatsApp yet? We see you binging reruns, living for the drama, loving the SABC Plus sports replays. Now, paying your TV license fits the vibe. Simply say hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060. Get your balance, make a payment, or set up a debit order all in one chat. No queues, no please hold, just convenience that feels like it should have been here all along. Because every screen in South Africa is a stage and yours is lit. So why wait? Send hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060 and get your TV license sorted today. Hashtag your screen, your story.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so let's get talking about the big issues, certainly in the Durban region. You know, it's an issue we touched on yesterday. But foreign nationals, once again, refusing to leave the Diakonia conference centre in the Durban CBD after they were moved there after clashing with police at the Durban Central Police Station yesterday. Now, the migrants are pleading for protection and shelter as they fear for their lives amid the many marches calling for undocumented migrants to leave the country. As you may have heard before, there's a deadline being set by some people and organizations of 30th of June, pack up and go. Now, the South African Human Rights Commission have issued a statement. They've called for calm and end to violence and respect for the rule of the law. Let's find out more about that from their perspective with Leela Ntuli, the SAHRC Commissioner. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, good afternoon, and good afternoon to your listeners. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you. First things first, I mean, you felt the need to issue a statement. Why the need?
It is a primary responsibility of the Commission to defend the constitutional democracy. And given the rising crisis we are witnessing not only in eThekwini, but across the country in general, it becomes very important that we separate legitimate policy debate from unlawful conduct. We can acknowledge public frustration without normalizing fear and displacement as we are witnessing in eThekwini. South Africans are not wrong, Ashraf, to be frustrated about unemployment, about poverty, pressures on services and service delivery in general. Many of these speak to the failures in governance, particularly local government. And those frustrations on the part of many South Africans are real frustrations. The Human Rights Commission, for example, is currently holding an inquiry into water in Gauteng, and we all are witness to the disparate challenges that we face with socioeconomic rights. The problem arises when the anger is redirected towards vulnerable people through threats, through violence, through collective blame and displacement, as we are witnessing being experienced by many non-nationals across the country. A constitutional democracy, Ashraf, must address social grievances lawfully and through fear, not through fear, especially not through displacement. So this is the reason that we thought it fit that we should respond and do so immediately. Thank you so much.
Okay. I mean, part of your statement, and you refer to, you say these incidents threaten South Africa's constitutional values of Ubuntu, dignity, equality, and the rule of law, as well as the social cohesion. I mean, there's a whole lot more, right? But does it suggest, therefore, we've had this ongoing conversation in the last few weeks around the issues of dealing with foreign nationals and what we talk about, the immigration crisis, right? Does this suggest that, in fact, amongst the many, many stakeholders in our country centered around the issues of foreign nationals, that this issue has, when I say gotten out of control, I mean gotten out of control to the point that from government down, we don't seem to have able to put a lid on this thing, and the problem with that, therefore, it is we are unable to manage it, and therefore there's a potential bigger crisis coming.
Absolutely, and this is a critical concern of the South African Human Rights Commission, Ashraf. It was only 4 or so years ago that we witnessed the eruption of the July unrest across the country, but mainly in this region. So we have an experience of the volatility of this region. We also have the knowledge of how the pre-democratic era violence that occurred across the country had a specific effect and a specific texture in KwaZulu-Natal. So these vulnerabilities that are experienced in this province are real, and they require us to have a collective response as a nation in defending the gains that we have been able to make. The management in particular of immigration is fundamentally a state responsibility, and this has to be overemphasized. Questions around documentation, asylum systems, border management and enforcement are legitimate questions, but even where there are concerns about undocumented migration, which seem to be at the heart of some of these debates, No individual losses or no individual must lose their basic human dignity or their right to safety or life, as we are seeing taking place. So it becomes incumbent on all of us to be seen to be taking action in every corner of our lives, in defending the constitutional democracy, but also in being alive to our responsibility to our fellow brothers and sisters across the continent.
So, in that mind, I mean, who should be taking action and who is not taking action? Who is abrogating their responsibility?
All of us, one would argue, because we live and exist in communities. And in the communities that we live in, we have the experience of whether there are instigators or non-instigators of some of these hateful and violent actions. So the primary responsibility has to be with each individual across the country. And then there is the level of the state and its own obligations. The South African Police Service, for example, has a particular responsibility. In many of the videos that we are seeing on social media, we are witnessing complicity by some officials of the South African Police Service in actions that may be deemed unlawful, and we are not seeing action being taken. So there is a level of responsibility that must be afforded to the state, particularly the criminal justice sector. But something also has to be said around the intelligence during this time. During the July unrest, critical concerns were raised around the extent to which the intelligence sector was able to preempt the eruption of the violence and the unrest that took place. And similar questions are arising. To what extent can we say that this situation is under control by state in particular?
Well, I mean, look, based upon the many conversations that are taking place across multiple platforms in South Africa, and in this case here on this show, right, the National Pulse, it's very clear there's a high level of South Africans, huge numbers, who are frustrated at the lack of resources that they are able to enjoy, and they don't necessarily see foreign nationals as foreign nationals because they're foreigners. They see these people, largely undocumented according to them, who are effectively taking up their spaces. And I'm trying to liken it to an image of, being in a boat and you need to row to the seashore, but one of the oars given to the foreign national who's moving in a different direction to them, whereas they need that oar for survival. So it sounds crazy, but they are frustrated out of desperation. That's the narrative I'm hearing. Now, how does one address that? Simply by saying violence is not tolerated, do not take matters into your own hands, leave it to government, when they feel, well, actually, there's just numerous examples of government doing nothing about it, including, by the way, Dr. Somadora Fikeni, who I chatted to the other day from the Public Service Commission, who said that we appear South Africa has got the whole immigration policy all wrong.
Ashraf, you are spot on. Economic desperation often creates competition at community level across board. But we must not lose sight that some of these violent acts that are erupting have a particular geography, have a particular skin color, but also they have a class value to them, which means that certain communities are more vulnerable than other communities depending on where they are located. So the problem is not just a blanket migration and resource issue. The problem is much more nuanced than that, especially in areas that are already facing unemployment and deep structural inequalities. We must also, yes, please continue.
Yeah. So therefore, and as we conclude this conversation, what then would be the proposal of the Human Rights Commission in dealing with this issue, besides saying, let's be calm, stop violence? What is the practical solution that, say, the Human Rights Commission has?
It is at multiple levels. At a political level, political leaders in particular have a duty to lower the tensions, not to inflame them. Public language matters mostly during this critical time. Leaders should be seen to be encouraging lawful engagement, constitutional values, social cohesion, rather than rhetoric that may deepen fears and deepen divisions. equally, the state must be seen to be responding in line with constitutional values as well as enabling legislation. SAFs needs to be able to play their role. The local government sector in particular has to respond to some of the deep socio-economic challenges that are finding themselves at the root of some of these issues.
Okay, finally, and I know there was a conference on human border migration as well. We don't have enough time to go into detail, but accepting to pick up on this one, right? You mentioned the important issues. I'm going to suggest we don't have a lot of time. So what for you needs the most attention most urgently? Quick answer on that.
Most urgently are those who are finding themselves in fear for their lives and displaced. We are in engagement as the Commission with COCTA in particular to ensure that alternative accommodation is provided for those who are displaced, and equally that the leadership must lower the tensions through the kinds of messaging that we are sending out. And lastly, all of us, despite where we find ourselves in the country, have a responsibility. And the question we must ask is, what role am I playing to ensure that this is ended as immediately as possible?
Okay, much appreciate your input from the Human Rights Commission, South African Human Rights Commission.
Thank you.
Leela and Tuli, appreciate your time. By the way, we're going to cross right away to Pinetown because there's an update on the undocumented immigrants march that's taking place right away. This is the National Pulse.
Outsurance can't improve your karaoke skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. Want all the bells and whistles of car insurance at a great price? It's time to switch to Outsurance. Not only could they save you some big bucks, you also get the legendary out bonus that pays you a percentage of your premiums back if you're claim-free. So, are you ready to switch and save? Don't miss out. SMS right now to make sure you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's move on to other issues. Well, when I say other, it's actually not other. It's completely related. First of all, reaction from you regarding the conversation I had with the South African Human Rights Commissioner and whether their suggestions are practical, doable, and will actually bear results or not. In the meantime, let's get to Pinetown now. The civil society organizations, political parties and lobby groups are marching in Pinetown, west of Durban, as tensions continue to rise over undocumented immigration. Let's find out what's been happening today with Kalemusa Zulu, the SABC News reporter covering the story. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Listening to you, Ashraf, and the listeners at home.
Thank you. So we do know on the one hand, Durban proper, there's been this effectively sit-down from foreign nationals protesting against what they see as unfair targeting. This is a different perspective today in Pinetown. What's happened?
Yes, it is a different perspective, Ashraf. We are still within the Pinetown CBD where the march has come to an end, but we did start outside the University of KwaZulu-Natal's Edgewood campus where hundreds of people made their way towards the Pinetown CBD. Obviously, along the route, you could see that a lot of businesses were closed for the day, including the town CBD that came to a standstill. Now, eventually, we did make our way to a block of flats where protesters or other marchers had alleged that it is a hub for illegal activities by foreign nationals, including drugs. So they did storm that building, and there was some damage to windows, but there was also one person who was suspected to be a foreign national who was detained by the police. Amongst other things, Ashraf, that was found inside that particular flat were various types of pills that obviously the protesters or rather marchers believe are drugs, as they had alleged that the building is a hub for illegal activities within the CBD.
And I mean, do you get a sense, again, there's a difference between protesting against what seems to be inaction from government against undocumented foreign nationals versus some of the protesters, in this case, taking matters into their own hands. I wouldn't even say law, but matters where they will decide what needs to happen to these foreign nationals. Are we seeing some of that today?
So the situation was relatively calm throughout the march, except in that block of flats where things almost got out of hand, so to speak, but obviously the law enforcement were able to maintain order. However, this act that happened in this particular march was condemned by the leaders of the march, saying that their main aim was for the police to enter the building and fetch, as they believed they were drugs in the building. So they said that the aim was not for the marchers to take matters into their own hands.
Okay. Is there any final thought you can share with us in terms of what's happened today?
So what I can tell you that is that the march has concluded with the leaders of March and March submitting their memorandum to the SAF leadership, particularly the station manager of the Pinetown SAF. Amongst other things within the memorandum that was submitted is that obviously they are complaining that there's now an influx of undocumented immigrants who run shops, and they're also calling on Home Affairs to tighten their immigration or enforce laws to ensure that illegal immigration is brought under control. They're also saying that undocumented immigrants are infiltrating sectors like your barber shops, saloons, and street vendors. Also, I can also highlight, Ashraf, is that in this past few March, they are joined by the guys, your delivery guys that drive by. So they are also expressing concern that even their sector is now infiltrated, or there's a huge influx of foreign nationals in that particular sector. So they have since joined these marches to express also their dissatisfaction, saying that even their sector is now full of illegal or undocumented foreign nationals.
Okay, appreciate your input for that on that issue with Musa Zulu. Thanks for that. Thanks for the time there. Right, let's get to reactions from you. We want reaction. How do you feel the pulse? Sizwe in Klebeka High.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah, good talking to you. Good afternoon.
Producers and to the listeners.
Thank you.
It's actually fixing Cape Town, but I love sometimes to come with the wrong names. It's fixing Cape Town. Here's what is happening, Ashraf.
Sorry, are you saying you're not Sizwe?
No, I'm not Sizwe, but I usually come with the wrong names because...
you mean you're giving a wrong name? Is that what you're telling me? You're giving me a different name to who you... Okay.
Yes.
All right. What's your name today? Are you Sizwe today? I'm just trying to be clear.
No, it's actually Fix.
Fix. Okay.
I'm known as Fix from Cape Town.
Okay, Fix.
Here's what is happening, Ashraf. Let me just start by blaming Human Rights Commission. Human Rights Commission never stands for me as Fix or Fikile Mbambi. Whenever there's an assassination attempt done by the police, they never stood up for me when there is unlawful conviction done by the police to me personally. Again, Human Rights Commission are never there for me or for us as South Africans when our people are complaining about police brutality done by the police.
So when you say they're never there for you, what would you like them to do for you?
No, for me personally, as an activist and and a victim, I'd love them to actually investigate my matters and to stop the harassment that is actually done by the police and unlawful acts against us as people that are actually speaking vocal when it comes to police corruption. And then again, we're told by Human Rights Commission, Ashraf, not to actually take the laws into their own hands because foreigners, not only the undocumented, but foreigners, mostly foreigners, are committing crimes in this country, including the Nigerians. That are actually
but the stats don't bear that up. You know, when you say mostly foreigners, it suggests South Africans don't commit crime at all, or virtually nothing.
We are in our country when Ashraf. We're not outside our country.
We're still committing crime.
It doesn't give them a right when Ashraf. It doesn't give them a right to come and commit crime, because each and every country got its own.
No, look, I
criminal.
hear that part. Like, and let's be clear about it, right? Anybody
Yes.
that commits crime in our country is wrong. Now, I'm saying to you, if there's a large number of foreign nationals who are committing crime in our country, that's unacceptable, documented or undocumented. But at the same time, we can't remove from the equation the fact that there are many South Africans born in this country, have never left this country, who are very active in committing crime as well. Why are we not talking about that too?
No, they're in their country when they commit crime. They are in their country. And again, it's not many. It's few individuals. But right now we have millions of foreign nationals that we do not know how they survive. Some of them are even benefiting from 370s. But the thing is, they don't have any bank accounts, but they are committing crime, making millions, but at the same time benefiting from 370s.
Right.
But our people do not get a cent from SASSA, even though they don't work.
I don't know if our people don't get a cent from SASSA. Thank you for that. I mean, I hear you. I hear your frustration, but there's also lots of sweeping statements. Our people don't get a cent from SASSA. Human Rights Commission doesn't speak on our behalf. They don't speak on my behalf. I don't know. Just a few South Africans commit crime, and that's it. Really? I'm sure there's going to be a reaction on that from the Pulse community. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says the city will be working with various national departments to address its mounting debt issues with Eskom and strengthen municipal trading entities. Former police officer Rosemary Ndlovu accused Nomsamu Dao have been convicted by the Campton Park Magistrates Court East of Johannesburg on charges of incitement to commit murder, and former MK Party Member of Parliament and musician Eric Gezane, also known as Papa Penny, has joined the Africa Meyiwa movement. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Jimmy, I don't know what you're going to start with, but please let's start just reflecting on the many people celebrating Arsenal Football Club's league title victory for the first time in 22 years.
Yeah, we're definitely going to reflect on that a bit later, and obviously that is the talk of the day. But I'm starting with Mamelodi Sundowns, who have finally left for Morocco in a charter plane this morning. This is ahead of the second leg of their CAF Champions League final against AS FAR in Rabat. It's 1 day later than planned, and the delay came after the club failed to receive permission from Moroccan authorities for the aircraft to land in Rabat yesterday. Sundowns were forced to ask for help from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, also known as DIRCO. And although the team has now departed South Africa, there were still concerns on whether the plane would be cleared to land in the Moroccan capital, but we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. Elsewhere, the conclusion of Group B at the CAF Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2026 delivered extraordinary drama. Cote d'Ivoire topped the group with 7 points. Cameroon finished second on 6, and Uganda snatched a World Cup playoff berth with a 104th minute equalizer. Now, Cameroon secured qualification with a 1-0 win over DR Congo. In the other match, Cote d'Ivoire twice led against Uganda, but a last gasp penalty from Ibanda earned Uganda a 2-2 draw and a lifeline. The Young Elephants and Young Indomitable Lions progress directly, while Uganda's dramatic fight back keeps their World Cup hopes alive. Then on to what you touched on, Ashraf. Yes, Arsenal are the champions of the Premier League, and now they have confirmed a Premier League trophy parade on the 31st of May at 2 p.m. The Gunners clinched their first league title for more than 20 years yesterday when Manchester City failed to beat Bournemouth. The parade could be a double celebration, as the club will also parade the Champions League trophy should they beat PSG on the 30th of May. And you can only imagine, knowing all Arsenal fans, everyone is going to hear about it if it happens that they win the Champions League on top of the Premier League, Ashraf.
Well, I mean, look, I think for the moment, it's their right to gloat about the fact that they are league champions now for the first time in 22 years. And it's an interesting point about them hiring Mikel Arteta and not getting any trophies. I think finished 8th in his first year, then 5th, then about 4 seconds to the point where they became the runners-up specialists. And everybody, I heard many experts say, if they didn't win the league last season, they might just pack up and go, right? But now they are league champions, and you're quite right. They are within distance of a league champions title and a Champions League win, which would be quite enormous. And no matter what you say, you have to allow them their chance to gloat in the sun, because it's a magnificent victory.
And I mean, if I were Pep Guardiola, I'd literally be celebrating right now, because Mikel is his protege, as we know. But a great story for Mikel, because obviously he was assistant coach, then moved on to being a coach, and then a manager, and now here he is, and we've seen how he's built Arsenal. So a big congratulations to Arsenal. And,
well, I don't know if I don't know if Pep will be celebrating for Mikel, although it's his understudy. He'd be bitterly disappointed at not winning a title in what seems now to be his last season in English football.
Yeah, for himself. But I think I saw him saying that he's very happy for Mikel and wishes that they enjoy the moment. I also saw Arsene Wenger joining in on the celebrations and just saying, enjoy the moment while you can.
Yep. Right. What else?
Let's move on to rugby. The Sharks have extended Ethan Hooker's contract by 3 years to see him stay in Durban until 2029. The 23-year-old, who has been with the Sharks since 2023, is currently on the sidelines with a shoulder injury that will see him miss the Springboks Home Nations Championship test against England, Scotland and Wales. But he's expected to be fit for rivalry against New Zealand and South Africa in August and September. In terms of cricket, Proteas woman batter Tasman Brits believes the national team has enough experience to handle the pressure of major tournaments ahead of the upcoming ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Brits was recently named in coach Mandla Mashimbi's 15-player squad for the tournament, which will take place in England and Wales, and that's from the 12th of June to the 5th of July. And Britt says that they are looking forward to their final team building and training camp as they fine-tune preparations for the global showpiece.
Few weeks before the World Cup, I'm pretty excited. We've actually been having, quite a few good training sessions. So I think we've put a lot of hard work in that. I know we also have a up-and-coming team building and camp also, so I also think that'll be nice just for the team to gel again and to get together before the World Cup. But yeah, I think to win the World Cup, and it's like that with every single World Cup. We've been to 3 finals and we've just never managed to lift the trophy. So we definitely know what it takes. We've played in those pressure positions as well. So yeah, I think it's like they always say, as cliche as it sounds, sticking to basics. But yeah, doing the basics to the best of your ability and doing the basics to the best, that's at the end of the day that's gonna make the difference. Not just your bowling and batting skill, but I also think fielding. We've been working quite hard with our fielding as well, because I think fielding, that determines, who's the best team on the end of the day at the end of the day. So yeah, winning a World Cup will definitely be, it's any cricketer's dream.
Has confirmed that he will fight Britain's Conor Benn in Las Vegas this September. Garcia claimed his first major bout in February by beating Mario Barrios after 2 failed title bids. Benn has yet to contest a world title and is aiming to follow in the footsteps of his father Nigel in a 2-weight world champion. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Chumi. Trying to see how many guys have got Arsenal football tops. Did message Temba Dlamini last night, by the way. It's about 11 o'clock. I'm looking at Tabiso Tema's posts and many others. Norman Arnser, by the way, also an Arsenal fan. I mean, just so many different people suddenly like, hey, I support the Arsenal.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Eritrea, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's Red Sea nation, with a coastline stretching along one of the world's most historic maritime routes, bordered by Sudan, Ethiopia, and Djibouti, a land of mountains, deserts, and coastal plains. Ancient trade routes once connected Eritrea to Africa, Arabia, and beyond. Tigrinya, Arabic, and English are widely used. 9 ethnic groups shape the nation's cultural identity.
Eritrea gained independence in 1993 after a long and costly struggle for liberation. Mining, agriculture, and port activity support the economy, but isolation, limited freedoms, and economic pressures remain major challenges. Still, Eritrea's sense of national identity remains strong, built on sacrifice, resilience, and unity.
Eritrea stands resilient through every chapter. In every coastline, in every village, in every voice, there is endurance. Eritrea, resilient, historic, and determined.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m. Right, by the way, we have this feature every day now where we look at a big issue, and the big issue is how to grow South Africa's economy. We get the take of the Institute for Economic Justice coming up just now. For now, there's another sad crime statistic, and it links to the activist Tato Molasankwe, who was shot dead in his home that's in the Mahikeng region overnight. Terrible story. I believe that he was shot at the home in the early hours of the morning. Right. Let's find out more about it with SABC News reporter in the Northwest region, Tsolofelo Tsekwena. I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, and good afternoon to our listeners.
Well, good afternoon, but certainly not a good afternoon for the people who would know Tato well. I mean, another terrible statistic, another terrible tragedy in South Africa, isn't it?
Yes, a very terrible tragedy indeed. Mr. Musanko was a well-known activist who strongly advocated for social justice. So this is a big loss for the community of Lumani, especially for the community of Mafikeng as a whole.
Yeah, what can you tell us about what happened? What do you know?
What we know is that Mr. Tato Morisanko was shot and killed in the early hours in the morning. In his home in Numanyane in Mafikeng. He was shot with multiple bullets, and he sustained 2 multiple gunshot wounds.
And in terms of just first family reaction, I mean, he was an activist. What reaction have you had within the communities, in terms of who possibly could have done this, and then just the general reaction about the loss of life?
The general reaction is really the community is grieving at the moment, as he was, like I said, very involved in community work, in community service. Some residents that we spoke to today said that he helped them with businesses and community empowerment. So they have lost a leader who improved their lives in many ways.
What can you tell us about him, about Tato himself?
Like I said, Tato was a social justice activist who spoke strongly against crime in the community. He was also actively involved in community development initiatives. He was also widely recognized, nationally recognized when he participated in a walk by himself, actually, from Mafikeng to Cape Town to raise awareness against gender-based violence. So that's the kind of person that he was. He utilized social media a lot, especially Facebook, to get his message across, especially regarding local concerns.
Okay, just finally, in terms of the police doing their work, can you tell us anything in terms of what they've said and what their plans are?
As of now, we have very limited information, but according to the National Police, what they reported is that they have employed maximum resources to hunt down the killers, and that the provincial murder and robbery unit has taken over the investigation, and that is what we have at the moment.
All right, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time. Again, covering a terrible story, the death in this case of Tato Molasankwe in the Mahikeng region in the Northwest Province. Thank you for your time, Solofelo. Appreciate your time. By the way, again, if you may have known Tato directly, personally, if that's the case, just maybe share your thoughts about him. Just a tribute, if you can, about it, how you feel about, obviously, the horrific story of a shooting at his home in terms of his death, and then just attribute to him in terms of maybe the work that he's done, because he was quite an activist, so I understand. Let's get to some of the comments from you. First of all, regarding Human Rights Commission and their mandate after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, here we are. Let's hear you out.
Hi, Sir Ashraf. Sir Ashraf, is it South African Human Rights Commission or is it international or All Africans Human Rights Commission? Because if it's South Africans, then it will only make sense that they speak a language that puts South Africans first. I mean, it's common sense. And it can't be that people keep on saying South Africa must, South Africa must. South Africans are expected to cater for every other African nation, but are other African nations catering for other African nations or South Africans, with South Africans included? Because now it's not fair. It is not.
Yeah, but maybe that's something we need to take up with South Africa. I mean, we can change our own policies, our own constitution. Our constitution certainly gives space to people in the country. Even if you're a foreign national, undocumented, there's a safe space for you in this country, which maybe set it aside as unique compared to others. That doesn't mean that we have to say, okay, if we are giving space to a Nigerian, what is Nigeria doing to us? It doesn't quite work that way. But there's nothing wrong in us changing our own constitution and practices in terms of what we ought to be doing next. That's another conversation.
Good day, Ashraf. Great program as always. Earlier from Durban. Maybe the powers that be in South Africa should take a leaf out of Donald Trump's book on how to deal with illegal immigrants. I mean, prevention is better than cure. Prevent them from coming in the borders. Maybe Mike from Newlands has got a good task. He says employ the troops on the borders. So yeah, that's my take. Errol, Durban.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to use Donald Trump as a good example, Errol. I mean, seriously speaking, would you really want to do that? Having said that, I think the principle of allowing foreign nationals, documented that is, who are refugees and who are here to provide the skills that we need, I think that is a universal thing across the world. Otherwise, nobody will ever travel in and out of any countries. You can't have that. As far as the borders and rethinking our immigration policies, that I agree that South Africa has to rethink all of that, right? Olani in Pinetown, you're at the march, or maybe close to it. Thanks for joining us, Olani. Hi.
No, not.
You're not at the march, no.
No, I'm not. By law, where I'm working, I'm not permitted to participate in.
Okay, but you have a view, right? Go for it.
No, yes. Firstly, I would like to start by saying South Africa cannot be a Father Christmas or a breadwinner for the entire Africa. You know, at some time as Africans, we must take responsibilities of the mess that is happening in our country. You don't say much. You see, when you see Museveni from Uganda, you see that country is a mess by seeing its leader. When you see President Tinubu from Nigeria, you see that country is in a mess. When you see that president, is it Bani or Bini? I think it's from Senegal, it's not Cameroon. By the fact that the president is ruling the country, staying somewhere in Europe, you see that there's a mess in that particular country. When you see our friend and neighbor, Mnangagwa, his work appearance when he's talking, you just see that the country is in trouble. But I don't want to venture into that. What I wanted to weigh in is that myself today, it was the first time getting irritated by this march on march, because it hit directly next to the school where my daughter go to, which is Pinetown Girls High. Because remember when they were serving their their memorandum, they had to go to Pinetown steps, and my daughter was panicking as if they were about to jump the fence to the school. So I think it was the first time hitting hard to my household. However, I do share their sentiment. There's a caller that called in just some, I think the last caller, Ashraf, the one that was talking about crime being committed by foreign nationals. I think sometimes it's just a matter of people putting facts or their points across correctly. It's a fact that it won't be majority of crimes being committed by foreign nationals. But the fact still remains that, Ashraf, if my neighbor's child was to come to my house and break my glass, the pain wouldn't be the same as when the very same glass has been broken by my own child. So what is done wrong by my family member, it does not hit me the same way that it would have been done or it's been done by somebody who's not of my family. So it is paining that when a person is seeking refuge to your house and that person then violates your children. So that one, that's why you find people saying we support even things that we should not be supported, because those that should be speaking against those things, they are quiet.
Okay, Olani, I'm going to have to let you go because we need to move on. I hear you, but in terms of the callers, and you say people just make statistics, but the problem is you can't call in and then just make wild claims and think it's going to just hold and we may just accept it. It's just not right. Your last point is interesting. You're saying, if I heard you correctly, if somebody hurts your child, you'd be more aggrieved if the person who hurt your child was a foreign national versus somebody at home. In fact, I would say the opposite. I would say if your close family member hurts your child versus someone you don't know, a pain is a pain for the child, but you'd feel even more aggrieved if it's someone that you know directly. I would say it's the opposite. Think about that. This is the National Pulse.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, in fact, let me get to another call quickly before we get to our guest as part of the big issue on growing South Africa's economy. Tabani in Rudaport. Hi, Tabani.
Ashraf, how are you?
I'm good indeed. Go for it. What's your point?
Great stuff. The disappointment about what we are hearing about the illegal immigration and so on is that the government continuously says that there are people that they accept in the country, whether they are refugees seeking people seeking for refugee in the country. The government allows them to be within communities across South Africa, but there's no plan as to the communication with the people in which these people are infused in. And the people there, where immigrants or people who are seeking refuge, don't know that these people actually are legitimately seeking for refugees, for refuge. And the government, most of the time, they will come up and wonder why there are people called illegal immigrants within the South African landscape. But they are not communicating with the people that are actually living with these people there.
Okay.
And it is problematic because they actually accept the people, but they are not talking to the people in which these people are actually living.
Okay, they're not talking, so rethink. We need to move on. I think you've made your point. Thank you for that, Tabani in Rudaport. Right, let's talk about the big issue on growing South Africa's economy. Next up.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so we've got this feature where we look at a big issue and we run with it with 5 different angles: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Last week we spoke about the immigration crisis, and clearly it overlaps into this week. But today, or this week, it's the big issues on growing South Africa's economy. We say that because whatever else we want to do, it appears we are hamstrung if South Africa's economy does not grow. It should be at the very center to solving so many of the problems that we experience in our country. And the absence of a growing economy denies us those opportunities of making those type of decisions. So we've had different takes on that, from township economies to getting that of an economist. Today we chat to a researcher from the Institute of Economic Justice, Liso Mdutiana. I appreciate your time, Liso. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Ashraf. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Much appreciated. I mean, let's start with a broad thought on this, right? From where you sit, right? I hear this: growing South Africa's economy, just leave it as an open market, free trade, let people do what they want, best person survives. The other is, in a developmental state, we need to do something differently. What are your thoughts? It's clear at this point in time the economic numbers are not impressive at all. How do you go about growing South Africa's economy and then using that growth to try and benefit all the peoples of our country?
So, thanks, Ashraf. I think for me, the most instructive way to go about this is to look historically. So, how have countries that were in the same state as South Africa, how have they grown to be developed countries? Now, have these countries grown by employing what you said, free market principles, let everyone compete as they do and see who comes out on top? Or have they used somewhat of a mix of private competition, private sector with heavy government intervention? And really the historical record will tell you that what you need is, of course, a strong government that will be able to support the private sector and allow it to thrive and to shine. So, for example, we might want to say, if South Africa wants to move out of a position where it is simply importing a lot of what it consumes in the country, and we want to produce domestically. The problem there is that you will find that if private companies in South Africa may not be able to compete with some of the international giants. Let's say, how does a South African entrepreneur who wants to produce laptops and phones, how do they compete with the Apple and the Samsung? You need government support for that. Of course, the private sector will lead on that, but you probably need government to support you on that.
So what then do you propose? What then do you propose between, the private sector and government support? Explain, because, maybe compared to what are we doing now that you would change?
So what we are doing now, Neputi, in terms of the government policies that we have, we are trying in a way to stabilize. And the main policies we are using is basically trying to get back the electricity and the railways and the ports to be reliable again. But the degree into which we are in a crisis means that doing that will not be enough. It will simply not be enough. What you need is industrial policy, which will target a particular industry in South Africa, can lead us to bring a kind of labor such that we make a reduction in unemployment. I'll just give you one example. So South Africa is one of the countries in the world that is blessed with.
Okay, we're just losing. Just repeat it. We lost that part. We just lost you for a moment. South Africa is blessed with what? We didn't hear that. Sorry.
So I was saying that South Africa is blessed with critical minerals. So these would be minerals that are considered important in the production of energy systems that do not rely on fossil fuels. So these would be minerals such as chromium and vanadium. So what then South Africa needs to do is not to do what it did with its past mineral resources, which is to simply export them to other countries as they are. What you want to do is to integrate them into manufacturing sectors and into the servicing sectors, which means you are now creating this long value chain of not just digging up the mineral and taking it overseas, but you are digging up the mineral, you are processing it, you are marketing it, and therefore you are able to get a larger share of the profits that would otherwise be received by other countries. So that's one way in which South Africa can move itself out of the low economic growth path it has had for the last 10 to 15 years and into really a country that is developing towards a developed country status.
But what are your thoughts in terms of a country with a high degree of state intervention versus a low degree of state intervention that's been able to work to the benefit of all the people of that country? And I'm talking about now in the year 2000 and above. Can you give me some examples of that?
So yes, there are some classical examples since 2000. We have China, of course, which continued a program that it had started, I would say, from the late 70s onwards. We had Vietnam, which again continued a program that it had started from the late 80s. Now, importantly, these were countries that were initially heavily, or I could even say only state, the state was the only driver basically of the economy. But what happened in the years since is that the government remained an important part of driving the economic growth. But there was then an integration of the private enterprises in a way that is more balanced. So the state still provides the public goods that are needed in order for an economy to thrive, such as education, healthcare, public investment in bridges and roads and things like that, as well as things like credit allocation. So the state actually giving credits to businesses in a way that is cheap and allowing them to produce in a manner that is cheap.
Okay.
So I would say those are the two kind of classic cases you can look at since 2000 of countries that have been developing with a good balance.
Time is against us. Some may argue time is against us, that in fact it's precisely because the Chinese moved away from their original, communist-based economic system to a more almost capitalist communist system all in one that allowed them to flourish. But that's another conversation. Let's just end with this, right? In South Africa, high unemployment numbers, unbelievably high, massively so, low economic growth.
Yes.
What for you, therefore, in terms of where you are at the IEJ, would you suggest would be the absolute number one intervention we can make immediately that will yield the best results ASAP? Very, very short answer on that.
So for us, it would be credit allocation policies. So it would be the government strategically giving out credit to industries that it believes can lead the country to grow.
Okay, that's where we have it. And maybe that's an area we need to invest or investigate in further. Liso Imbutyana, researcher at the Institute for Economic Justice. Appreciate your input here on the National Pulse. We have another take on how do we grow South Africa's economy tomorrow around 10 to 4. So listen out for that. Right now, what is happening in the world? It's the news at 4 with Tonjala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, City of Johannesburg works to address mounting debt issues with Eskom, and Bapa Beni joins Africa Meyiwa movement. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says the city will be working with various national departments to address its mounting debt issues with Eskom and strengthen municipal trading entities. His comments come after Eskom gave the city of Johannesburg until the 8th of July to settle outstanding debt of more than 5 billion rand or face electricity supply interruptions across parts of the city. In his State of the City address, Morero assured residents that a turnaround plan is in place.
Yes, City Power does have a turnaround plan which addresses this challenge, and part of the solution is to implement National Treasury and Department of Operative Governance and Traditional Affairs guidance to reform and strengthen municipal trading entities. This reform agenda will assist the city to improve governance, financial sustainability, operational efficiency and accountability within entities that have historically operated under significant fiscal and infrastructure pressure.
Some small business owners in Johannesburg say unreliable power supply is making it impossible to plan for the future. The president of the Township Economic Commission, South Africa, Bheki Twala.
It is a serious concerning issue because remember, as taxer, we're motivating and encouraging people, most especially the businesses, to pay their bills, most especially the electricity bills. Now, when people pay the city and the city doesn't pay Eskom, then it becomes a serious challenge. That is why we're saying we really need to come into a round table so that we're able to understand what are the issues and also address these challenges, because it's very important for us as businesses to engage with the city of Johannesburg, try to find out where is the problem, what are the issues.
Former police officer Rosemary Ndlovu and her co-accused Nomsa Mudau have been convicted by the Campton Park Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg on charges of incitement to commit murder. The conviction relates to a 2018 plot to kill Mudau's husband. Investigations later revealed that Mudau allegedly engaged directly with the hitman and promised payment after claiming insurance money following her husband's death. The matter has been postponed to the 15th of July for the compilation of pre-sentence reports and sentencing proceedings. The NPA's Mahaboke Mutlatlue.
The NPA welcomes the conviction of former police officers Rosemary Ndlovu and Nomsa Mudau for incitement to commit murder. The conviction comes after the court found that Ndlovu arranged hitmen to assist Mudau in plotting the murder of her husband in 2018. The hitman later reported the plot to the intended victim, leading to the arrest of both accused. Ndlovu is already serving 6 life sentences for the murders of 5 family members. The matter has been postponed to 15 July 2026 for pre-sentencing reports and sentencing proceedings.
Former MK Party Member of Parliament and musician Eric Gezane, also known as Papa Beni, has joined the Africa Maibuye movement. Last week, Gezane resigned as a Member of Parliament and from the MK Party, citing internal party ructions in Limpopo. Addressing the media in Johannesburg, Africa Maibuye movement leader Floyd Chiwambu announced that Gezane would play an important role.
We have accepted the membership of Eric Gezane Kobane, who is affectionately known as Penny Penny or Papa Penny, who has officially joined Africa Maibuye movement. So Papa Penny or Penny Penny is going to play an important role.
The remaining 2 bodies of Italian divers who drowned in a scuba incident in the Maldives last week have been brought to the surface. They were among 5 people who died after exploring a deep water cave. A Maldivian rescue diver also died during the search. A Maldivian government spokesperson, Mohammed Hossein Sharif, told the BBC of all of the victims had now been identified and flown to the capital.
So the search and recovery mission is now complete, and the next stage is going to be the repatriation. After discussing with the Italian authorities, we will be repatriating the bodies back to Italy to the care of the families as soon as possible.
Recapping the top story, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says the city will be working with various national departments to address its mounting debt issues with Eskom and strengthen municipal trading entities. I'm Wanda Lambada for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Brits confident ahead of T20 World Cup, and DR Congo navigates Ebola outbreak ahead of World Cup. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good afternoon. We kick off in Pretoria with a breakdown on the M1 South at Rigel. Traffic already pushing a queue back towards Garsfontein. Breakdown on Joburg's Mike 1 South at Crown. That's a delay coming through from Houghton Estate. From sort of Glenhove Road area, it gets very heavy all the way down into that Crown interchange area. Roadworks on the N17, again queuing traffic between Boksburg and the Brakpan. Just one lane open there. And a crash on the N3 South at Galulis means a delay from Edenvale coming through towards the interchange, and 12 hours 24. It's in from the Ekurhuleni side, very slow as well. Durban queuing pressure on the N3 between Pavilion Mall and Paradise Valley if you're on your way to Durban. Quite a backlog of traffic. Also a breakdown on the N2 southbound after Umgena Road. So the run through to Spaghetti Junction being held out quite badly there as well. Cape Town crash on the N2 inbound at Borchard's Quarry. If you're driving into Cape Town from Khayelitsha, watch for some slowing traffic approaching that scene just before the airport. And if you're out of town this afternoon, M5's already jamming up all the way from Kuburg interchange towards Racecourse Road at Kenilworth. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Tell you what, I've been seeing pictures of people in, mainly Kampala in Uganda, and they are celebrating their team winning the league title. And you wonder, all dressed in Arsenal red, and you wonder what is their affinity with the football club thousands of kilometers away. But that's the nature of global football. That's why it is a world game, and you can be far away. You can be in Kampala, Uganda. You can be in Atteridgeville in South Africa, and you can feel the same thing that your team has won the league 22 years ago last, and you can feel the same for Mamelodi Sundowns as well. You can support both, in fact, right? We'll talk about the water crisis hearings as per the South African Human Rights Commission coming up just now. But you do know Joburg is a bit of a jolt when Eskom effectively delivers an ultimatum to Joburg to say, City of Joburg or City Water, we're going to switch off. And that affects a resident. And if you mess up with Joburg's residents, effectively, the effect of that will be felt around the country, I would think. So we're going to talk about that next from the perspective of the Joburg Crisis Coalition right after this.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Algeria.
Africa's largest country, a land shaped by the Sahara Desert, vast, powerful, unforgettable, rich in oil and natural gas, fueling a nation built on strength. Independence earned in 1962, a history of resistance, a legacy of pride.
After 132 years of colonial rule, Algeria fought a brutal war for freedom. Independence came at a cost: lives, land, and legacy. But from that struggle came strength. Today, Algeria stands sovereign, steady, and self-defined. From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition, and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So after the show ended yesterday, we sort of get home and we hear that Eskom has issued an ultimatum to the city of Joburg, stroke City Power, effectively saying you owe us 5.2 billion rands in arrears, and as a result of that, we would be looking to effectively disconnect some areas from the grid, and that means those areas will be without water, without lights, and, well, you know the role of effect of that, the domino effect of all of that. So today, by the way, the mayor of the city of Joburg is effectively having a state of the city address, quite coincidental, I would think, and he said lots of things, and maybe we'll talk about that later. But let's talk about this issue of what this means to the city of Joburg if Eskom follows through with that. Eunice Chamda is with me, coordinator at the Joburg Crisis Coalition. Eunice, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having us, Ashok, and greetings to you and the listeners.
Much appreciated. It's interesting. I mean, Eskom issues a statement, but the chairperson of Eskom, who's Mteto Niati, then tweets saying Eskom has issued this notice, right, and repeating what I just said. And then he makes the point, how did we, as a society, allow a major metro like Johannesburg to operate with such disregard for accountability? It is a betrayal of the citizens we serve and the future we're fighting to build. We must demand better. Integrity and responsibility cannot be optional in our cities. Time to fix this. Now, he is the chairperson of Eskom, the same organization that is threatening to cut off Joburg. But does he have a point, or is he overextending what the Eskom line to justify the position they've taken?
Well, I think he's making the point that as a collective, how did we get here? And the collective, I guess, is inclusive of government, civil society, business, and all other stakeholders. And so the question really that he's raising is, how do we allow this to happen? And that is precisely why the Joburg Crisis Alliance came into existence, and that is to hold government to account. Now, with relation to this particular issue, in 2025, we were exactly where we are again. There was a threat to shut off electricity supply to Johannesburg. A settlement agreement was reached. The arrears at that point was 3.2 billion. And Eskom came to an agreement with the city, which was, I think, quite favorable. There was a whole range of things that were agreed upon to make it easy for the city over a period of 4 years to make inroads into those areas. However, it now appears that the city has defaulted on that agreement. And that's precisely it. If you don't hold the city to account for implementing its own agreements, then it brings us to this situation where once again we have this threat which is absolutely going to be catastrophic for the city.
Okay, now, I mean, do you get a sense that this threat is real?
I think that you have to treat it as real. You know, you can only ignore a threat once or twice and believe that, you know, you are too important to be turned off. And at some point, that threat is going to be followed through. And I think that the feeling that we have is that, you know, the national government is losing patience with the city. We've seen very stern warnings coming from the Minister of Finance to the city on a range of issues, ranging from their wasteful expenditure and, you know, the plan to address that, and to the, you know, to the movement of funds between different accounts, which means that they have not been able to keep up their debts with the bulk supply of water and electricity.
Now, from where you sit as a member of the Joburg Crisis Coalition, I mean, the name says it all. You see a crisis in the city, and there's a coalition wanting to try and sort things out. But you're not government, right? You're not local government, although you personally come from that local government background anyway, right? For many people listening in, they are quite puzzled. They see the different political parties, each one blaming the other across the board, right? But they just don't see anything meaningful that's changing, although there's lots of promises, right? What do you think, therefore, needs to happen next?
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to hold their political representatives to account. The council is made up of different parties. Yes, there is a coalition that is governing the city at the moment, and it is the duty of every single one of those councillors to stand up and to ensure that the city starts addressing its financial crisis quite seriously. But we have, by the way, in the last few days, made a formal submission to the city on the current draft budget that is out. And we have found huge problems with the draft budget. And instead of screaming and shouting, we've put it in writing, and we've made that submission to the city, which is also, by the way, accessible on our own website. So we have raised the concern that the financial position of the city is not what is being projected. What is being projected is that, yes, we have challenges, but we're dealing with it. I think that's putting it too mildly.
So in terms of your budget recommendations, that means the holes you found, and holes are interesting euphemism for potholes, right, in this case here, the holes you found in the budget proposal, what have you then suggested as the Joburg Crisis Coalition to change?
Well, firstly, we've had great difficulty trying to deal with the current draft budget because there is so much of missing information that we just think it's, you know, it's really not what a metro like Joburg should be putting out as a draft budget. We will be writing to the Minister of Finance and National Treasury in particular, firstly to fill those gaps because, you know, you can't deal with a problem if the details that are not accurate or incomplete. So that's one of the first steps that we have to do. And then we really have to raise the temperature. We really have to, and the Joburg Crisis Alliance has always believed that we will engage first, as we have now done with the submission. But should the city not be responsive, we have the right to start mobilizing the people of Joburg to protest. And, you know, protest is not something that you only rely on too often, but sometimes that is the only option.
Interesting. The most, and I went to a Great Payers Association meeting in the area that I live in just a few days ago, and the most oft-repeated form of protest for people is not the traditional placards and toying, but it in fact is saying withdraw your taxes, put that in a separate account, shock administration to the point where they know you mean business. Is that a viable proposition from where you sit?
We've looked at this carefully over a couple of years now. There were even attempts made to do this in eThekwini, which of course didn't succeed eventually in the courts. But there is a growing feeling by residents who now believe that the traditional methods, like you just pointed out, are perhaps really not the only option. Perhaps something more drastic has to be done. And we would look at that carefully. We also don't want to guide the people to an irresponsible action that would make things worse. But I can tell you, everywhere we go, that feeling, that sentiment is very strong. That let's withhold the taxes, let's shock the city. Perhaps then we will be taken seriously.
And you don't have a clear position on that now, in terms of yes, no?
No, we have. We still. I mean, we really want to consider that very carefully before we have it.
Just lastly, there's a danger. But pick up what the Minister of Finance has said that the city could well go into administration. There's also the mayor. Can also talk about the fact that they have a huge debt because people are not paying their bills. People are saying they're not paying their bills because they can't afford to pay the bills, right? So something's got to give. But what residents can't do is pay above what they can afford, and they really are struggling to afford it. In practical financial terms, how does a city, and I'm going to use the word trade for want of a better word, how does a city trade itself out of trouble?
A difficult situation, because if people can't afford to pay, they just can't afford to pay. And where does that leave the city? Especially if they are consumers of services. Those services have to be paid for, just as Johannesburg, the city, has to now pay Eskom. So if they are not receiving the revenue, obviously that creates a crisis. But the responsibility, we believe, is with government. Government has to create the trust. It has to rebuild trust so that people will fulfill their obligations in terms of their payment. And that's the only way to move forward.
Let's leave it at that. Yunus Chamda, appreciate your time, coordinator at the Joburg Crisis Coalition, reflecting on that notice from Eskom to the city of Joburg to say, hey, we're not telling the resident, we're telling you, the entire city and city power, we're going to switch you off. We want our 5.25 billion rands. Yeah, what happens next? Thanks for your time, Yunus. Much appreciated. Reaction from people in the city of Joburg. Seriously, what's the win-win solution in Joburg? But you can say ditto for that in terms of underperforming local councils in many parts of South Africa. And we appear to be failing. Well, appear is a lousy word. We are failing in many municipalities around the country. Something has to change in the way you may use an example of an underperforming football coach and saying, something's got to change. The game plan's got to change. Thanks for connecting to the National Pulse.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Zozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC+.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, so from a money cash flow problem to a different sort of flow problem, which is the flow of water. The Day 2 of the South African Human Rights Commission's investigative inquiry into the water crisis is currently underway, listening to submissions, in this case, from Gauteng residents and civic organizations. Now, let's find out more about what's happened with Dr. Ferial Adams, who certainly paid lots of attention to that. She's the executive director of WaterCan. Ferial, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me on your show, and good afternoon to all your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, we know about the water issues in terms of flow, and then the second part, of course, the quality of the water. What's come through, therefore, today at the Human Rights Commission's water crisis hearings?
So I must say today was completely, I wasn't at the hearings, but I was watching every minute of it on online, and it was completely shocking. It was I have to say that from the municipal manager of Mfuleni being unaware of what is going on in his city, and that he doesn't know that people don't have water and that they have challenges, to Merafong, where they have a 70% staff vacancy. And then, of course, Lesedi, municipal manager, had to be subpoenaed to appear at the inquiry. And so all of these kind of things for me means that we are actually in bigger trouble than we realize, given this kind of behavior. I mean, the commissioner had to repeat himself by saying that there has to be some level of respect for these processes, and that, you know, he doesn't feel that that was what was going on with the municipalities. And then, of course, you listen to the mayor of City of Johannesburg's speech this afternoon, and you think, I don't know where they're all living.
Okay, perhaps then, you know, in terms of, I hear you what you're saying, you don't know where they're all living. I mean, the purpose then of these hearings, I mean, what would be the bottom line to this?
So I think that's one of the things that I said as well in our submission, which civil society did yesterday, and WaterCan was one of the organizations that said that this inquiry can't just be where you go and talk and there's minutes and reports and then nothing happens, because that is going to make people lose hope in these systems and in our Chapter 9 institutions. So we said to the Commission that we hope that in their recommendations that we want to see consequence management. We want to see that people need to be fired, they need to be removed from their position, they need to be hard-hitting. And, you know, what I've also realized is that because of the way and the state of our cities across the country, we cannot have just one body like the Section 9 Institute or like the Human Rights Commission fixing it all or finding the solutions. We know that they're underfunded. We know that they don't have the power. But what we can do is we can rally civil society and other stakeholders to support these outcomes and actually have a collective push for what comes out of these commission inquiry. Otherwise, it's just going to get dust somewhere.
Well, I mean, how enforceable is what's going to come out of these inquiries then? You know, if there's decisions and policies made.
Yeah, we know historically these things are not enforceable. I mean, the Commission has had inquiries in various parts of the country already on water, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, all of it. What it does do is it puts a spotlight on these issues. And I think that as civil society, we must not let that go. For me, what was very telling today, because, you know, we've seen the AG's report. We've seen that municipalities are struggling. But today was the attitude of the people in their positions of power, that there's this disconnect and that actually they should not be in those positions. So those are the kinds of things that we as civil society need to build on and make the Chapter 9 institutions a bit more kind of forceful.
Sure, rather telling attitudes of those in power, they should not be in those positions. Where have I heard that before? Dr. Fiedel Adams, thanks for your time, Executive Director of WaterCan, and we certainly follow that story as well. But I want to do this now and pick out some thoughts from you on some of the issues that we've picked up already. And by the way, Joburg Crisis Committee, the coalition, if you want to pick up on that, the issues that we've thought about earlier in terms of how do we grow our economy as per the chat I had with the Institute for Economic Justice, some of the changes at the MK party. Surely you have an opinion on that one there, and so much more. The ongoing discussion around the dealing with foreign nationals. What's win-win? Can we ever be in that position?
Hi, Ashraf. It's Colin here. Ashraf, I do believe South Africa is a member of the OAU, of the African Union. Now, I don't know what they discuss at the African Union, but it might be nice if our president was to go there and say to our other African brothers, please look after your people, that your people can stay in your country, because South Africa cannot accommodate the whole of Africa. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, but I think we know that. The question is, and going back to the chat I had with Somadora Fikeni, please listen to that podcast from last week where he agrees in principle the need to be humane. But we have overstepped that part to the point where we have undermined our own resources completely, and that's been rather naive, right? Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nyolo in Mafefe, Limpopo. I'm not surprised that the National Assembly Speaker, Togo Diziza, declined ATM's motion of no confidence against President Cyril Ramaphosa. Like the previous speakers of parliament, they are going to, again, dismally failing to as a parliament to hold the president accountable. I'm very disappointed with that decision. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, and we may just touch on that as well just now. Here's another. Let's see. Yep.
You know, Ashraf, it's very nice to be all kumbaya and all hunky-dory when it comes to this issue of foreign nationals. The truth of the matter is that industries that were predominantly dominated by the black majority have now been taken over by foreign nationals, be it small businesses, be it now the transport sector, be it also the vocational sector. So as much as we would like for social cohesion and all this to happen, but the reality of a black child currently is that the foreign nationals have occupied spaces that they was occupied by black people previously in this country.
Okay, you've made your point, telling, and I'm expecting reaction from that as well. But let's find out what's happening in the world now. It's the news headlines at 4:30 with Ondala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, experts say the Reserve Bank may be forced to hike interest rates at its next meeting after data came in showing annual headline inflation jumping steeply to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. Leader of the Africa Meyiwa movement, Floyd Chiwambu, has called for the further extension of the Madlanga Commission after President Cyril Ramaphosa extended the deadline to the 31st of August. And the World Health Organization say the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is far more widespread than initially feared. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Rose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Joburg with the N3. It's slow today from Limbro Park down through Edenvale and into Bedfordview. It's a earlier crash just past Galuli's interchange, which is causing that backlog. N12 at R24, responding with delays into Galuli's coming in from the Ekurhuleni side. N1 Buccleuch down to William Mandela is again slow go. N17 Boksburg through Brakpan, just a single lane for roadworks, and the pressure is on there as well today. The N1 North heading up into Pretoria towards Storenville Road. You've had weeks of delays. It looks all right today. Last week it was into Linwood Road. This week it's been into Storenville, but northbound traffic generally okay. In that area, we'll keep an eye on it. Breakdown earlier at Rigel Avenue means a delay coming down the N1 South from Linwood Road through to that Rigel Avenue exit. Durban, a breakdown. N2 North before Gateway. Heavy backlogs from Kwamashu. Breakdown after Umgeni Road on the N2 South. So you'll pick up a queue around Queen Nundy Drive this afternoon. And the N3 inbound towards Spaghetti Junction looking quite slow. Also a crash scene between Cliffdale and Hammersdale on your way out towards Pietermaritzburg. Queue starting to build up into that one as well. Cape Town, N1 out of town, fairly busy already, all the way through to around about sort of Okavango Road. Not many gaps in that traffic, just busy, high volume all the way through today. M5 North is currently sitting from the N2 up into the Coburg interchange, and Marine Drive jam-packed through Parton Island to the Boundary Road junction as you head into Milnerton. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, lots of people reflecting on some of the biggest issues. You want to talk about our women's cricket team?
Yes, Proteas woman batter Tasman Britt says that the national team has the experience to handle the pressure of major tournaments as they prepare for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Britt has been named in coach Mandla Mashimbi's 15-player squad for the global showpiece, which takes place in England and Wales from the 12th of June to the 5th of July. And Britt says that the squad is looking forward to their final team building and training camp as they fine-tune preparations for the tournament.
Few weeks before the World Cup. I'm pretty excited. We've actually been having, quite a few good training sessions. So I think we've put a lot of hard work in that. I know we also have a up and coming team building and camp also. So I also think that'll be nice just for the team to gel again and to get together before the World Cup. But yeah, I think to win the World Cup, and it's like that with every single World Cup. We've been to 3 finals, and we've just never managed to lift the trophy. So we definitely know what it takes. We've played in those pressure positions as well. So yeah, I think it's like they always say, as cliche as it sounds, sticking to basics. But yeah, doing the basics to the best of your ability and doing the basics to the best, that's at the end of the day that's gonna make the difference. Not just your bowling and batting skill, but I also think fielding. We've been working quite hard with our fielding as well, because I think fielding, that determines, who's the best team on the end of the day at the end of the day. So yeah, winning a World Cup will definitely be, it's any cricketer's dream.
Yeah, we wish them all the best for the Cricket World Cup, and I was wishing that Minister of Sports could send some fans there too, as he's sending a couple of fans to the FIFA World Cup. But moving on to football, the Democratic Republic of Congo's national team is pressing ahead with the World Cup preparations. This is despite a national Ebola outbreak. FIFA says that it's monitoring the situation closely and remains in contact with the DR Congo Football Association, as well as the Health Association in the US, Mexico, Canada, and the World Health Organization to ensure safety. A planned training camp in Kinshasa has been cancelled due to health restrictions, with preparations continuing in Europe and Houston, where the team will be based during the tournament. DR Congo opened their campaign against Portugal in Houston on the 17th of June before facing Colombia in Mexico and Uzbekistan in Atlanta. Now, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control has paused entries for travelers from outbreak sites for 30 days, but officials says that they are working with FIFA to ensure safe passage for teams and fans. Meanwhile, it's a big week for the province of Gauteng and South Africa in general, as Mamelodi Sundowns embark on a mission to get their second star and be crowned CAF Champions League champions this weekend. The MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, Lebogang Maile, says that they are leaving no stone unturned in showing their support for the Brazilians.
When Pirates was chasing his second star, and unfortunately it eluded them in Egypt, I was MEC, and we went there when Pirates lost 2-1. With the then Minister of Sports, Fikile Mbalula. Gauteng has always been clear that we have to support our teams. When Pirates won a treble 2 consecutive years, in fact, part of their route in celebrating their achievement was 3836, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So for us, it's about making sure that the profile of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is elevated, and we take center stage in making sure that we coordinate, we facilitate, and that's why supporting Sundowns in its journey of winning a second star, it's not an act of charity, but it's a deliberate program on our part of positioning our province as home of champions, and we wish them well.
Finally, in basketball, the New York Knicks produced their biggest playoff comeback to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers 115-104 in Game 1 of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. Trailing by 22 points in the fourth quarter, the Knicks outscored Cleveland 38 to force overtime at Madison Square Garden before sealing victory. It was the second largest fourth quarter comeback in NBA playoff history. Game 2 is set for Thursday, with the series winners to face either Oklahoma City or San Antonio in the NBA Finals. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Chibi, before I let you go, just your quick thoughts on that Sundowns trip to Morocco. So I know there was a delay in them leaving because they didn't have landing rights, something along that line at the airport, Mohammed V airport. So what then got resolved? Meaning, why was there a delay in the first place? Why were their landing rights not granted? And the fact that they've been delayed by 1 day, what impact does that have on their preparations to actually contest that all-important Champions League game?
Well, obviously it means that they missed out on a day of preparations or training because obviously they would have wanted to land in Morocco yesterday. But the delay was because the club failed to receive permission from Moroccan authorities for their chartered flight to land in Rabat yesterday. And I mean, I know that the players had even gone through immigrations and they ended up going back home despite that. And the big question is, why didn't they get that permission yesterday? And therefore, a whole lot of calls have been to CAF to investigate this and just find out, was this a mishap? Was it done on purpose? And even today, with them leaving, I do understand that as much as DIRCO did help out, they still don't know if they will be allowed to land in. So I've been keeping a close eye on any communication from Sundowns' side, but the communications manager did say that they did leave today, but fact of the matter is they missed out on a day of training, because with them traveling today, it means that as they land, I don't know if they're going to train today. But yeah, they lost out on a day of training, and it's unfortunate that Morocco, a club in Morocco, is involved in such things. It's always issues.
But if we know that it's a club, or is it a government thing? I mean, we don't quite know that for sure, right? Just so you know. But I mean, lightheartedly, if they don't land, as you said, then Sundowns will be living up to their motto: "Sky's the limit." Thank you.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Madagascar, East Africa. Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, located in the Indian Ocean off the southeastern coast of Africa near Mozambique. A land unlike anywhere else, famous for baobab trees, lemurs and wildlife found nowhere else on earth. A meeting point of African and Asian heritage. Malagasy and French shaped the nation's voice and identity.
Madagascar gained independence in 1960, a nation rich in culture and natural beauty. Agriculture, mining and tourism drive the economy. Vanilla remains one of its most valuable exports.
But challenges continue: poverty, deforestation, and climate vulnerability. Still, the people preserve deep traditions. Music, storytelling, and community remain at the heart of everyday life. Madagascar protects a world found nowhere else. In every forest, in every coastline, in every rhythm, there is uniqueness. Madagascar, rare, vibrant, unforgettable.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela's got all those numbers, locally and globally. But Makwe, you want to start with Southern Suns and their results?
Yes, annual results are flash. They've seen improvements across all regions, underpinned by major international conferences and events, including the G20 held here in Gauteng, and also improved transit demand locally. And offshore hotels benefited from the successful reopening of Paradise Sun in Seychelles, but later impacted by the Middle East war. And high fuel costs remain an uncertainty. Income up 9%, overall financial performance up 12%, profits as headline earnings per share up 20%. Ashraf, market participants are gradually coming to terms with the possible need for higher interest rates in order to tackle inflation due to the war in Iran. The uncertainty over the war when the war may end has weighed on sentiment, fanning inflation fears and triggering a global bond sell-off. One U.S. central bank governor said it was healthy for financial markets to consider scenarios where the U.S. may need to raise interest rates again, though she emphasized that the current rates are are appropriate, investors are prompted to rethink stock valuations as mounting inflation concerns are driving bond yields higher, and locally our April consumer inflation accelerated to the highest level in 20 months to 4%, driven by sharp increases in domestic fuel costs stemming from the war in Iran. And Ashraf, does this cement an interest rate hike next week Thursday? We don't know. If it happens, that will be the first in 3 years. But so far, the SA consumer seems to be resilient as much retail sales grew by 2.6%, accelerating from the 1.6% rise recorded in February. Oil prices fell as traders awaited more clues on peace talks after Washington flagged progress in ongoing negotiations, though later Trump said that if Iran doesn't reach a deal, then there will be a big hit. And Iran said, listen, if you do that, we'll extend the conflict beyond the region. Brent crude is down 2% at $180 a barrel. Global gold traders weighing what they call the recent jump in bond yields against hopes of easing of tensions when it comes to the Middle East. And as we are talking, the yellow metal is up 0.5% at 4,505. Platinum up 0.6% at 1,937. Global stocks rebounding as a decline in oil price is halted a sell-off in bonds, with the JC up 0.5%, led by both resources and financials. Rand firmed 1% against the dollar 16.52, 22.25 against the pound, and 19.25 against the euro.
Thanks for that, Makwe Masilela. We'll connect again with you tomorrow, but 6 to 7 tonight, 1 hour of the markets with Jimmy Meyiwa coming up. Don't miss that.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, I've been talking a lot about some of the changes we've made on the show, some features. So, for example, let me see if I can remember it. On a Monday, we in fact talk about growing your business on a Monday, right? With a 10-minute feature or thereabouts, right? Tuesday, we go tech. Wednesday, as in today, we have a thought leader conversation. Fridays, we have a marketing and branding feature as well. So let's stay with the thought leader conversation for now. My guest is Dr. Dion Snyman, who's the MD of the Geopolitical Trust, which is a development organization working in the Swartland region of the Western Cape. Dr. Snyman, thanks for connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's lovely to talk to you.
Thank you. Now, we're talking to you because you actually wrote a piece which was then published in the Daily Maverick around this important issue, and this is the headline story: 656,000 matric passes in 2025, but where are the jobs? So tell us more.
Ashraf, I'm very concerned about the great number of matriculants that don't find any opportunity in the job market. Only 8% of the matrics that complete their year in high school are eventually able to get a pathway, either going to a tertiary education or start their own business or have an opportunity to generate an income. So it's a very large section of the young people that don't have any pathway. And I think that is probably one of the biggest problems in our country, and a problem that we need to urgently attend to.
Okay, now do I take it you got proposals in terms of this pathway?
Yes, I think we at Geopolitical, we are for the past 33 years working with rural young people from the day that the parents hear they are expecting a child until the child is about 22 years old. And we've got different programs in the different phases of the young people's lives. But one of the things that we didn't do right in the past is we didn't have any guidance really for young people when they left school. And then we spent all the energy and time over all the different years of their development. But in the end, when our intervention stopped, they didn't have really an opportunity what to do next. And Geopolitical is very, very fortunate. For the past 5.5 years, we are part of the Social Employment Fund. It is a program that has been designed by Treasury and is being overseen by the Industrial Development Corporation. And in this program, It provides job opportunities for people 7 days a month, and 2 of the 7 days are focused on training. And government knows that they are not always that great in implementation, and therefore they were very wise to decide that they need to partner with civil society organizations, especially in the creation of job opportunities. And as Goed Gedag, we were very fortunate to be one of the selected organizations to roll out this initiative. And it provides us the opportunity to give some hope for young people. They are part of this program to do work that is in the common good of the community. But they're also on the program to gain experience, how to organize their lives within a society where there are not really jobs. And I think being part of this initiative, they are able to develop further resilience and think about creative ways how they can sustain themselves and their families, even though there are not a lot of job opportunities. And since the establishment of this initiative, we at Goed Gedag, we were able to partner with 5,000 people and create job opportunities for 5,000 people. And when they are on the program, they get a salary of about 1,600 to 1,800 rand a month. And they can only be on the program for 1 year. And that year is a very important year for them because they need to then use the year to plan their future. And I think
so how does that differ then from the YES campaign, Youth Employment Services?
I think it is quite similar, but here I think what is very important in this initiative is that we particularly focus on young people that can either make a good decision in life or a bad decision. It's people that are sort of on the border of having a responsible future or deciding for irresponsible avenues. And so this is not always the easiest task to work with the people that are being selected to be part of the Social Employment Fund program. But it is also very important because investing in this particular group of people, I think we are also investing in a prosperous future for South Africa, a future that is a more peaceful future.
Well, let's hope it's a model that will work and others can emulate and then replicate as well for the benefit of all South Africans. Dr. Dion Snyman, the MD of the Goed Gedag Trust, thanks for your time and feel free to share your piece. The one from the Mail and from the Daily Maverick, you can post it on social media platforms. Just tag SAfmRadio and myself. We'll gladly share that as well. Thanks for that input on the thought leader input here on the National Pulse.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
In case you missed it.
This actually seems to be an absurd conversation. Hundreds of millions have been spent on water tankers when what we actually need is proper water infrastructure.
If you have competent people and engineers and scientists that are employed by municipalities to identify the root cause and then implement a structured plan, long-term plan to address this. But I don't see that. I haven't heard any plans from the municipalities as to how they're going to reduce the water losses, what is the root cause. So it seems like we're just running around in circles, but we're not moving in any direction.
Director at AHL Water and water expert Aisha Lahar.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, it's time for me to get to listen to you because you're on the pulse. I need to feel what you feel. Let me try. Peter in Middleburg, let's start with you. Right, hi Peter.
I'm okay, Ashraf. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you.
Ashraf, actually, I wanted to comment about these human rights people. You know, they only come up when South Africans are fighting for their rights. Everybody that is living well in South Africa is against South Africa. South Africans are doomed, are really doomed. So please, Ashraf, I don't know whether people have got a heart for South Africans.
I don't know what do you mean by that? Like, are you saying they're not concerned with other South Africans or what?
They don't care. You know, everybody that comes, especially from Parliament or from the Section 39, 89 and so forth, they all against South Africa. They bring no solution. They say South Africans.
How do they be against South Africans when they themselves are South African? Why would it be in their interest? You know, South Africans vote, for example. Why would it be in the interest of a political party to actually, and governments to actually do things that are anti-South African, and therefore they won't get votes for the next election when politicians know the only way they can retain power is if people vote for them?
Can I come in?
Yeah.
It's because, you know, this human rights woman, she even never mentioned a concern about the concerns of South Africa. But then instead of that, she invokes to say the agencies and the police must discipline South Africans. And it means all the laws that are made are just made for South Africans. If foreigners break the laws, nobody talks about it.
I don't think, okay, I need to move on. I don't think she said that. Not at all. Why would she say that? Peter, she did not say that at all. You know, we're often getting people calling in and they're putting words into others' mouth. She said there must be peace, there must be order, there must be control. Nowhere did the Human Rights Commission statement, I can read out the whole thing, say that foreign nationals can break the law. It's okay. Where did she say that? In Bambo, in Durban. Go for it.
Hi, how are you, Mr.
Yeah,
Ashraf?
I'm good talking to you. Thanks. What's your point?
Yeah, I'm a second-time caller to your show.
Ah, well done. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Although I do agree with this guy who's finishing with you. The main cause of this problem of foreign effects, human rights are also involved because they are mostly against the South Africans, especially blacks. That's why that if they were there, because they've been established before, we will not be here because there are a lot of things we in South Africa have been complaining about that never even came out with any solution or take.
But human rights organizations don't implement the law. Government implements the law.
Yes.
You know, government leaves the door. If the borders are open, that's government's controls. How does that become a human rights organization?
Yes, at least talking about our problems, they never talk about it then. Yes, we know that they can't do anything. But otherwise, okay, let's leave it there. This morning, I was going to buy something for myself at the Privatizing house in Durban.
Yeah.
Then I found out there was this guys, all these guys from foreign people. It was so painful to see them, especially when you see them physically sleeping on the floor with the kids and the mothers there. Then after that, I left to a labor department, and then it was also so painful the way they are queuing in a labor department. One guy I was with him there, he came there to ask to find out because what happened. He has been stopped by his employer because now what he said, he must go and verify. So he doesn't know where to verify if he's legally here or not. But he's got papers. Yeah, some other those things, they are so painful when especially when they are here. But it's not us.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the people in government. There's no one talking even now.
Okay.
That's our problem.
All right. I don't know if nobody's talking. Even the president has spoken about it in the last few days. I know that for a fact. And others have said lots of things. But whether they're doing the right thing is another conversation in Bambo. But you see, your last point is telling. When you see someone in a queue trying to get verified, there's a human story behind this. And I think, listen, I think it's a fair comment for people to call in and say, Ashraf, you don't know what's it like because you're not living in a township. You don't know what's it like. And I must take that, right? On the other hand, we must also accept nobody, besides people who are downright crooks, nobody comes to another country deliberately to be crooked and to try and destroy another country. People who are immigrants have stories. They have stories. And some people have been immigrants from the northern part of Gauteng or Transvaal and gone to the south. That's also immigrants because the borders are man-made borders. People have moved on. When you hear their stories and their difficulties, then you understand that human story, and it must touch you.
Good evening, Ashraf. Please, as part of the commemoration or celebration of the African Month, I'm yet to hear the jingle about the Republic of Ghana. I've been hearing mostly SADC countries and East African countries. But in West Africa, especially Ghana, my beloved country, it's not yet being aired on SAFM. Secondly, Ashraf, can you please play the Arsenal anthem before you leave the studio today? At least give credit to us. 22 years is not an easy thing. It's Bramoro in Bloemfontein.
You should be supporting, Hearts of Oak or someone like that in Ghana, but I get your point. I don't know whether the Ghana one has been played. I'm not too sure. I don't have the roster with me. Maybe it'll be played on May 25. I mean, you know the role of Ghana and Nkrumah in terms of setting up the sense of Africanism, which I think is so important indeed. As far as the anthem is concerned, I'll ask Tumi if she can organize it just for you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, 2Gs and Pretoria. Ashraf, immigration is always there, everywhere around the world. There are so many foreign nationals from everywhere around the world in South Africa and everywhere else in any other country. If South Africa is really, they don't really like foreign nationals, it means that there must be no South African also in any other foreign country outside, because whatever jobs they're occupying there is for those other people. Immigration is real, man.
Well, listen, I agree with you. I think controls must be there in all countries, but the principle of immigration and moving from country to country can't be stopped. If you do that, then you're running a type of global apartheid where we don't mix with anybody else but our own kind. Do we really want to be that type of country? 5 o'clock, time for the news. Yes, Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Interest rate hike on the cards and concern of increasing Ebola outbreak. Good day to you. Experts say the Reserve Bank may be forced to hike interest rates at its next meeting after figures showing annual headline inflation jumped steeply to 4% in April, up from 3.1% in March. The jump in the headline number was mainly driven by sharp fuel price hikes amid the continuing standoff between Iran and the US. Standard Bank's Elna Mulman.
The Reserve Bank will naturally be concerned that the spike in fuel prices will ultimately spur broader or second-round inflation pressure, but it is too soon to assess this in this particular data set, as such pressures typically takes time to develop. We have already seen a notable increase in transport costs, ranging from taxi fares to e-hailing services to airfares to long-distance bus fares. These costs may very well increase further given the subsequent hikes in fuel prices. The Reserve Bank may hike interest rates in response to the rise underway in inflation, mainly to help ensure that it doesn't feel second-round inflation pressure.
The Johannesburg Mayor, Dada Morero, says the city will be working with various national departments to address its mounting debt issues with Eskom and strengthen municipal trading entities. His comments come after Eskom gave the city until the 8th of July to settle outstanding debt of more than 5 billion rand or face power supply interruptions across parts of the city. In his State of the City address, Morero assured residents that a turnaround plan is in place.
Yes, City Power does have a turnaround plan which addresses this challenge. And part of the solution is to implement National Treasury and Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs guidance to reform and strengthen municipal trading entities. This reform agenda will assist the city to improve governance, financial sustainability, operational efficiency and accountability within entities that have historically operated under significant fiscal and infrastructure pressure.
A man wanted in connection with a triple murder and numerous charges of attempted murders abandoned his bail application in the Motherwell Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. Police spokesperson Ubuntu Gantana.
voluntarily brought himself to the police station accompanied by his lawyer. A J50 warrant of arrest had already been issued by the Motherwell Magistrates Court. He appeared before the Motherwell Magistrates Court and has been formally charged with 3 counts of murder, 7 counts of attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, and malicious damage to property. The accused abandoned his bail application. The case has been remanded to 26 June 2026 for further investigation.
The leader of the Africa Meyiwa movement, Floyd Shivambu's called for the further extension of the Mhlanga Commission after President Cyril Ramaphosa extended the deadline to the 31st of August. The commission is probing claims made by the KZN Police Commissioner of political interference and corruption in law enforcement agencies. Shivambu explains.
So Meyiwa calls for the extension and expansion of the time frames and mandate of the Mhlanga Commission so that it can investigate criminality across all spheres of society in South Africa, including all the municipalities and also including the South African Revenue Services and all state-owned companies, but also the South African National Defence Force. There's been a lot of issues that are raised about the South African National Defence Force that need urgent intervention.
The World Health Organization says the Ebola outbreak in the DRC is far more widespread than initially feared. The organization's Director General, Tedros Ghebreyesus, has warned that suspected infections and deaths are expected to rise as health officials race to contain this rare strain of the virus for which there's no cure or vaccine.
Beyond the confirmed cases, there are almost 600 suspected cases and 139 suspected deaths. We expect those numbers to keep increasing, given the amount of time the virus was circulating before the outbreak was detected.
Top story: experts say the Reserve Bank may be forced to hike interest rates at its next meeting. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Huss.
In sports, the sour clean sheet key for Sundowns in Morocco and Sharks extend hooker contract. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy pressure on Joburg's Mike 1 today. There's a breakdown and a crash at Buccleuch interchange. Heavy coming up from Sandton. You'll pick up a queue around Corlett Drive all the way up to the N1 Buccleuch. N1 south towards Rudaport and Soweto is heavy. It's a breakdown at Gordon Road, pushing queues back into the Randburg area. N3 south crash at Galuli, still very heavy coming down from Limbro Park today, all the way into Galulis. And then beyond that to Germiston, really. Crash on your way to the airport on the R24 at Barbara Road, holding things up. And the M1 south just sluggish and busy, moving through Pretoria down towards Rigel. Good news, the northbound roadworks up around sort of Linwood Storenville don't appear to be there today, so that's a nice little gap in delay proceedings. Going out of Durban, earlier crash at Hammersdale on the N3. Traffic seems to be moving okay. There is a left lane closure as you get up to Hammersdale, but it seems okay. The breakdown on the N2 north before Gateway has been cleared. The breakdown on the N2 south near Clare Road Bridge still there. That's heavy coming through from Queen Nundy Drive. Big queues on your way towards 4-level interchange, Spaghetti Junction today. Cape Town, Plattercliff Road over the N7 towards the Coburg Road, heading into Tableview very slow. N1 inbound sitting from Sable Road to the Coburg interchange, and some pressure on the N2 out of town passing the airport. Queues in towards the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
There's certainly been lots of other drama as well with confirmation that the Speaker of Parliament, Toko Didiza, declining the notice put together by the African Transformation Movement, a motion of no confidence in the President of South Africa. In fact, the ATM have tweeted saying, we are now convinced that the Speaker is actively protecting the President and clearly has not learned from the mistakes of her predecessor, Mrs. Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula. I wonder. That's one thing. You can add your own thoughts on that. Now, what about the issue of the MK party? One thing that the MK party has been, I would think, synonymous with has been just massive changes on a daily basis. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but think about any fairly new party. Have they had a higher turnover as the MK party has had? I think about a football team making substitutions during matches, in that second half. And I see that all the time with the MK party. So there's significant change with the changes of the speaker and the suspension thereof. We'll talk about that next.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we can to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
By the way, the Thought Leader conversation and the others we've had, they're all up as a podcast as well, including that on Growing South Africa's Economy by the Institute of Economic Justice. Check it out, SAfmRadio. So I've chatted to Ndlamulo Ndlela very, very often as the spokesperson of the MK party, very high profile, definitely, and very articulate in terms of the way that he comes across. We now get the news that, in fact, he was removed as the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker of the MK party. There's been a new Speaker put in his place, replaced by the former editor of the Star, Sifiso Matlangu. That's one thing. The next day we find that, in fact, Ndlamulo Ndlela then has been suspended as a member of the MK. So that is, what does suspended mean as MK member? That means like expelled, right? What does this mean? There's a story behind it in terms of meddling so a year. Let's find out more about it with Zakhele Ndlovu, the political analyst from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Zakhele, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Well, tell what do you understand about what's just happened with this latest change, musical chairs really at the MK party?
Yes, so this is what we know. Ndlamulo Ndlela has been removed as the spokesperson of the party, and also his membership has been suspended. I think one of the things that has been cited is that he has been meddling in the affairs of the party and bringing the party into disputes. So, but you know what the interesting thing is about Ndlamulo Ndlela is that he's probably the longest serving of all the senior leaders of the MK party who has been suspended. He's served since the beginning of the formation of the party. So he has served very long. It's not like your Floyd Shivambus who came in and did not even last a year. You have people like the deputy president of the party, Dr. Hlophe, who was suspended and then subsequently reinstated. So for me, I think the biggest takeaway about the Ndlamulo Ndlela suspension is that he has served very, very long as a loyal member of the party, and he was very close with the president. So it's quite surprising that he has been removed.
Okay, so the allegations, and we just hear this has been meddling. What did the president of the MK party, President Zuma, what did he actually say in confirming that Ndlamula's not just been, removed as a speaker, but effectively has
addressed this matter? It's been the Secretary General, Mr. Nomvalo, who has spoken and relayed the message that Ndlamulo Ndlela has been removed as the spokesperson of the party. But the president himself has not really spoken in public about this matter, maybe in private, but publicly he hasn't really stated the reasons why Ndlamulo Ndlela was removed as the spokesperson of the party and why he was also suspended as the member of the party.
All right, so the talk is about meddling, right? What do you understand? From sources close to the ground, what is he alleged to have done, and how much truth is there to that story?
Well, look, one of the reasons he held a press conference where he announced the formation of these institutes and how the structures of the leadership would have to report to this institute. So I think there was some misunderstanding about that. My suspicion is that there could be other reasons why he's been suspended even from the party. I suspect that the president probably lost trust in him, and that's why he has been removed.
Well, whichever way it is, I mean, he is now not. He's been effectively kicked out of the party. What does this then say? Because I understand that from what I hear, that in fact still the party is run by decree, so there's no disciplinary committee. If the president gets up, based upon information given to him, he decides that he will remove someone. That's what he does, right? Correct me if I've got that wrong. And you're laughing, and it's like dead serious stuff.
It is serious stuff. But look, I think from the beginning, what we have seen is that the MK party is Zuma's party. After all, its popularity comes from the fact that it is led by President Jacob Zuma. So he is I don't want to use some words. I have to be very, very careful. But clearly, he calls the shots. If he decides that you should be removed, like you say, he can just wake up and then make that decision. But some of the things that have been said is that there are people who go and tell him things, and sometimes he makes his decisions based on what some people go and tell him, and I think that's what Floyd Shiva.
Going forward, so there's a clear trend that we can pick up regarding the working relationship within or the game plan of the MK party. So with that in mind, unless something dramatic changes, it's fair to say that the game plan may well be, or the playbook may well be the same going forward. What does that then say about the MK party's ability to govern when they are given an opportunity, even at local government election, to actually govern?
Now that is a very, very good question, because just sitting where I am, I'm just observing a party that is struggling to keep leaders, that is struggling to maintain consistency. As a voter, I would be very, very reluctant to vote for a party that conducts its affairs in the manner that we have seen with the MK party. You begin to lose confidence that, you have someone like Floyd today, and then tomorrow he's gone, and then you have people who were parachuted after the party had contested elections, won that 45% of the votes in KZN and 15% nationally. And then you had people who were parachuted to leadership positions. So what does all of that say about the party? What about those who were there when it was started, when it campaigned, and then suddenly they are sidelined? So those are some of the things that as a citizen and as a voter you have to think about when you look at the MK party and say, but what kind of a party, what message are they sending to us as citizens?
Well, if I were an MK party voter, and I'm not saying I am or I'm not either way, but if I was one of those people who voted for the party, I'd be asking those questions. Zakele Ndlovu, political analyst from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, thanks for your time. And I'll tell you what, we know there's been some changes again with new acquisitions to the Meyiwa movement. I wonder what's next for Ndlamula. I just wonder. Let's talk about things in the Free State regarding schooling. We'll talk about that shortly, but I want to get to your WhatsApp comments right after this.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Angola, one of Africa's top oil producers, a nation rising, fast, bold, alive. From Luanda's energy to the power of Kalandula Falls, this is Beauty in Motion. Home of Kizomba, birthplace of Semba, music that travels, rhythm you can feel.
1975, Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed. Rebuilding, reclaiming, rising.
Angola turns pain into power. In every step, in every sound, there is life. Angola, rhythm, resilience, rebirth.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, let's get to your thoughts. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo Sunday Samboyisa here. Mr. Ashraf, the BMA must put cameras in all the corners in Byte Bridge. The corruption of these officials who are working there, who accept bribes from these people just to come inside the country. The bus that was caught there with 92 passengers, how did it pass the border gate? No, man. These officials, man, just fire them, man. They are destroying the country. And you can see the way they cry. They don't want to go back to their countries. Why? How can you cry if someone says go home? You should be happy your relatives are there. Hi, man.
No, man, I think it's a lot more complicated than that, man. Many people leave their countries of birth for thousands of different reasons. And nobody just packs up because you say they must go home. It doesn't work that way. We can debate whether we have got it right in terms of how we allow people into the country. But to think that people can be living here for 5 years, having a job, and the next day just say, pack up and go because we want you out, because your families are missing you. It really does not work that way.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Can you ask the lady, what about South Africans? We understand the challenges of foreign nationals. But what about South Africans? I think their organization, human rights, it doesn't care about South Africans. So what they are now saying is now South African police must now fight against South African nationals in protection of foreign nationals. I don't think they take the challenges of South Africans seriously. So yeah, maybe they should rethink what their priorities are.
I tell you what,
Thank you.
On the South African Human Rights Commission, I challenge you. I don't have the numbers myself, so I'm challenging you to go and Google out and look at 20 statements they've issued in the last year, right? Maybe even 100, because they probably have done that. And look at, of the 100, how many of them address South African national issues directly, like the issues of water, which, by the way, they're hosting right now, that conference, which that then makes a lie of the statement they don't care about South Africans. And there are issues of racism, which they then pick up when there's been allegations, and the Human Rights Commission on your behalf picks it up. So this thing about they don't care about South Africans, you can say they got this wrong. That I can hear you say. But to say they don't care about South Africans is actually just offside. And it's the type of information that's been peddled very often recently, and it's just wrong.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Hope you are well. Ashraf, it's a pity how the Human Rights Commission will just resurface, especially when there's immigration problem. There's a lot of inhumanity that our people are going under. Our people are living in squalor. They are drinking water with the animals or livestock. There are many things that our people are going under or are going through under this government. But you'll never hear a word from Human Rights Commission. But whenever there's a problem with immigration, they are the first to come and the first to defend. Sometimes you'll wonder if they are against South Africans or with South Africans. Yes, we don't condone the looting and the beating. Anonymous is London.
Okay, I don't have to repeat what I said earlier on. Again, I think there's a sweeping statement that's being made there. Let's get to the Free State now. And we're going to find out about how schooling has been disrupted there and what's happened next, right after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, let's talk about the Free State now. The community members in Mpumalanga, Free State, barricaded roads, stopped local businesses, transport and schooling. This after residents alleged that outsiders are being employed at a local solar panel project instead of, employing unemployed residents. Now, the acting premier of the Free State is Jabo Imbalula, and of course, linked to all of this is what I understand was a shutdown in terms of schooling as well, right? So let's find out more about it with the acting premier. Thanks for your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me and greetings to you and your listeners.
Right. So tell me about this Mpumalanga Hanneman shutdown and what's caused it and how do you navigate that?
Yes, thank you. We have been interacting with the community there since the 15th of May to try to get in between from the level of the provincial government, working together, of course, with local government, specifically through the councillors of the affected wards there. The fundamental issue really that caused the whole situation, people are crying about employment, and not just employment for the sake of it, but there are quite a number of solar panel projects that have been happening through Machabeng as a district, and that is also not happening in vacuum, but it happened because in terms of a Free State provincial development strategy, Machabeng as a whole has been positioned as such as an energy hub. People that benefited in other projects that has happened were basically from the nearby areas. And now they were saying to us, they want the same to happen in Hanneman, as a result of which they protested. And part of that protest was what is called a shutdown, meaning there was no people allowed to go to work, no schooling happening, even access to services, be it healthcare services and the rest. So we convened yesterday a multi-stakeholder meeting, which involved the company that is going to do the work there, community representatives, some departments from the provincial government, the councillors themselves. At least today we managed to arrive in a conclusion of the matter. As of tomorrow, they agreed that they will allow schooling to happen. And they will also allow companies, because Tiger Brand also attended the meeting and made a specific call that they have about 120 people they are employing from the same area. They can't go to work, and as a result, their production has also come to a standstill. So all of that has been addressed now. We have committed as the provincial government that we will continue to work with them to make sure that all the agreements that have been arrived at are indeed implemented.
All right, I hear you. I mean, central to that are these concerns from people. Often we've been talking about foreign nationals and locals, but these are also locals saying hires have been made of people outside of those communities, not necessarily foreign nationals, but outside of the communities, and that's affected those communities. What are your thoughts on the context of all of that?
Our take and understanding of it is that it is not necessarily something entirely wrong. That when a project happens near to a specific community, that localization can be looked at. But that also has to happen on the basis of clearly articulated reasons why it has to happen like that. Because everybody in South Africa has got the right to work wherever they choose to work, wherever there are opportunities. But here we are dealing with a community operating within a specific context. And this is what I tried to highlight earlier on, that these projects have been happening in several areas in Machabeng. And people, and this is what they were telling us, that the people that benefited in those are people that geographically stay next to where these projects are happening. We did play our part in educating them, because they were saying they want 100% people who are going to be employed there to be from hen and man. Now, we were given a presentation in our engagements today by the company involved, and they indicated that the skill set that is going to be required there is of a nature that it may not be 100% possible as it is demanded by the community there. That when you are looking for artisans, that you may not find them all in Henenman as an area that was protesting.
Okay.
So you will have to open it up to the whole of Machabeng so that other people also can have an opportunity. But from where we stand, we said we do not think it is entirely an unreasonable demand to make because the economic base of these areas are not the same. So it is highly impossible also that we can implement a one-size-fits-all.
Okay. Let me therefore ask you this as we conclude then. What then for you in terms of your position, considering the problems in your province, what then is the way forward?
We have intervened. Like I said, Ashraf, that we started to have a conversation with that community on the 15th of May. What we really wanted to see happening is the building of trust between the community there, the municipality of the area, councillors and everybody else involved, so that stability can return, children can go to school, people can go to work, people can access services. That is the basis of our intervention there.
All right. That
is what we want to see happening.
That would be the big wish. The question is, how do you get there? Let's leave it at that. Thanks for your time. The acting Free State Premier, Jabo Imbalula, much appreciate you talking to us. In fact, there's a comment from a listener who I take it is in that region.
I would like to come in the view of Pumulong and Eman. I support those guys there at Pumulong and Eman. You know what, Ashraf? Free State Machabeng is run by the people from Eastern Cape. And then I knew since they want to sideline some of the people of Pumulong. They want to bring in people from Velcom, but most, it won't be Basotho from Velcom. It will be people from Eastern Cape. Kalipas and Spielmans are the causes. You go to Machabeng, most of the people who work at the offices in Machabeng are the causes from Eastern Cape. Machabeng is rotten. That's what I can say, Ashraf. I thank you.
Okay, and you certainly have made your point. We'll play more comments, voice notes, text messages, as well as your live call-ins just now. For the moment, let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg.
In the headlines, scientists at the University of Stellenbosch have thrown their weight behind regional and global efforts to contain the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and Uganda. Experts say the Reserve Bank may be forced to hike interest rates at its next meeting, and the EFF has argued that the finance minister should not have the power to make a decision about tax without proper parliamentary consultations. A full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a pretty heavy Wednesday afternoon across Joburg highways today. A lot of crashes as well. One on the R24 heading into the airport. The crash at Barber Road, queues back to Edenvale. Crash on the Migrant north at Buccleuch. Heavy from Melrose up through Sandton to Woodmead towards that. If you're trying to get out of Sandton towards N1 Mid-Range, you're in a lot of traffic today. Crash on the N3 south near Van Buren. So still a big backlog coming down from Limborough Park and Alex through Galilees. And a breakdown on the N1 south at Gordon Road. Very heavy from Randburg on your way through to Soweto this afternoon. Looks okay across Pretoria. The N1 North roadworks here been stuck in for a couple of weeks. Linwood through Storenfell. No sign of that today. So that's a good news. Now, I've got a breakdown on your way to Pietermaritzburg, having left Durban between Ashburton and Market Road. Heavy backlogs building into that. Another breakdown on the N2 South near Clare Road Bridge. So from Queen Nundy Drive on your way to Spaghetti Junction is dreadfully slow. Cape Town, plenty of pressure on the N1 outbound to Kubo. Get a change, and then more queues out towards the Belleville area. Marine Drive solid towards Lagoon. And the M5 is heavy today from Rondebosch, queuing all the way through to the N1 Kubo. Get a change. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
Right, Timmy, you want to talk about Sundowns, continental quest, right?
Yes, I do. Mamelodi Sundowns are unlikely to adopt an overly conservative approach in Rabat on Sunday, but defender Aubrey Mudiba believes a clean sheet against AS FAR will put them within touching distance of the CAF Champions League title. The Brazilians head into that second leg holding a slender 1-0 advantage from the first encounter, secured by Mudiba's stunning strike at Loftus Versfeld. And the Bafana Bafana International, however, insists that Sundowns must focus on protecting their lead if they are to be crowned winners.
Better than last season. We always want to do better than the season before. This time around we have an advantage, like you said. Hopefully going into that game we can use that advantage to our own advantage. Make sure we keep the zero behind as well. It's very important.
Meanwhile, the Democratic Republic of Congo's national team is pressing ahead with the World Cup preparations. This is despite a national Ebola outbreak. FIFA says that it's monitoring the situation closely and remains in contact with the Congo DR Football Association, as well as health authorities in the US, Mexico, Canada, and World Health Organization to ensure safety. A planned training camp in Kinshasa has been cancelled due to health restrictions, with preparations continuing in Europe and Houston, where the team will be based during the tournament. In rugby, the Sharks have extended Ethan Hooker's contract by 3 years to see him stay in Durban until 2029. The 23-year-old, who has been with the Sharks since 2023, is currently on the sidelines with a shoulder injury that will see him miss the Springboks home Nations Championship test against England, Scotland and Wales, but he is expected to be fit for rivalry against New Zealand and South Africa in August and September. Meanwhile, Proteas woman batter Tasman Brits believes the national team has enough experience to handle the pressure of major tournaments ahead of the upcoming ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Brits was recently named in Coach Mandla Mashimbi's 15-player squad for the tournament, which will take place in England and Wales from the 12th of June to the 5th of July. And Britt says that they are looking forward to their final team building and training camp as they fine-tune preparations for the global showpiece. In terms of golf, the Asian Tour has cancelled a planned increase in prize money for this week's Korea Open, only weeks after announcing an extra $5,000 from Live Golf. The tournament prize fund will now remain at 1.4 Korean won, which is about $1 million, and that amount as the same amount as last year. Organizers say that the decision followed an update from the main sponsor, Kolon. However, the winner will still receive a bonus of 200 million Korean won, and the change comes as uncertainty grows around the future of Live Golf after Saudi Arabia's public investment fund announced it will stop funding the tour after 2026. That's it from my side.
We had a caller from, South African, in South Africa, originally from Ghana, saying, please, you need to play the national anthem of the Arsenal anthem as a tribute to Arsenal winning the league, because they're all very, very excited. Are you going to do that?
Didn't the listener ask you?
Yes, but I have to ask the expert. You're the sports anchor. I mean, this is my best version. I'd say, Arsenal forever. I think that's what it is. What I can't remember. Otherwise, you're going to have to play it.
I'll play it for them on Friday.
Arsenal forever. By that time, they're having a party. They want it today. All right. Forever. Thanks to me.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spar Limited Edition Soccer Ball. When you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 145-gram Doritos Corn Chips, buy any 2 for 40, save 8 Rand. Or Cadbury 5-Star, Lunch Bar, PS, Astros or Crunchy, buy any 2 for 22, save 8 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, Jimmy, we host the SAfm Market Update to set the scene. Jimmy, you want to talk about a solvency threshold. Tell me about that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. There is what is known as a statutory threshold for solvency that needs to be applied to certain organizations. In simple terms, what that means is that the solvency ratio of a particular entity, in this case, the government employees medical scheme, is not allowed to be less than a 25%. Now, that ratio has a complex accounting calculation that I won't bore you with at this stage, but it has dipped below that 25% threshold as the medical scheme effectively paid out more claims than they received in premiums. So we're going to be speaking to the medical scheme and seeing just how severe the situation is, if at all, and what it means for members of the government employees medical scheme. We're going to speak to the principal officer of GEMS and get a sense of that position, or the financial position, and whether or not GEMS is in any financial distress at this stage. We also have a conversation whilst we're looking at numbers with the team at Southern Sun, taking a look at their performance for the year that was. We're going to reflect on their annual results with the company's chief executive officer. We're also going to speak to DHL, the company that moves all of our goods and services, all primarily goods around the world. They have noted an uptick in the amount of goods being moved to China since China's relaxed their import tariffs from Africa. We're going to speak to the head of sub-Saharan Africa at DHL and get a sense of what those volumes look like now, what trends they're picking up on, and what that could mean for trade between the African continent and China. And we, as always, or as we always do on a Wednesday, have a conversation with a leading executive in the country. We've got our executive lounge feature coming up later today as well. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of some of the movements from a markets perspective. It seems as though it's been a day of reversals on the markets front. Yesterday we were staring down the barrel of 16 Rand 60 to 16 Rand 70 on the US dollar. We're back at 16 Rand 42 against the US dollar at the moment, gaining almost 1 2/3% on that currency pair at the moment. The British pound at the moment, 22 Rand 11 cents, €1, 19 Rand 11, $1 Australian dollar, 11 Rand 77. Equity markets also showing some signs of life with that reversal as well. Asian markets in the red for the trading day. I suspect they might feel their uptick tomorrow as they go into the trading sessions overnight. But the biggest loser on the day, the ASX in Sydney down 1.2%, the Nikkei in Tokyo down similar margins. European markets all in the green, the biggest winner there, the CAC 40 in France up almost 1.4%. The DAX in Germany up more than 8%. Local markets tried to have as strong a day. Financial stocks up 1.25%. Industrials took away some of that shine, coming down about 0.47%. But resource stocks adding 2% on the day's trade, and the top 40 closing just shy of a full percent in gains. The all share 0.86% to the green, and the commodity prices are looking a little healthier as well, with the platinum pricing, silver pricing, and palladium pricing all showing up gains on the day. Gold price $4,535, a little higher than where we were this time yesterday. Brent crude still concerning, still above $105 a barrel, but we're going to be taking a look at these and other market movements a little later on with David Shapiro. He joins me on markets as he does on most Wednesdays, so we're going to have a look at what's happening in the US. I see the Nasdaq is up about 1.5% at the moment. We'll be back after the 6 p.m. news to try and make sense of these market movements. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, perfect. Enjoy your show, 6 to 7, the SAfm Market Update. Sport follows that as well.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Right, I'll certainly want to hear your thoughts just now. Reaction is an important word, but for now, let's react to we solve for X. You got that? If we think about, mathematical equations, X solving for X, how do you do that? Well, we solve for X in this case launches a school infrastructure initiative, right? And they've just announced that to improve school facilities and a whole lot more. Let's find out more about it because I think it's a very important conversation we need to be having here. Let me just remind you, as before we get there, that your comments, whether you're the first-time caller or the regular, we certainly appreciate you giving us your thoughts here on the National Pulse. Right, with me, the founder and the CEO of We Solve for Action. That's Tsietsi Ngobesi. Appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Right. So what's the problem? What's the solution?
No, thank you very much. My name is Tsietsi Ngobesi. I'm the CEO and actual analyst at We Solve for X Foundation. Our core focus is providing free math extra classes to learners and parents across the country, while we also support rural schools with building safe toilets for rural schools. So we recently built handover on the 14th, our safely built toilet facility at Babeke Primary School in the Eastern Cape with the support of SOS, Old Mutual, and our supporters who are buying our toilet paper product, which we manufacture and sell to raise funds so that we're able to assist the rural schools that we work with. So we currently have a list of 33. We've managed to build 2 so far.
Okay, and I suppose, before you even started, you looked at the terrain and you identified some serious problems in those communities. What were the problems you identified?
So the school had only, the school was founded in 1995. It only had like 3 toilets, which were dilapidated, no roof, didn't bring any dignity to the learner. It was very sad and also dangerous to the learners. So as a direct response, we took out to as a direct response, hence we raise funds to build safe toilets to these rural schools so that they are able to have normal schooling day without having to worry about going into using their bathroom.
Okay, and that is one big issue. What else?
Sorry?
I said that's one big issue. Anything else that you found usually problematic when looking at schooling in those communities?
There's also a challenge to access to water. So we also have drilled a borehole to the school so that they could have access to water. The learners had to bring their own 2-liter bottles of water so that the school can cook meals for them. You can imagine learners coming with different water sources from school. There's a high chance of contamination. So mostly it's water and sanitation that are a challenge in these rural schools in which we're an integral part of.
Right. Now, so far, you spoke about the collaborative partnerships that you talk about, but what then are your future plans?
So our future plan is to increase our sales capacity. So our toilet paper product is in top-on-top for toilet paper with purpose. So we manufacture and sell this toilet paper so that we are able to raise funds to assist the schools in terms of safe toilet and also raising funds to assist in terms of student debt. So as part of our ways of fundraising, we look at a sustainable model on how we can assist our communities. Hence, it's difficult to get support through donations and funds. So we want communities to be part of the solution, and they can assist us by buying our toilet paper products on our listed online stores so that we're able to assist learners in the classrooms and also the learners that are in universities who have historic student debt.
Well, listen, I often talk about champion communities being the stepping stone to building champion nations. So in this case here, this is you trying to build a champion community. How can others support you in the project that you champion?
So they can go on our website, www.wesolveforx, and then they can also buy our toilet paper product on Takealot, Amazon, and other independent stores. But also what South African can do is just visit these rural schools and see the challenges that the learners and teachers are facing. Dehumanizing, you speak of human rights, there's no dignity there. It's very sad what they go through on a daily basis. So myself, after the reason we also went into building safe toilet, I witnessed a learner falling in the pit in my head. So I'm traumatized still this day. I'm always worried that I don't get a call to say a learner has died in the pit. Hence, we're trying all these sustainable models that we can do as ordinary South Africans to extend a hand to our schools.
Well, you're doing something very honorable in this case here. What does We Solve for X actually do in terms of your normal job?
So as We Solve for X, we are a non-profit organization. We provide free math extra classes to learners and parents across the country. So our focus is to increase the math proficiency in the country and inspire the next generation of actuaries and other math-related professionals.
Is that working?
Hello?
Is that working?
No, definitely we have success stories. We're 12 years in, and we're looking forward to assisting as many learners to be more math proficient.
Let's leave it at that. Thanks for your time. Well done. Certainly love to, amplify great causes. And in this case, you're doing just that with We Solve for X. That's the founder, CEO of We Solve for X, Tsietsi Ngobesi. And perhaps Google them, find out more about what they do and see if you can assist them. That's the type of thing, the citizen activism that we need at grassroots level. What we also need at grassroots is your contribution, so we know what you're thinking, and as a composite or a reflection of what people are thinking, because you're on the pulse, aren't you?
In case you missed it.
Should we look at these as some sort of light at the end of the tunnel?
What is happening currently in the SAPS compared to the ocean? So I think the SAPS is in that position as well, that it's cleansing itself. All that is unbecoming of good police officers is being thrown out of the SAPS. I think it's a good thing.
Crime and policing expert Dr. Mkolisi Matebula.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Comoros, East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, located between Mozambique and Madagascar, a crossroads of Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean world. Volcanic islands surrounded by turquoise waters, known for cloves, vanilla, ylang